The scorching heat of summer blanketed everything, and the streets were bustling with crowds. Teenagers who had just finished their exams poured out of the test centers, their exuberant smiles outshining even the blazing sun overhead. Among this lively crowd of students was a silver-haired boy who stood out like a sore thumb. He neither joined in on anyone's chatter nor basked in the jovial atmosphere. Instead, he walked alone in silence, carrying an air of isolation that seemed to separate him from the rest of the world. His complexion was strikingly pale, almost unnaturally so, but his features were astonishingly handsome, like a sculpture crafted by a master artisan. Thin, arched brows, a prominent nose, a sharply defined jawline, and eyes that glimmered like diamonds. No matter the angle, he could easily be described as perfection itself. But upon closer inspection, one might be startled to find that his exquisite eyes were an eerie crimson red. However, such unusual appearances no longer caused much of a stir on the street. Ever since the global cataclysm 100 years ago, people had grown accustomed to strange hair and eye colors. It was that century-old event, an enigmatic energy wave rippling from the depths of the cosmos, that swept across the planet and induced profound changes in all living beings. The external transformations were merely the tip of the iceberg. Far more significant was that a rare subset of humans developed extraordinary superhuman abilities. These powers came to be known as abilities. It seemed there was some correlation with bloodlines and geography, as each country evolved its own unique system of abilities. On this land, the dominant form of abilities was element-based. Fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, wood, light, darkness, and space. These were the 9 primary elemental abilities recognized so far. Naturally, there were also others with even rarer and more specialized abilities. These ability users had become the greatest assets of their nations. As the societal systems surrounding abilities matured, regulations were put in place globally. By the time every individual turned 18, they were required to undergo ability testing and were then sorted into specific academies based on their aptitude. Nowadays, awakening an ability was every young person's dream. It promised not only better privileges and elevated social status, but also access to the tantalizing strength that came with such powers. "Hey, Chinyu." A voice broke the quiet. A red-haired boy hurried over, his face an image of rugged charm and bright confidence. His black eyes sparkled with energy. He threw an arm around the silver-haired boy's shoulder, his voice full of excitement. "The exam's over. How do you feel about it?" "It was fine," Hua Qinyu replied coldly, brushing the other boy's arm off. His tone was serene and detached. "Lin Yi, I think I've told you before, don't cling to me." Lin Yi pursed his lips and raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, Mr. Aloof. I know you think you're too good for anyone to get close." Qinyu didn't reply. He averted his eyes and continued walking, his expression unchanged. Feeling dismissed, Lin Yi sighed and opted to change the subject. "Anyway, Qinyu, now that the academic exams are done, what's your plan for tomorrow's ability test?" "Don't have a plan," Qinyu stated concisely. Lin Yi frowned, frustration evident as he flailed his arms slightly. "Seriously, why are you always so cold? Aren't you even the slightest bit curious about what ability you might awaken? Whether I awaken one or not, does it really matter?" Qinyu's tone was flat, showing not even a hint of interest. His pale face remained indifferent. His apparent apathy toward becoming an ability user left Lin Yi stunned. "You're probably the only person in the entire school who doesn't care about this. Your academic scores are incredible. Why are you so uninterested in everything else?" Qinyu didn't answer. With no response forthcoming, Lin Yi shifted gears again, walking in step with Qinyu and continuing the conversation on his own. "Oh, by the way, we're having a celebration dinner tonight for finishing exams. You coming?" "No," Qinyu declined bluntly. "Figures," Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "Already turned them down on your behalf." "Thanks," Qinyu said stiffly, the words almost reluctant. "No problem," Lin Yi replied with a wave of his hand. He glanced up at the glaring sun, muttering to himself, "Man, it's crazy hot today. You feel like getting a drink." Qinyu suddenly halted mid-step. He turned those crimson eyes toward Lin Yi, staring at him so intensely that it sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. In that gaze, Lin Yi caught a fleeting but unmistakable glimmer of desire. Tomato juice, Yu said without hesitation. Lin Yi sighed, shaking his head with a bemused smile. What is with your obsession? Tomato juice, every single time. You do get that regular stores don't have that on their menu, right? Despite his complaints, Lin Yi pulled 2 ripe, vivid red tomatoes from his backpack with practiced ease. As soon as the tomatoes appeared, there was a dangerous gleam in Yu's crimson eyes, dark and predatory, but it vanished just as quickly. Lin Yi walked toward a nearby drink shop, addressing the cashier politely. Hi, can I get 1 lemonade? Light ice, 70% sweet? Oh, and could you juice these tomatoes for me? The cashier, a cheerful young woman, grinned knowingly and glanced toward Yu, who idled a small distance away. Let me guess, this is for the good-looking guy over there? Lin Yi laughed helplessly. Yeah, same as usual. Tomato juice, plain and simple, light ice. Got it. That'll be $10. After paying, Lin Yi waited by the counter. A short while later, he walked out with 2 cups in hand. Here, Lin Yi said, handing the bright red drink to Yu. Yu immediately grabbed the cup, popped in a straw, and began drinking fast, so fast it was almost aggressive. Lin Yi barely had time to pierce his own lemonade with a straw before Yu's drink was already empty. Holy, you've got to be kidding me, Lin Yi exclaimed, utterly stunned. Looking at him, she demanded, just how much do you love tomato juice, huh? Yu licked his lips, a momentary look of satisfaction flashing across his pale face, adding a faint flush to his complexion. He closed his eyes and murmured, I don't like tomato juice. Then why do you? Lin Yi began to ask, but Yu had already begun walking again, leaving behind only his solitary back. Hey, wait up. Lin Yi regained his composure and hurried after him, once again catching up to Yu. Unintentionally, he glanced at Yu's profile. This aloof and reclusive boy had been an enigma ever since the first day of school. When Yu agreed to Lin Yi's invitation for breakfast the next day, Lin Yi couldn't help but think that they might just become good friends. After parting ways with Lin Yi, Yu returned home alone. It was a villa that had been prepared specifically for his schooling, but at the moment, the spacious house was completely empty except for him. His parents were abroad, managing the family business, and he had grown accustomed to this solitude ever since high school. He collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion, but the hollow, gnawing hunger within him felt like a savage beast clawing at his mind, leaving him restless. He could no longer endure it. A desperate scream erupted from deep within his chest. Yu pounded his fists against the sofa, his heart racing uncontrollably. A craving for something that defied logic, rose to a fever pitch within him. The only way he knew to cope with this overwhelming bloodthirsty urge was through violence, venting it outward in brute force. For a long time, he stopped what he was doing and curled up on the sofa, motionless. He couldn't tell how much time had passed before he stood up, like a puppet on strings. His bright red eyes looked empty and glazed. Stumbling toward the door, he murmured incoherently under his breath, "Blood. I need blood." His body trembled so intensely he could barely stay upright as the burning need for blood seared his remaining shreds of self-control. He staggered into the kitchen, hands shaking uncontrollably as he yanked the refrigerator door open. Inside, the only thing he saw were dozens of plump, red tomatoes. Grabbing one in desperation, he sank his teeth into it without a second thought. As the tangy sweet juice filled his mouth, its unique flavor provided a fleeting moment of clarity. He devoured tomato after tomato, one after another, until the bloodlust inside him had completely subsided. His breathing evened out, and the trembling of his limbs finally ceased. He stood there, dazed, surrounded by a mess of discarded tomato skins strewn across the floor, unsure of what to do next. This urge had started during his high school years. Out of nowhere, he had developed an inexplicable thirst for blood. At first, he thought it was a strange coincidence, but over time, every time he was near his classmates, he felt an overwhelming impulse to leap at them and bite. Earlier today, when Lin Yi had merely patted him on the shoulder, that urge had multiplied tenfold, nearly overpowering him on the spot. "Damn it," he growled hoarsely, his voice raw. "What am I supposed to do? If this keeps going, I'll lose control." His voice trailed off as he violently slammed his fist against the sharp edge of the wall. A gash appeared instantly on the back of his pale hand, fresh blood spilling out. But Hua Qinyu didn't flinch, showing no sign of pain. Then, something strange happened. Within seconds, the wound began to close, all on its own, healing at an impossible pace. In a matter of moments, the skin on his hand was flawless again, as though it had never been cut. Hua Qinyu stared intensely at his hand, his eyes trembling with emotion, though his face remained expressionless. This miraculous self-healing ability, a power that could astound anyone else, was to him nothing but an unending nightmare. His extraordinary regenerative powers came hand in hand with his uncontrollable desire for blood. But that wasn't all. His stamina, speed, memory, everything about him had become heightened to frightening levels. No matter the physical challenge, he could complete it with ease, often smashing school records. Any lesson a teacher taught required just one hearing to be permanently engraved in his memory. Yet, he loathed these abilities. To him, if having them meant becoming a monster consumed by bloodlust, he'd have given them all up in an instant just to be a normal person again. He sat on the floor for what felt like hours before finally staggering to his feet. Under his breath, he muttered, "Does this make me a vampire?" Everything about his condition seemed to align perfectly with the myths. After a long while, it felt as if a decision had crystallized within him. He quickly cleaned up the mess he'd created, tossed on a black coat, and stepped out into the night. The sky was dark, the moon casting cold, silver light across the world. Hua Qinyu made his way to the neighboring home, an old, abandoned-looking villa that seemed uninhabited for years. Standing before the door, he hesitated briefly before finally pressing the doorbell. The chime echoed sharply in the still air of the night. He only pressed it twice before shoving his hands into his coat pockets, waiting silently. The chill wind whipped at his coat, making it flap noisily in the darkness. After a few moments, there was a faint creak as the door opened. An elderly man with stark white hair and a face deeply lined with wrinkles stepped outside. His expression showed no surprise, as if he'd been expecting Hua Qinyu to come. Smiling, he remarked, "So, you finally decided to show up. You look like a fraud," Hua Qinyu said coldly, "but I've decided to trust you this once." The old man merely chuckled, not bothering to argue, and stepped aside. "Come in." Hua Qinyu entered, his eyes sweeping over the interior. To his surprise, the house was impeccably clean, though its furnishings were sparse and dated. He seated himself casually at the table in the sitting room, his demeanor giving no hint of nervousness. The old man poured him a cup of tea, took a sip of his own, and then smiled. "So, kid, you're pretty scared, aren't you?" Hua Qinyu averted his eyes awkwardly and retorted stiffly, "What would I have to be scared of?" Despite his words, the faint tremor in his hands betrayed him. "You're afraid of turning into a monster, aren't you?" The old man shook his head with an understanding smile, as though he could read Hua Qinyu's mind. "Cut the crap," Hua Qinyu snapped. "Just tell me. How do I do it? Name your price." Hua Qinyu's gaze was sharp and icy, radiating a clear impatience. Wasting time here was the last thing he wanted. It had been years since he first encountered the old man sitting before him, the only person who ever recognized his condition and claimed to have a solution. The elderly man looked every bit the part of a wandering con artist, but Hua Qinyu was completely out of options. If it meant ridding himself of the insatiable thirst for blood, he was ready to pay any price, no matter how steep. Without so much as acknowledging Hua Qinyu's urgency, the old man smiled lazily and said, "Young man, the tea I brew is quite remarkable. Don't you want to try some?" Hua Qinyu scowled, his voice like frost. "You know very well I can't drink tea." The man chuckled quietly, his tone unhurried. "After tonight, you'll be able to live like an ordinary person. But I don't want your money. Instead, I need you to do something for me." "What is it?" Hua Qinyu frowned, his voice laced with skepticism. "Relax, it's something that will benefit you. And, in fact, it's closely tied to your current predicament." The old man's response came with a serene smile. Since trust was already in short supply, Hua Qinyu decided to press further. Lowering his voice, he asked, "If you claim to know so much about me, can you finally tell me what's wrong with my body?" For the past 3 years, he'd been driven to the edge of sanity, locked in a constant, exhausting battle against his own dark impulses. He couldn't bear it any longer. He was tired of being seen as a monster by his closest friends. The old man paused, his demeanor shifting into something heavier, more deliberate. Have you ever heard of the bloodline? The bloodline. Hua Qinyu echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. Almost instinctively, his eyes widened, and he shot up from his chair in alarm. Are you saying, I'm one of them? The bloodline referred to a certain group of supernatural beings that had emerged globally following a period of mysterious upheavals. These beings, particularly prominent in Western mythology and lore, possessed superhuman strength, lifespans far beyond mortal limits, and heightened regenerative abilities. The significant catch? They needed blood to survive. The old man nodded affirmatively, his expression unchanging. Judging by your symptoms, that's correct. But here's the twist, you're not entirely one of them. You're human, yet you carry the bloodline in your veins. And from the energy I sense, your bloodline is exceptionally pure and powerful. This is why you've developed the same thirst they are known for. Hua Qinyu froze, stunned. His own lineage? But how? His parents were both undeniably Chinese, ordinary people leading ordinary lives. Ancestry as strange and foreign as this simply didn't make sense. Even with the world's recent upheaval, something like this couldn't just happen out of nowhere. Nevertheless, the man spoke with certainty, his tone unwavering. I understand it's hard to wrap your head around, but reality doesn't ask for your permission or belief. And if you need proof, just look at your own urges. You're craving for blood? That's proof enough. The old man's gaze shifted slightly as he added, think about it. Your body and mental capabilities have already far surpassed human limits. Your speed, strength, healing, it's all leagues beyond what a human should be capable of. Hua Qinyu's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. Indeed, he'd always harbored suspicions about his enhanced physicality. It was his deepest secret. Yet, somehow, this old man already knew all of it. And that's not even the whole of it. The man continued, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. His voice carried a mixture of amusement and gravity. I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that your lifespan will mirror that of the bloodline, extraordinarily long. While people around you grow old and fade away, you'll endure. That's what makes this such an unusual trade-off. In exchange for some truly enviable abilities, the only downside is your dependency on blood. Are you absolutely certain you want to throw this away? Hua Qinyu leaned forward in his chair, clasping his hands together as he rested his chin on them. His expression was unreadable, but an undeniable tension hung in the air. The silent, heavy atmosphere was interrupted only by the sound of the old man sipping his tea, calm and composed as though entirely undisturbed by the weight of the conversation. Finally, Hua Qinyu exhaled, his voice resolved. Tell me how to fix it. What do I need to do? If the path forward meant rejecting this so-called gift, regardless of its promise, then so be it. He'd take his chances living an ordinary, unburdened life over becoming something he couldn't bear to face in the mirror. The old man gently placed his teacup back on the table, raising an intrigued eyebrow. You've truly made up your mind? Absolutely. Hua Qinyu confirmed firmly, leaving no room for doubt. He was a man of conviction. It wasn't in him to waver once a decision had been made. The man blinked in mild surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. Huh, kid, you're one for the books. I've met plenty of people in my lifetime, but you're the first to reject extraordinary power so decisively. Hua Qinyu shot back with a calm retort. The stronger the gift, the heavier the price. I bet all those so-called gifted individuals are stuck doing dangerous, unpleasant things. What's wrong with simply being a normal person? It seems easier, doesn't it? The old man's cloudy eyes sparkled with approval as his laughter subsided. A fascinating perspective. You're wiser than most, lad. But his expression turned serious. I hate to tell you this, but there's no returning to an ordinary life. At least, not for you. What do you mean? Hua Qinyu's voice cooled immediately, suspicion lacing his words. His eyes narrowed. Don't tell me you're stringing me along. The old man shook his head slowly. I don't play games with lives, young man. I'll do as I promised. But what? Hua Qinyu's sharp stare bore into him, his posture stiffening. The elderly man sighed, settling back into his seat. But I can only remove your thirst for blood. I can't take away the other facets of your nature. The revelation landed like a weight in the air. What are you saying? Hua Qinyu asked tightly, though he dreaded the answer. You will no longer crave blood, the man explained steadily. But you'll still possess all the abilities that come with your bloodline. He delivered that sentence so matter-of-factly, yet the enormity of the implication struck Hua Qinyu like a tidal wave. All the powers, none of the cost. It sounded like too much of a good thing. His instincts flared up in warning. The old man's offer had the unmistakable ring of a cleverly disguised trap. I don't trust this, Hua Qinyu muttered, frowning deeply. It's too perfect. The man smirked faintly, a flicker of playful mischief in his expression. Oh, of course it isn't perfect. There's always a catch. I won't erase the flaw entirely. I'll transform it. Transform? What do you mean? Hua Qinyu pressed. The room seemed to grow heavier as the old man rose from his chair, pacing slowly with his hands clasped behind his back. I will shift your dependency on blood into a different form. Your weakness will no longer involve the thirst for blood, but instead, you'll embody the 7 deadly sins. From this night forward, your struggles will manifest differently. Sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. He stopped in his tracks, fixing his eyes on Hua Qinyu. So, are you willing? 7 deadly sins. Hua Qinyu fell into deep thought. The price was undoubtedly heavy, but compared to the curse that condemned him to survive on the consumption of blood, his gaze wavered, flickering with a trace of resolve. Suddenly, he asked, Is there no other way? There isn't, the old man replied with certainty, the decisiveness in his tone leaving no room for doubt. What do you need me to do? Hua Qinyu cut straight to the point. The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over to a safe, pressed his finger against a scanner, and the safe door clicked open. Under Hua Qinyu's puzzled stare, the old man retrieved a small black box. When the box was opened, it revealed an ancient, circular disc within. It was entirely silver, palm-sized, with 9 differently colored grooves evenly distributed along its edges, a peculiar object that clearly wasn't ordinary. This is called the 9-sphere dial, the old man said solemnly, holding the object in both hands as though it were sacred. What I need you to do is fuse it with your body. Fuse it with my body. Hua Qinyu's brows furrowed tightly. What do you take me for? A vessel? No. The old man shook his head slowly, and for the first time, his voice carried a faint note of pleading. You hold the blood of the vampiric race. Your regenerative abilities surpass those of normal humans. Even if this is embedded into your body, your wounds will heal instantly, leaving no scars. What's more important is that your human lineage ensures the 9-sphere dial won't reject you. In this world, you are the only one capable of merging with it. And it's the only solution to the flaws in your condition. Once fused, your craving for blood will vanish and transform into the 7 deadly sins. The old man's words sparked a rare flicker of emotion on Hua Qinyu's cold face. Conflict and hesitation rippled across his piercing eyes. Under the old man's tense gaze, Hua Qinyu finally spoke coldly, his tone sharp. You've been using me from the very start. That's not it. Spare me the explanation, Hua Qinyu interrupted flatly, his voice strangely calm. Just get on with it. The old man froze for a moment. Kid you? Hua Qinyu's expression steadied, his face composed once more. If this truly is the only way to solve my problem, I have no reason to refuse. You're using me, and I'm using you. It's a fair exchange. The old man's gaze turned complex. In the end, he could only sigh deeply in resignation. Take off your shirt. Without hesitation, Hua Qinyu shrugged out of his jacket and pulled off his short-sleeved top, revealing a lean, toned body. His muscles were sharply defined, and his pale skin glowed eerily under the light. The old man picked up the 9-sphere dial, and suddenly, his hands erupted in searing flames. The fire licked at the metal dial, heating it rapidly. You're an elemental? Hua Qinyu's gaze shifted slightly as he took in the display of the old man's ability. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly ordinary elder harbored such power. Still, he said nothing, remaining silent as he observed. After a few moments, the old man spoke. This might hurt a bit. Hang in there. Without waiting for Hua Qinyu's response, the old man grasped the blistering 9-sphere dial in his flame-covered hand and pressed it forcefully against Hua Qinyu's exposed chest. SSSSS. The unmistakable sound of hot metal searing flesh rang out, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning skin. Pain, sharp and unrelenting, surged through Hua Qianyu's entire body. His features contorted in agony, but he clamped his teeth shut, refusing to flinch or pull away. He stood firm, enduring as the old man continued to press the scorching disc deeper into his skin. It was a suffering that could only be compared to an excruciating branding. Ah! Finally, Hua Qianyu could bear it no longer and let loose a blood-curdling scream. Sweat poured down his face in thick, rolling drops. Time felt endless, the ordeal stretching unbearably. Yet, at long last, the nine-sphere dial sank fully into his chest. Hua Qianyu could feel its solid, alien presence embedded deep within the left side of his chest. In that instant, the vampiric bloodline's powerful healing abilities sprang into action. The torn and charred flesh knit back together at a visible pace, the blemishes disappearing seamlessly. Fresh, unblemished skin quickly enveloped the embedded dial, leaving no trace of a wound. Then, almost like a mystic seal, a faint, gray sigil in the shape of a nine-petaled flower emerged over the surface where the dial rested. By this point, Hua Qianyu was utterly drained. His body gave way, and the last shreds of consciousness slipped from his grasp as he collapsed forward, utterly spent. The old man let out a breath he seemed to have been holding, stretching out an arm to steady Hua Qianyu's falling form. There was a flicker of relief in his weathered expression at last. Finally, the successor has been found. My mission is complete, the old man murmured softly, lowering Hua Qianyu onto a nearby sofa with great care. His gaze lingered on the faint, gray floral mark over the young man's chest, and a small, weary smile crept onto his lips. From his other hand, something began to materialize, a deep crimson orb that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Fire Spirit Orb. The old man spoke gently, staring at the orb as though it bore countless stories. You've journeyed with me for so many years. It's time for you to return to where you truly belong. There was a tinge of sorrow in his voice as he guided the orb closer to Hua Qianyu's flower-marked chest. In an instant, the orb dissolved into countless red particles, each scattering and sinking into Hua Qianyu's skin. Simultaneously, one petal of the nine-petaled mark bloomed with vivid red light. As the process concluded, the old man adjusted Hua Qianyu's garments delicately and draped a black coat over him. The world is changing, he murmured, his voice heavy with meaning. The strength of the awakened will determine the future of nations. From this moment on, it's all in your hands now. With a soft sigh, the elder turned away, his steps weary as he left. His hunched figure seemed to bear the weight of a lifetime spent carrying burdens too great to name. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight breached the window, spilling gently onto Hua Qianyu's strikingly handsome face. The daylight pricked at his senses, and his brows twitched faintly as he began regaining consciousness. Opened his eyes slowly, only to shut them again as the blinding sunlight hit him. It took him a while to adjust, his exhaustion evident on his face. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought for a moment before sitting up abruptly. His hand instinctively reached for his left chest. The scar from the old burn was gone. It had completely healed. There was no pain, no marks, no discomfort. It was a clear sign that his self-healing ability was still intact. Looking down, his gaze fell upon a distinctive mark on his chest. The pattern was that of a flower with 9 petals. One petal glowed a vivid red while the remaining 8 were a dull gray. Frowning in confusion, he studied the mark for a moment but didn't dwell on it. His eyes scanned the room, realizing he was still in the old man's house. Except the place was eerily empty. Hello? Is anyone here? His dry lips parted, and his voice came out raspy, rough as sandpaper. Silence. He staggered to his feet, his head pounding slightly as he rubbed at his temples. As his eyes wandered, they landed on a piece of paper atop the coffee table. Picking it up, he saw bold, confident handwriting sprawled across the sheet. Kid, we didn't spend much time together, but I can tell you lack ambition. You're the kind of person who just drifts along with life, content with the way things are. But remember this, you are destined to possess immense power. You're a gifted, awakened one. I only hope you don't waste this gift of yours. What happens when immense power lands in the hands of someone who craves nothing more than a calm, ordinary life? I'm curious to see. You're right. What we had was at heart a transaction. And now that our deal is done, this is goodbye. By the way, the villa is yours now. The keys are on the coffee table. It was nice meeting you. I hope we cross paths again someday. The signature at the bottom simply read, The Elder. After finishing the note, he shifted his gaze to the set of keys resting on the coffee table. Mixed emotions churned within him. The old man, someone he'd once dismissed as just another con artist, turned out to be far more complex than that. Perhaps not the bad person he had initially imagined. The Elder, he murmured softly, the name rolling off his lips as a trace of gratitude flickered in his blood-red eyes. He folded the paper and grabbed the keys, taking a step toward the door. Back at his own home, the first thing he did was head straight to the bathroom. After the events of the previous night, his body was drenched in sweat. To someone with even a hint of OCD like him, it was unbearable. Warm water cascaded over his face, washing away the fatigue of the long night. For the first time in ages, he felt an unshakable sense of relief. He knew it deep down. The torment that had driven him into a frenzy, the bloodlust that had haunted him relentlessly, was completely gone. I can finally live like a normal person, he murmured, closing his eyes and letting the soothing water run over him. For that fleeting moment, he felt lighter than ever before. A nightmare that had plagued him for 3 long years was finally over. After his shower, he was in his bedroom blow-drying his hair when his phone suddenly buzzed. The name Lin Yi flashed across the screen. Sliding his thumb across the screen, he answered the call. Hey, Qianyu, are you up yet? Lin Yi's voice came through brightly, brimming with excitement. While continuing to dry his hair, Qianyu replied flatly, Yeah, I'm awake. Drying my hair right now. Great. Hurry up. I'm already outside your door. Today's the big day, the ability test and awakening ceremony. Man, I can't wait anymore. Lin Yi's voice grew louder with each passing second. Qianyu frowned slightly, lowering the phone's volume. I got it. Be there in a minute. Hanging up, he grabbed a black and white baseball jacket, throwing it on as he glanced at himself in the mirror. His sharp, refined features, paired with silver hair and those piercing, slightly mischievous blood-red eyes, gave him an undeniable edge, a magnetic charm that was almost unsettling. He smirked faintly, slid his hands into his pockets, and made his way outside. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Yi was standing there. Dressed in a light blue tracksuit, his tall and athletic build complemented his friendly, sunny demeanor. His short red hair added to his vibrant energy, making him look approachable and full of life. Kept you waiting? Qianyu asked softly. Lin Yi blinked in surprise, studying him for a moment. Something's different about you today, Qianyu. Did something good happen? Is that so? Qianyu replied, unaware of his own change. He offered a faint smile. Maybe it's your imagination. That subtle smile on Qianyu's face left Lin Yi genuinely startled. He did a double take before exclaiming, No way. You look way too relaxed. Come on, there's got to be some good news. It was no wonder Lin Yi was so puzzled. The heaviness that used to cling to Qianyu like a shadow had faded away. In its place, there was an ease, almost a peacefulness, that hadn't been there before. But seeing the reluctance in Qianyu's eyes, Lin Yi chose not to press further. Instead, he chuckled and said with a shrug, All right, no biggie. As long as you're in good spirits. Oh, I brought breakfast. Buns and some tomato juice for you. He reached into his backpack, producing 4 steaming buns, a cup of soy milk, and a vibrant red tomato drink. Qianyu's attention instinctively flitted to the tomato juice, but to his own surprise, the sight of it stirred no cravings anymore. 2 are pickled vegetable, the other 2 beef. Which ones do you want? Lin Yi asked, busy organizing the items. Without a word, Qianyu stepped forward, taking 2 buns from Lin Yi's hands. To Lin Yi's shock, he picked up the lone cup of soy milk instead of the tomato juice. 1 pickled vegetable, 1 beef, Qianyu said matter-of-factly. Then, after a pause, he added with a hint of finality. Also, I don't feel like having tomato juice anymore. Lin Yi froze, staring as if he'd just witnessed a miracle. Meanwhile, Qianyu casually sipped from the soy milk, savoring its subtle sweetness. For the first time in 3 years, he was reminded, life could taste this good again. He reached for a drink other than his usual tomato juice. Taking another bite of his steamed bun, a look of deep satisfaction gradually spread across his face. This was unequivocally the most comforting breakfast he'd had in 3 years. Lin-Yi was utterly stunned, muttering under his breath, "Qinyu, what's going on with you today? Are you sick or something?" Hua Qinyu shot him a sidelong glance and replied flatly, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm perfectly fine." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Lin-Yi remarked, "But for the entire 3 years of high school, you've had a glass of tomato juice with every single meal, every single day. And now? Starting today, I won't drink it anymore." Hua Qinyu interrupted. "You don't need to prepare any for me from now on." That thing he once clung to as a lifeline, his so-called salvation, now stirred a deep, inexplicable disgust in him at just the thought. "All right then." Lin-Yi smiled faintly. "Whatever makes you happy. Although, it might take me a while to get used to it." Having prepared tomato juice for Hua Qinyu every day, the sudden absence of the routine left a strange emptiness in his heart. Hua Qinyu's posture stiffened slightly before he unexpectedly spoke again. "Lin-Yi." Lin-Yi responded, puzzled. "Thank you." Hua Qinyu smiled softly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "I'm really lucky to have a friend like you." For the past 3 years, no matter how cold and distant he was towards others, only Lin-Yi had remained by his side. It became almost like second nature, 3 glasses of tomato juice, every single day, for 3 whole years. In Hua Qinyu's isolated and emotionally barren world, Lin-Yi's sincerity had been like a ray of light. Even on days when he wrestled with the darkest, bloodthirsty urges, that light kept him grounded. Beneath Hua Qinyu's stoic exterior lay a tender heart that could feel Lin-Yi's unwavering kindness. Lin-Yi's smile reached his eyes as he patted Hua Qinyu's shoulder. "Why the formalities? I've always thought of you as a brother. And between brothers, there's no need to be so polite." Before the words fully settled, Lin-Yi suddenly seemed to realize something. As though startled by his own audacity, he quickly withdrew his hand from Hua Qinyu's shoulder and stammered, "I didn't mean to touch you, Qinyu." To his surprise, Hua Qinyu didn't mind at all. Instead, he grasped Lin-Yi's retreating hand, firmly holding it in his own. The unexpected contact sent a visible jolt through Lin-Yi's emotions. "You, Lin-Yi," Hua Qinyu said directly, his crimson-tinged eyes now lit with clarity. "You said we're brothers." He locked eyes with Lin-Yi. "That's something I'll remember." The morning breeze rustled gently around them, lifting their hair in the glow of dawn. For a brief, shining moment, the scene looked utterly picturesque. The serene silence didn't last long. Just as Lin-Yi's lips parted, ready to say something, Hua Qinyu released his grip and calmly shoved his hands back into his pockets before turning away. "Let's go. Isn't the ability test starting? The ability awakening you've been so eager about. We'll witness it together." He strode forward with a light-hearted smile, his mood as bright as the clear morning air. Last night's ordeal had felt like a rebirth. What he previously saw as a mundane, unremarkable ability awakening now seemed like something to look forward to, even if just a little. Lin-Yi stood rooted in place, his thoughts in a daze until Hua Qinyu's figure started disappearing from view. Snapping back to reality, he called out and hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, Qinyu, wait for me." At Jiangxing University's affiliated high school, the setting for the ability aptitude test, a growing crowd of students gathered at the school gates. The wide entryway was quickly packed to the brim. For all students from the Huaxia Federation, this test was nothing short of a life-changing event. Successfully awakening a special ability meant immediate admission to one of the Federation's exclusive academies for ability users, regardless of academic scores. With ability users enjoying tremendous privileges and resources, this test represented a shot at an entirely new life, potentially one that could change everything for kids from ordinary families. It wasn't surprising to see many students being accompanied by their parents. "Son, you've got this. I'm sure you'll awaken an ability and make us proud." "Sweetheart, no pressure, okay? Relax. Even if you don't, your great academics will take you far in the future. Listen, brat, you better awaken something, or you're getting whacked when you get home." The air was a cacophony of parental support, encouragement, and anticipation. Yet, none of it pertained to Hua Qinyu or Lin-Yi. Hua Qianyu's parents had been living overseas for as long as he could remember. Accustomed to fending for himself, he seldom contacted them. As for Lin Yi, while he came from a wealthy family, his relationship with his parents was fraught and distant. He'd hardly expect them to escort him for something like this. The two of them strolled side by side, their striking appearances immediately drawing attention from the crowd, particularly among the girls. Look, it's Hua Qianyu, the school's heartthrob genius. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome, one girl exclaimed, pointing in their direction, her eyes practically sparkling with admiration. In an instant, nearly every girl in the vicinity turned their gaze toward the duo. Wait, isn't that Linny with him? The two school idols actually showed up together. OMG, look at them. Both of them are ridiculously good-looking. Hua Qianyu, the aloof prince. If I could just have one proper conversation with him before we graduate, I'd be happy for life. Forget it. When have you ever seen him talk much? He only seems to open up when he's with Linny. Ugh, why do all the good-looking guys only hang out with each other? Give us a chance. While the girls swooned and chattered, an annoying voice abruptly cut into the mix. It was dripping with scorn. Seriously? Hua Qianyu and Linny? They're just a couple of pretty boys. Who knows if either of them can even awaken an ability? The insult came from a tall, lanky guy with bleach yellow hair, his mouth curved in mockery. However, before he could relish his own words, he suddenly found himself surrounded by a mob of furious fans. Shut it. Who the hell are you to diss our idols? Felt a faint warmth spreading from their palms. The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the crystals as everyone waited for any sign of activation. One by one, the crystals either lit up or stayed dim. A bright glow meant the candidate had successfully awakened an ability, while a dull response signaled failure. Out of the first group, only 2 crystals glowed brightly, casting a soft, radiant light that seemed to illuminate not just the candidates, but everyone's hopes and fears. The 2 lucky individuals were immediately congratulated by the surrounding students, their expressions a mix of shock and euphoric relief. Wow, 2 out of 10, Linny whispered, leaning closer to Hua Qianyu. That's actually better than average. Looks like this year might be promising. Hua Qianyu, however, remained impassive. His silver hair fluttered slightly in the breeze, and his red-tinted eyes seemed distant, as if he was observing everything from a place far removed. The second group was called, then the third, with a similar pattern playing out. Some stepped away from the crystals in triumph, while others tried to hide their disappointment and forced a smile to save face. As the testing continued, Lin Yi grew visibly restless. When are they going to call us? I feel like my nerves are about to snap. Hua Qianyu chuckled softly, his calm demeanor unshaken. Relax. Stress isn't going to make those crystals glow any brighter. Easy for you to say, Linny muttered, stealing a glance at him. You don't seem to care if you awaken or not. Before Hua Qianyu could reply, the next group of names was announced. Finally, it included both of them. Linny took a deep breath and straightened his back. Here we go, he said, his voice heavy with anticipation. The two of them stepped forward with 8 other students, and the tension hung even thicker in the air now. Everyone's eyes followed them as they approached the 10 crystals lined up in a neat row at the front of the crowd. Place your right hand on the crystal and keep it there for 10 seconds, the testing official instructed, his tone devoid of emotion. Lin Yi was quick to comply, his hand trembling ever so slightly as he touched the glassy surface of the crystal. Hua Qianyu followed more leisurely, as if he were participating in a casual classroom experiment rather than a life-changing event. Immediately, the students began to focus, silently willing the crystals to react. For some, the suspense proved too much, and a few students clenched their fists or muttered anxious prayers under their breath. Lin Yi's crystals started to glow faintly after a few seconds, and his heart leapt into his throat. The light wasn't as radiant as the best awakenings they had seen earlier, but it was enough, a tangible sign that he had succeeded. Yes, he said under his breath, his eyes wide with exhilaration. Near him, Hua Qianyu's crystal, at first, remained indifferent and dark. A few students whispered, already beginning to assume that the silver-haired boy wouldn't awaken. But then something extraordinary happened. With a sudden surge, the crystal before Hua Qianyu drowned in light, a fierce and profound radiance blinding enough that even the testing official stepped back in surprise. It wasn't just glowing. It pulsated, sending ripples of energy that everyone in the vicinity could feel. Gasps erupted from the crowd as every eye turned to him. Holy crap! Lin Yi exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his own success. What the hell did you just do? Hua Qianyu removed his hand as if nothing had happened, his expression unreadable. Though his casual demeanor suggested indifference, there was a clear intelligence and depth in his gaze as he observed the reactions around him. What just happened? One of the testing officials murmured to another, their faces a mixture of confusion and awe. His compatibility with the crystal, no, with energy itself, is off the charts, the other replied in amazement. Even from the viewing platform, Zhang Juanlong's piercing eyes narrowed as he observed the scene. Leaning forward slightly, he rested his chin on his hand with intrigue. Interesting, he muttered to himself, focusing entirely on Hua Qianyu. This one, he's different. For the first time, the composed and aloof vice principal seemed genuinely captivated by a student. Holding their breath, they waited for fate's verdict. The entire field fell silent in an instant, every eye fixed on the 10 crystal stones. No one wanted to miss this rare chance to witness the awakening ceremony up close. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, time seemed to stretch infinitely. 10 seconds passed, yet the 10 crystals remained dull and lifeless, a murky gray with no sign of change. The tester appeared unfazed, as if long accustomed to such results. Without a hint of emotion, he picked up the list and, in a flat tone, announced, "Awakening failed. Next group." This calm statement dropped like a bomb in the crowd of examinees, causing an uproar. What? Not a single success out of 10 people. Is awakening powers really this difficult? I'm doomed. If I fail to awaken, my dad's going to beat the life out of me. Am I really destined to live the rest of my life as an ordinary person? Amid the buzz of discussions, the first group of 10 examinees left the testing area with slumped shoulders. For them, the result meant they'd forever lose the chance to bask in the glow of being a gifted. As harsh as reality was, it made no exceptions for anyone. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly and muttered to Lin Yi by his side. It seems the success rate of awakening is much lower than we thought. He glanced at Lin Yi, who looked pale. Lowering his voice, Hua Qianyu reassured him, "Relax. Don't stress yourself out." Lin Yi gave a faint nod, forcing a weak smile. "Qianyu, I honestly envy your mindset. You seem so at ease, like you don't feel any pressure at all." Hua Qianyu shrugged indifferently. "What's the point in worrying? It's fate. If it's not meant to be, struggling won't change a thing." Silence. A commanding voice rang out from the stands, instantly silencing the chatter below. "You must understand," Zhang Junlong, the man on the platform, boomed with authority. "This exam is to select the very best for the nation. On a global scale, only about 30% of test takers manage to awaken powers each year." His voice was weighty, each word reaching the ears of everyone present. "You need to prepare yourselves for failure. Don't think too highly of yourselves, and certainly don't overestimate your abilities. Only by approaching this ceremony with humility can you reduce the risk of succumbing to mental pressure and failing." Now, the second group of examinees, continue with the test. Silence descended once more over the grounds. The second group stepped forward, and soon their test began. This time, one of the 10 crystals finally reacted. It emitted a faint green glow, weak but unmistakable. "Chun Tianyu, elemental attribute. Wind," the tester announced. "Yes. Ha ha ha, yes." Chun Tianyu erupted with joy, leaping into the air. He shouted at those around him, "I did it. I've awakened as a gifted. I made it." Envious gazes immediately turned his way, fueling his pride as he held his head high. But before the grin could fully settle on his face, the tester's icy voice rang out once more. "Compatibility rate, 37%. Disqualified." Chun Tianyu's laughter ceased abruptly, his smug expression instantly freezing. "What?" He blurted out in disbelief, confusion written all over his face. "Didn't you see?" The crystal lit up. "I have wind powers." The tester shot him a cold, dismissive glance. "To qualify as gifted, your elemental compatibility must reach at least 60%. A meager 37% like yours is far too weak to support any actual abilities." With a harsher tone, he clarified, 60%. That's the absolute minimum. If you're even at 59%, you're still unqualified. The words hit Chen Tianyu like lightning, his entire body growing cold. Just moments ago, he'd been soaring on the wings of triumph, only to plummet straight into devastation. The stark contrast left him utterly stunned, standing there in a daze until the staff forcibly escorted him away. The field grew heavy with an oppressive tension. Passions and confidence that once burned brightly in the examinees began to dim, eroded by the harsh realities they were confronting. Zhang Junlong observed everything from the platform with cold eyes, his expression impassive. Year after year, he had presided over countless awakening ceremonies, his reactions evolving from initial sympathy to pity and finally to complete numbness. He knew all too well, in this volatile world, there was no room for compassion, no space for moral hesitation. In the face of absolute power and humanity's endless greed, even the slightest indulgence could prove fatal. Only by cultivating true powerhouses could their nation maintain its position at the heart of the global stage, a position unshakable and eternal. The awakening ceremony continued in its somber rhythm. Compared to the initial excitement and hopeful anticipation, a noticeable gloom now hung over the remaining examinees. The spark in their eyes flickered weaker with every round. By now, 46 groups, a total of 460 students, had completed the test. Of them, only 156 crystals reacted. And out of that group, only 129 individuals achieved a compatibility rate of 60% or higher. The other 27, just like Chun Tianyu, were mercilessly eliminated. Thus far, the highest compatibility rate recorded was a mere 74%. None had even broken past 80%. On the high platform, Zhang Juanlong's face darkened, his dismay no longer concealed. This cohort was worse than he expected, arguably the worst he had ever seen. Shaking his head, he slumped back into his chair and sighed. Looks like this trip was a waste of time. At this rate, not one of them will qualify for Jiangxing University of Gifted Abilities. Not with a compatibility rate below 75%. The personnel accompanying him wore similarly grave expressions, none daring to speak. Meanwhile, the 50th, the second group's ability awakening test had begun, and Lin Yi was right in the thick of it. Lin Yi, relax, don't be nervous. Hua Qinyu softly reminded him from the back as she watched his figure moving forward. Lin Yi didn't turn around. He simply waved a hand behind him, signaling her not to worry. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned serious. Slowly, he positioned his right hand on the testing crystal, his eyes fixated on it with unwavering focus. A faint red glow began to appear before his eyes. Initially just a tiny speck, it quickly spread, becoming as dazzling as the sun. All eyes in the room were immediately drawn to it. Zhang Junlong, who had just sat down moments ago, instinctively stood up again in disbelief. Lin Yi, Fire Element Affinity, 89%. Excellent. Hu Feng, Wood Element Affinity, 63%. Passable. This round of testing had unexpectedly produced 2 qualified candidates. But the real shock was Lin Yi's unheard-of Fire Element Affinity, an astounding 89%. Even the typically stoic testing staff couldn't conceal their surprise. Their faces lit up with astonishment. Did you guys hear that? 89%, 89. That's Lin Yi. That guy? The fire element with an affinity of 89. He's the highest-ranking awakened we've seen so far. Oh my god, not only is he handsome, but his talent is off the charts. It's so unfair. Some people have it all. Talent, looks, how are we supposed to compete? Until then, the awakening tests had been relatively uneventful. But Lin Yi's performance was like a lightning strike, instantly electrifying the previously static atmosphere. Even the usually calm and composed Hua Qinyu looked stunned for a moment before breaking into a genuine smile. I knew it. You really are something. Guess I worried for nothing. Fire element affinity at 89%. You're as remarkable as you'd hoped. On the stage, Zhang Junlong could no longer sit still. He leapt down from the platform and briskly approached Lin Yi, brimming with excitement. Young man, my name is Zhang Junlong, and I represent Jiangxing Power University. I would like to sincerely invite you to apply to our institution, he said passionately. As soon as Zhang's words landed, the room erupted like a powder keg. How is this even possible? Why does Lin Yi get a personal invitation from the vice principal? I'm so jealous. Is this what it's like to be treated like a prodigy? Lin Yi, man, you're gonna make enemies out of sheer envy. Lin Yi, the man at the center of all this attention, gradually calmed the excitement surging inside him. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he smiled and politely declined, saying, "Thank you, Principal Zhang. I'm honored by your kind words. However, my friend hasn't participated in the awakening ceremony yet, and the tests aren't over. Could I give you my response a little later, if that's all right?" Jiangxing Power University was one of the top-tier schools, renowned alongside the prestigious institutions in the capitals of the empire. With an offer like this from none other than its vice principal, it was undoubtedly an enticing opportunity. Still, Lin Yi was determined to stay by his friend Hua Qianyu's side until her awakening test was done. Following Lin Yi's gaze, Zhang Junlong spotted the silver-haired boy, Hua Qianyu, who was wearing a broad smile, clearly thrilled for Lin Yi's success. Zhang's eyes narrowed thoughtfully before he suddenly made a decision. "You there, the silver-haired kid. What's your name?" he asked. "Hua Qianyu," the boy answered calmly. "Good, Hua Qianyu," Zhang Junlong declared with a grin. "Come here. I'll let you test next." Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, puzzled. That doesn't seem to follow the rules, does it? The tests were conducted in a strict order. Changing that sequence could stir dissatisfaction among the other candidates. But Zhang Junlong was undeterred. Raising an eyebrow, he replied with a confident and authoritative tone, "During an awakening ceremony, my words are the rules. Adjusting the order isn't breaking any." Truthfully, with a once-in-a-lifetime talent like Lin Yi, Zhang was going to pull out all the stops to ensure he wasn't snatched up by competing schools. If all it took was a small procedural adjustment to secure even a slim chance of success, Zhang knew it was a gamble worth making. "All right," Hua Qianyu reluctantly nodded. Since the chief examiner had already made the call, there was no point in protesting. Under the weight of the room's expectant gazes, Hua Qianyu walked forward. Extending his pale, slender hand, he gently placed it on the testing crystal. Buzz! A strange humming sound filled the room as the crystal in Hua Qianyu's hand suddenly erupted into a radiant brilliance, its golden light illuminating the room like the sun. Waves of searing heat radiated outward from him, spreading across the chamber. At the same time, Hua Qianyu felt a faint burning sensation in his chest, a sensation that dragged him back to memories of a night engulfed in flames. Zhang Junlong's initial expression of anticipation swiftly morphed into one of utter joy, an even greater joy than when Lin Yi had shown his incredible affinity moments ago. The testing staff, hands trembling in disbelief, managed to stammer out, "Hua Qianyu, fire element affinity, compatibility." The words caught in his throat as his voice quivered. Compatibility, 100%. Perfect. Silence. Absolute pin-drop silence. The entire room froze in stunned silence. Then, as if the realization had suddenly dawned on everyone simultaneously, the place erupted into chaos. "Oh my God, it's Hua Qianyu. A perfect match for the fire element. What kind of monster is he? Not only is he ridiculously good-looking, smart, and talented, now he's got a 100% compatibility too? Is he even human? My dream guy is literally perfect. How can someone be this amazing? Hua Qianyu, you're so dazzling it's almost infuriating." As for Hua Qianyu himself, he stood there utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined awakening with a perfect fire element compatibility. This level of luck, wasn't it just a little too much? Frowning slightly, his fingertips instinctively brushed against his chest, where the faint heat still lingered. Something about this didn't feel random. Deep down, his gut told him, this was no coincidence. "Qianyu, Qianyu." Lin Yi's voice broke through Hua Qianyu's train of thought. He lifted his head and replied absent-mindedly, "Oh, what's up?" Lin Yi gave him a strong pat on the shoulder, practically shouting with excitement. "What are you daydreaming about? Qianyu, you're a perfect compatibility user. This is amazing. We can both get into Jiangxing Academy for supernatural abilities now." "Yeah." The corners of Hua Qianyu's eyes curved slightly as he offered a genuine smile. Nearby, Zhang Junlong finally snapped out of his thoughts. His expression suddenly turned serious, and he spoke with great formality. Hua Qinyu, Lin Yi, as the vice principal of Jiangxing Academy for Supernatural Abilities, I am officially inviting both of you to enroll in our institution. I promise that our academy will provide access to every available resource to cultivate your talents to the fullest. If Lin Yi could be called an extraordinary talent, then Hua Qinyu was a once-in-a-century prodigy. Zhang Junlong never imagined that a seemingly casual day would lead him to discover not one, but two exceptional individuals who exceeded all expectations. A perfect compatibility user with fire abilities. This was only the second occurrence since the global supernatural awakening a century ago. Historically, every perfect compatibility user had risen to become one of the top figures in Huaxia, the divine nation. And today, he had actually encountered one himself? Zhang Juanlong's expression grew exceedingly solemn even as his heart raced with unequaled excitement and pressure. He knew all too well that when the martial exams concluded, universities specializing in supernatural abilities from across the country would stop at nothing to recruit these two. Jiangxing Academy for Supernatural Abilities had the advantage of being local, but Zhang Junlong knew he had to act decisively, offering the best possible conditions to secure Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi's commitment to the school. What do you think? Hua Qinyu turned to Lin Yi, his tone calm. For him, the choice of school didn't matter much. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for even a second. Qinyu, let's go with Jiangxing Academy. We talked about this already, didn't we? Plus, being close to home is convenient. All right. Hua Qinyu nodded, turning to Zhang Junlong and offering a polite bow. Vice Principal Zhang, we'll be in your care from now on. Haha, not at all. No trouble at all. Zhang Juanlong's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Having you both come to our school is a tremendous honor and blessing for us. We'll welcome you with open arms. Zhang Junlong was practically beaming, his eyes narrowing into delighted crescents. Today's awakening event had truly turned into a goldmine for him. If other academies got wind of this, the envy would be palpable. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, Laofeng. Quickly retrieve the academic records of students Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. This is urgent. Make it fast, and don't let anyone else get ahead of us. And also, print 2 admission letters immediately and have them sent to me. I want to hand them out personally. Don't ask why, just get it done first. I'll explain everything when I'm back. Hanging up, Zhang Junlong finally exhaled a long breath, a triumphant smile stretching across his face. He had not only completed his mission for the day, but overachieved. It was finally time to report back victoriously. The sight left Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi somewhat stunned. Neither had expected the vice principal of a prestigious academy to act so eagerly and meticulously over just 2 students. Haha, Qinyu, and you too, little E, Zhang Junlong said, rubbing his hands with an almost sheepish smile. Stick around for a bit, okay? As soon as the admission letters arrive, I'll arrange for someone to escort you home. All right. The two exchanged glances before nodding. Zhang Juanlong's arrangements were truly flawless, a seamless flow of procedures as he handled everything with incredible efficiency. It was clear why he had earned his place at the top of one of the country's elite institutions, with his sharp decisiveness and impeccable attention to detail. As time passed, Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi quietly stood behind the vice principal, observing the rest of the awakening ceremony. Compared to their earlier spectacular results, the subsequent awakenings were underwhelming. A few awakenings did occur, but none exceeded an 80% compatibility rate. Zhang Junlong grew visibly bored, stifling yawns as his interest waned. His attention repeatedly drifted back to his 2 prized recruits, occasionally striking up casual conversation with them. So, Little, do you have any particular dreams? Go on, tell me. I'll do my best to help you achieve them. No, not really. No? And what about you, Qinyu? Nothing in particular. Haha, as expected of such exceptional talents, so modest and unassuming. Great, great. Zhang Junlong laughed, clearly pleased. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Let me tell you something. Jiangxing Academy not only has top-notch facilities and excellent teaching resources, but it's also home to quite a few lovely ladies. You're bound to enjoy your time there, boys. Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Finally, the last batch of students completed their tests, marking the official end of this supernatural awakening-centered examination. Hua Qinyu quietly calculated in his head. Out of 997 students, only 296 successfully awakened supernatural abilities, less than 30%. The success rate for awakenings was staggeringly low. Just as the exam concluded, the admission letters that Zhang Junlong had arranged for were delivered. Under Zhang Junlong's beaming gaze, Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi each took hold of their life-changing letters. The cover designs were intricate, featuring the coexistence of volcanoes and glaciers, storms entwined with lightning. At the top were 11 bold characters, admission letter to Jiangqing Academy for supernatural abilities. This was a symbol of national pride, the dream of countless youths. Yet, Hua Qinyu's expression remained calm, showing no trace of excitement. "Thank you," he said simply, before casually handing the letter to Lin Yi, who seamlessly tucked it away in his 随你的便，但不要被打出问题。两人跟随教练来到一片空旷的区域，按照他的指导开始做基本的身体活动。尽管异能者的身体素质不同于普通人，但在这样严谨的环境下，热身是必不可少的步骤。林毅显得精力充沛，兴致盎然地看向每一处，而花千羽则简单完成动作后，靠在旁边的墙壁上静静思考。他的思绪漂浮不定，目光偶尔下意识地飘过手心，仿佛那儿再一次升起了昨晚的红色火焰。擂台上，一场新的较量即将开始，而这里能否带给他们全新的认知，谁也说不准。Being able to climb into the upper middle echelons of society came with perks that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The martial arts gym owner quickly noticed Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi as they entered, and he immediately greeted them with a broad smile. "Hey, you two young men here to learn some martial arts?" "Yes, sir. Could you arrange for a personal trainer for us?" Lin Yi stepped forward with a polite smile. Hearing this, the owner's grin grew even wider. He puffed out his chest and bragged, "Oh, young man, you've come to the right place. We have several professional martial arts trainers here. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Lin Yi didn't waste any time. "Then what are we waiting for? Get us the best one right away." The owner's expression froze briefly, then shifted to a slightly hesitant look. He said awkwardly, "But the price is a bit steep. Just say the number." "How much are we talking?" Lin Yi's brow twitched slightly in irritation. It was almost imperceptible, but he couldn't believe the owner dared to question his ability to pay. "For the two of you." The owner slowly raised one finger while discreetly watching for Lin Yi's reaction. "This many per day." Lin Yi glanced at the owner's hand and remained utterly unfazed. He answered in a calm tone, "No problem. 1,000 a day, huh? Book us for 7 days." Puffed. The tea the owner had just sipped suddenly sprayed out in shock. He stammered incredulously. How much? 1,000 per day? Isn't it 1,000? Lin Yi questioned with a puzzled look, his calm demeanor unwavering. The owner was momentarily stunned. Looking at these two young men with their confident aura and casual talk of hefty sums, he could tell they were from wealthy families, without a doubt. After several seconds of silence, the owner quickly adjusted his tone to one of respect. Sir, actually our price is 100 per day. For 7 days, that'd be just 700 total." "So cheap?" Lin Yi was genuinely surprised. In his mind, martial arts gyms were prestigious places that demanded high fees. He hadn't expected it to be this affordable. With a subtle nod, he pulled out his card as if it were nothing. "Go ahead, charge it." $700 was pocket change to him, not even worth a second thought. Hua Qinyu had been silently observing from behind the entire time. This was his first time stepping into a martial arts gym, so he had no real frame of reference for its pricing. From his perspective, $700 did seem incredibly reasonable. The owner eagerly took Lin Yi's card, processed the payment, and then returned with an even friendlier demeanor, saying, "Gentlemen, please follow me." He led them to a private room at the back. The room was spacious, complete with a large sparring ring in the center, surrounded by various high-end fitness equipment. In the middle of the room, a muscular, dark-skinned middle-aged man was doing push-ups at an unbelievably fast pace. His breathing was steady, and most impressive of all, not a single bead of sweat was dripping off him. A bit of skill. Hua Qinyu thought to himself. It seems these so-called martial artists are not as weak as he had imagined. Master Wang, these two students want to learn martial arts. I'll leave them to you. The boss shouted loudly. Then he turned to Hua Qinyu and the other person. Dear guests, this is Master Wang of our martial arts school, Wang Chun, a level 1 martial artist. You can follow Master Wang and learn well. After speaking, the boss left the private room. Once outside, he looked at the text message on his phone showing the payment received and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! A net profit of 6,300. I'm such a kind-hearted person, even rejecting a huge sum of 70,000. I'm just too virtuous, huh? At this moment, inside the private room of the martial arts school, Wang Chun, who was doing push-ups, slowly stood up. His skin was dark, his short black hair neatly trimmed, and his sharp gaze, combined with his solid muscles, made him look intimidating and fierce. He first glanced sideways at Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi, then said disdainfully in a rough voice, "So you two kids want to learn martial arts?" "Yes, we would appreciate your guidance, Master Wang," Lin Yi nodded, responding very politely. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun couldn't help but scrutinize the two of them again, his eyes filled with judgment and contempt. Coach Wang Chun sized them up and down, the disdain on his face growing stronger. "With your delicate and tender looks, you want to learn martial arts?" Lin Yi's expression instantly darkened, and even Hua Qinyu beside him frowned slightly. They had been underestimated. It was no surprise, though, judging by their appearance, they indeed didn't look like they could endure hardship, most likely mistaken for wealthy young masters here to experience life. Hua Qinyu met Wang Chen's gaze and spoke coldly. "That doesn't seem to concern you. We've paid, and all you need to do is perform your duties." Wang Chun raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. "Kid's got some nerve. But I dare say, with the way you are, you won't last an hour." "Huh?" Lin Yi's voice was low, tinged with anger. "I call you coach, out of respect, but you keep belittling us. Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Don't be fooled by how Lin Yi acts like a docile lamb in front of Hua Qinyu. Deep down, he's got a fiery temper. Having been pampered since childhood, he's never had to endure such treatment. Wang Chen not only didn't get angry, but even laughed. He turned around, leisurely pointing to a strength-testing machine in the corner, and said casually, "Kid, see that? If you can hit 150 kilograms, I'll acknowledge you and apologize. If you can't, stay here for 7 days, and then get lost." He looked at them provocatively. "So what do you say? Dare to try?" Their gazes were immediately drawn to the machine. A strength-testing machine? Hua Qinyu's face remained expressionless, but a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that a 150-kilogram impact force was almost the limit for an average adult male. For high school graduates like them, this was clearly a deliberate challenge. While Hua Qinyu was calculating his options, Lin Yi had already walked toward the machine, muttering excitedly, "All right, just 150 kilograms, right? I'll show you." With that, he raised his fist, ready to strike. "Wait a moment." Hua Qinyu suddenly called out to him. Lin Yi stopped his movement and turned back, puzzled. Hua Qinyu looked at Wang Chun and calmly asked, "Can we use the momentum of our bodies?" Wang Chun was a bit surprised. "Oh, you actually know about that. Of course, no problem. I'm not about to bully you two," he said casually, not taking the two of them seriously at all. "There's one more issue." Hua Qinyu nodded and continued. "If you lose, just apologizing, don't you think that's too small a price to pay?" His deep gaze locked onto Wang Chun, inexplicably causing the latter to feel a trace of unease. "Then what do you want?" Wang Chun frowned, his momentum weakening slightly. Hua Qinyu's eyes sharpened, his voice low and powerful. "If you lose, for the next 7 days, I want you to personally join us and practice." Wang Chun was stunned upon hearing this, then burst into deafening laughter. "Ha! Fine, no problem. As long as you have the ability, I'll agree to anything." "All right." Hua Qinyu's expression remained unchanged as she turned to Lin Yi and instructed, "Lin Yi, take a running start to gain momentum, then focus all your strength. This will make it easier to succeed." Lin Yi grinned confidently. Don't worry, Chinyu. Today, I'll let this uncle see what I'm capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi took a few steps back, then suddenly accelerated forward. His right fist, carrying the sound of the wind, slammed fiercely into the sensing area of the strength tester. Bang! With a muffled sound, the numbers on the display screen soared rapidly. 10, 50, 100. Finally, it slowly stopped at 163. Wang Chen's eyes almost popped out as he exclaimed in shock and anger, "Good kid, you've got some strength." Hua Qianyu merely smiled faintly, as if not surprised at all. 150 kilograms might have been an impossible feat for the former Lin Yi, but for him, now awakened with superpowers, it was a piece of cake. Although no changes were visible on the outside, his physical condition had been growing stronger day by day with the help of his fire-based abilities. "Qinyu, I did it." Lin Yi raised his fist and smiled at Hua Qianyu. "Congratulations." Hua Qianyu smiled back. Lin Yi turned his head and smugly said to Wang Chun, "So, old man, I hit 150 kilograms. Aren't you going to apologize now?" "Humph." Wang Chun snorted coldly, stubbornly saying, "You managed it, kid, but what about that silver-haired boy? He hasn't tried yet." His sharp gaze shot toward Hua Qianyu, who had remained calm and indifferent the entire time. He calculated in his mind, this silver-haired boy doesn't look as sturdy as that red-haired kid. His face is as pale as paper, clearly weak. There's no way he can succeed. Hua Qianyu calmly walked up to the strength tester. Just as he was about to make his move, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask, "Can I try twice?" "Okay." Wang Chun waved his hand impatiently. He just wanted to end this farce quickly. Only then did Hua Qianyu turn around and casually throw a punch at the sensor. Bang! After a not-so-loud impact sound, the number on the display quickly jumped to 51 and then stopped. Puffed ha! Wang Chen clutched his stomach and laughed out loud, mocking disdainfully. "Kid, are you even capable? You're not even as good as a woman, ha." Hua Qianyu completely ignored his ridicule and instead savored the feeling he had just experienced. Though he carried the bloodline of the vampires, he had never properly tested his strength, so he had no idea what to expect. If he accidentally unleashed a terrifying number, it might just scare Wang Chun into doubting his own existence. So, he decided to test the waters first and get a sense of his power level. "So 51 kilograms is this light, huh?" Hua Qianyu murmured to himself, throwing another punch effortlessly. Boom. This time, the sound was much heavier, and the numbers on the display skyrocketed to 150. Wang Chen's eyes instantly widened in shock, and his laughter got stuck in his throat. 150 kilograms, no more, no less, was exactly the threshold Wang Chun had set. Hua Qianyu calmly withdrew his arm and asked indifferently, "Is this good enough? How is this possible?" Wang Chen's expression completely changed. He stared in shock and said, You didn't even exert any force." Just now, Hua Qianyu hadn't even moved his feet. It looked like he casually waved his hand in place, yet he managed to produce a force of 150 kilograms. You have to know, for an average adult relying solely on muscle strength, it's hard to exceed 50 kilograms with a punch. How did this seemingly frail-looking guy pull it off? Wang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that this machine is broken?" "Hey, uncle, what do you mean by that?" "Lost, and now trying to back out." Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to speak. "Don't rush, let me try first," Wang Chen said, stepping around Hua Qianyu, clenching his dark fist tightly and throwing a punch with astonishing speed, even stirring up a gust of wind. Clang! The strength tester shook violently, and the number soared from 150 to 250. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise in her eyes. This uncle seems like he didn't even use his full strength. "Not broken," Wang Chen muttered under his breath, his expression instantly shifting unpredictably. He turned around, and his gaze toward Hua Qianyu became incredibly complex. "Sorry, kid." Wang Chen's voice softened, carrying a hint of apology. "Judging by your build, I thought you were just for show. I didn't expect both of you to be quite impressive. A bet's a bet. For the next 7 days, I'll do my best to teach you some combat techniques." He paused, then added, "Of course, I'll also personally spar with you during practice." Wang Chun crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Hua Qianyu. It was the first time someone had made such a request, and he found himself inexplicably looking forward to it. Very well. Hua Qianyu's lips curved into a faint smile. She casually took off her jacket and said leisurely, "Then let's begin." In the following time, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi followed Wang Chun to learn the most basic combat techniques. To make things difficult for them, Wang Chun deliberately sped up the demonstration and only performed each move once, never repeating it. At first, Lin Yi couldn't keep up at all. After all, as a beginner, it was hard to adapt to Wang Chun's fluid and seamless movements. But he clearly underestimated Hua Qianyu's abilities. No matter how fast Wang Chun's movements were, Hua Qianyu could always instantly and perfectly replicate them, her actions so smooth that it didn't seem like she was learning for the first time. In Hua Qianyu's eyes, Wang Chun's rapid movements were nothing more than frame-by-frame still images, like photos captured by a camera, with every detail clearly visible. Her dynamic vision had long surpassed the limits of human capability. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the training ground. On the surface, it appeared that Wang Chun was instructing the two of them, but in reality, Wang Chun was guiding Hua Qianyu, and Hua Qianyu was then guiding Lin Yi. As a result, their combat training progressed exceptionally smoothly. This made Wang Chun very unwilling. He had suffered a setback with Hua Qianyu and had originally wanted to see the two of them flustered and begging for mercy. But with Hua Qianyu around, that idea was destined to fail. As time went on, even the inexperienced Lin Yi gradually adapted to Wang Chun's pace. Without needing Hua Qianyu's guidance, he could keep up with the rhythm. The progress of the two repeatedly shattered Wang Chun's expectations. From initial disdain to now taking them seriously, his inner astonishment became increasingly difficult to conceal. What shocked him even more was Hua Qianyu's proactive request to spar. Wang Chun had initially thought he could just go through the motions, but the reality far exceeded his imagination. Whether it was speed, strength, reflexes, or combat skills, Hua Qianyu was top-notch. Not only could he fight Wang Chun to a standstill, but he also appeared completely at ease, handling everything effortlessly. This plunged Wang Chun into a period of self-doubt. Had he gotten weaker? After several bouts, he suddenly realized, with Hua Qianyu's level of skill, there was no need for him to train at the martial arts gym. Most likely, he was just pretending to be a novice to pass the time. This conclusion made him feel extremely aggrieved. Fight. He couldn't beat Hua Qianyu. Argue. He was somewhat in the wrong. In the end, Wang Chun could only vent his frustration on someone slightly weaker. Wang Chun's fists rained down on Lin Yi, each strike merciless. But Lin Yi wasn't a pushover. Though he lacked Hua Qianyu's comprehensive skills, he had a fierce determination in his bones, and every move targeted Wang Chun's vital points. Wang Chun had to block while enduring Hua Qianyu's warning gaze, not daring to use excessive force. Thus, under Hua Qianyu's protection, Wang Chun became a full-fledged sparring partner. A professional fighter, reduced to being restrained by two rookies. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. By the 7th day, Wang Chun felt he couldn't gain any advantage against Hua Qianyu, and even dealing with Lin Yi's attacks had become increasingly difficult. In the private room of the martial arts gym, the muscular Wang Chun was fiercely exchanging blows with Hua Qianyu on the ring. He launched relentless attacks, only to have them effortlessly neutralized by Hua Qianyu. Below the ring, Lin Yi watched with wide eyes. 7 days of training had made his demeanor much steadier, and his gaze had grown deeper. On the stage, Hua Qianyu slightly tilted his head, dodging Wang Chun's powerful punch. Then, he swiftly struck, firmly grabbing his wrist, a hint of mockery on his handsome face. "Mr. Wang, your strength isn't quite up to par." Wang Chun's face darkened as he panted heavily and said, "I really didn't expect that your strength would be this formidable. And that red-haired kid over there, his progress is simply beyond my imagination." As he spoke, he suddenly pulled back his right fist, spun his body in midair, and delivered a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at Hua Qianyu's face. Hua Qianyu's eyes sharpened as he effortlessly raised his arm to block, then smiled faintly and said, "Is there a possibility that you're just too weak?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qianyu twisted his arm, grabbed Wang Chun's leg with one hand, and slammed his entire body forcefully toward the ground. With a loud bang, Wang Qin's body crashed heavily onto the ground, his face hitting first, leaving him in a pitiful state. "Qin Yu, you won." Lin Yi excitedly rubbed his hands together below the stage and said with a smile, "Uncle Wang, now it's my turn." Wang Qin stood up with a grim face and roared fiercely, "You little brat, I couldn't beat Qian Yu, but I can still deal with you. Get up here." "That's not necessarily the case." Lin Yi smiled confidently, performed a beautiful backflip, and landed steadily on the stage. "Kid, today I'll show you my full strength and see just how capable you really are." Wang Qin growled, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Just what I wanted." Lin Yi grinned, and, without giving him any chance, took the initiative to attack. 10 minutes later, accompanied by another loud bang, Wang Qin's body fell to the ground once more. On the stage, only Lin Yi's proud figure remained standing. "Uncle Wang, I won," Lin Yi said with a smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Wang Qin lay on the ground, panting for a while before slowly getting up. Feeling a bit dejected, he said, "7 days ago, you all knew nothing, but now you can already defeat me. Truly, the student surpasses the master. I'm getting old, getting old." He sighed and continued, "That's it for today. There's nothing more I can teach you. Go back and rest well. I believe you all will become outstanding fighters in the future." Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi exchanged a smile. Hua Qianyu spoke coolly, "Mr. Wang, thank you for taking care of us these past few days. We're heading off to university tomorrow, so we might not have many chances to meet again in the future." Wang Qin's body trembled slightly, and he forced a smile as he said, "I almost forgot. You two are still students. Work hard in university. Both of you are truly exceptional talents." He lowered his head in desolation, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, which university did you get into? Why is the semester starting so early?" Hua Qinyu didn't answer. She simply turned around and walked toward the martial arts school's main gate. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then smiled and explained to Wang Chun, "We're freshmen at Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities. It was nice meeting you, Uncle Wang." After speaking, Lin Yi waved his hand and quickly followed Hua Qinyu. The two figures grew farther and farther away in Wang Chen's line of sight. "Jiangxing Ability University?" Wang Chun murmured softly, staring blankly in the direction they left, then smiled with understanding. No wonder. No wonder they could never just be fighters. At the same time, in the principal's office of the Imperial Capital Ability University, a blue-haired man with a stern face sat in front of the computer, resting his chin on his hands, his azure eyes fixed intently on the screen. "Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Hua Qianyu. Perfect compatibility with fire-type abilities." "Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Lin Yi. 89% compatibility with fire-type abilities." Looking at the latest information, the man fell into deep thought. He moved the mouse and slowly highlighted the final sentence that ignited his fury. "Has already been pre-admitted by Zhang Junlong, Vice President of Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities." The man clenched his fists tightly and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Zhang Junlong from Jiangxing University, a genius with perfect compatibility, and you just quietly snatched them away like this. Well done." His seemingly light words made the air in the entire office feel as if it had frozen. "Since we can't break the rules to snatch people, let's spread this news and see how other schools react." After a brief moment of contemplation, the man moved his fingers expressionlessly and sent out the newly acquired information without hesitation. In the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, inside a quiet office, a graceful red-haired woman leaned casually against a chair, holding a steaming cup of coffee with her slender, fair fingers. She gently brushed aside the strands of hair blocking her view, her red lips slightly parted, just about to take a sip, when a crisp notification sound interrupted her leisure. She set down the coffee cup and opened an unnamed file. She glanced at it briefly, and her previously languid and dreamy gaze instantly turned sharp and serious. "Jiangcheng, Hua Qianyu, a perfect match?" She murmured these words softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with incredulous light. She continued reading. "Already admitted by Zhang Junlong of Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities." She let out a disdainful chuckle. That Zhang Junlong, still as shameless as ever. But for the imperial capital to deliberately send this information over, are they trying to see how we'll react? It seems like it's better to just wait and see. With that thought, she smiled alluringly, picked up her coffee again, and sipped it leisurely. Meanwhile, at Bailiang University of Supernatural Abilities, a tall and burly elder was smoking as he browsed through the same information. He merely chuckled indifferently. Jiangxing University's behavior is still so unsightly. It's just a perfect match, nothing special. It's not like our school doesn't have one. He saw through the intent behind the email. As for the imperial capital, sending this information at this time clearly means they want to use me to pressure Jiangxing. Wishful thinking. Your competition for students has nothing to do with this old man. As the voice faded, the old man extinguished the cigarette, but completely deleted the file and even emptied the recycle bin, leaving no trace behind. Jiangxing. Today is the opening day of the University of Supernatural Abilities. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi arrived at the school early in the morning, and as soon as they reached the school gate, they were stunned by the scene before them. The school gate was crowded with people, bustling and lively. Each individual was an elite who had successfully awakened supernatural abilities during the martial arts exam. Being admitted to Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities meant their elemental compatibility was at least 75% or higher. Many freshmen, accompanied by their parents, dragged heavy suitcases, their faces brimming with unconcealable joy. Compared to them, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi appeared much more relaxed. They hadn't brought any luggage since their home was nearby, and they didn't plan to stay on campus. Qianyu, look, I didn't expect there to be so many freshmen. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the spectacular scene before him. After all, it's a nationwide enrollment, Hua Qianyu said calmly. Our country's population base is very large. Although the awakening rate of abilities isn't high, on a global scale, we are undoubtedly the #1 country in terms of abilities. Among our classmates, there should be quite a few from other regions. With a population of over 1 billion, even an awakening rate of only 30% means an extremely large group of ability users. This is an absolute advantage that small countries cannot compare to. But Hua Qianyu had always had a question in his heart. Since Huaxia has such a vast number of ability users, enough to form a powerful legion, why? Why doesn't the country have ambitions to dominate the world? That's true. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and then changed the topic. Qianyu, let's hurry and check in. We should be in the Fire Academy. Okay. Hua Qianyu responded calmly. The University of Abilities is different from ordinary universities, as it is divided into 9 academies based on the 9 elemental attributes: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, wood, light, darkness, and space. As fire attribute ability users, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi were naturally assigned to the Fire Academy, which was clearly stated in their admission notices. The two walked along the campus paths of Jiangxing University of Abilities, their outstanding appearances drawing frequent glances from passersby. The campus environment is excellent, with tall trees everywhere and vibrant flowers and plants adorning the entire campus in a riot of colors, full of vitality. The teaching buildings, each with its own unique style, exude a sense of modern technology. Yet their contrast with the lush greenery and blooming flowers creates a unique aesthetic that blends nature and man-made beauty. It is said that in spring, the cherry blossoms here bloom in full glory, making it as beautiful as a fairyland. Although the cherry blossoms are not visible now, the fragrance of osmanthus wafts through the air, refreshing and delightful. Smells so good. Hua Qianyu murmured involuntarily. Yes, Lin Yi said with a smile. Among the 4 prestigious universities, our Jiangxing University has the best natural environment and is known as the most beautiful campus. Hua Qianyu listened and smiled gently. How nice. Living in a school like this should be more comfortable and relaxing than I imagined. Qianyu, what are you talking about? Lin Yi frowned and retorted. We are ability users, talents destined to go to the battlefield in the future. How can you have such a complacent thought? Hua Qianyu closed her eyes, shook her head with a smile, and said nonchalantly, That's your idea. I just want to live a peaceful life. The battlefield has nothing to do with me. No way. Lin Yi's tone turned dissatisfied. You have such high talent and exceptional combat skills. You'll definitely be highly valued in the future. Why are you so unambitious? This warning made Hua Qianyu very uncomfortable. He stopped in his tracks, his voice suddenly turning cold, and his blood-red eyes stared coldly into Lin Yi's. Lin Yi, are you meddling too much? Qianyu, Lin Yi was startled by his icy gaze and was momentarily at a loss for words. I shook my head, just about to explain, but was interrupted by a cold remark. You are my friend, not my parent. Don't meddle in my affairs. After speaking, Hua Qianyu walked forward on her own, completely ignoring Lin Yi, who seemed to be dumbfounded behind her. Qianyu. Lin Yi opened his mouth, his mind blank. He had never seen the usually calm and indifferent Hua Qianyu show such an expression. That feeling, rather than indifference, was more like arrogance. Hua Qianyu walked unhurriedly, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Her already crimson pupils now looked like the eyes of a demon, captivating and terrifying. Suddenly, her heart gave a violent thump, the heavy thud like a sledgehammer striking hard against her nearly out-of-control rationality. She snapped back to clarity in an instant, her steps coming to an abrupt halt, and her gaze refocusing. What just happened to me? He thought. It felt as if I was being controlled by something, that kind of arrogant attitude. How could it appear in me? An ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Transform your desire for blood into the 7 deadly sins. From now on, your flaw will no longer be the thirst for blood, but the ever-present possibility of arrogance, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Do you accept? Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted violently, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared on his usually calm face. That's it, he murmured to himself, finally realizing. It's pride from the 7 deadly sins. I have freed myself from the thirst for blood, yet I must constantly face the negative emotions brought by the 7 deadly sins. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered, and his fists had unknowingly clenched tightly. Pride, the foremost of the 7 deadly sins, represents extreme arrogance and conceit. This forms a stark contrast to his inherently desireless and indifferent nature. Damn it, I didn't take it seriously before. Hua Qianyu revealed a faint, bitter smile. He had never expected the 7 deadly sins to affect him so profoundly. If this situation occurs frequently, it would be no different from a split personality. The price is steep. He shook his head helplessly. Although he had escaped the nightmare of bloodlust, he had now fallen under the control of the 7 deadly sins. Lin Yi. Hua Qianyu's gaze shifted slightly. Remembering the harsh words he had just said to his friend, a wave of guilt surged in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around to apologize, a soft body suddenly crashed straight into his arms. Hua Qianyu instantly lost his balance and fell backward, but at the moment of impact, he braced one hand against the ground, preventing his head from hitting it. Ah! With a startled cry from the woman, the figure lost her balance and fell onto him. Seeing that he was about to be firmly hit, Hua Qianyu instinctively used his free hand to support her waist. As he looked closely, a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl. She had a slender and graceful figure, with dazzling golden hair that shimmered under the sunlight. Even through her clothes, Hua Qianyu could sense the softness of her waist. Her eyes were particularly captivating, emerald green, clear yet tinged with a hint of allure, as if they could steal one's soul. Her delicate face was flawless, though at this moment it was filled with panic as she lay on top of him, looking a bit flustered and at a loss. The amazement in Hua Qianyu's eyes flashed briefly before he quickly regained his usual composure. He raised his eyes slightly and asked coolly, "Miss, could you get up now?" "Ah, I'm so sorry, so sorry." The girl clearly realized the awkwardness of the situation as well. She frantically apologized while scrambling to get up as quickly as possible. Hua Qianyu then stood up, brushed off the dust on his back, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He hated getting his clothes dirty, but he knew he couldn't entirely blame the other party for this. If anything, it was his own fault for turning around too quickly without watching where he was going. Thinking of this, Hua Qianyu looked at the girl and spoke coldly. "Are you okay?" "Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going just now." It's fine, it's fine." The girl quickly waved her hand, looking at him apologetically and asked with concern, "What about you? Are you hurt?" "No." Hua Qianyu shook his head expressionlessly. With his physical condition, a collision of this level wouldn't cause any injury. He turned his head and saw a black suitcase lying on its side nearby, which had fallen during the collision. He bent down, picked it up, and pushed it in front of the girl. Thank you." The girl reached out to take it, her fingers accidentally brushing against Hua Qianyu's hand. The cool touch made her instinctively pull back, her ears slightly reddening. At that moment, Lin Yi came running over, anxiously looking Hua Qianyu up and down to check if he was hurt. "Qianyu, I just saw you fall. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hua Qianyu shook his head and said softly, "Let's go. We need to hurry and check in." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the blonde girl and said briefly, "Goodbye." "Oh, goodbye." The girl responded instinctively, a charming smile appearing on her face. Hua Qianyu nodded, gave Lin Yi a glance, and the two quickly turned and left. The girl stood alone in place, staring slightly dazed at Hua Qianyu's departing figure. She murmured softly, "Quite good-looking, but a bit cold. Seems like someone who's not easy to get along with." On the way, Lin Yi finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, "Qianyu, who was that girl just now?" "Don't know her." Hua Qianyu replied indifferently. "I just accidentally bumped into her." Lin Yi said with a smile, "She's really beautiful." Principal Zhang wasn't lying to us. The beauties at Jiangxing Ability University are not only numerous, but also all so outstanding. His expression was relaxed, as if he hadn't taken Hua Qianyu's earlier sharp words to heart at all. Hua Qianyu didn't respond, but the stunning face he had just seen involuntarily replayed in his mind. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. "Lin Yi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that earlier." Lin Yi turned his head and smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine, Qianyu. We've been good brothers for so many years. How could I care about something like that?" He continued, "But you're right. You are who you are, and I really shouldn't force you to do something you don't want to. Honestly, seeing you like that just now, I was actually quite happy." Hua Qianyu listened and asked in confusion, "Why?" Lin Yi raised his head, thought seriously for a moment, and said slowly, "Think about it. We've known each other for so many years. When have you ever shown other emotions? You always have that cold, indifferent look. People who don't know you might think you're a robot. Just now, although you were a bit arrogant, that's a good thing. At least it proves you do have other feelings." "Heh." Hua Qianyu chuckled self-deprecatingly and said somewhat awkwardly, "So that's what you think. I really can't tell if you're praising me or mocking me." He silently thought to himself, feeling a bit ironic. "So my emotions actually need the 7 deadly sins to manifest? Haha, just take it as me praising you." Lin Yi laughed heartily, resting his hands behind his head and leisurely closing his eyes. Soon, the two arrived at the registration office of the Fire Academy. From a distance, they saw a senior in uniform busy handling the enrollment procedures for new students. "Senior, we're here to register." Lin Yi took out 2 admission letters from his backpack and handed them over with a smile. The senior, who was tall and well-built, first looked Flower Qianyu and Lin Yi up and down in surprise before beginning to verify the information on the admission letters and the student roster. "Flower Qianyu, Lin Yi," he murmured softly, taking out 2 black wristbands from a box. The material of the wristbands was quite unique, faintly emitting a strange luster, with their respective names engraved on them. "Here, put the wristbands on." The senior handed the wristbands to them, and then marked 2 check marks on the student roster. Lin Yi took one and handed it to Flower Qianyu, unable to resist asking curiously, "What is this?" "This is a power band," the senior replied indifferently. "It is not only a symbol of your identity as students of Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities, but also proof of your status as ability users. Once you put it on, it will automatically generate your personal information, including your name, attributes, elemental level, and personal rank, assisting you in your future training. It also features the most advanced communication functions. As long as ability users add each other as friends, they can exchange messages and make voice calls under any circumstances. Unlike mobile phones, the power band is free for life, a privilege exclusive to ability users. Of course, each power band is unique. From the moment you put it on, only you can use it in this world. Additionally, It's not recommended to take off the power band once you wear it. It is extremely valuable and cannot be purchased on the market. It serves as your ID in the world of ability users and is internationally recognized. If lost, reissuing it requires submitting various documents, which is very troublesome. The senior finished speaking in one breath, and Lin-Yi couldn't wait to put the ability ring on his wrist. Almost instantly, the ability ring emitted a dazzling light. Ding! With a crisp notification sound, a pale blue light screen appeared in front of him. User Lin-Yi detected activating the wristband, matching user information. User Lin-Yi age 18 attribute fire element level ability level 9. On the pale blue light screen, lines of faint red text clearly displayed all of Lin-Yi's information as an ability user. Hua Qinyu couldn't help but glance over, and two lines of information caught his attention. Element level, ability level. What is this? Just as Hua Qinyu was puzzled, the senior suddenly let out a shocked cry, his gaze at Lin-Yi filled with astonishment. A level. Junior, you're actually A level. Seeing him so lost in composure, Hua Qinyu raised an eyebrow and asked, Senior, what is the elemental level? The man was clearly still in shock. He glanced at Hua Qinyu and explained in a daze. The elemental level is a classification based on elemental compatibility, divided into 7 levels from high to low: S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Elemental compatibility between 60 and 65% is F level. 65 to 70% is E level. 70 to 75% is D level. And so on, 85 to 90% is A level. And elemental compatibility above 90% is the legendary S level. The senior quickly finished speaking, his gaze toward Lin-Yi becoming incredibly excited. And you, Junior, are actually A level. With S level being as rare as phoenix feathers, A level is almost the highest talent among ability users. Your future achievements are immeasurable. I never expected that among this year's freshmen in our Fire Academy, there would actually be an A level. This is fantastic. After hearing this, Lin-Yi instinctively looked toward Hua Qinyu. Yu's expression became peculiar as he thought to himself, S level? 1 in a million? But I have one right beside me. He asked with a blank face, are S-level ability users really that rare? Of course. The senior leading the way looked at Hua Qinyu, as if he were an idiot, and raised his voice. Let me put it this way. The awakening rate for ability users is only 30%, and S-level is 1 in 1,000 of that 30%. The senior became increasingly excited as he spoke. At Jiangxing Ability University, there are about 4,000 students across all 4 grades. If there are even 4 S levels, it would be like our ancestors' graves are emitting smoke. Not to mention our Fire Academy getting 1 psi. He suddenly changed his tone and pointed at Lin-Yi. And another thing, do you think A levels are common? Across the entire school, there are definitely no more than 100 A-level ability users. This junior coming to our Fire Academy must be treated like a treasure. The senior grinned, already calculating how to get closer to Lin-Yi. Hua Qinyu said nothing more, silently nodded, and put the ability ring on his left wrist. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the same light blue screen floated in front of Hua Qinyu. User Hua Qinyu detected activating the wristband, matching user information. User Hua Qinyu age 18 attribute fire element level S ability level 10. On the screen, light red text appeared before his eyes, but amidst the red, a golden glow stood out, the letter S representing the element level. Hua Qinyu's gaze did not linger, but landed precisely on the last line. Ability level. Level 10? He calculated in his mind. Lin-Yi's ability level is 9, while his own is 10. If his guess was correct, this should represent the initial strength level. What? The senior let out another strange cry, his eyes wide like copper bells. He stammered, pointing at the screen. Ew. S level. Compared to his shock, Hua Qinyu remained exceptionally calm. He continued to stare at the data on the screen and asked indifferently, Senior, what does ability level mean? The senior stood frozen, unable to utter a word, as if he hadn't heard Hua Qinyu's question. It wasn't until Hua Qinyu's cold gaze swept over him that he seemed to snap out of it. Oh, Ability level directly reflects the strength of an ability user. The higher the level, the stronger the power. It's an internationally recognized standard. Simply put, it's your cultivation level. The senior's voice unconsciously carried a hint of respect and solemnity, his envy evident in his eyes. Your initial level is actually directly tied to your element level. The higher the element level, the higher the initial ability level. He recalled that when he first awakened, his initial ability level was a pitiful 5. Truly, comparing oneself to others was infuriating. I see. Hua Qianyu nodded in realization, his gaze returning to the screen as he casually asked, "Is the S-level element always marked in gold?" The senior was visibly taken aback. He leaned closer to take a careful look and indeed noticed that amidst the light red text, the golden S was particularly striking. He shook his head in confusion and frowned, saying, "The color of the text on the screen has always corresponded to the attribute. Logically, students in our Fire Academy should all have light red text. But this golden S of yours." He let out a bitter laugh and continued, "Forgive my ignorance. I've never seen this before." Hua Qianyu's eyebrows raised slightly, his face expressionless as he simply said, "Thank you, senior." He lowered his gaze, silently pondering. If the text color on the screen truly corresponded to the attribute, then his fire element should be red. Yet, the text marking the element level was golden. This was likely related to his 100% perfect compatibility with the fire element. Unlike those ordinary S-level individuals with a compatibility rate of over 90%, his perfect compatibility must have some special aspect. Or perhaps, it has something to do with the nine-spirit wheel. Seeing Hua Qianyu's polite yet distant attitude, the senior quickly waved his hand and said casually, "No need to be so formal. This is just part of our responsibilities as seniors." His eyes shifted, and he added, "By the way, the freshmen of the Fire Academy need to go to their respective classes to attend the opening ceremony and introduce themselves so that classmates can get to know each other. You two are both above A level, so you should be in Flame God Class 1, located in the South District's number 3 teaching building. Do you need me to take you there?" "No need." Hua Qianyu snapped out of his thoughts and directly declined his offer. He softly said to Lin Yi, "Let's go." "All right." Lin Yi nodded, put the admission notice back into his backpack, and turned to leave. Seeing the two about to leave just like that, the senior panicked, quickly stepped forward to block their path, and said somewhat anxiously, "Wait a moment." Hua Qianyu frowned slightly and stopped. Junior." He rubbed his hands together, seeming a bit embarrassed as he spoke. "Could you add me as a friend on the ability ring?" As he spoke, he directly extended the hand wearing the ability ring toward Hua Qianyu. His intention was clear. Compared to S-level Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi, whom he had been flattering earlier, suddenly seemed far less important. Hua Qianyu showed no reaction, simply bypassing him and saying in a slightly cold tone, "No need, senior. I don't think we'll have the chance to meet again. Let's go, Lin Yi." He called out and left directly with Lin Yi, leaving the senior alone, staring at their retreating figures, disheveled in the wind. "Why did you reject that, senior?" Lin Yi asked on the way. Lin Yi and the others walked a bit farther before lowering his voice to ask, "Is it necessary?" Hua Qianyu's voice remained as cold as ever, followed by a sneer. "Besides, he's so enthusiastic, it's obvious he has ulterior motives. If it were some other freshman with no potential, he wouldn't even bother." Clearly, he was eyeing their talent, trying to establish connections early on. In case he ran into trouble in the future, he could ask for help. Such petty calculations were easily seen through by Hua Qianyu, who had no interest in wasting time on someone he barely knew. "True enough," Lin Yi chuckled, then shifted the topic. "But you never know. If they come across a pretty freshman girl, those seniors definitely won't be able to resist." "Huh?" Hua Qianyu stuffed his hands into his pockets, smiling faintly. "You sure know how to joke." I'm not joking. Seniors like them, still single in their second year, love targeting freshmen. Who knows, that blonde beauty you bumped into earlier might already be getting hassled by someone." Lin Yi said casually. Little did he know, his offhand remark made Hua Qianyu suddenly stop in his tracks, a strange tightness in his chest. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi stopped as well, asking with concern. Hua Qianyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Nothing. just feeling a bit tight in the chest. He quickly changed the subject, extending his hand. By the way, let's add each other as friends. It'll be a good chance to test the functionality of these ability rings. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his ability ring against Lin Yi's. Ding dong. With a crisp notification sound, both of their ability rings lit up with a pale blue light screen, displaying each other's avatars and names at the top of their friend lists. So, it's that simple. Hua Qinyu looked at the light screen, casually swiping his fingers across it, enjoying the high-tech experience exclusive to ability users. It felt pretty good. My first friend is Qinyu, huh? I'm really looking forward to seeing how many new friends I'll make in college, Linny said with a smile. Hua Qinyu swiped his finger to close the light screen, responding indifferently. You don't need too many friends. In this world, there aren't many people worth caring about. Linny clearly disagreed with this view and immediately retorted, that's because you don't interact with enough people. You'll see in the future. What are you doing? I already said I don't know you. A clear yet soft female voice suddenly interrupted Linny, carrying a distinct tone of anger despite its pleasant sound. Both of them turned to look, only to see a somewhat effeminate-looking man blocking a girl's path at the freshman registration area for the Water Institute. And that girl was none other than the blonde beauty Hua Qinyu had bumped into earlier. Junior, don't say that, the effeminate senior said with a sly grin. We're all from the Water Institute. Isn't it only natural for seniors to take care of juniors? I'm just asking for a friend slot on your ability ring. That's not too much, is it? The blonde girl bit her lip, her anger now impossible to suppress. I said we're not familiar. Please move aside. Nope. The effeminate senior not only refused but crossed his arms and stepped closer, clearly intent on being a nuisance. Unless you add me as a friend. Lin Yi, watching from a distance, couldn't take it anymore. He nudged Hua Qinyu with his elbow. Hey, Qinyu, that girl is from our Water Institute. Aren't you going to do something? Hua Qinyu remained silent, watching the blonde girl's helpless and angry expression. After a brief moment of thought, he stepped forward, muttering under his breath, Lin Yi, I've realized you're such a jinx. Lin Yi watched Hua Qinyu's back, shaking his head helplessly. I told you, these single seniors in their second year are no good. You just didn't believe me. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly. But usually, I'm the one who handles these kinds of trivial matters, aren't I? This time he actually took action himself. Interesting. Hua Qinyu walked over unhurriedly, his footsteps light, but enough to catch the attention of the two people. Is it him? The blonde girl turned her head, and, upon seeing Hua Qinyu, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Junior, do you need something? Seeing his good moment interrupted, the effeminate senior asked with a displeased expression. Hua Qinyu didn't even glance at him and directly said to the blonde girl, Why are you still here? We've been waiting for you for ages. Ah. The blonde girl was visibly stunned for a moment, but she quickly caught on and cooperated, saying, This senior insisted on adding me as a friend on the ability ring, but I don't even know him. As she spoke, her voice carried a hint of grievance, and her expression made Hua Qinyu raise an eyebrow. Involuntarily, he hadn't expected this woman's acting to be so convincing. Let's go, don't waste any more time. Hua Qinyu nodded and, with utmost naturalness, grabbed the girl's hand and turned to leave. Her wrist was suddenly held, and the blonde girl's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to pull away. But Hua Qinyu seemed to have anticipated this, gripping tightly so she couldn't break free. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but after glancing at the current situation, she lowered her head and obediently followed Hua Qinyu away. Stop right there. A cold voice came from behind, and the effeminate senior's gaze instantly darkened. Junior, is this the attitude you should have toward a senior? A mere freshman dared to ignore him like this. How arrogant. The effeminate senior clenched his fists in anger, seemingly ready to teach Hua Qinyu a lesson at any moment. Hua Qinyu stopped walking but didn't even bother to turn his head, his tone full of mockery. Heh, you're only a year older than me. Do I really need to grovel before you? Hua Qinyu completely ignored the venomous expression of the person behind her, holding the blonde girl's hand and walking forward without looking back. Damned brat, you arrogant punk. The senior gritted his teeth and growled fiercely. Do you think this is still an ordinary high school? Let me, your senior, teach you how to survive in this university of supernatural abilities. Before the voice had faded, his figure flickered and instantly appeared behind Hua Qinyu. His hand turned into a fist, gathering all his strength, and mercilessly struck toward Hua Qinyu's back. It all happened so fast that almost no one could react. Ah, watch out! The blonde girl let out a terrified scream. But the senior's speed was so fast that just as her voice escaped her lips, the fully powered fist was already closing in on Hua Qinyu's back. The girl even shut her eyes in fear, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene that was about to unfold. But when she opened her eyes again, what she saw was not the tragic sight of Hua Qinyu being struck and sent flying. On the contrary, the senior who launched the sneak attack was now suspended stiffly in midair, his face filled with extreme fear, and his pupils contracted sharply in terror. Hua Qinyu still faced forward, not even turning around, merely tilting his body slightly. At some point, his left hand had already been raised, effortlessly gripping the senior's fist, which had been swung with full force, neutralizing all its power as if it were nothing. Lin Yi, who was watching the scene unfold from a short distance away, widened his eyes in shock. He swore he hadn't even seen when Hua Qinyu's arm moved, let alone how he managed to block that deadly punch so precisely in the blink of an eye. Hua Qinyu's expression remained unchanged. With a casual flick of his wrist, he flung the suspended senior away, tossing him to the ground at his feet as if discarding a piece of trash. With a loud bang, the senior fell to the ground in a sorry state, but he quickly steadied himself, hurriedly looked up, and his trembling gaze met Hua Qinyu's indifferent, water-like eyes. They were a pair of crimson blood-red pupils, seemingly incapable of reflecting any human emotions, like a demon from the abyss, staring at him with a terrifying gaze. Ugh! The senior suddenly let out an inhuman scream. That fleeting glance instantly shattered the last line of defense in his heart. He scrambled and crawled, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, Junior. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Hua Qinyu cast him a cold glance, not bothering to say a single word. He pulled the girl beside him and turned away expressionlessly. On the other side, Lin Yi looked at Hua Qinyu walking toward him and excitedly rushed up to greet him. "Qinyu, you were absolutely amazing just now. I couldn't even see how you made your move." Hua Qinyu smiled faintly. "That's why I said your skills are still far from good enough." As a member of the Blood Clan, his speed, strength, and reflexes were far beyond what ordinary humans could compare to. Hua Qinyu could confidently say that in this Jiangxing University of supernatural abilities, if no supernatural powers were used and it came down to pure combat skills, there wasn't a single person across all 4 grades who could match him. "My progress is already pretty obvious, isn't it?" Lin Yi muttered discontentedly. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at the blonde-haired girl beside Hua Qinyu. "Hello, classmate, I'm Lin Yi. Please take care of me." Lin Yi smiled and waved at her. "Oh, hello." The blonde girl was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure and smiled sweetly. "I'm Mu Huanling. Thank you for helping me just now." Mu Huanling? Hua Qinyu, who had been silently standing by, pondered to himself. What a peculiar name. No, no, no. The one who helped you wasn't us. It was him. Lin Yi pointed at Hua Qinyu beside him and teased. "Our expressionless classmate, Hua Qinyu." Ridiculed for no reason, Hua Qinyu's brow furrowed slightly without leaving a trace, and he said coldly, "Who are you calling expressionless?" "Whoever responds, that's who." Lin Yi shifted his gaze confidently, looking completely indifferent. Hua Qinyu's eyes darkened slightly, and the aura around him suddenly became somewhat dangerous. This Lin Yi seemed to be getting bolder lately. Uft! Just as he was about to lose his temper, Mu Huanling, standing beside him, arched her delicate brows and chuckled softly. "So your name is Hua Qinyu. Your friend isn't wrong. You really do look like you're expressionless." Hua Qinyu's handsome face instantly darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Mu Huanling smiled again and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "But really, thank you so much for helping. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to turn down that senior." "A trivial matter." Hua Qinyu returned to his usual demeanor and responded indifferently. Linny cast him a disdainful glance and continued teasing. This is hardly a trivial matter, is it? You never used to meddle in other people's business. Mu Huanling, let me tell you, you're the first stranger for whom Qinyu has personally stepped in to solve a problem. What an honor. Even I'm jealous. Really. Mu Huanling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked directly at Hua Qinyu. It was just an accident bumping into you earlier, and I feel a bit guilty about it, that's all. Don't overthink it. Hua Qinyu turned his head slightly, somewhat awkwardly, and explained stiffly. However, in Lin Yi's view, this excuse seemed rather far-fetched. He suddenly lowered his head, smiling as he looked at their tightly clasped hands, and said, Qinyu, you've been holding her hand for quite a while now. Aren't you planning to let go? Following Lin Yi's gaze, Hua Qinyu finally realized that his hand was still tightly holding Mu Huanling's. The soft, boneless sensation in his palm remained vividly clear. He calmly withdrew his hand and said nonchalantly, Sorry, I forgot. Mu Huanling, however, clearly lacked Hua Qinyu's composure to remain unfazed in any situation. Upon hearing Lin Yi's teasing, her face instantly flushed red. Hua Qinyu's hand was very cold, but holding it didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, it gave her a sense of reassurance. Yet, when his hand left, a faint trace of inexplicable disappointment arose in Mu Huanling's heart. No, it's nothing. Mu Huanling shook her head and said softly. He lowered his head and asked softly, Which academy are you from? Fire Academy, Linny replied, then asked in return, You're from the Water Academy, right? More or less, Mu Huanling answered somewhat vaguely. What do you mean by more or less? Lin Yi was even more confused. She had already registered at the Water Academy's reception desk, so how could she not be a student there? Mu Huanling moved her lips and explained, I'm in the Ice God Class 1. Although it belongs to the Water Academy, the situation is a bit special. Lin Yi's expression changed instantly, and he asked in shock, Are you an Ice Element Awakener? Ice God Class 1. Does that mean your elemental level is also Grade A? Hua Qinyu's gaze also shifted, and she couldn't help but take another look at this excessively beautiful girl. Sure enough, Mu Huanling nodded directly and admitted, That's right. My ice element compatibility is 92%, and my elemental level is Grade S. As soon as she said this, not only did Lin Yi's eyes widen in shock, but even the usually composed Hua Qinyu showed a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Another Grade S freshman, and an ice element Grade S at that. The ice element, while not one of the mainstream 9 elements, is a mutated branch of the water element, a more powerful and beneficial mutation. In terms of both power and destructive capability, ice element users far surpass those with pure water element abilities. However, awakening the ice element is 100 times more difficult than the water element, making ice element users extremely rare. At Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities, there were probably only enough to form a single class. And among this already rare group, an S-grade individual had appeared. You? S-grade? What the heck? Isn't S-grade supposed to be a once-in-a-century occurrence? How did I run into 2 in one day? Lin Yi felt his worldview shatter and was on the verge of tears. He had originally thought that his Grade A fire talent would make him the center of attention wherever he went, but now, with 2 S-grades suddenly appearing, his self-esteem was crushed. 2. Mu Huanling keenly caught the keyword. She let out a surprised, "Ah," and immediately turned her gaze to Hua Qianyu. Could it be that you're also S-grade? Yes, fire element, S-grade. Hua Qianyu admitted calmly, then patted the dejected Lin Yi beside her. Lin Yi is Grade A, but his compatibility is as high as 89%. In my opinion, it's no different from S-grade. Hearing Hua Qianyu defend him like this, Lin Yi felt a wave of warmth in his heart, and the little bit of disappointment he had was instantly replaced by gratitude. 1 S-grade, 1 near S-grade. You two are amazing, Mu Huanling said, her surprise growing with each revelation. She hadn't expected that the boy she bumped into would have such astonishing talent. Hua Qianyu didn't respond, merely glanced casually at the time and noticed that there were only a few minutes left before the orientation ceremony began. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now, Hua Qianyu said softly to Mu Huanling. The ceremony is about to start, and you should head back to your class too. Wait a moment. Mu Huanling stopped him and extended her wrist with the ability bracelet toward him. Let's add each other as friends. I need to find a chance to thank you. Looking at her slender, fair wrist, Hua Qinyu surprisingly showed no resistance. He silently brought his own ability bracelet closer. Ding! The notification sound of a successful friend request rang out, and a radiant, heartfelt smile appeared on Mu Huanling's stunning face. Walking on the way to the classroom, Lin Yi curled his lips and looked at Hua Qinyu with disdain written all over his face. Someone just said it wasn't necessary, and now look at this. Turns around and adds the girl's contact. That change of attitude was way too fast. Lin Yi was utterly speechless. He recalled how Hua Qinyu had been so arrogant and indifferent when facing that senior who tried to strike up a conversation earlier. That cold and ruthless rejection was exactly the Hua Qinyu he knew, the icy young master. And now, a pretty girl says a casual sentence, and Hua Qinyu agrees without even thinking? And then there was Mu Huanling, who had firmly rejected the senior, saying they weren't familiar with each other. But when it came to Hua Qinyu, she showed a completely different side. Wasn't it just a bump? She acted as if they were close, even abandoning her own principles. These two were the epitome of double standards. Lin Yi even had reason to suspect that Mu Huanling was simply attracted to Hua Qinyu's looks. After all, with a face like his, there really weren't many girls who could resist. Didn't you hear her say she wanted to thank us? She might even treat us to a meal, Hua Qinyu said indifferently, completely unfazed by Lin Yi's sarcasm. Heh. As if you, Hua Qinyu, would care about a free meal. Lin Yi sneered, full of disdain. Others might not know Hua Qinyu, but Lin Yi did. This guy might appear low-key, but every piece of clothing he wore was a luxury item. Spending money like water. Would he care about someone treating him to a meal? What a joke. And there's another reason. Hua Qinyu glanced at him and added seriously. She's an S-class ice element user. Knowing someone like that can only be beneficial, don't you think? Ah, right. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue further. The two soon arrived at the South District's number 3 teaching building. After the global mutation, human technology had advanced rapidly over the past century, with countless novel and unheard-of creations emerging. Especially in the University for Abilities, sci-fi scenes that were once only seen in movies were now commonplace. Even this teaching building was full of futuristic vibes, a world apart from their old high school. So this is Flame God Class 1. Standing outside the classroom, the first thing that caught their eyes was the sign on the door, with the words Flame God, written as if they were burning flames. The vivid red color alone made one feel a wave of heat rushing toward them. The words Flame God on the door seemed to carry a scorching heat. Behind the door was the classroom for Class 1. Even through the door, Hua Qinyu could hear the lively chatter inside. He had always preferred quiet, and at this moment, he felt an urge to turn around and leave. What are you standing there for? Go in. Lin Yi pushed him from behind. Hua Qinyu shook her head helplessly and could only brace herself to push the door open. Lin Yi followed closely behind with a smile of amusement, as if watching a good show. The moment the two stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy class fell silent in an instant. Almost everyone's gaze seemed magnetically drawn to them, locking on tightly and unable to look away. Oh my God, how can there be two such handsome guys at once? One is cool and aloof. The other is sunny and warm. I love both styles. I thought the Fire Academy was full of muscular tough guys, but I didn't expect there to be campus heartthrobs of this level. If it's them, I wouldn't mind no matter how many came. Sure enough, as soon as the two entered the room, they ignited the enthusiasm of all the girls in the class. Some even started cracking jokes without restraint, making the already lively atmosphere even more chaotic. Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi, however, remained calm and composed. They had seen such scenes many times before and were long accustomed to keeping a straight face. Hua Qinyu gently exhaled and walked straight to the back row, quietly sitting in the corner by the window. Lin Yi followed him, casually pushing the window open a small crack, and sat down beside Hua Qinyu. A breeze squeezed through the gap, tousling Hua Qinyu's silver short hair and brushing against his handsome face. He turned his head to look out the window, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the teacher to arrive. Seeing this, Lin Yi also chuckled softly and closed his eyes. However, the gazes fixed on the two did not dissipate. Instead, they became even more brazen. Some even took out their phones to secretly take photos and upload them to the school's social media page. Before long, the crisp sound of high heels approached from afar, and the entire classroom immediately fell silent. All eyes turned in unison toward the doorway. Hua Qinyu also opened his eyes, and the moment his gaze fell on the figure at the doorway, his previously drowsy expression instantly became alert. A seductive-looking woman walked in. Her figure was stunning, and her deep red wavy hair was dazzlingly eye-catching. Her long legs were wrapped in alluring black stockings, and every step she took exuded charm. "Wow, Qinyu, look! She's an absolute stunner," Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly, his eyes fixed on her. It wasn't just him. Aside from Hua Qinyu, all the other boys present had flushed faces, rapid breathing, and eyes filled with desire. Hua Qinyu glanced at him sideways, disdainfully saying, "So spineless. It's just a woman with a fiery figure, long legs, and a slim waist. She's not even as pretty as Mu Huanling." He thought silently to himself. Strictly speaking, Mu Huanling could also be considered a great beauty, but her charm was entirely different from that of the red-haired woman before him. Mu Huanling was more like a cold and noble goddess, exuding a sense of purity untouched by the mortal world. In contrast, this red-haired woman resembled an enchanting seductress, with every move brimming with alluring charm. "Heh, as if you're any better." Lin Yi rolled his eyes and retorted sarcastically. After a moment of thought, he suddenly revealed a meaningful smile and asked, "So, who do you think is more beautiful, this gorgeous teacher or Mu Huanling?" Hua Qinyu thought seriously for a moment and answered candidly. "In terms of looks alone, Mu Huanling is slightly better. Just looks." Lin Yi caught the key point and asked with a smile, "What about her figure?" This question immediately stumped Hua Qinyu. He instinctively looked up at the teacher on the podium. Just a few casual steps from her were enough to stir one's emotions. He then recalled the soft sensation when Mu Huanling pressed against him. After a long while, he finally came to a conclusion. Still the teacher. Although extremely reluctant to admit it, it must be said that the figure of the teacher before them is indeed flawless. Haha, right. Let me tell you, as long as the looks are passable, having a good figure is the real deal. Lin Yi said with an air of seasoned experience, speaking as if he knew it all. Hua Qinyu ignored him because the beautiful teacher had already stepped onto the podium and started surveying her students. Everyone quiet down. A sound seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul echoed, sending shivers through everyone present and leaving their minds in a daze. Almost everyone instinctively obeyed her words, and no one dared to speak again. Hua Qinyu's consciousness suddenly loosened, and he snapped back to reality, his gaze turning sharp. This voice carried an intense power of allure, capable of momentarily clouding even his mind. Looking at Lin Yi beside him, he seemed as if his soul had been ensnared, staring fixedly ahead, completely losing his sense of self. Hua Qinyu's expression grew solemn. It was worth noting that, as someone with vampire bloodline, his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, yet even he felt the danger of his mind being bewitched in that instant. Is this woman naturally alluring, or does she possess some kind of special ability? As he was lost in thought, the red-haired woman on the podium let her enchanting eyes sweep across the room, her gaze landing precisely on the only clear-headed person present, Hua Qinyu. Her red lips parted slightly, curving into a meaningful smile. Hua Qinyu also raised his head, meeting those bright eyes that seemed capable of stirring ripples. He was momentarily stunned. Hua Qinyu quickly averted his gaze. The red-haired woman's starry eyes shifted slightly, and she smiled sweetly at Hua Qinyu before withdrawing her gaze and gently clapping her hands. Two crisp claps echoed, and all the students who seemed to be under a spell instantly snapped out of it, looking around in confusion as if waking from a dream. Lin Yi's eyes regained focus, and he looked at Hua Qinyu in bewilderment. "What just happened?" "You were just bewitched," Hua Qinyu said calmly. "Bewitched?" Lin Yi was puzzled. Hua Qinyu nodded and explained seriously. "You were captivated by the teacher's voice, unable to extricate yourself." "Really?" Lin Yi couldn't believe it. "Not just you," Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered slightly, and he said gravely, "Aside from me, almost everyone's mental defenses were shattered in an instant. If this isn't some kind of special ability, then this teacher is a dangerously enchanting person." That kind of heart-stirring charm wasn't deliberate or contrived. It was naturally exuded without effort. Hua Qianyu was analyzing seriously, but Lin Yi's focus was clearly elsewhere. He smirked and said, "Aside from you? So self-absorbed." "It's the truth." Hua Qianyu's voice turned colder. Their conversation was quiet and didn't attract attention. By now, all the students had fully awakened from that peculiar state. The red-haired woman noticed this and finally spoke again. "Hello, students. I am your counselor, Feng Meifei." This time, her voice was as clear and melodious as a spring, soothing and refreshing, seemingly stripped of its earlier allure, leaving only an ethereal elegance. This time, no one was bewitched by her voice. Hua Qianyu glanced at Lin Yi and found him calmly looking ahead, his gaze relaxed but not dazed. It seemed that she could control that heart-enchanting charm at will. If that were the case, it was indeed a rather terrifying ability. The counselor of Flame God Class 1 was certainly no ordinary person. Feng Meifei, perhaps worried they hadn't caught her name, wrote it on the whiteboard. Her handwriting was graceful and distinctive. Hua Qianyu focused on it and couldn't help but murmur softly, "Feng Meifei." The name truly matched the person. Hua Qianyu softly praised it, half closing his eyes as if dozing off. Feng Meifei turned around, her smile radiant, and said, "I'm delighted that you've chosen to apply to Jiangqing University of Supernatural Abilities and have the honor of becoming part of the Fire Academy family. On behalf of the Academy, I welcome you. I'm sure you all know that Flame God Class 1 gathers the elite whose elemental compatibility is above B level. In other words, all of you have an elemental compatibility rate of over 80%. Without a doubt, you are the most outstanding group in the entire Fire Academy. But you must understand that while enjoying the glory, you must also bear a heavier responsibility. In the future, you will face countless trials and hardships. The world of supernatural abilities may not be as beautiful as you imagine. In fact, it's very likely that you may lose your lives because of it. I hope you won't waste your God-given abilities and will dedicate them entirely to the nation." After a passionate speech, Feng Meifei's voice shifted from ethereal to solemn, then to heavy, causing many students to lower their heads, their faces filled with seriousness and resolve. However, such brainwashing clearly failed to stir Hua Qianyu's emotions. His gaze remained indifferent, without the slightest resonance. On the contrary, Lin Yi was instantly filled with fighting spirit, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the future. Seeing the expressions of the students below, Feng Meifei nodded in satisfaction, but inadvertently caught sight of Hua Qianyu's drowsy demeanor. Her willow brows furrowed slightly. This boy, who seemed so different in her eyes, appeared utterly devoid of ambition. She withdrew her gaze and continued, "Now, to help everyone integrate into the group more easily, please introduce yourselves one by one. Name, age, elemental level. Make sure to be clear. Let's start with you." Feng Meifei pointed to the boy closest to her in front of the podium. A handsome guy with a middle-part hairstyle stood up and said arrogantly, "Hello everyone, my name is Kai Cohen. I'm 18 years old, and my elemental level is A. I like singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Nice to meet you all." His good looks, combined with his A-level elemental talent, instantly drew the attention of many girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He clearly enjoyed the attention, basking in it for a while before slowly sitting down. "Such a show-off," Linny muttered. Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement. Next, Feng Meifei nodded and shifted her gaze to the girl sitting behind Kai Cohen. The girl stood up slowly, revealing a charming smile. With a hint of shyness, she said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Qianqian. I'm 18 years old, and my elemental level is B. Please take care of me. Chen Yu, 18 years old, elemental level A." The next voice was slightly cold, belonging to a plain-looking boy dressed in black. He was thin and gave off an unapproachable vibe. Hua Qianyu's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Besides Lin Yi and Kai Cohen, he was the third A-level student to appear in Class 1 of the Fire Division so far, making him hard to ignore. But that was all. just a moment of attention. The self-introductions proceeded in an orderly manner. Since Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi were seated near the window in the back row, it was their turn only after everyone else had introduced themselves. It was worth noting that, apart from Kai Kuan, Shen Yu, and the already known Lin Yi, all the other students were B-level. In other words, in the highest level class of the Fire Division, including himself, there were only 4 A-level or higher ability users. Based on this ratio, the entire freshman year of the Fire Division might have only a handful of A-level students. 1 A-level per year, over 4 academic years, would amount to at most 12. If the 9 divisions had similar numbers, the total number of A-level ability users in the entire school might not even reach 100. It's worth noting that Jiangxing Ability University is one of the top 4 prestigious schools in the country. Even so, students who could be considered outstanding were still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Hua Qinyu couldn't help but reflect that, compared to ordinary people, the aura surrounding him did seem a bit excessive. At that moment, a figure stood up calmly, scanning the room with a smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yi. I'm 18 years old, and my elemental level is A. My dream is to use my wildfire to ignite a brand new era." His voice was loud and full of confidence, but when it reached Hua Qinyu's ears, it made him so embarrassed that he covered his face with one hand. Those words were just way too cringy. However, the girls on the scene instantly erupted with excitement. "Wow, he's so handsome. Not just handsome, but so talented and ambitious too. He's my dream guy. Who could possibly resist this?" Hua Qinyu never would have thought that such a pretentious self-introduction, which sounded so over the top to him, could actually spark such fervent admiration from a group of girls. The vigilant Kai Kuan in the front row immediately became alert. He first glanced at Lin Yi's face, then took out a mirror to check himself, instantly feeling that his status was under serious threat. On the podium, Feng Meifei's eyes lit up, and she generously praised, "Lin Yi, that was very well said. Everyone should take him as an example and always harbor the determination to change the world." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the corner of the classroom. "Now, the last student, please introduce yourself." Feng Meifei's gaze locked onto Hua Qinyu, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. As the advisor of Class 1 of the Flame Division, she naturally knew that this year the Academy had specially recruited an S-class student. On her student roster, Hua Qinyu's name had long been marked as a key focus. So, although she didn't know Hua Qinyu personally, this name was already etched in her memory. In fact, even the Academy's higher-ups were paying special attention to this student. Now, with only one person left in the class who hadn't introduced themselves, even if Hua Qinyu remained silent, Feng Meifei had already guessed his identity. But she never expected that the rumored S-class genius would turn out to be the strikingly handsome young man before her, who could remain clear-headed despite her charm. For some reason, her heart suddenly began to race. Under the gaze of the crowd, Hua Qinyu slowly stood up and said in a perfectly calm tone, "Hua Qinyu, 18 years old, S-class." His voice was calm and steady, with not a trace of emotion in his eyes. To him, this was nothing worth being surprised about. However, this composed demeanor appeared entirely different in the eyes of others. Everyone's gaze toward Hua Qinyu changed. If they had previously admired his appearance, now they were completely stunned by his talent. "S-class. Our Fire Academy actually has an S-class freshman? Hua Qinyu. I remember now, he's the one who was pre-admitted during the martial arts exam. So it's him. I heard his elemental compatibility is 100%, the only perfect match in our school. Oh my god, this talent. I'm so envious I could cry." Having such high talent is one thing, but the key is that he's truly handsome. Even as a guy, I think he's ridiculously good-looking. Unlike Lin Yi, whose charm only affects girls, Hua Qinyu's appearance and talent ignited a frenzy in the entire class, regardless of gender. Up front, Kai Kuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and the sense of crisis in his heart grew heavier. 2 people had suddenly appeared, both far surpassing him in looks and talent, and an uncontrollable wave of jealousy surged within him. Even the reclusive Chun Yu couldn't help but frequently cast his gaze toward Hua Qinyu. And Hua Qinyu remained calm and composed from beginning to end. He slowly sat down, his dazzling silver hair gently swaying by his ears in the breeze. That handsome face, combined with the naturally emanating cold aura around him, added a touch of mystery to his entire being. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Meifei couldn't help but take the lead in applauding. She looked at Hua Qinyu, openly expressing her admiration. Excellent. Hua Qinyu, an S-class ability user, undoubtedly the strongest genius among all the freshmen. This year's Fire Academy is destined to become unprecedentedly powerful because of you. She paused for a moment and announced the second matter. The self-introductions are over. Now, I propose that Hua Qinyu, our S-class student, serve as the class monitor of Flame God Class 1. What does everyone think? Although it was phrased as a question, Feng Meifei's tone was full of certainty. In her view, no one was more suitable for this position than Hua Qinyu with his S-class talent. Only the strongest genius was qualified to lead this class. I disagree. Kai Kuan suddenly stood up and said discontentedly, Teacher Feng, why does it have to be him? If the selection of class officers doesn't go through an election, what fairness is there? His expression shifted unpredictably. The appearance of Hua Qinyu instantly stole all his spotlight, which made him extremely displeased. You're right, this approach is indeed somewhat unfair. Feng Meifei's expression remained unchanged as she said calmly, In that case, let's decide by voting. Students who agree with Hua Qinyu taking the position of class monitor, please raise your hand. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present, except for Kai Kuan and Hua Qinyu himself, raised their hands in unison. Kai Kuan's face was stiff, looking extremely unpleasant, with unwillingness written all over his eyes. Very good. Feng Meifei nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Kai Kuan and asked indifferently, Student Kai Kuan, do you have any other questions? Kai Kuan said nothing and could only sit down reluctantly. Does anyone else have any objections? Feng Meifei asked again. I object. These 4 words were exceptionally cold, as if carrying a peculiar magic, penetrating the entire classroom and clearly ringing in everyone's ears. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Hua Qinyu. Feng Meifei paused for a moment, furrowing her brows and asking in confusion, Do you have any doubts? Hua Qinyu did not stand up, but merely lifted her gaze slightly, looking into Feng Meifei's eyes and softly said, Teacher Feng, let me ask you, what qualities should a class monitor possess? Feng Meifei was somewhat stunned and blurted out, Of course, it's the strongest person in the class who can easily become the core of the class. You are wrong. Hua Qinyu shook his head, his voice calm. The so-called class monitor, while talent is a factor for evaluation, what's more important are management skills, communication skills, leadership abilities, organizational skills, as well as ambition and a sense of responsibility. He paused for a moment and continued, I don't think I possess these qualities. Or are you saying, Teacher, that you believe I do? A series of questions left Feng Meifei completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly for a while before slowly asking, You don't want to be the class monitor? Yes, Hua Qinyu replied calmly. In his view, if going to college meant dedicating all his time to others, it was simply foolish. He was clearly not the kind of person who found joy in helping others. Now it was Feng Meifei's turn to be surprised. She hadn't expected her well-intentioned offer for Hua Qinyu to become class monitor to be outright rejected. But upon closer thought, Hua Qinyu's words were sharp and made sense. She also realized that her decision to choose a class monitor had indeed been too hasty. However, she quickly thought to herself, since the S-class Hua Qinyu was unwilling, weren't there still 3A class students? Surely someone would be willing to take on the role of class monitor. After a brief moment of thought, she directly conceded. Well, all right then. Feng Meifei shook her head helplessly and asked again, since classmate Hua Qinyu has given up running, the class monitor will be decided among Lin Yi, Kai Kuan, and Chen Yu. I quit. Chen Yu, sitting in the corner, said coldly. He had no intention of taking on the responsibility of class monitor. Feng Meifei's charming face visibly darkened. She had never expected that the position of class monitor, considered a coveted role in other classes, would be so thoroughly despised in Class 1 of Yinshan. Then, Lin Yi and Kai Kuan, you too. Feng Meifei's voice weakened, and her tone became less confident. She was genuinely worried that these two might refuse as well. But this worry is unnecessary. Kai Kuan stood up once again, excitedly saying, I, teacher, let me be the class monitor. I will definitely do a great job. His animated expression made it seem as though the position of class monitor was already within his grasp. Linny, what about you? Feng Meifei did not agree immediately, but first sought Lin Yi's opinion. I'll join the election. Linny grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Hua Qinyu closed his eyes, unsurprised by this. He knew Lin Yi would definitely participate because Lin Yi was that kind of person, a person completely different from him. Now let's proceed with the voting, Feng Meifei announced. Raise your right hand if you hope Lin Yi will be elected, and raise your left hand if you hope Kai Kuan will be elected. Soon, the students made their choices. Naturally, Hua Qinyu raised his right hand. Although he had no interest in such matters, since Lin Yi liked it, he wouldn't oppose it. Looking around, almost everyone present had raised their right hand. Feng Meifei exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed on a slightly chubby boy. Zhao Kai, why are you raising both hands? Hee. Teacher, I support both Kai Kuan and Lin Yi. Is that not allowed? Zhao Kai scratched his head and chuckled. Ha! As soon as he said this, the whole room burst into laughter. This guy's way of thinking was truly unique. Even Feng Meifei was amused and smiled as she said, I never said it wasn't allowed. Since that's the case, Lin Yi, with 57.5 votes, is successfully elected as class monitor. She added, Kai Kuan, with 2.5 votes. Unfortunately, you didn't make it, but don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. As Feng Meifei announced the results, the class suddenly erupted into thunderous applause, all congratulating Lin Yi. Kai Kuan, on the other hand, was so angry that his face turned bright red. He sat down silently without saying a word. Congratulations. Hua Qinyu looked at Lin Yi and offered her congratulations. This is what you gave to me, Lin Yi replied with a smile. This is what you deserve. You know, I'm not interested in these things, Hua Qinyu said calmly. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said no more. With their relationship, such matters were best kept in mind. Very well, next is the third matter, and also the final matter of this conference. The voice of Feng Meifei echoed once more as her gaze swept across the room. Her lips parted slightly. This concerns the cultivation of fire elements, something that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. Please activate your ability rings. Now, proceed with the fire element technique matching. Fire element technique matching. Hua Qinyu furrowed his brows and looked at Lin Yi beside him. Do you know what that is? Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. I've never heard of it. It wasn't just them. The entire classroom of students looked bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Feng Meifei noticed the confusion among the crowd and smiled as she asked, do you still remember what the last column displayed on the blue screen was when you first received your ability rings? The last column? Hua Qinyu repeated softly, then suddenly had a flash of insight. It was the ability level. He had noticed it at the time and even specifically asked a senior about it. But all he learned was that it represented strength and cultivation. Since it pertains to cultivation, there must be a way to improve it. It seems that this so-called technique matching is the key. At that moment, Kai Kuan suddenly shouted loudly and confidently raised his head. Teacher, it's the ability level. That's correct. Feng Meifei nodded with satisfaction, her smile growing even brighter. The number in the ability level represents your strength. Although each of you has an initial level, it won't increase on its own. The only way to improve it is through meditation and cultivation. Meditation cultivation? Like the immortal cultivation in novels. Kai Kuan was stunned. He had read plenty of such novels. You can think of it that way. Feng Meifei not only didn't refute, but even nodded in agreement. You must understand, the blue star today is no longer what it was 100 years ago. This world, even the air itself, is filled with omnipresent elemental fluctuations. As she spoke, she raised a slender hand, and on her skin as smooth as jade, a cluster of golden flames slowly ignited, quietly flickering. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. This magical scene, like something out of a dream, unfolded before them, stirring everyone's hearts. So cool. Did you see that? Fire came out of her palm. Oh my God, is this even possible? Will we be able to do this in the future? Just thinking about it is exciting. Feng Meifei withdrew the flames and said with a gentle smile, I believe you all saw it. Using flames is the exclusive ability of us fire element ability users. By communicating with the fire elements in the world, we can reach the level of releasing flames. This is the innate ability of fire element ability users. Hua Qinyu watched silently, his gaze calm as water. He had long since tried releasing flames and could do it effortlessly. The chubby Zhao Kai asked with shining eyes, Teacher, what should I do to release flames from my hands like you? Good question. Feng Meifei's beautiful eyes lit up as she explained. To control flames at will, there are two key points. First, you need sufficient energy support. Second, you need excellent control. Today, we will focus on energy support. She continued, the energy I'm referring to is the ability level displayed in your ability rings. The higher the level, the stronger the energy you can release. Among everyone here, the ability levels range from 6 to 10. Except for Hua Qinyu, no one else should be able to reach level 10. Feng Meifei's gaze fell on Hua Qinyu again, and she said unhurriedly, only S-level ability users can start at level 10, and this happens to be the minimum standard for controlling flames. In other words, as long as Hua Qinyu has sufficient control, he can also, just like I did earlier, effortlessly release flames. She half closed her enchanting eyes, looking at Hua Qinyu with a faint smile. So, do you want to give it a try? The corners of Feng Meifei's lips curled into an almost imperceptible sneer as she thought to herself, Kid, you're so arrogant. I'll make you embarrass yourself in front of everyone first to take you down a notch. However, Hua Qinyu merely glanced at her calmly before spreading his right hand. With a soft buzz, a cluster of crimson flames silently flickered in his palm, adding a hint of heat to the air in the classroom. Feng Meifei's smile froze instantly. It is indeed quite simple, Hua Qinyu said with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. He casually waved his hand, dispersing the flames, and chuckled lightly. Teacher, please continue. Well, classmate Hua Qinyu did an excellent job. Feng Meifei forced an extremely strained smile on her face and continued to speak with feigned composure. You all saw it, right? His demonstration was absolutely perfect. This is your goal moving forward. She never expected that Hua Qinyu could actually control flames. The classroom instantly erupted. Wow, Hua Qinyu can do it too. So cool, I must ask him to teach me. Me too. He's even cooler than Teacher Feng. Well, since all of you are choosing Hua Qinyu, I'll take Teacher Feng Ha. In your dreams. Lin Yi nudged Hua Qinyu's arm and asked in disbelief. Qinyu, when did you learn this move? After the martial arts exam, I tried it once, Hua Qinyu replied directly. To be more precise, it was actually to verify the function of the nine-spirit wheel. Qinyu, you're something else. You discovered such a fun trick and didn't teach me. That's so unbrotherly of you. Lin Yi said indignantly. Hua Qinyu rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, it's pretty simple. Once you reach level 10, you'll be able to perform it easily too. Then I have to level up quickly. Lin Yi looked eagerly at the podium. Why isn't Teacher Feng explaining how to level up yet? It's driving me crazy. Lin Yi was on the verge of losing his mind, but Hua Qinyu simply looked calmly at Feng Meifei on the podium, signaling him not to worry. Sure enough, Feng Meifei clapped her hands to quiet everyone down. She began to explain, the principle behind upgrading the meditation technique is quite simple. You need to establish a connection with the elemental forces of heaven and earth in a state of extreme focus, and then absorb these forces into your body. Generally speaking, as long as someone is an ability user, they can almost achieve this. But the problem is, this most basic form of meditation absorbs elements at an incredibly slow pace. She paused and continued. Even just trying to level up by one rank could take a very long time. Therefore, our predecessors spent hundreds of years compiling all the ancient texts and conducting thousands upon thousands of experiments, eventually summarizing a highly efficient cultivation method. These methods are what we call techniques, which are now the most refined cultivation system. As soon as Feng Meifei finished speaking, everyone in the classroom began to breathe heavily. The chubby Zhao Kai stood up excitedly. Doesn't that mean it's like the legendary martial arts manual? As long as we practice it, our levels can skyrocket, right? That's right. Feng Meifei suddenly smiled, a hint of mystery in her expression. These techniques are all stored in the form of data in our nation's secure database, one of the highest level secrets. And the only way for you to access these techniques is through the ability rings on your wrists. Each of your ability rings will match the technique most suitable for you based on your unique circumstances. In other words, everyone's technique might be different, but it will absolutely be the one that suits you best. As she spoke, Feng Meifei displayed the ability ring on her wrist, her expression turning serious. But there's one thing you must remember. Each ability ring only has one chance to match. So, make sure to perform the matching when you're in your best condition. Once it starts, there won't be a second chance. If you're ready, place your right thumb on the ability ring, silently count to 3 in your mind, and then issue the matching command. Everyone's attention immediately focused on their own ability rings. Lin Yi was about to start, but inadvertently noticed that Hua Qinyu beside him remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. "Qinyu, what's wrong?" Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. She said, "There's only one matching chance, right?" Hua Qinyu suddenly asked in return. "That's right, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yi asked with concern. "It's okay." Hua Qinyu shook her head, her eyes flickering for a moment, and urged, "Don't worry about me. Hurry up." Lin Yi no longer hesitated and immediately pressed his right thumb onto the ability ring. As the fingerprint verification passed, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "User Lin Yi fingerprint verification successful. Commands can now be issued." Lin Yi took a deep breath and decisively ordered in his mind. "Skill matching. Activate." Ding. Command successfully issued. Technique matched. Starting now. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes and instantly entered the state. At the same time, the other students in the classroom also entered a meditative state, and the entire space was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Hua Qianyu remained quietly seated, without any movement. He had his own concerns. Within his body was the mysterious nine-spirit wheel. If his previous speculation was correct, the nine-spirit wheel meant he could accommodate 9 different attributes. However, the opportunity for technique matching only came once. This means that if he matches with a fire-based cultivation technique this time, then in the future, when he awakens other attributes, there will no longer be any compatible techniques for him to cultivate. His fingers began to unconsciously tap lightly on the table as his mind raced, thinking about how to solve this dilemma. "Student Hua Qinyu, why haven't you started yet? Do you still have any questions?" Feng Meifei on the podium noticed his lack of action and couldn't help but frown. What is this boy thinking about? Feng Meifei's voice pulled Hua Qinyu back from his thoughts. He lowered his gaze and replied indifferently, "It's nothing. I'll start right away. Forget it. I can only take it one step at a time." He thought to himself, extending his right hand and gently placing his thumb over the ability ring. "User Hua Qinyu fingerprint verification successful. Commands can now be issued." "Skill method matched," Hua Qinyu calmly said in her heart. Ding. Command successfully issued. Skill method matched. Starting now. After that cold and rigid voice fell, Hua Qianyu's vision suddenly turned pitch black, and it felt as if countless currents flashed through her mind. "Welcome to the National Security Database virtual space." After a long time, the voice sounded again. Hua Qianyu instinctively opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the classroom, but in a space as dreamy as the starry sky. He felt as if he were floating in the vast universe, surrounded by dazzling and magnificent starlight, with an abyss of darkness beneath him dotted with specks of stars, creating an incredibly peculiar sensation. "Where is this place?" Hua Qianyu murmured softly, his eyes filled with awe. "This is the virtual space of the National Security Database, as well as your mental world. Please rest assured, everything here is illusory and not real." Mental world. Hua Qianyu felt slightly more at ease. Detected that the user Hua Qianyu's mental state is stabilizing. Proceeding with physical condition testing immediately. Before the words had even finished, without giving him any time to react, the faint blue light particles in the surrounding space seemed to be drawn by some powerful force. They suddenly transformed into torrents, surging endlessly toward Hua Qianyu's body. "What is this?" Hua Qianyu was startled, watching helplessly as the light particles rushed into his body. Yet strangely, he felt nothing at all. The next second, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Physical assessment complete. Data as follows. User, Hua Qinyu, age, 18 years, physical condition, S-grade, upgradable, lifespan, 500 years, upgradable attribute, fire element level, S, ability level, 10. Data analysis complete. Matching the most suitable cultivation method. Please wait. Ding. Match successful. Supreme fire cultivation method, burning heaven flame god technique, is being issued. The mechanical voice continued to reverberate, and Hua Qinyu's mind was in chaos, unable to think and could only passively accept everything. At this moment, the 9-petal patterns of different colors on his chest suddenly lit up, radiating dazzling 9-colored light in this dimly lit space. Warning: unknown energy reaction detected within the user's body. Technique distribution interrupted, initiating secondary physique examination immediately. Comprehensive scan complete. Latest data as follows. User, Hua Qinyu attributes: fire, awakened, water, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space. Warning: severe anomaly detected in user Hua Qinyu's data. The system has automatically initiated top-secret processing. Supernatural being Hua Qinyu, classified file for the divine nation of Huaxia, is being established. Establishment complete. Automatically stored in the National Security Database of the Divine Nation of Huaxia. Access level: state officials of king rank or above. According to the latest data, rematching the cultivation technique. Matching complete. Forbidden cultivation technique of the Divine Nation of Huaxia. 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex. This name exploded in his mind, and Hua Qinyu's consciousness grew increasingly blurred, increasingly ethereal, until his vision went black, and he completely passed out. No one knows how much time had passed when a faint calling voice pulled him out of the darkness. Qinyu. Qinyu, wake up. Hua Qinyu. Is it Linny? The familiar voice caused a slight tremor in Hua Qinyu's weary soul. He mustered all his strength, trying to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as mountains. Finally, he forced his eyes open. A beam of light stung his eyes, making them ache and water, and he instinctively closed them again. He tentatively blinked a few times and quickly adjusted to the light. Lin Yi's face, full of worry, was right in front of him. Qinyu, you finally woke up. Lin Yi was so excited to see him awake that he almost jumped up, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Hua Qinyu didn't respond immediately. He propped himself up to sit and pressed his aching forehead. What happened? You don't know? Lin Yi's expression turned a bit strange, with a hint of reproach. I can't believe you. At such an important moment for technique matching, you actually managed to fall asleep. You really have nerves of steel. He then asked excitedly. By the way, what's the name of your technique? Mine is the Burning Heaven Flame God technique. Technique matching? Hua Qinyu closed his eyes, trying hard to recall. That mechanical voice and the names of 2 completely different techniques flashed through his mind. That's right, technique matching. Hua Qinyu opened his eyes and looked down at his ability ring, which now had a new book-shaped icon that had appeared at some point. He instinctively clicked on it, and a line of blue text floated before his eyes. Technique: 9 Spirits Forbidden Tome. Usable: Fire Spirit Art. Fire. Spirit. Art. Hua Qinyu's eyes flickered as he softly murmured another name. 9 Spirits. Forbidden. Tome. 9 Spirits. Hua Qinyu's gaze darkened, and the words 9 Spirits Wheel flashed through his mind in an instant. This is too much of a coincidence, he muttered to himself, sliding his finger to close the ability ring. It seems that the physical constitution test most likely detected the existence of the 9-spirit disc. How is it? What kind of technique is it? Lin Yi looked at the mysterious Hua Qinyu and asked again. Fire Spirit Art, Hua Qinyu replied. He did not mention the 9-spirit forbidden tome. His intuition told him that behind this lay some enormous secret. Fire Spirit Art. Lin Yi thought for a moment and muttered, why does it feel like it doesn't sound as powerful as my Burning Heaven Flame God art? As long as it works. Hua Qinyu smiled, her eyes curving. But your Burning Heaven Flame God art should count, as the most top-tier fire-based technique. After all, before the second assessment, the system had matched him with precisely this technique. Woohoo! At this moment, Kai Kuan in the front row suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly. Watch closely, my technique is Fire Kuan art. Hee hee, mine is Crimson Flame art, said the chubby Zhao Kai beside him, scratching his head with a simple smile. Mine is Flame Dragon technique. Mine is Fire Phoenix record. The surrounding classmates also eagerly announced the names of their techniques, filling the entire space with an atmosphere of excitement and novelty. In the corner, Chunyu stared indifferently at the screen in front of him, his voice low. Netherfire Sun Erosion technique. Sounds pretty good. Feng Meifei glanced at the passionate youths, a charming smile appearing on her face. But when her gaze fell on Hua Qianyu, the smile vanished. His lazy, indifferent attitude made her anger surge, and it took immense self-control to suppress her fury. After a while, Feng Meifei clapped her hands to quiet everyone down. It seems everyone has found a technique that suits them. Congratulations, you're one step closer to achieving your goal of becoming strong. I know you are all eager to start your training, but before that, there are a few points I must remind you of. She deliberately paused, successfully drawing everyone's attention. First, and most importantly, she continued, the cultivation method will accompany you for life. It is your most valuable treasure, and you must never reveal it to outsiders lightly. Her sharp gaze swept over the classmates who had just been excitedly showing off. You are government-recognized ability users, but not all ability users comply with regulations. Many outliers have formed their own organizations and oppose the government. They lack sufficient cultivation methods, so they often target university students like you, whose minds and abilities are still immature. The cultivation methods you possess are fatally tempting to them. Not to mention, there are also ability users from abroad. The covert conflicts between nations pose a significant threat to us. As soon as she finished speaking, those previously overly excited classmates lowered their heads in shame, feeling a wave of fear in their hearts. Second, Feng Meifei continued, when you first start cultivating, never rush to achieve quick results. The first step is often the most difficult and must be approached gradually. In the past, quite a few students ended up in the hospital the day after receiving their cultivation techniques. Her words were not alarmist. The purpose of the techniques is to guide elemental energy from the air into the body, and since everyone's constitution is different, even the slightest carelessness could result in irreparable harm. Lastly, from today onward, cultivating these techniques will be your mandatory course, and you cannot slack off for even a single day until the moment your life ends. Sufficient energy is the foundation of everything. No matter how skilled you are, if your level is insufficient and your energy is lacking, it will all be meaningless. In other words, in this university, level is everything. As long as your strength is sufficient, the school will fulfill any of your requests, and resources will be tilted toward you without limit. From now on, you will no longer enjoy the relative fairness of high school. Want fairness? Then fight for it with your strength. These cold and ruthless words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Only then did they realize that the world of ability users was far more brutal than they had imagined. The first class meeting ended quickly. The classmates in the room left one after another. Hua Qianyu called Lin Yi and was about to leave when Feng Meifei stopped him. Hua Qianyu, could you tell me what kind of cultivation technique you received? She was curious about what kind of technique would be matched to an S-level ability user. Hua Qianyu stopped, but did not turn around. He simply said indifferently, Teacher Feng, you just mentioned that cultivation techniques should not be casually disclosed to outsiders. To me, teacher, you are still an outsider for now. After saying that, he stepped away. Goodbye, teacher. Lin Yi glanced apologetically at Feng Meifei and quickly followed. That annoying brat. Feng Meifei stared at his back, gritting her teeth in anger, her fists clenched tightly. But soon, she relaxed her fists and said softly with relief, still, it's precisely people like him who can shoulder great responsibilities. Hopefully, he won't meet an untimely end. I wonder if the government has sent someone to protect him in secret. After parting ways with Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu walked home alone. He had chosen not to live in the school dormitory, as he was used to being solitary and couldn't stand the lively atmosphere. The sky gradually darkened, and the surroundings grew desolate. With his hands in his pockets, Hua Qinyu kept organizing the information he had gathered today in his mind. What surprised him the most, of course, was the cultivation technique called Nine Spirits Forbidden Tome, and the chapter within it dedicated solely to the fire element, fire spirit art. This was also why he didn't want to tell Feng Meifei. He wasn't sure if his situation was normal and didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. As for cultivating the fire spirit art, he decided to try it as soon as he got home. As he walked, Hua Qinyu suddenly noticed a vending machine by the roadside. He walked over, and the variety of drinks inside caught his attention. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he had one of these. Compared to before, there were now more types of drinks, with fancier packaging, some of which he had never even seen before. Thinking about this, Hua Qinyu slowly raised his right hand, his fingers almost uncontrollably pressing onto the facial recognition scanning area. Ding dong! A soft chime sounded. A can of ice-cold soda dropped from the vending machine. Hua Qinyu bent down to pick it up, the icy metallic touch intensifying the thirst in his throat. He pulled the tab, but just as the can touched his lips, his movement abruptly stopped. He turned alertly, his blood-red eyes fixed on a shadow across the street. Coldly, he asked, "Who's there?" From the darkness, a masked figure slowly emerged, his eyes like a bottomless pool of dark water. "Not bad." The masked man's voice was slightly hoarse. "You actually managed to notice me?" Hua Qinyu took half a step back and frowned, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" "You must be a student at the Ability University, right?" The masked man sneered. "So what if I am?" Hua Qinyu remained calm, leisurely raising her hand to take a sip of soda. "I'll get straight to the point. Hand over the cultivation technique you're practicing," the masked man said, stepping closer with a threatening tone. "Otherwise, you might not have the chance to go to school tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Hua Qinyu glanced at the dagger and asked indifferently, "Are you an ability user?" "Enough talk. Hand over the technique, and I'll spare your life," the masked man snarled viciously. Hua Qinyu was silent for a moment. Then a mocking smile appeared on his face. "A technique? Isn't that something everyone has? Or could it be you never went to college? Kid, you're courting death." The masked man roared angrily, his figure flashing as he charged at Hua Qinyu, the dagger slicing straight toward his face. Hua Qinyu slowly raised his right arm, just in time to block the fatal strike. The dagger easily tore through his sleeve, leaving a deep wound on his arm. Blood slowly seeped out, staining the fabric red. Yet Hua Qinyu seemed oblivious to the pain, his expression remaining indifferent as he stared directly at his opponent. He let out a faint snort, and his injured right arm twisted around, firmly gripping the masked man's wrist. A tremendous force surged forth, causing the masked man's cold pupils to contract instantly, revealing fear in his eyes for the first time. He had not expected the silver-haired youth before him to possess such terrifying strength. "Though I don't know which organization you're from, your choice of prey is truly terrible." Hua Qinyu suddenly twisted hard. A crisp crack echoed as the masked man's wrist snapped in response. "Ah!" Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, the masked man's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Hua Qinyu looked down at him from above, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion. With such mediocre skills, he posed no threat to him at all. "With just this level of ability, you call yourself an esper?" he murmured in disappointment, releasing his grip. He shoved his blood-stained right hand back into his pocket and turned to leave without a trace of hesitation. "Die!" Windblade. A furious roar suddenly erupted from behind. Hua Qinyu spun around abruptly. Two cyan wind blades, one on the left and one on the right, narrowly grazed his cheeks, leaving two bloody marks. He wiped his face with his hand, which came away covered in blood. When he looked up again, the masked man's hands were already holding two rapidly spinning cyan throwing blades. "Ha!" The masked man threw his head back in manic laughter, his expression deranged. "A mere freshman with such skills. What a pity. The greatest gap between you and me lies in the mastery of elemental powers." Windblade. He spun his body, and the cyan blades of light in his hands mercilessly slashed out once again. The wind blades struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The masked man squinted and looked ahead, only to find that the target had already vanished. I was planning to let you go, but do you have a masochistic tendency? A cold voice echoed through the night, a voice that seemed to pierce through the marrow, chilling to the bone. The masked man hurriedly turned around, coming face to face with Hua Qianyu's figure. Hua Qianyu's bloodstains on his cheek had disappeared, and beneath the torn sleeve of his right arm, his exposed skin was fair and smooth, without a single wound. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his handsome face, as if the earlier attack had been nothing more than a harmless joke. You? The masked man's mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Hua Qianyu raised his right hand, and a cluster of crimson flames ignited in his palm. He suddenly flung it forward, the flames transforming into a streaking shadow that struck the masked man's face with force. The immense power sent the masked man flying into the air, spinning 3 times before crashing face first onto the ground, motionless. The black cloth on his face had been burned away by the flames, revealing a rugged face with a strange black bat tattooed on it. Hua Qianyu crouched down slightly and used his fingers to check the man's breath. Though weak, he was still alive. Still alive. Hua Qianyu let out a sigh of relief, then helplessly sighed again. What a hassle. This guy, how should I deal with him? I can't just kill him like this. After all, Feng Meifei never mentioned the rules of the world of superhumans. Hua Qianyu shook her head and slowly stood up. Forget it. Let him fend for himself. When he wakes up tomorrow, he'll go back on his own. With that thought, Hua Qianyu walked away without looking back. After a long time, a masked figure slowly emerged in the night. He glanced at the masked man lying on the ground like a corpse, then silently looked in the direction Hua Qianyu had left. A mechanical voice, indistinguishable between male and female, came from beneath the mask. Is this the talent of a perfect match? Truly extraordinary, but still too inexperienced. You must undergo true tempering. A pitch-black longsword appeared out of thin air, landing steadily in the masked figure's hand. Without hesitation, he thrust the sword through the heart of the masked man beneath him. Blood splattered everywhere, and dense black mist spread out from the masked figure as its center. When the mist dissipated, no trace was left on the ground, as if nothing had ever happened. The night. Every year, you fantasize about targeting these children. The masked man's voice was icy. One day, I will completely eradicate you. Hua Qianyu returned home and took off the clothes that had been ruined during the attack. Apart from the damaged clothing and a bit of blood, he hadn't suffered any substantial injuries. All of this was thanks to the powerful self-healing ability brought by his vampire bloodline. The attackers were most likely from an organization opposed to the government. After all, the masked man's target was the cultivation technique. He hadn't expected danger to come knocking so soon after Feng Meifei's warning earlier today. It seemed the actual situation was far more severe than she had described. Hua Qianyu walked into the bathroom, carefully washing the bloodstains off his face and arms. Then he filled the bathtub with hot water and sank his whole body into it. I wonder if anyone else was attacked. He murmured to himself, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. But those staying in the school dorms should be fine, right? No matter how bold those people were, they wouldn't be foolish enough to commit crimes at Jiangxing Ability University. But for someone like him who didn't live on campus, it was hard to say. Wait, no. Hua Qianyu suddenly snapped awake, opening his eyes wide. Lin Yi. Among the people he knew, the only one not living on campus was Lin Yi. After they parted ways at the intersection and went home separately, if Lin Yi was being targeted, Hua Qianyu could handle it easily, relying on his special vampire physique. But Lin Yi was just an ordinary person. He couldn't even release the most basic flames. Facing an elemental manipulator, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, a chill instantly ran through his entire body. Even though he was soaking in hot water, the coldness pierced straight to his heart. He quickly picked up the ability ring on his wrist and hurriedly dialed Lin Yi's phone number. After a long wait tone, the call was finally connected. Hello? Qianyu, what's up? Hearing Lin Yi's voice through the ability ring, Hua Qianyu visibly let out a sigh of relief, his tense muscles instantly relaxing. Nothing. Are you home yet? He asked, his body reclining back into the bathtub. "You're home? I got back half an hour ago. What happened?" Lenny asked, somewhat puzzled. "Nothing. Did you run into any strange people on the way?" Hua Qinyu set the power ring aside and reached for the towel. "Strange people? No. I ran into my dad halfway, and he drove me home." "Is that so?" Hua Qinyu stood up, casually draping the towel over herself. "That's good, then. Nothing to worry about. See you tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone, a relieved expression appearing on his face. Meanwhile, in Lin Yi's room, he held the disconnected ability ring and scratched his head helplessly. What the heck is going on? Hua Qinyu let out a long breath and closed his eyes slightly. Tonight's thrilling attack was the first he had ever encountered. Yet, for some reason, he always managed to remain exceptionally calm. Although his wounds could heal on their own, the sharp pain in that instant was very real and could only be endured by him alone. However, it seemed not as unbearable as he had imagined. Superpowers, huh? Hua Qinyu opened his eyes and stood up amidst the sound of splashing water. Anyway, it does add a bit of fun to this boring life. He dried himself off and walked straight to the bedroom. Meanwhile, in a certain Western country, a luxurious skyscraper pierces the clouds. In the office on the top floor, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit sits in the main seat. His short silver hair and stern face exude an aura of authority, commanding respect without anger. In front of him, a woman dressed in professional attire stands respectfully, her head lowered the entire time. "Boss, the young master was attacked 2 hours ago." The woman's voice is heavy, yet faintly tinged with a trace of menace. The middle-aged man paused slightly, raising his head just a bit, and asked calmly, "What's the situation?" "It's nothing serious," the woman replied, with a hint of relief in her tone. As expected of royal blood, recovering from that level of attack in the blink of an eye. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man lowered his head, resting his chin on one hand. "Are they from Nightfall?" "That's right." The woman nodded. "Should we eliminate them?" The woman's voice carried a trace of coldness. "No need, just a bunch of small fry." The middle-aged man waved his hand, his voice deep. "Destroy one of their strongholds as a warning. That's enough." He paused, his tone softening slightly. "But no matter what, they hurt my precious son." "Understood. I will handle it immediately," the woman replied respectfully. Also, the middle-aged man spoke again. "Don't forget to send him some money. That kid has a strong sense of pride and would never call me to ask for it." "Hee hee, don't worry, boss," the woman chuckled lightly. "Young master is far more frugal than you think. Aside from basic living expenses, he hardly spends anything. The pocket money you gave him last time probably hasn't even been touched yet." She added, "But since it's your order, I'll transfer 10 million to him right away. After all, no one ever complains about having too much money." "Is that so?" The middle-aged man muttered softly to himself, then sighed. "The more he acts like this, the more I feel guilty about it." His voice became resolute again. "His birthday is coming up soon. Let's give that to him as a gift. You will handle everything regarding this matter." "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, in his bedroom, Hua Qinyu did not immediately fall asleep as he usually would. His mind was entirely focused on studying the fire spirit technique. In the past, he might not have had the slightest interest in these kinds of skills, but tonight's unexpected events had made him deeply realize the importance of strength. The man in black was right. He was just a beginner. Compared to true ability users, his biggest gap lay in the mastery of elemental power. His current ability to merely ignite small flames was utterly ineffective in real combat. He had to fully master the fire element in the shortest possible time. The fire spirit art is not a complete cultivation method. It is merely a chapter from the 9-spirit forbidden tome. Although it is just a fragment, the energy flow patterns described within are extremely complex, almost encompassing all the energy meridians in the human body. Hua Qinyu did not know what level of cultivation method this fire spirit art belonged to. But since it originated from the 9-spirit forbidden tome, which bears the name Forbidden Tome, it could never be an ordinary technique. Although I've already rehearsed it in my mind, actually putting it into practice might not be so simple. Hua Qinyu murmured to himself with his eyes closed. The biggest challenge he faced was how to precisely guide the fire elements floating in the air into the meridians of his body along the correct trajectory. Any slight mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. Just as Feng Meifei had said, he might end up in the hospital tomorrow. It's fine. I have self-healing abilities. Hua Qianyu's blood-red pupils flashed with determination. Even if I make a mistake, there's still room for recovery. I'll give it a shot. He took a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and tightly closed his eyes. In an instant, the room was filled only with the sound of his breathing. His perception extended infinitely, spreading outward. He could clearly see the red light particles floating in the air. Those were the energy fluctuations representing the fire elements. These points of light originally drifted aimlessly in all directions, but suddenly, as if drawn by some invisible force, all the red points of light began to converge frantically toward a central point. They formed a red current, resembling a tornado or a deep-sea whirlpool, spinning rapidly. At the center of the storm sat Hua Qianyu, cross-legged. Ugh! A massive surge of energy suddenly poured into his body, and Hua Qianyu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. A burning sensation rose from within, as if ignited by flames. His body temperature climbed steadily, and an abnormal flush appeared on his pale, handsome face. The raging fire elements rampaged through his meridians like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, threatening to tear his body apart completely. Ugh, Hua Qianyu let out another painful groan, desperately gathering all his focus in an attempt to control the unruly force within his body. However, the scorching heat of the flames was unlike the gentle flow of water. His meridians were being burned, and amidst the intense pain was a maddening itch, like being bitten by thousands of ants. He clenched his teeth tightly, beads of sweat the size of beans seeping from his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. Arg! The moment his mind relaxed slightly, the uncontrollable fire element immediately seized the opportunity, burning even more wildly within his body. His meridians were scorched black, only to instantly recover under the effect of his self-healing ability. Burning and recovery formed a cruel, yet perfect balance. This balance preserved his life, but also plunged him into a hellish punishment. He wouldn't die, but could only endure the endless agony of being consumed by raging flames. Ugh! Ah! Hua Qianyu let out a harrowing scream. Compared to the physical pain, his spirit, under such relentless torment, was already on the verge of collapse. He even could no longer think. At that moment, the red petal mark on his chest lit up without warning. A gentle red glow emanated from it, instantly dispelling the ferocity and intensity of the flames. The fire elements that had been rampaging through his meridians just a second ago suddenly became incredibly docile, flowing gently with a soft rhythm and order, as if loyal subjects paying homage to their king. The agonized groans disappeared, and Hua Qianyu's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. His breathing was no longer chaotic, gradually forming a unique and profound rhythm. From the outside looking in the brightly lit room, his figure appeared exceptionally radiant. The next morning, the fire elements surrounding Hua Qianyu gently pulsated, and at a certain moment, the fiery aura suddenly vanished without a trace. He slowly opened his eyes. An unprecedented feeling surged in his heart. Powerful. That's right. Hua Qianyu realized for the first time with such clarity that he could be so powerful. He could distinctly feel the strength within his body. After being tempered and burned by intense flames, his meridians seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, achieving a profound sublimation. His meridians became tougher and more expansive, and faintly, it seemed as if sparks were leaping within them. The once sparse elemental energy had now become unimaginably dense. This immense power left even him in awe. His already extraordinary physical constitution had now been further elevated. Every inch of muscle, every bone, was brimming with explosive strength. If he were to encounter the masked man from yesterday again, he was confident he wouldn't suffer any harm. His blood-red eyes shone even brighter, and his vision extended farther than ever. His hearing became exceptionally acute, to the point where he could even hear the buzzing of a bee's wings in the distance. His perception of the elemental energy in the air had also reached an unprecedented level of clarity. What once appeared to be identical points of elemental light now seemed to possess distinct forms, and he could feel a closer connection between himself and them. So, this is what cultivation feels like. Hua Qinyu murmured to himself. This strange, transformative pleasure, he seemed not to dislike it. He raised his left hand, and the ability ring on his wrist began to glow. A row of new information appeared before his eyes. User: Hua Qinyu, bone age, 18 years, physical condition, S level, upgradable, lifespan, 500 years, upgradable, attributes, fire, awakened, water, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space element level, S ability level, 12. Level 12. Hua Qinyu froze for a moment, muttering to himself, "Isn't that a bit too fast?" In just one night, he had leapt 2 minor realms. Although he still didn't fully understand cultivation, the feeling was somewhat surreal. At this rate, he might soon become a top-tier powerhouse. It's probably just the special effect of the first cultivation session, nothing to take seriously. Hua Qinyu shook his head, warning himself not to get carried away. However, the unprecedented surge of power in his body made him feel no fatigue despite staying up all night. Apart from the initial excruciating pain, the entire process was much easier than he had imagined, as if he had been completely reborn. Hua Qinyu composed himself, reached out to pick up the phone by the bedside, and discovered an unread text message. Your savings card ending in 4869 has received a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Current balance, 1.999 billion yuan. Huaxiao Bank, heh. With a cold chuckle tinged with indifference, Hua Qinyu casually marked the message as read. He glanced at the time, 6:53 a.m., still over an hour before the first class of the morning. Hua Qinyu got up without hesitation and walked straight into the bathroom. The intense training from the previous night had left him drenched in sweat, so a thorough shower was naturally in order. Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities. In the classroom of Flame God Class 1, most of the freshmen had already arrived, clearly eager for today's lessons. Amid the lively chatter, Hua Qinyu walked in unhurriedly through the back door, intending to sit in his usual spot in the back row. As soon as he entered, he met Lin Yi's eyes, which were filled with displeasure. Hua Qinyu ignored him outright. He knew Lin Yi had called him countless times earlier, but he had been in the shower and missed every call. No wonder the guy was so upset. What's wrong? Hua Qinyu walked over to Lin Yi, sat down leisurely, and asked knowingly, "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Lin Yi squinted and questioned. Hua Qinyu leaned back in the chair and smiled faintly. "Isn't it just about discussing the cultivation technique? Isn't it more convenient to talk about it at school?" After all, they had been close brothers for 3 years, and Hua Qinyu knew Lin Yi's personality inside out. Lin Yi widened his eyes in surprise and said, "You even figured that out? You're the one who truly understands me, my good brother." Hua Qinyu didn't respond, his gaze falling on Lin Yi's backpack as he asked, "Where's my breakfast?" Lin Yi pursed his lips, but obediently took out a packed bowl of noodles and a box of pure milk from the drawer. "Beef noodles, not bad, right?" Lin Yi asked tentatively. "The noodles are all soggy." Hua Qinyu frowned, his tone full of undisguised disdain. But after saying that, he still ate heartily without hesitation. "Well, that's because you came too late." Lin Yi rolled his eyes first, then suddenly changed the subject and said excitedly, "By the way, I reached level 10 last night." His voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. Hua Qinyu paused his eating and asked in a deep voice, "You cultivated?" "That's right. Last night, I followed the operation route of that cultivation technique and practiced slowly. At first, I wasn't very skilled, and it took a long time to clear each meridian." Lin Yi described every detail meticulously, but later, I gradually got used to the process. This morning, I finally managed to complete a cycle. At that moment, I felt significantly stronger, and my ability level directly rose to level 10. Lin Yi's description of the process was roughly the same as Hua Qinyu's, but there was one stark difference. He didn't mention any pain. Hua Qinyu turned halfway around and looked directly at Lin Yi. "You didn't feel any discomfort?" "Not at all." Lin Yi shook his head firmly. "The whole process felt warm and gentle inside my body. No pain at all, just a lot of sweating. Hua Qianyu nodded subtly, but waves of emotion surged within him. How could it be completely different from his own experience? Last night, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. If it weren't for his extraordinary self-healing ability, he probably wouldn't have made it through. Could it be that the manifestation of the technique varies from person to person? With this question in mind, Hua Qianyu maintained a calm expression and casually asked, "After reaching level 10, can you use fire?" "Haven't tried yet," Linny replied, then smiled confidently. "But I think I probably can." "No problem." Hua Qianyu wiped his mouth and said, "Then let's try it now. Gather the fire elements in your body into your palm, and then try to shape them." He spoke casually, but he knew well that controlling elements was far from easy. Lin Yi understood immediately. He slowly opened his hands, mobilizing the chaotic and erratic fire elements within his meridians, guiding them toward his palms. A surge of scorching energy began to flow through Lin Yi's meridians, starting from his chest and converging in his palms. In Hua Qianyu's blood-red pupils, he could clearly see it all. Not a single fluctuation of elements in the air escaped his eyes, let alone the highly concentrated fire elements within Lin Yi's body. The fire element gathered quickly. Under Hua Qianyu's gaze, the energy in Lin Yi's palm had already reached the ignition point, restless and ready to burst forth. With a soft buzzing sound, two clusters of crimson gold flames ignited out of thin air in Lin Yi's hands, and waves of scorching heat rippled outward. "Success, Qianyu!" Lin Yi shouted excitedly. In his exhilaration, he waved his hand, and the flames surged toward Hua Qianyu. Seeing the strange golden flames about to scorch his beautiful silver hair, Hua Qianyu instinctively leaned back. But he quickly realized that while the flames caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply, they felt exceptionally warm to him. Because they were sitting in the back row by the window in the university classroom, which was much larger than their high school classroom, the last 3 rows were completely empty except for the 2 of them. This dazzling flame, therefore, did not attract anyone else's attention. "Golden." Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Flames of unusual colors were not commonly seen. "So cool. Qianyu, doesn't it feel hot?" Lin Yi raised his head proudly. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Hua Qianyu. "Huh." A trace of complex doubt rose in Hua Qianyu's heart. He deliberately moved a bit closer to the golden flame, but still did not feel that scorching heat. "That's right. Look at your bowl of beef noodles. Under my invincible flames, even the soup has disappeared, huh?" Lin Yi's laughter carried a hint of arrogance. Hua Qianyu glanced at his own noodle bowl, and the remaining soup inside was actually sizzling, emitting white steam, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely evaporated. The temperature of these flames was terrifyingly high. At this moment, Hua Qianyu fell silent. With countless questions in his mind, he made a shocking move. He directly reached his hand into that terrifying golden flame. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Hua Qianyu's calm gaze met Lin Yi's eyes, which were widening in fear. Lin Yi was completely stunned. He never dreamed that Hua Qianyu would be so bold. His mouth opened and closed, but not a single word came out. The golden flames were not very thick, and Hua Qianyu's hand could still be clearly seen within them. Fair, slender, and completely unharmed. Hua Qianyu was, of course, testing. He wanted to personally feel the true temperature of the flames. However, the result shocked him. He felt nothing at all. There was not the slightest sensation of heat, and compared to the pain he experienced last night, it was a world of difference. A few seconds later, as if suddenly provoked, he jerked his hand back. Under Lin Yi's peculiar gaze, he shook his hand in midair and then, as if trying to cover something up, stuffed it into his pocket. Hua Qianyu forced a smile, pretending to be startled, and said, "So hot." But his inner thoughts were completely opposite to the words he spoke. Lin Yi's golden flames were extremely domineering, with a temperature far exceeding ordinary flames. This, Hua Qianyu was well aware of. However, he seemed entirely unafraid of the flames, even such a powerful golden fire. When his body came into direct contact, it felt as if a warm breeze had brushed past him. This sensation was more akin to the closeness shared between kindred. Fire cannot be burned by flames of the same kind. and the higher-level fire energy within his chest was precisely the reason he was immune to this golden flame. "You're not burned, are you? Do you want to go to the school hospital for a checkup?" Lin Yi asked worriedly. As a master of flames, he knew better than anyone how terrifying that temperature could be. "No need." Hua Qinyu shook his head directly and smiled lightly. "I'm fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Not to mention he wasn't injured. Even if he had been burned, with his current physique, the wound would probably heal on the way to the hospital." "All right then." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed. "But that makes sense. With the physical resilience of an ability user, this kind of minor issue really isn't much." He reminded with lingering fear. "Still, Qinyu, you need to be more careful. My golden flames are extremely destructive, far hotter than ordinary fire. You absolutely mustn't touch them directly with your hands again." The scene just now had almost scared him to death. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Hua Qinyu smiled and then praised. "I can sense that the level of this golden flame of yours is very high. It's not just the temperature. In every aspect, it surpasses ordinary flames. Moreover, it seems to carry some special attribute. It should be related to your cultivation method." "I can feel that too," Lin Yi said as he slowly retracted the golden flame into his body, and the temperature in the classroom instantly dropped. Afterward, Lin Yi's expression turned serious, and he suddenly uttered a strange term: transforming to ash. This is the first principle of the heaven-scorching flame god technique. Transforming to ash. Hua Qinyu frowned in confusion. "Explain in detail." "In fact, because the methods of cultivation differ, even if two people possess fire element abilities, the manifestation of their flames can be completely different. In other words, my flames and yours are two entirely distinct existences," Lin Yi explained, stroking his chin. Lowering his voice and adopting a serious expression, Lin Yi elaborated. "The energy we all possess originates from the most basic fire elements in the air. But to harness this power for ourselves, it must undergo an initial transformation when it enters the body. This process is called ash transformation." Hua Qinyu thought for a moment and immediately grasped the key point. "So, it's about giving it a unique characteristic, right?" Lin Yi nodded approvingly. "Exactly. The reason my flames are golden is directly related to this step of ash transformation. How strong an ability user can become depends 90% on the strength of this characteristic." Hearing Lin Yi's confident and assured explanation, Hua Qinyu's eyes revealed a deep sense of surprise. "How do you know all this so clearly?" Lin Yi smiled somewhat sheepishly. "Actually, I never told you. My dad is also an ability user. A lot of things he told me in advance." "Uncle." Hua Qinyu raised his eyebrows knowingly, but deep in his eyes, a trace of barely perceptible loneliness flickered. He suppressed the emotions in his heart, looked directly into Lin Yi's eyes, and asked in as calm a tone as possible, "Lin Yi, I really want to know, in your opinion, what is the purpose of the existence of ability users? Is it to protect this world, or to manage and rule, or even to invade and conquer?" This question was extremely sharp. On the surface, it was directed at Lin Yi, but in reality, Hua Qinyu wanted to see what kind of ideology Lin Yi's father had instilled in him. Because in Hua Qinyu's heart, strength never equates to nobility. He even felt that so-called justice was nothing more than a means to manipulate people's hearts. Of course, to protect. Lin Yi answered without hesitation. He suddenly stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the table. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, and his entire being exuded an unparalleled aura of passion. "I don't know about other countries, but our country must stand on the side of justice. And the duty of our country's superhumans is to maintain the safety and order of the entire world. I've always been striving in this direction." The surroundings fell into silence. After a long while, Hua Qinyu suddenly raised her head and smiled. "What if? I'm just saying if. One day you realize that many of the things you've done are completely contrary to your original beliefs. What would you do?" She didn't mention right or wrong, because in the eyes of people with different perspectives, the definition of right and wrong varies greatly. To her, such debates were utterly meaningless. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, looking at Hua Qinyu in confusion. "Why are you asking this?" Hua Qinyu did not answer. Lin Yi could not yet understand that some things can only be deeply felt through personal experience. He slowly extended his hand, crossing his middle finger and thumb, and gently rubbed them together. Snap! A crimson flame slowly rose in his hand, as dazzling as a rose. This flame carried an unusual red hue, and from a distance, it looked more like an eerie red mist, mysterious and profound, just like his eyes. Lin Yi, in this world, there is nothing that can truly ignite my passion. Hua Qianyu's eyes, like scarlet gemstones, narrowed slightly, and his gaze suddenly became exceptionally sharp. But fortunately, during my most difficult 3 years, I met a friend as remarkable as you. From now on, your goal will be my direction. Let my fire bear witness to it. As the words fell, the crimson flames in Hua Qianyu's hand, resembling a demonic mist, suddenly danced wildly before vanishing without a trace in an instant. These successive actions and inexplicable words left Lin Yi's mind blank. He hurriedly asked, "Qianyu, what are you doing?" Hua Qianyu's expression had already returned to normal. She merely smiled casually and said, "It's nothing, just a ritual, or perhaps a contract. You don't need to pay it any mind." "Qianyu, today, you're really acting strange." Lin Yi took a deep breath and said earnestly. Hua Qianyu did not respond but turned around, scanning the front of the classroom with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. His lazy gaze swept over those somewhat unfamiliar faces, and his fingers began to tap unconsciously on the desk. In an extremely leisurely tone, he said, "It's 8 o'clock sharp, and that kid who got 2.5 votes doesn't seem to be here." Lin Yi followed his gaze and looked over, then exclaimed in surprise, "Kai-kun? Indeed, the class feels much quieter without him today." "Not just him," Hua Qianyu added, his mind filled with scenes from last night's attack. "The number of people in the class isn't right. Besides Kai-kun and that chubby kid, several others are also missing." At that moment, Feng Meifei walked gracefully into the classroom. The noisy room gradually quieted down as the crisp sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed. Unlike her first appearance, Feng Meifei's expression was no longer enchanting. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with solemnity and visible anger. Her gaze first swept around the room, then quickly locked onto Hua Qianyu's figure in the crowd. Their eyes collided momentarily in the air. Silence. Her soft voice carried an undeniable authority, even tinged with a trace of coldness, creating a stark contrast to her demeanor yesterday. Feng Meifei withdrew her gaze and solemnly announced, "First, let me inform you that 5 students will be unable to attend class today." "Ah, why? What happened?" The classroom instantly erupted in an uproar, with voices of confusion and puzzlement rising everywhere. "Clap, clap." Feng Meifei clapped her hands and raised her voice slightly. "Silence. I know you're all very confused, and I will explain everything to you." The incident happened very suddenly. She paused, her icy gaze sweeping across the room. 3 students ignored warnings and forcibly practiced cultivation techniques last night, which resulted in a student is currently being treated at the school hospital due to a backlash from the fire element and should recover in about a week. Feng Meifei's voice was calm, but her gaze was so dark it seemed as though water could drip from it. Despite her repeated and emphatic warnings, someone had turned a deaf ear to her words. This was nothing short of a blatant challenge to her authority. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger surging in her heart, and continued. "As for the other 2, Kai Kun and Zhao Kai, they were attacked by a terrorist organization and are now seriously injured, undergoing emergency treatment." "A terrorist organization?" The classroom was instantly filled with shock. "That's right." Feng Meifei nodded slowly, her expression becoming extremely serious. "This organization is called Nightfall, and its members are fallen ability users. I've mentioned before that they are enemies of the government, attempting to disrupt social order. The reason they've targeted you is because of the techniques you are learning." "So it really is like this," Hua Qianyu murmured to himself, as if everything was within his expectations. Since it was an attack, it couldn't have been aimed at him alone. All students living off campus could be potential targets, especially those with weaker abilities. 2 students from his class had already fallen victim, an alarmingly high proportion. Lin Yi overheard Hua Qianyu's muttering and lowered his voice to ask, Qianyu, no, you didn't run into them too, did you? He suddenly recalled Hua Qianyu's inexplicable phone call last night. Thinking back now, something must have happened. Hua Qianyu remained silent. Kai Kuan and Zhao Kai both live off campus. Feng Meifei paused, her gaze sweeping intentionally or unintentionally over Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. And in our class, only 4 students live off campus. This time, Nightfall's operation has a very wide scope. Teacher, who are the other 2 who escaped unscathed? Their luck is incredible. A curious student immediately asked. Feng Meifei smiled inexplicably, her gaze seemingly unintentionally landing on Hua Qianyu. She asked lightly, Hua Qianyu, the teacher is also curious. Did you and Lin Yi not encounter anyone from Nightfall? In an instant, the entire class's gaze focused on Hua Qianyu, including Lin Yi, who was sitting beside him. Hua Qianyu raised his head, his eyes calm and unperturbed. He smiled lightly. Teacher, Lin Yi and I live very close to the school. We went home early last night. I suppose those people didn't find an opportunity. Is that so? Feng Meifei asked with a probing smile. Yes, Hua Qianyu replied succinctly, then added, Besides, you can still see me standing here now. Their gazes met in the air, and Hua Qianyu fearlessly held her stare, his calm demeanor almost unnerving. There was always a composure about him that seemed beyond his years. True enough, Feng Meifei smiled, her voice as gentle as a breeze in a valley. Clearly, she hadn't gleaned the answer she was looking for from his eyes. In any case, the area around the school may not be very safe recently. To ensure everyone's safety, the government will conduct a week-long clearance operation. During this time, the school will be completely sealed off, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and the classroom instantly erupted. Sealed off. Oh no, my high school was already under closed management, and now this happens on my first day of university. What about food? How are we supposed to eat? I'm doomed. I just booked a hotel room for tonight. You don't need to worry about any of that. Feng Meifei's voice cut through the chaos, her subtle yet commanding presence instantly suppressing the commotion. As for food, the various shops on campus are fully equipped: snacks, milk tea, gourmet meals. In terms of both safety and variety, they are on par with what's available outside, so you can rest assured. Of course, Feng Meifei narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the student who had mentioned booking a hotel room. The school does not provide couple accommodation services. Students with such needs will have to endure for now. The student awkwardly lowered their head, not daring to say another word. Additionally, regarding Lin Yi and Hua Qianyu's accommodation arrangements for this week, the school has prepared a double dormitory for you, complete with daily necessities. As for clothing, you'll wear the academy uniforms for now. How does that sound? I have no objections, Lin Yi replied cheerfully, showing no resistance. On the contrary, the thought of sharing a dormitory with Hua Qianyu made him a little excited. All right, Hua Qianyu responded coolly. The sudden situation left him no choice but to comply with the school's arrangements. Good, then it's settled. Feng Meifei's tone turned sharp and authoritative, carrying an undeniable sense of command. As you can see, possessing abilities without strength makes you like lambs to the slaughter, innocent targets for terrorists. Right now, you're like children holding priceless treasures, completely defenseless, yet irresistibly tempting to others. In this state, not only are you unfit to shoulder the nation's responsibilities, but even your survival is uncertain. What right do you have to call yourselves the pride of this country? The students present were all top-tier talents among ability users, elite members of a prestigious academy. Feng Meifei's relentless questioning left them blushing with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. She reigned in her imposing aura, her voice softening but remaining heavy. Therefore, starting today, becoming stronger will be your lifelong goal. You will embark on relentless training. This is not just to enable you to protect yourselves, but also to prepare you as future military talents for the nation. Fortunately, apart from a few exceptions, most of you still possess a strong fighting spirit. Feng Meifei glanced at Hua Qianyu intentionally or unintentionally as she spoke slowly. I noticed that some of you have ignored the advice and started cultivating early. However, I must admit, I admire your enterprising spirit. Starting today, the mornings will be dedicated to cultivating techniques to enhance your source energy strength. The afternoons will be martial arts practice sessions to hone your combat skills. A special reminder, since this is your first time cultivating, I will personally guide you to prevent any accidents. After today, you will have to rely on yourselves. The classroom erupted in cheers, and those students who were less confident in their abilities were especially overjoyed. With the mentor's personal guidance, the process was sure to go much more smoothly. As for the martial arts class in the afternoon, Feng Meifei continued. We will be having it together with the Thunder Academy. And our Flame God Class 1 will be up against their strongest, Thunder God Class 1. Our Fire Academy and Thunder Academy, both renowned for destructive elemental power, are natural rivals. Our fire must not lose to their thunder. If anyone dares to embarrass me. Feng Meifei paused, a trace of an extremely dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Then be prepared to face my punishment. Going up against the Thunder Academy? Interesting. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He thought to himself, with both being powerful elements, their clash would undoubtedly spark an intense showdown. The Academy sure knows how to create a spectacle. Right? I'm getting excited too. Lin Yi appeared somewhat exhilarated. Qianyu, I'm going to take down the strongest one in the Thunder Academy and show them who truly represents the strongest offensive element. Hua Qianyu helplessly rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, why is this kid so clueless? He said, the martial arts class tests individual skills, which doesn't seem to fully reflect the strengths and weaknesses of the two elements. Doesn't matter. Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. At least we can win some pride for the Fire Academy. Qianyu, I've decided. The strongest one, you have to leave them to me. Suit yourself. Hua Qianyu sighed and replied indifferently. On the podium, Feng Meifei cleared her throat and spoke again. All right, now everyone quickly browse through the techniques. I will guide each of you in order, so don't rush. Speaking, she walked to a female classmate in the first row near the door and gently said, follow the principles of the technique and guide the fire element into your body. I will control it to prevent it from becoming unstable. Just focus on your cultivation. Okay. The female classmate responded timidly, then closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to cultivate with all her might. At that moment, a flash of fire appeared in Feng Meifei's eyes, and a powerful crimson flame surged up around her. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding air, making the figures in sight appear slightly warped. The heat waves kept rushing forward, causing Lin Yi's breathing to become erratic. He struggled to say, this fiery aura is far stronger than my golden flame. What a powerful aura! Hua Qianyu's previously distracted gaze instantly sharpened. This oppressive force was worlds apart from the person he encountered last night. So this is the mentor of Flame God Class 1? Hua Qianyu stared fixedly at her figure, his heart filled with endless shock. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Feng Meifei extended her hand, placing it above the female student's head. The surging fire elements flowed obediently under her hand, continuously pouring into the female student's body. The female student let out a soft moan, somewhere between pain and pleasure, a fleeting expression of discomfort crossing her face before quickly easing. As the fire elements were infused, her cheeks flushed, yet her breathing remained exceptionally steady. Hua Qianyu watched this scene, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. With a mentor's assistance, the pain of this first cultivation could almost be ignored. But the thought only flashed briefly. He wasn't accustomed to accepting help from others, especially for something he could accomplish on his own. Lin Yi, stop looking. Let's cultivate ourselves. Hua Qianyu withdrew her gaze and suddenly spoke. A whole morning's time can absorb quite a bit of energy. Don't waste it. All right. Lin Yi nodded and also withdrew his gaze. Using every moment to grow stronger was exactly what he wanted. The two immediately formed hand seals. A golden mark lit up in front of Lin Yi, its shape chaotic and without a defined outline. In front of Hua Qianyu, however, a phantom resembling rose petals appeared. As the fire element gathered, the petals became increasingly solid. The two quickly entered a meditative state. In another corner of the classroom, a thin figure dressed in black also had his eyes tightly shut. His name was Chunyu. and between his palms, a flame mark had also formed. The only difference was that his mark was black, with a faint trace of eerie purple within the darkness. Though it was clearly fire, it exuded a chilling and unsettling coldness. The three students who happened to be in the corner did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone present had their eyes firmly fixed on Feng Meifei at the front. Otherwise, they would surely have felt a deep sense of fear. After all, even in a place teeming with geniuses, there are always a few prodigies capable of accomplishing feats that even geniuses cannot achieve. Meanwhile, in the administrative main building at the very center of Jiangxing Ability University, only two people stood inside a spacious conference room. One of them was Zhang Junlong, the deputy principal of the admissions office who personally recruited Hua Qinyu and Linny. He stood quietly by the window, overlooking the distant green sports field. Beside him was an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, his figure hunched. The old man was dressed simply, his gaze cloudy, as if he might collapse at any moment. Junlong, the elder, spoke faintly, his voice extremely hoarse. "What are the casualties from the Nightfall operation?" Zhang Junlong snapped back to attention and respectfully replied, "Elder Jun, over 100 freshmen at our school were attacked, and the vast majority were seriously injured. As for the senior students, due to their greater abilities and experience, they managed to handle the situation with ease." A cold snort echoed. The elder, addressed as Elder Jun, had his previously clouded eyes turned sharp in an instant. He said coldly, "The Nightfall organization is becoming increasingly audacious, daring to cause trouble right under my nose." Zhang Junlong respectfully responded, "Rest assured, Elder Jun, the government's actions were swift, and those people from last night were almost completely wiped out." Oh, Elder Jun was somewhat surprised. Why is the efficiency so high this time? Zhang Junlong leaned in a bit closer and lowered his voice, saying, "It said that the temple has intervened." The temple. A trace of astonishment flashed across Elder Jun's face, followed by a calm smile. In our little Jiang city, could there really be someone capable of alarming the temple? This subordinate is not sure. Zhang Junlong lowered his head and added, "However, our school has a genius with 100% elemental compatibility. This matter is very likely related to him." Jun Lao's gaze sharpened, and he asked, "Is it the young man from the Fire Academy you mentioned last time?" "That's right." Zhang Junlong nodded heavily. "He is the most talented genius I have ever seen in my life." Jun Lao paced back and forth, a flicker of light in his dim eyes, lost in thought. After a long silence, an aged voice finally spoke. "What is his name?" "Hua Qinyu. Last name Hua." Elder Jun squinted his eyes, unable to resist murmuring softly. Zhang Junlong's eyebrows twitched as he pressed further. "Did something come to your mind, sir?" "No." Elder Jun hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head, his gaze growing even deeper. "Pull up his file. I need to confirm it personally." "Understood." Zhang Junlong immediately obeyed. He raised his hand, and a purple-blue energy ring on his wrist lit up. At the same time, a blue light screen quietly appeared in front of him. Zhang Junlong lightly swiped his finger across the screen, revealing a list of names. Hua Qinyu's name was right at the top. He extended his finger and tapped on Hua Qinyu's name. The system voice sounded, "Ability user Zhang Junlong, identity verification passed. Retrieving student information, please wait." Immediately after, two lines of text slowly appeared on the light screen. "We are sorry. The information you are trying to access is classified as a national secret. Your clearance level is insufficient to view it. No access." Zhang Junlong was almost dumbfounded. He, the vice principal of one of the 4 prestigious schools, actually didn't have the clearance to check a student's file? This was simply a colossal joke. Causing such an incident in front of Elder Jun, Zhang Junlong suddenly felt his scalp tingle. "I'll try again." Just as he was about to try again, Elder Jun waved his hand and interrupted him. "Wait." Although it was the scorching summer, a sudden piercing cold wind swept through the enclosed conference room, making Zhang Junlong shiver involuntarily as his clothes fluttered. Elder Jun's expression turned grave, and an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from his aged body, causing the air around him to distort. Elder Jun." Zhang Junlong dared not move a muscle, cautiously speaking up. Step back. The aged voice was no longer frail, but icy and chilling. Elder Jun's aura did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, he directly issued an order for Zhang Junlong to leave. Yes. Zhang Junlong dared not say another word and quickly exited the conference room respectfully, feeling cold sweat all over his back. Only Elder Jun remained in the conference room. He raised his arm, resembling a withered tree branch, and a jade-green energy ring slowly emerged from the void. Retrieve the data, student Hua Qinyu. Elder Jun rasped out the command. An ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Conducting identity verification. Identity verified successfully. Erosion Wind King Jun Chun. The data you requested is as follows. Elder Jun closed his eyes as the data, transmitted through the energy ring, directly appeared in his mental world. As time ticked by, the quiet conference room was gradually engulfed by a powerful vortex of wind. The storm centered around Elder Jun, even distorting the light and rendering his figure indistinct. After an unknown amount of time, Jun Lao's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Under his uncontrollable aura, two cyan blades of light shot out from his eyes. Instantly, the storm raging indoors was immediately calmed by the slicing of these two wind blades. Wherever the cyan blades of light passed, visible spatial fractures appeared, shooting straight toward the wall. Just as the blades were about to strike the wall, Jun Lao's raised palm suddenly clenched. The two cyan blades of light seemed to be caught by an invisible force, forcibly halting in front of the wall. The rapidly spinning halos of the blades brushed against the wall, leaving two deep scratches on its sturdy surface. Jun Lao's fingers slightly hooked, and the two blades of light traced two semicircles in the air, colliding with each other and instantly disappearing, leaving behind ripples in the air that lingered for a long time. In his once lifeless and still eyes, a raging storm surged. 9. Spirit. Forbidden. Codex. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Flame God Class 1, Feng Meifei's guidance course was nearing its end. With her personal instruction and the students' outstanding talents, the 3-hour course proceeded very smoothly, and most of them successfully completed the introduction to the cultivation technique. When Feng Meifei's gaze swept across the classroom and saw Hua Qinyu, Lin Yi, and Chunyu already immersed in their cultivation, a ripple stirred in her heart. She had to admit that the talent of these children was truly astonishing. However, her gaze lingered more on Hua Qinyu. This was not only because he was the strongest in the Fire Academy, but also because the cultivation technique he practiced was extraordinarily unique. The flame mark in front of him, blooming like a rose, was something she had never seen before. It was known that the elemental marks formed during cultivation should all resemble playing cards, engraved with various unique totems. Every ability user she had encountered was without exception. Lin Yi was no different. His golden card-shaped mark was inscribed with ancient, indecipherable characters. Qinyu's mark was similar, a purple-black card-shaped imprint featuring a scythe and a skull. Although these totems varied, they all appeared carved and adhered to common logic. But Hua Qinyu, the flaming rose in front of him, was three-dimensional, as if it were a living flower. This student was the only one she couldn't see through, his entire being shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. Yet the more mysterious he was, the stronger her desire to uncover his secrets grew. What exactly are you hiding? Feng Meifei whispered softly, her gaze on Hua Qinyu growing increasingly enigmatic. In the corner of the back row of the classroom, the fire spirit art within Hua Qinyu no longer required his active guidance. The ninth spirit will transformed into a vortex, drawing fire elements from the air and continuously gathering them toward him. The immense energy of the fire elements surged into his meridians, making his body feel as if it were inside a furnace. Yet, this fire, which should have been scorching, was surprisingly gentle. Not only did it not harm him, but it also repaired the flaws in his body. Even the hidden injuries left from last night's battle quietly dissipated under the cleansing force of this energy. What was even more peculiar was that the benefits extended far beyond Hua Qinyu alone. Under the powerful pull of the nine-spirit roulette, the concentration of fire elements in the entire classroom was slowly and steadily rising. This change was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. The students who were practicing for the first time had no awareness of anything unusual. However, Feng Meifei's expression completely changed. Her perception was far superior to that of these students, and the anomaly in the environment instantly snapped her out of her daze. Her gaze was firmly locked on Hua Qianyu, because the fire elements converging from all directions ultimately had one destination. Hua Qianyu, his current level, can actually attract such a massive amount of fire elements. Feng Meifei's beautiful eyes widened, and the shock on her face could no longer be concealed. Such a feat was something she could easily accomplish with her current strength. But for a boy of Hua Qianyu's age, it was simply inconceivable. Sitting next to Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi was almost at the center of the energy storm. The speed at which the fire elements surged toward him even exceeded the speed at which his cultivation technique operated. Lin Yi could only grit his teeth tightly and desperately accelerate the operation of his technique to balance the energy fluctuations inside and outside his body. Under such pressure, his proficiency unknowingly improved rapidly. The instigator of all this, Hua Qianyu, was completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. When he discovered that the nine-spirit wheel could drive the cultivation technique to operate on its own, he devoted all his mental energy to controlling and applying the fire elements. He understood that the strength of power was not only determined by its quantity, but also by the precision of its control. Uncontrollable power not only does not belong to oneself, but may even backfire. What he needed to do was to make the fire elements a part of his body, so that with a single thought, the flames would change at will. This was originally a process that required long practice, but for him, it brought about earth-shattering changes. Ring ring. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the class dismissal bell finally rang. Lin Yi withdrew the flame in his hand and opened his eyes, feeling for the first time that half a day had passed so quickly. He eagerly checked the ability ring, and when he saw the number 11 displayed on it, a genuine smile spread across his lips. Finally, I can be considered a true ability user, he thought to himself. Level 10 is a critical threshold for ability users, and Hua Qianyu had crossed this barrier from the very beginning. Lin Yi turned sideways and looked at Hua Qianyu beside him. At that moment, Hua Qianyu also opened his eyes, and a strange red light flashed briefly in the depths of his gaze. "How do you feel?" Lin Yi asked. He sensed that Hua Qianyu's aura hadn't improved significantly, but there was an indescribable subtle change in his presence. Hua Qianyu didn't speak, merely raised his arm slowly and spread his fair, slender fingers. This action left Lin Yi utterly puzzled, while Feng Meifei, who had been watching closely, also furrowed her brows. Just as the two were filled with confusion, a cluster of crimson flames suddenly blossomed in Hua Qianyu's palm, instantly condensing into a bewitching rose. The rose carried the aura of netherworld flames, silently emitting an eerie red glow that even reflected Lin Yi's golden eyes into a blood-red hue. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He stood frozen in place, his mouth unconsciously agape, his blood-tinted eyes wide open as he struggled to speak. "Qianyu, how did you do that?" Lin Yi was well aware that Hua Qianyu was stronger than him, with abilities far surpassing his own. Yet, he could still keenly sense that Hua Qianyu's power itself had not undergone a qualitative leap. This was because the energy fluctuations of the flaming rose blooming at Hua Qianyu's fingertips were no different from the original scarlet flame. However, an invisible flame could actually bloom into a dazzling rose. This dreamlike scene made Lin Yi almost unable to believe his own eyes. The entire process happened at an extreme speed, from the flames sprouting to the rose's formation. It took only an instant, even faster and more precise than his earlier, straightforward release of flames. What was even stranger was that the flaming rose in Hua Qianyu's hand was unnaturally quiet. It exuded an indescribable gentleness. Flames were supposed to be violent, a symbol of aggression and attack. Summoning fire elements was akin to unleashing a merciless demon, filled with ferocity and rage. And the degree of this rage depended on the ability user's level of control. The stronger the control, the gentler the flame. This was basic knowledge that everyone understood. However, no matter how strong the control, it is impossible to make blazing flames as tranquil as flowing water. Yet the flames in Hua Qianyu's hand were so obedient that it defied all logic. They seemed like a slave completely surrendered to its king, entirely driven by Hua Qianyu's will without the slightest resistance. In other words, Hua Qianyu's mastery over the fire element had reached a level of perfection that shouldn't even exist. Why is this happening? Feng Meifei finally spoke, her few words filled with difficulty and confusion. Even with her knowledge, she couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Hua Qianyu still remained silent. He was more aware of the changes in his own body than anyone else. His slender fingers slowly closed, and the crimson rose instantly dissipated in his palm, leaving not even the slightest trace of elemental fluctuation. Even the temperature in the air returned to normal. Feng Meifei's pupils contracted violently once again. Her perception told her that the concentration of fire elements inside and outside the room had completely equalized, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Not even a single trace was left behind. How is that possible? Such a thing, even she absolutely couldn't achieve. Interesting. Hua Qianyu finally spoke, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Lin Yi, I finally understand now the wonders of these elements. Although I still don't think abilities have any practical use, they are indeed quite an amusing toy. Toy. Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he had heard someone describe abilities in such a way. That's right. Hua Qianyu's lips curved into a faint smile. Without abilities, the world would still function as usual. In fact, one could say that the world 100 years ago, without abilities, was far better than it is now. At least there weren't as many conflicts as there are today. So, aside from adding trouble, abilities currently serve no real purpose. Until I uncover their practical value, let's just treat them as a kind of toy for now. As Feng Meifei announced the end of class, a leisurely midday break arrived. Since the school was under closed management, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi could only dine at the school cafeteria. Fortunately, as a top-tier supernatural abilities university, the food here was quite good, with affordable prices and a wide variety of dishes. Both of them were in a great mood due to their slight progress in strength, and they thoroughly enjoyed this lunch. Unlike regular universities that have freshman military training, the Supernatural Abilities Academy holds nearly grueling martial arts practice classes almost every afternoon. Classes start at 2 o'clock, and before that, students are free to move around and take a short rest. Boys' Dormitory Building 11, Room 130. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi stood in front of the small door, falling into a brief silence. Is it here? Hua Qianyu looked at Lin Yi and asked calmly. Yes, Teacher Feng said it's Building 11, Room 130. It can't be wrong. Lin Yi nodded, then inserted the key and opened the door. The two walked into the room, and the scene inside made Hua Qianyu's eyes light up. The interior was unexpectedly tidy, even cleaner than he had imagined. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it in advance. He didn't believe a dormitory left empty for an entire vacation could be this neat. But this was good. It saved them a lot of trouble. The layout of the room was simple. On one side of the wall were two bunk beds with desks underneath, facing each other and connected by a small staircase in the middle. Even the bedding and pillows on the beds were already neatly arranged. On the two desks below, there was an identical black package placed on each. The opposite wall featured a large mirror and a wardrobe, with a shoe rack near the door. Further inside, there was a private bathroom and a balcony. Although the space wasn't large, it felt quite cozy and comfortable. Qianyu, staying in the dormitory seems pretty nice. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Both of them had grown up in privileged environments, always commuting to school and never staying on campus. This was their first time seeing a school dormitory. It is quite nice, Hua Qianyu replied with a faint smile. Having always been accustomed to solitude, this was an entirely new and intriguing experience for him. He glanced around, carefully observing the room. Air conditioning, a washing machine, common appliances were all present. Apart from the absence of a kitchen, everything one might need was there. How about we ask Teacher Feng if we can stay on campus? It's not like it makes much difference whether we go home or not, Lin Yi suggested excitedly, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. Hua Qianyu pondered for a moment before speaking. We can consider it. Let's try staying for a week to see if we can get used to it, and then decide. All right, Lin Yi responded, casually tossing his backpack onto the table. Their luggage was always simple. Hua Qianyu was used to traveling light, and Lin Yi's backpack usually only contained some snacks and drinks. Hua Qianyu's gaze fell on the black package on the table, with a pair of scissors placed beside it. This should be the academy uniform, the one we need to wear for the martial arts class later. Lin Yi slumped into a chair, drinking water as he spoke. Hua Qianyu nodded, picked up the scissors, and effortlessly cut open the package, revealing two brand-new uniforms. The uniforms were a red and white sportswear style, including jackets, long pants, and short-sleeved shirts, even paired with two pairs of white sneakers, giving off a very casual vibe. The collar of the jacket bore an emblem with the character Yan and the number 1 printed on it. Most notably, Hua Qianyu's name in pinyin was printed on the back, as if it had been custom-made. That's it. Lin Yi widened his eyes, full of disappointment. I thought it would be the kind of combat suit worn during missions, but it turns out to be sportswear. It's just for class. No need to be so dramatic, Hua Qianyu said flatly, picking up the plain white short-sleeved shirt. You can't say that. Becoming a hero is every man's dream, Lin Yi said with a serious expression. If the gear isn't cool, you've already lost half the momentum. Doesn't matter. Hua Qianyu remained indifferent. He casually took off his shirt, exposing his entire upper body unguardedly in front of Lin Yi. Puffed. Lin Yi choked on a mouthful of water and spat it out directly. He was completely stunned, not because of anything else, but because he saw something that left him utterly shocked. Qianyu, when did you get a tattoo? Lin Yi's voice was trembling, his eyes fixed intently on Hua Qianyu's chest. There, a totem composed of 9 petals in different colors was visible, an imprint spontaneously formed by the 9-spirit wheel. Hua Qianyu froze for a moment, having completely forgotten about this matter. However, his face remained expressionless as he replied indifferently, a long time ago. That's so cool. Damn, I really want to get one too. Lin Yi's expression instantly shifted from shock to excitement, his eyes brimming with envy. But Qianyu, with so many badass designs out there, why did you choose to get 2 flowers? Because my name is Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu instinctively replied, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. His voice sank. What did you say too? The mark of the 9-spirit roulette has always been just 1, so when did it become 2? He lowered his head and saw the familiar 9-colored petal totem on his chest, unchanged. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and frowned, saying, "Stop joking around. I only have 1 tattoo." "That's not right, Qianyu." Lin Yi scratched his head, looking at him with a very puzzled expression. "There are 2. There's a rose on your left arm, and the one on your chest has 9 petals, though I can't name it." Lin Yi continued joking to himself. Could the other one be a birthmark? Hurrah! Hua Qianyu turned his head sharply toward his left arm, as if struck by lightning. Sure enough, on his left forearm, there was now a bright red rose tattoo that had appeared at some unknown time. The shape of the rose was exactly the same as the crimson flame rose he had unleashed that morning. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Hua Qianyu froze in place, his mind completely blank. Lin Yi was completely unaware of his abnormality and continued analyzing enthusiastically. But seriously, Qianyu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to have that tattoo on your forearm? Won't it show when you wear short sleeves in the summer? Even though we're college students, people who don't know you might think you're part of some gang. Later in martial arts class, if the students from Thor Class 1 see the tattoo on your arm, combined with your cold expression, the timid ones might faint on the spot. Huh? Lin Yi's laughter finally pulled Hua Qianyu's chaotic thoughts back. He temporarily suppressed the storm in his heart, silently lowered his short sleeves, and instead picked up a long-sleeved jacket, putting it on and zipping it all the way up to the top. Isn't this better? Hua Qianyu forced a faint smile. The high collar conveniently covered his chin and perfectly concealed the marks on his chest and arm. Lin Yi was stunned. Hua Qianyu's appearance was already outstanding, and with her great figure, she was practically a walking clothes hanger. Dressed like this, she exuded an added air of mysterious charm and coolness, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, this style of dressing, why did it feel like she was deliberately trying to show off? You really know how to pull it off? Such a sense of style. Lin Yi teased with his words, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel the urge to imitate her. At this moment, The sports field of Jiangxing Ability University was bustling with activity. The entire university boasted 6 massive sports fields of the same size, and there were always plenty of students here practicing and exchanging skills. The South Field, where the freshmen's martial arts practice class was held, was especially lively, even more so than the training grounds for the senior students. The field was surrounded by layer upon layer of students, packed densely together. At a glance, it seemed that 9 out of 10 of them were girls. This was done by the senior students. Speaking of which, the reason is both hilarious and reasonable. Someone actually posted photos of Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi on the school's confession wall. Within just an hour, the entire school was in an uproar, with almost all the girls going crazy over their looks. Did you see the confession wall? The Fire Academy got 2 insanely handsome freshmen this year. Not just handsome, I heard they're in Flame God Class 1, and their talent is top-notch. Handsome, talented, and freshmen, I'm absolutely in love. I'm not being a fangirl, but these 2 guys are so good-looking, it's practically criminal. The chatter around was almost out of control, severely disrupting the normal teaching order. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly off, while the 2 at the center of the commotion were sitting unusually low-key on a shaded patch of grass. I really can't believe it. Who on earth posted the confession wall? Lin Yi muttered softly with his head down, afraid of being recognized. These female college students were practically like hungry wolves. He was genuinely worried about being devoured alive. Hua Qinyu had half her face buried in her collar and was even wearing a hat to cover her excessively dazzling silver hair. Her expression was somewhat grim. Why isn't the teacher here yet? Teacher Feng is contacting the school's broadcasting room. Things have gotten too out of hand, so she probably needs to use some special measures, Lin Yi replied, also burying his face tightly into his collar. At this moment, he felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, he had followed Hua Qinyu's example and worn a jacket. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to hide his face. His jacket differed from Hua Qinyu's in only one minor detail: the badge on the collar, which bore the Chinese character Yan and the number 2. As the class monitor, Lin Yi had even arranged for his classmates to surround the 2 of them to block out the crazed stares from outside. Look, it's Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng is here. The crowd automatically parted, and a seductive woman walked in slowly. Dressed in black, her face was alluring, but at this moment, her every move carried an intimidating aura. It was none other than Feng Meifei, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. She walked up to Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi, glaring at them fiercely before snapping. You 2 really know how to cause trouble for me. The 2 sat while Feng Meifei stood, looking down at them. Her invisible aura of authority made them feel a slight sense of oppression. Hua Qinyu raised his head innocently and said calmly, Teacher, you can't blame us for this. Sigh, Feng Meifei sighed and said with a hint of sympathy, It seems that sometimes being too good-looking isn't necessarily a good thing. She stared at Hua Qinyu's exquisite face, deeply agreeing. If he grew his hair long and softened his gaze a bit, no one would doubt it if he were called a peerless beauty. Shifting her gaze, Feng Meifei suddenly noticed Hua Qinyu's collarbone, unintentionally exposed through his open neckline, exceptionally alluring. She instinctively looked away, her expression slightly stiff and unnatural. Hua Qinyu, I can't control how you dress, but as a teacher, I still hope you'll wear your clothes properly. Hua Qinyu realized and immediately adjusted his collar, casually saying, Wearing it like this is quite comfortable. Feng Meifei was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from all directions, covering the entire school through the broadcast. Non-first-year students gathered at training ground number 5. Please leave immediately, or you will be punished for disrupting the teaching order. I hope all students comply voluntarily or bear the consequences. Hua Qinyu's eyes flickered. This voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Qinyu, this voice, could it be Principal Zhang? Lin Yi lowered his voice and asked cautiously. It's him. Hua Qinyu finally remembered. This sense of familiarity came from none other than Vice Principal Zhang Junlong, who had personally recruited them into the academy. Come to think of it, after seeing him once at the martial arts exam venue that day, she hadn't seen him at school again. Who would have thought that such a dignified vice principal would personally make a broadcast? Although it might be overkill, The effect is immediate. Whoa, that voice. It sounds like Principal Zhang. We're doomed. Girls, let's retreat. As much as I want to see the handsome guy, my life is more important. Agreed. Agreed. I'm out of here. But in less than 15 minutes, more than half of the once surging crowd had dispersed, and the entire playground finally regained its original openness. Is this the principal's deterrent power? Lin Yi asked dumbfoundedly. Principal Zhang looks so kind. Is he really that scary? As the crowd dispersed, Feng Meifei's tense nerves also relaxed. She reminded, Hua Qinyu, Lin Yi, your martial arts teacher might arrange for you to spar with the people from Lei Academy later. Hua Qinyu still tilted her head, her gaze calm. What I mean is, no matter who the opponent is, make sure to deal with them swiftly and decisively, understand? Feng Meifei's gaze was unusually fierce, carrying an emotion a mentor shouldn't have. If someone said she had no personal grudges with Lei Academy, no one would believe it. Hua Qinyu let out a light chuckle and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Doesn't matter, Lin Yi will handle it. Lin Yi was full of question marks. What does "I will take action" mean? Qinyu, this guy is really too sneaky. No matter who takes action, you absolutely cannot lose face. Feng Meifei spoke, her voice cold as ice despite possessing the power of flames. One more thing, the Thunder Academy has never lacked geniuses since its founding. Among the 9 academies of Jiangcheng, Thunder Academy has always been the leader. This year, Thunder Academy has a pair of students known as the S-Class Twin Stars. They are extremely difficult to deal with, so do not underestimate them. Do not underestimate them. Feng Meifei's tone was serious. She was well aware of how challenging this task was. Thunder Gods Class 1 had 2 S-Class geniuses, while her Flame Gods Class 1 only had the seemingly unmotivated Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi, who is infinitely close to S-Class. But being close is, after all, just being close. Even if it's just a 1% difference, the gap between S-level and A-level is almost insurmountable. Fortunately, this is just a martial arts class, and elemental abilities cannot be used. Under these rules, the Fire Academy's chances of winning are greatly increased, which is also why she dared to make this request. Now, she can only pin her hopes on Hua Qinyu, the one person she has never been able to fully understand. This feels like a gamble, but her intuition tells her. Hua Qinyu is very strong, far stronger than her peers. Thinking of this, Feng Meifei gave one last reminder. Also, stay safe. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left, her figure quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. After Feng Meifei left, Lin Yi looked at Hua Qinyu and asked, Qinyu, the opponent is an S-Class Gemini. What do you think? I said before, the strongest one is yours. Hua Qinyu turned her head, her gaze meeting Lin Yi's. You're not scared now, are you? Heh. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost overflowing. How could I be? Hua Qinyu couldn't help but laugh. He stood up, reached out to pull Lin Yi up as well, and his voice became drawn out, his blood-red pupils growing even deeper. Class monitor, isn't it just S rank? Go for it. Blow them away. Meanwhile, in the northern corner of training ground number 5, a group of young trainees dressed in purple and white sports uniforms stood together. They were students from Thor Class 1. Without exception, all their gazes were fixed on the Fire Academy team, where Hua Qinyu was. All this commotion just because the Fire Academy has an S rank this year, and he somehow became the most popular heartthrob in school. A purple-haired young man was the first to speak. His face was sunny and handsome, his deep eyes sparkled, and paired with his high-bridged nose, he exuded a heroic aura. Despite the sweltering weather, he was still neatly dressed in the jacket that symbolized his status, with the marks Thunder and 2 on the collar gleaming under the sunlight. I know that person, named Hua Qinyu. Another voice responded coldly. I've heard Master mention him. He's a tough opponent. The speaker was a man with a cold and ruthless demeanor. His dark purple pupils glimmered with a chilling light, and his medium-length black hair danced in the wind. He crossed his arms, casually draping his coat over his shoulders, with the marks Thunder and 1 clearly visible on the collar. The purple-haired man sneered disdainfully. An S-Class from the Fire Academy? A guy who relies on his looks to grab attention is probably all show. Big brother, leave him to me. he declared arrogantly. I'll make him understand who the real winner is. The black-haired man frowned slightly and warned, Luo-in, your strength isn't weak, but no S-class gifted ability user is ever simple. Don't underestimate him. I know. But isn't it because of you, brother Lu Jin, backing me up? All my confidence comes from you, Luo-in said with a cheeky grin, flattering him. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding underlings immediately chimed in. Exactly, exactly. With brother Lu and brother Luo here, not just one S-class. Even more wouldn't be a problem for our Thunder Academy. Fire Academy? A bunch of clowns we've always trampled underfoot. Do they even deserve to have both of our big brothers take action? I really don't understand what the school is thinking. Both are called Class 1, but our Thunder God class and their Flame God class are on completely different levels. Yet they put us together. It's hilarious, huh? For a moment, the corner was filled with disdain and contempt for the Fire Academy. Luo-in seemed to thoroughly enjoy the atmosphere, laughing even more recklessly. Huh? Brother Lu, did you hear that? Let's make a deal. Leave that kid Hua Qinyu to me. I promise to utterly disgrace him. Lu Jin's expression remained stern, without the slightest hint of relaxation. Luo-in, this is a martial arts class. Without your lightning abilities, you might not be his match. With your attitude, you'll suffer a major loss sooner or later. Big brother, why do you always boost others' morale while undermining our own? Luo-yin's face showed displeasure. Lu Jin did not respond immediately. His gaze searched through the crowd of Fire Academy students and finally locked onto Hua Qinyu, who was talking to Lin Yi. That striking silver hair was simply too conspicuous. First, the Fire Academy is not the enemy. They are classmates and also our compatriots. Second, I certainly won't undermine our own morale. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead. I've got your back. The voice lingered faintly as Lu Jin lowered his arms, which had been crossed for a long time, and strode directly toward Hua Qinyu. Meanwhile, Hua Qinyu, though facing away from the north, couldn't shake the feeling that a gaze was fixed on him like a nail, not a fleeting glance, but a prolonged stare. He suddenly turned around, wanting to see who was watching him. A pair of cold eyes met his gaze. Hua Qinyu's heart skipped a beat as he saw a group of students in purple uniforms approaching them with an imposing air. Those sharp eyes belonged to Lu Jin, who stood in the center. Hua Qinyu's actions immediately caught the attention of the Fire Academy students. Lin Yi was the first to turn around with him, and when he saw the group of aggressive people, he froze completely. Qinyu, it's the Thunder Academy people. Lin Yi's voice carried a trace of excited trembling. Hua Qinyu did not respond. Those icy, terrifying eyes kept enlarging in his field of vision. Soon, the entire group of Thunder Academy students, led by Lu Jin, stood opposite the Fire Academy, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and confrontational. Hua Qinyu and Lu Jin stood face to face, and almost simultaneously, their gazes fell on the emblems on each other's collars. When they both saw the number 1, their eyes narrowed at the same time. No one spoke. The Thunder Academy students, led by Luo-in, exuded an air of arrogance, casting disdainful glances at the Fire Academy group. In contrast, apart from Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi, the other Fire Academy students were visibly nervous. After all, they were facing the academy reputed to be the ace of Jiangcheng, and Thunder God's Class 1 was the ace among aces. A few seconds later, Lu Jin took the lead to break the deadlock of silence. Hello, I am Lu Jin, the class monitor of Thor Class 1. It's a pleasure to meet you, S-class student Hua Qinyu. His words made the students of the Fire Academy almost simultaneously breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere of those few seconds had made their hearts race uncontrollably, as if they had just narrowly escaped a disaster. Hello, Hua Qinyu responded coldly, then smirked lightly. S-class, Lu Jin. Lu Jin caught the sarcasm in his tone, but his expression remained unchanged. He slowly extended his hand and said politely, You must be the class monitor of Flame God Class 1, right? I hope we can cooperate well in this joint training. Hua Qinyu did not shake his hand, but said indifferently, Lu Jin from Class S. While I appreciate your recognition, someone like me is not qualified to be the class monitor. As he spoke, he pushed Lin Yi, who was beside him, forward and introduced with a smile. Here, Lu Jin from Class S. Let me introduce you to Lin E, the class monitor of Flame God Class 1, a genius even more capable than me. Lin E showed no fear, casually shook Lu Jin's hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Lin E, the class monitor of Flame God Class 1. Lu Jin's brow twitched slightly, and a trace of barely noticeable astonishment flashed through his cold gaze. However, his good manners prevented him from showing it, and he politely asked, "Apologies, I was being presumptuous. It's a pleasure to meet you, Linny. May I ask what your ability level is?" Could it be that Flame God Class 1 is deliberately hiding a special genius to replace the S-level Hua Qinyu as class monitor? A hint of wariness appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. A level, Lin Yi said indifferently, without the slightest hesitation. He didn't think there was anything shameful about being a level. He firmly believed he could perform better than the so-called S-level. The confusion in Lu Jin's eyes deepened. He couldn't understand why an S-level student would lose the class monitor election to an A-level one. Could it be that the legendary Hua Qinyu wasn't as exceptional as imagined, to the point of being replaced by an A-level student? Just as he was pondering, Luo Yin, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't hold back. Pointing at Lin Yi, he burst into laughter. "Huh? Ignoring an S-class genius and actually letting an A-class nobody be the class monitor. It seems that not only are the students of Flame God Class 1 trash, but even the teacher's brain is broken. What did you say?" Lin Yi was so furious he laughed, his fists unconsciously clenching. If it were just insults directed at him alone, he could ignore them. But Luo Yin's words had humiliated the entire Flame God Class 1, from the mentor to the students, and that was something he couldn't tolerate. Burning with rage, Lin Yi swung his fist, ready to strike. But just as his fist was halfway through, it was firmly caught by Lu Jin in front of him, unable to move an inch further. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. The strength of this Lu Jin was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered, second only to Hua Qinyu. "Sorry, squad leader Lin," Lu Jin said expressionlessly. "As the squad leader, I have a duty to protect my companions." He actually tacitly approved of Luo Yin's rude remarks. "Ha ha ha, you? What do you think you are?" Luo Yin laughed even more arrogantly. "Trash like you, what qualifications do you have to attend class with us from Thunder Academy? Better tuck your tails and get lost early. Don't humiliate yourselves here." He paused, then introduced himself even more smugly. "Oh right, I'm Thunder Academy's number 2, S-Class Luo Yin. So, what? Want to come over and worship me?" Ha ha ha. A cold glint flashed in Hua Qinyu's eyes. He stared at Luo Yin coldly. This person had successfully made him feel anger he hadn't experienced in a long time. Hua Qinyu stepped forward leisurely, and in the next second, his figure appeared in front of Luo Yin at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The latter, still lost in his arrogance, only felt the light dim before him as Hua Qinyu stood straight in front of him. Luo Yin's pupils contracted slightly, and he was about to step back, but his reaction was ultimately a step too slow. The next moment, his throat was instantly seized, and his entire body was forcibly lifted into the air. Hua Qinyu's voice was so cold that it carried no trace of emotion, making him exceptionally terrifying at this moment. "Show some respect to others. If you keep speaking so filthily, I have reason to suspect that you treat excrement as food. Otherwise, your mouth wouldn't smell so foul." "S-Class. Luo Yin, is it?" It happened so quickly that no one had time to react. Lu Jin, the S-Class class monitor, was also frozen in place. By the time he came to his senses, Hua Qinyu had already lifted Luo Yin into the air with one hand, his slender fingers tightly gripping Luo Yin's throat. Ugh, Luo Yin's face turned bright red, his legs flailing helplessly in the air, but he couldn't make any sound of distress, only managing to squeeze out painful groans from his throat. He felt like he was about to suffocate. So fast. This was the only thought in Lu Jin's mind. Seeing Luo Yin's breathing grow increasingly rapid, his entire body on the verge of collapse due to lack of oxygen, Lu Jin was about to intervene. At that moment, Hua Qinyu released his grip. Though furious, he still retained his rationality. He merely wanted to teach Luo Yin a lesson. Luo Yin collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, coughing desperately and gulping down fresh air. In that instant, He truly thought he was going to die. He couldn't believe that this seemingly frail young man possessed such terrifying strength and ruthlessness. Hua Qianyu. Lu Jin finally couldn't hold back, his brows furrowed and his gaze icy. To bully his classmate so blatantly in front of him, the class monitor was practically disregarding the Thunder Academy entirely. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hua Qianyu interrupted him. Hua Qianyu's previous cold demeanor vanished, replaced by a harmless smile as he said, "Apologies, Class Monitor Lu. As a student, I have a duty to uphold the dignity of my companions." This sentence was almost returned to Lu Jin unchanged, perfectly interpreting the saying, to use one's own methods against them. Ugh, cough, cough, damn it. Luoyin finally caught his breath. He struggled to stand up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring viciously at Hua Qianyu, looking exceptionally terrifying. Hua Qianyu, how dare you ambush me? Do you dare to face me in a fair one-on-one duel? Hua Qianyu was amused by his childish provocation. He had no interest in such juvenile antics. But when dealing with someone like Luoyin, unless he was utterly crushed, he wouldn't learn his lesson. Just as he was about to agree to this pointless duel, an uninvited guest hurriedly arrived. "What are you doing?" A furious roar came through. A burly, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man strode over with large steps. He had short purple hair, and just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of power. "Mr. Luo." Lu Jin immediately lowered his head and respectfully bowed. "Uncle," Luoyin shouted excitedly, as if he had seen his savior. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Lu Jin sternly. "Lu Jin, you tell me, what exactly happened here?" "Yes." Lu Jin did not dare to hide anything and recounted the events in full detail, without exaggeration or bias. Apart from his indulgence toward Luoyin, Lu Jin's character was otherwise upright. After listening, the middle-aged man first glared at Luoyin with a look of disappointment. "Luoyin, your bad temper is still as terrible as ever. I've told you countless times, if you don't change, you'll suffer for it sooner or later. So, how does it feel to taste the consequences now?" "That was because he ambushed me," Luoyin shouted defiantly. "If it were a fair fight, do you think someone like him is even qualified to be my opponent?" "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and then turned his gaze to Hua Qianyu. "You must be Hua Qianyu, right? I am your martial arts instructor, Luo Wuyo. Let me ask you, why did you use such excessive force against a fellow classmate? Maliciously harming a classmate is a serious violation of school rules. Can't you resolve issues through reason? Reason with them?" Hua Qianyu let out a sneer, her gaze growing colder. "Teacher, if I were to insult your classmates, your colleagues, or even your parents with words, would you also try to reason with me?" As expected of Luo Yin's uncle, this Luo Wuyo seemed to be mediating on the surface, but in reality, every word was biased in favor of his nephew. "You." Luo Wuyo's expression changed, but he couldn't come up with a single rebuttal. If someone really dared to treat him like that, he would have slapped them to death without a second thought. Who would bother reasoning in such a situation? "Teacher, why waste words on him?" Luoyin narrowed his eyes and said viciously, "Our Thunder God class refuses to attend lessons with the Flame God class. The members of their class are of uneven strength, most of them pathetically weak. Attending lessons with them will only slow down our progress. I hope, teacher, you will consider this carefully." Luo Wuyo hesitated for a moment and looked at Lu Jin. "Lu Jin, is this also the opinion of your Thunder God Class 1? After all, Lu Jin was the nominal leader of the class." Lu Jin said coldly and expressionlessly, "Luo Yin's opinion is my opinion." Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. This Lu Jin, who seemed upright, was so indulgent toward Luoyin. Wasn't this aiding and abetting evil? But combined classes are arranged by the academy, and as a teacher, I have no authority to change that. Luo Wuyo sighed and said with difficulty, "I can only report your conflict to the academic office. Until then, I hope you can coexist peacefully." Luoyin gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede, and could only take a step back, saying, "Then how about this? Each side sends one person, and we have a match following the rules of martial arts. Whoever loses will automatically withdraw from this martial arts class." After speaking, he directly targeted Hua Qianyu, his gaze full of provocation. Hua Qinyu, do you dare? Lu Jin's gaze also turned to Hua Qinyu at the same time, both of them completely ignoring the teacher's opinion. At that moment, Lin Yi, who had been forgotten by everyone, stepped out from behind Hua Qinyu. His expression was terrifyingly grim. Lin Yi. Hua Qinyu was slightly stunned but did not stop him. Lin Yi's icy gaze swept over Luo Yin and Lu Jin, and he said word by word. I stared coldly at Luo Yin and said slowly, Luo Yin, I know you're an S-level lightning ability user, and you have your pride. But your mistake lies in insulting my teacher and classmates. We, the Flame God Class 1, accept your challenge. But unfortunately, your opponent won't be Qinyu, because you are simply unworthy. In order to spare you from losing too badly, I'll be your opponent. You? Luo Yin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. The Thunder God Class 1 behind him also erupted into laughter. Even on the Flame God Class 1 side, everyone's faces turned ashen, their expressions extremely grim. An A rank challenging an S rank? The gap is just too obvious. Even the always composed Lu Jin looked at Lin Yi with a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. Mentor Luo Wuyo stared at Lin Yi with an extremely complex expression. He knew his nephew's personality was a bit unruly, but his strength was undoubtedly top-notch among the freshmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called one of the S-level twin stars of the Thunder Academy. An A-level is simply too insignificant. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled lightly. Classmate Luo Yin, what are you laughing at? Since it's a competition of strength, naturally there will be strong and weak, winners and losers. In this world, there is no such thing as a duel where one side is guaranteed to win. Speaking, Lin Yi's gaze shifted, and he said meaningfully, do you really think that just having an S-level talent makes you invincible? If that's what you think, you're being far too naive. Luo Yin's laughter abruptly stopped, and his gaze toward Lin Yi grew more intrigued. He had initially thought that among the Flame Gods Class 1, only Hua Qinyu was worth noting. He hadn't expected that this Lin Yi, when facing the elite Thunder Academy, could remain so calm and composed. His eyes showed no wavering, and his mindset was completely unaffected by the disparity in power levels. Luo Yin smirked and said, well said. Since it's a duel, the outcome is indeed uncertain. Although, in my opinion, you have no chance of winning at all, it doesn't matter. If you insist, I'll naturally make sure you lose convincingly. But Hua Qinyu, are you really comfortable letting this person represent the honor of your entire Flame Gods Class 1? Luo Yin's gaze shifted to Hua Qinyu, his eyes still carrying a faint trace of mockery. Hua Qinyu raised an eyebrow and sneered. Don't overestimate yourself. Dealing with an arrogant and rude guy like you, the result is the same no matter who steps up. To be honest, letting Lin Yi take action feels like overkill to me. Hua Qinyu's words were merciless, completely devaluing Luo Yin. As the pride of the Thunder Academy, Luo Yin had never suffered such humiliation. His expression changed, veins bulging on his handsome face, making him look somewhat ferocious. His gaze was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Fine, very fine. Hua Qinyu, remember what you said today. I hope you understand. If you win, you can stay. But if you lose, then get out of here obediently. Student Luo Yin, your words are simply ridiculous. Hua Qinyu glanced at him sideways, suddenly revealing a mocking smile. Ridiculous? Luo Yin frowned. Utterly ridiculous to the extreme. Hua Qinyu's gaze turned sharply aggressive, carrying undisguised contempt. We lost, and Class 1 of Flame God will have to leave the classroom, causing all the students to miss a valuable practical lesson. Most of the students present are encountering martial arts for the first time, and the first lesson is crucial for them to properly get started. And if we win, we only get a chance to stay? Hua Qinyu's voice grew colder and colder. Such an unfair gamble. How can you say it so matter-of-factly? Do you really think that attending classes with your Thunder Academy is some kind of gift to me? Hua Qinyu spread her hands, her gaze filled with disdain that seemed ready to overflow. Although it might sound a bit harsh, Luo Yin, an S-level Thunder element? To others, you might be a god adorned with a halo. But to me, you're not even worth a single straw. If it weren't for having to attend classes with you, I wouldn't even be interested in knowing you. That arrogance of yours, which I have no idea where it comes from, is truly laughable to the extreme. You. Luo Yin's lips twitched uncontrollably. Hua Qianyu's sharp and merciless words stoked the flames of anger already burning in his chest. The Thunder Academy, always held in high regard, was being humiliated as worthless for the first time. His pride was shattered to pieces. Lu Jin's gaze grew colder and colder. Since he became the leader of Thor's Class 1, who hadn't treated him with respect, today was the first time someone dared to publicly belittle their prestigious Thunder Academy. No matter how good his self-restraint was, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. This grudge was now firmly established. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Hua Qianyu usually spoke very little, and even when angry, it was just a glance, subtle and restrained. To hear such merciless ridicule was something he was witnessing for the first time. It reminded him of the scene when Hua Qianyu lost control of his emotions that day. He felt that Hua Qianyu's personality seemed to be becoming increasingly unpredictable. Lu Jin frowned and asked coldly, "So what exactly do you want?" "Very simple." Hua Qianyu's blood-red eyes flickered slightly, and a bloodthirsty light reflected in his deep pupils. "This is an interesting game, but to make the game fun, the premise is, the rules must be fair." As he spoke, Hua Qianyu slowly took 2 steps forward, bypassed Lu Jin, and came to Luo Yin. He bent down, aligning his gaze with Luo Yin's, and then shifted his gaze. Their gazes almost met. "So if we lose, we leave? Then if you lose, what price are you prepared to pay?" Hua Qianyu's smile carried a hint of coldness. Luo Yin instinctively took 2 steps back. For some reason, Hua Qianyu's gaze filled him with an inexplicable fear. But he had never even considered the possibility of losing, and for a moment, he couldn't think of an equivalent wager. He stammered, this. Are you afraid to bet on anything?" Hua Qianyu's smile grew more mocking. "Or is it that you can't come up with a decent stake? If that's the case, then what's the point of this game?" Seeing Luo Yin's composure crumble, Lu Jin immediately stepped forward, shielding him and coldly said, "Hua Qianyu, if you want a wager, I'll give you a promise. If we lose, not only will we apologize for Luo Yin's earlier rudeness, but we will also admit in front of the entire school that your Fire Academy is stronger than our Thunder Academy. How about that, big brother?" Luo Yin exclaimed in shock. Lu Jin, on the surface cold and unfeeling, actually valued honor above all else. Especially the honor of the Thunder King. He cared about it more than anyone. Yet now, he was personally putting this untouchable honor on the line as a wager. "Class leader, don't be impulsive. There's no need to fall for his trap. The honor of our Thunder Academy can't be compared to something as trivial as his class qualification." "Exactly, class leader. We, the Thunder King Class 1, don't need to prove anything to them." As soon as Lu Jin spoke, the Thunder King Class 1 erupted in protest. To them, the honor of being the king was their bottom line, an untouchable reverse scale. "Enough!" Lu Jin decisively raised his hand, cutting them off. "He's right. If it's a competition, it must be fair. If we don't even dare to place a wager, what right do we have to call ourselves kings?" He turned to look at Luo Yin, encouraging him. "Luo Yin, do you think you'll lose?" "Of course not." Luo Yin blurted out, his previously shaken confidence now restored. That's right, he was Luo Yin, an S-class ability user, 1 in 10,000, one of the brightest stars of the Thunder Academy. Facing an unremarkable A-class opponent, how could he possibly be afraid, let alone lose? Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and declared with overwhelming confidence, "In that case, it's settled. Hua Qianyu, are you satisfied now?" Clap, clap, clap. A few crisp claps echoed as Hua Qianyu couldn't help but applaud. He looked at Lu Jin with a playful expression, his eyes revealing a rare arrogance. "Excellent. Very good. As expected of S-class student Lu Jin, truly admirable. Yes, I am very satisfied with your wager." He turned around and slowly walked back to his team, his blood-red pupils flickering with an unprecedented dark glow. From Lu Jin's words, he had heard the wager he had been eagerly anticipating. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Was there anything more exhilarating than this game? The honor of being the king was everything to the Thunder Academy. If such a king were to lose to a class they had never even considered worthy, The blow to their faith would undoubtedly be devastating. Hua Qinyu didn't just want to win. He wanted to destroy what the other side held most dear, to completely shatter their beliefs. To personally bury the altar of a king. He couldn't wait to witness that moment. The corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. This kind of thrilling game brought an unprecedented sense of stimulation to his otherwise dull life. Even better, he could enjoy this grand ceremony as a spectator, knowing he had orchestrated it all. It was simply marvelous. Hua Qinyu approached Lin Yi and smiled meaningfully. Lin Yi, you heard it too, right? To be able to represent the Fire Academy and personally put an end to the myth of the king, I believe you can do it. Lin Yi was stunned. At this moment, Hua Qinyu felt somewhat unfamiliar to him, but no matter what, their goals were always aligned. All right, he replied, his voice firmer than ever. Rest assured. So, have you all made up your minds? Luo Wuyo finally found an opportunity to speak. The verbal sparring between the two had been ongoing in front of him, but he hadn't been able to get a word in. As a mentor, he should have stopped this private duel between students, but the school did not prohibit competition between classes. After all, conflict could foster growth and was a meaningful form of cultivation. Moreover, his unmotivated nephew was clearly in a bad mood, and if he didn't let him vent, he might stay sulky all day. That's right. He had believed from the start that the Fire Academy didn't stand a chance. We've made up our minds. Lin Yi and Luo Yin answered in unison. Their gazes met, and it seemed as if sparks flew in the air. A large area in the center of the training ground was quickly cleared. Under Luo Wuyo's organization, Lin Yi and Luo Yin stood facing each other. The onlooking students gathered to the north and south, clearly divided into red and purple factions. Luo Wuyo stood between the two and began to announce the rules of the match. Next, we will proceed with the martial arts duel between Luo Yin of Thunder God Class 1 and Lin Yi of Flame God Class 1. The rules are as follows. First, the use of any form of elemental power or weapons is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Second, malicious harm is not allowed. Strikes must be controlled, and no severe injuries should be inflicted on the opponent. Violators will bear full responsibility. Third, if one party loses the ability to fight or voluntarily concedes, it will be considered a forfeit, and the other party will be declared the winner. Luo Wuyo cleared his throat and asked, "Do either of you have any questions?" "No questions," Lin Yi and Luo Yin replied simultaneously, both instinctively channeling their physical strength. "Very well." Luo Wuyo nodded and said slowly, "I hereby announce, the duel begins." As soon as the words fell, Luo Yin moved, swift as lightning, instantly rushing to Lin Yi's front. His clenched left fist, from top to bottom, fiercely struck toward Lin Yi's abdomen. So fast, Lin Yi's expression changed. His impression of Luo Yin was still stuck on the guy who had been easily subdued by Hua Qinyu, completely unprepared for him to have such swift and skillful moves. This strike came so suddenly that Lin Yi had no time to dodge. He took a solid hit to the abdomen and staggered backward 4 or 5 steps. Before Lin Yi could recover, Luo Yin's gaze turned sharp. With agile movements, he leapt into the air, spun around once, and delivered a powerful kick to Lin Yi's face with the full weight of his body. Bang! Lin Yi instinctively crossed his arms, hastily blocking the heavy blow. His body was forced back several steps again. However, without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his wrist and firmly grabbed Luo Yin's lower leg, freezing Luo Yin's entire body in midair. Luo Yin, however, remained completely unfazed, even showing a hint of mockery on his face. With a forceful push of his legs, he effortlessly broke free from Lin Yi's grip. Then, with a backward flip in midair, he landed steadily on the ground. "Is this all you've got?" Luo Yin sneered, refraining from continuing his attack. Instead, he turned to look at Hua Qinyu and mocked. "Hua Qinyu, is this the person you had high hopes for?" Completely useless. Feeling embarrassed yet, Hua Qinyu did not respond. Indeed, from the current situation, Luo Yin's strength was far greater than he had previously displayed, and his skills were quite impressive. But Hua Qianyu's lips curled into a cruel smile as he murmured softly, "Do you know who Lin Yi used to spar with before?" As soon as his words fell, Lin Yi in the distance took the initiative to attack. He rushed toward Luo Yin with rapid steps, his legs suddenly exerting force as his entire body leaped into the air. Similarly, while spinning midair, he delivered a powerful sweeping kick downward. Trying to use my move against me? Luo Yin remained calm, raising both arms to block steadily. With just you? Not worthy. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly changed his move midair. His body spun again, face downward, while his right elbow lifted and aimed a sharp strike at the side of Luo Yin's face. Luo Yin's pupils suddenly contracted. He never expected Lin Yi to change his move at such a critical moment. He hurriedly tried to steady himself, but the elbow strike was already inches away, leaving him no time to dodge. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Yi's elbow struck Luo Yin's left cheek hard. As he staggered backward, his entire body instantly lost balance and fell backward onto his back. Bang! Luo Yin's body slammed heavily onto the ground, his back scraping violently against the grass of the training field, producing a piercing sound. After sliding quite a distance, his body finally came to a stop. His face looked a few shades worse than before, but it was more solemn. This time, Lin Yi had the upper hand in the exchange. Lin Yi landed steadily, his calm gaze looking down at the figure lying on the ground, and asked indifferently, "What did you just say? I didn't catch that." In an instant, the entire green training field fell into dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned, whether it was the students of the Thunder God or the Flame God. Looking at the dreamlike scene before them, each person's eyes were filled with disbelief. It wasn't until Lin Yi's calm voice slowly spread that everyone was pulled back to reality from their shock. They looked at Lin Yi, standing at the center of the field with a serene smile and calm gaze, their hearts pounding wildly as if they were about to leap out of their chests. This can't. How is this possible? This is impossible." A Thunder God student widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. He's just an A-level? An A-level fire type? Actually managed to get the better of brother Luo Yin? Another Thunder God student stammered, looking at Lin Yi as if he were a monster. Fake. This must be fake. Did that guy cheat? The previously arrogant students of the Thunder God Class 1 were now speechless. The A-rank rookie they had despised and mocked had, in front of everyone, taken down their proud S-rank genius with the most ferocious offensive. Luo Yin's defeat made them feel as if their faith was about to collapse. Lin Yi, that's our class leader. The class leader of Flame God Class 1 from the Fire Academy. The trainees of Flame God Class 1 seemed to have just awakened from a long stupor. They rushed forward excitedly, almost unable to control their emotions. Who says the Fire Academy is inferior to the Thunder Academy? And who says my Flame God is inferior to the Thunder God? So what if it's Class A? Our class leader still crushed him in a fight. Damn, I feel like I can do it again. Who says the weak can't defeat the strong? Didn't our class leader just prove it? All the students of the Fire Academy were brimming with enthusiasm, as excited as a flood breaking its banks. The ridicule, contempt, and sneers they had endured before were all unleashed at this moment. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in their hearts. For the first time, in front of the prestigious Thunder Academy, their bodies and spirits had never felt as proud as they did now. They were immensely grateful to be part of the Fire Academy. Lu Jin remained silent, knowing the battle was not yet over, though his arms, which were crossed, unconsciously tightened slightly. As for Mentor Luo Wuyo, he showed no reaction at all. His vision and composure were far steadier than those of the students. Hua Qinyu quietly watched everything happening on the field. Hua Qinyu stood there, the dangerous glint in his scarlet blood-red eyes flickering, his face betraying no emotion. An S-class opponent was indeed no easy match. This game, it seemed, had only just begun. He thought to himself, "Very well, keep going, don't let it end so quickly." On the other side, Luo Yin stood up from the grass, his expression somewhat grim. He casually brushed the dirt off his back and, for the first time, looked at Lin Yi with a genuinely serious gaze. "You do have some skill. No wonder you became the class monitor." "Is that so? I think it's more that you're just too weak." Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his words full of provocation. Luo Yin's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body leaned forward in an instant, charging toward Lin Yi like a cannonball. This time, his speed was at least twice as fast as before. His fist, moving so quickly it was almost a blur, mercilessly struck toward Lin Yi's body. Fortunately, Lin Yi was well prepared. His highly focused mind allowed him to instantly catch Luo Yin's movements. No matter which angle Luo Yin's attack came from, Lin Yi was always able to block in time, countering move for move. The dull sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously in the center of the training ground. The two figures moved so fast they became a blur, crisscrossing the field at lightning speed. The intensity of the battle made the surrounding air feel as if it had frozen. The crowd of onlookers held their breath, their attention more focused than ever before. Such an exciting and prolonged high-intensity fight was rare even in the training grounds of upperclassmen, yet it was now happening between two first-year students. Everyone understood that regardless of who won or lost this duel, the names of these two would be remembered by all, and the victor would undoubtedly become a legend among the freshmen. So powerful. Being able to witness a battle of this level with my own eyes, this class was definitely worth attending. A trainee murmured to himself. As a fellow freshman, I feel like I'm completely useless, another trainee said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. The scene was eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned by the unprecedented spectacle before them, so much so that they didn't even notice the rapid exhaustion of the two fighters' stamina during the battle. With every fierce collision, new wounds were left on each other's bodies. Unconsciously, small patches of bruises appeared on their faces and arms. Under the summer heat, sweat fell like raindrops, sliding over their wounds and bringing waves of stinging pain. Even worse, as time went on, both fighters' stamina continued to be drained. Lin Yi's breathing had already become somewhat rapid. Luo Yin truly lived up to being an S-class. His relentless onslaught gradually pushed Lin Yi into a disadvantage. Yet even so, Luo Yin's breathing remained steady. Although the gap between S-class and A-class primarily lies in the strength of their abilities, the degree of physical enhancement is also entirely different. An S-class body is naturally tougher and more enduring than an A-class one. This is precisely why, as the battle drags on, Lin Yi feels increasingly powerless. What's wrong? Luo Yin's voice carried a hint of breathlessness as he suddenly spoke. Seems like you're struggling to keep up with my pace? Before the words had fully landed, a heavy punch whistled toward Lin Yi's left cheek. Lin Yi staggered and sidestepped to dodge, simultaneously retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! Luo Yin steadily caught Lin Yi's fist with his palm, sweat sliding down his cheek. To be honest, I admit your strength. But judging by the current situation, you'd better just admit defeat. Continuing to fight won't do you any good. As he spoke, he grabbed Lin Yi's arm and gave it a sharp twist. Ugh! Lin Yi groaned in pain, struggling to break free. He touched his head, slicking back his sweat-drenched hair, his voice slightly hoarse from dehydration. Admit defeat. Yes, or do you still want to continue? Luo Yin retorted. Lin Yi's gaze became momentarily dazed. Admit defeat? When these two words echoed in his mind, his thoughts instantly drifted back to a few days ago, to the day he was training with Hua Qianyu at the martial arts hall. That's it, I admit defeat. Lin Yi plopped down on the ground and grabbed the sports drink beside him, gulping it down. Hua Qianyu still stood there effortlessly, not even a trace of sweat on his face. He looked down at Lin Yi, his gaze cold and indifferent. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? You're practically a monster. Lin Yi complained in frustration. We've been fighting for almost an hour, haven't we? You haven't even broken a sweat. There's no point in continuing. I might as well just admit defeat. Hua Qianyu shook his head with a smile and said softly, Lin Yi, practicing martial arts is inherently a process of constantly surpassing oneself. If it's just about winning or losing, then why are you training? Of course, it's to become stronger. Lin Yi blurted out. But fighting you, I can't feel even a shred of hope for victory. Isn't this great? Hua Qianyu's gaze softened a bit. With a monster like me practicing with you, you'll never have to worry about not having an opponent, and you can keep improving endlessly. When you put it that way, it kind of makes sense. So, Lin Yi, are you still going to admit defeat? Bring it on, Qianyu. Let's continue. Admit defeat? Lin Yi softly murmured these two words, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a rekindled flame. Looking at Luoyin, who was just within reach, Lin Yi raised his right hand, clenched his anger-filled fist, and roared with all his might. I've faced opponents 1,000 times stronger than you and never admitted defeat. How could I possibly bow to you? Amid the roar, Lin Yi turned his fist into a palm and struck fiercely at Luo Yin's left temple. Crack! Luo Yin was completely unprepared. A heavy blow struck him squarely on the temple. His mind went blank in an instant. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Ugh! He groaned in pain, clutching his left cheek, his face turning pale in an instant. When the most vulnerable part of the body is attacked, anyone would momentarily lose consciousness. Luo Yin, Brother Luo. The students of the Thunder Academy were instantly struck with shock, watching their king, the Thunder God, collapse and remain motionless. A sliver of despair even sprouted in their hearts. Lu Jin's expression was grave, and his crossed arms unconsciously dropped to his sides, his eyes visibly tense. Truly spectacular. On the other side, Hua Qinyu stroked his chin, his expression brimming with delight. Student Luo Yin, can you still continue fighting? Referee Luo Wuyo's expression was heavy, but more than that, he was shocked. His own nephew had been beaten so miserably by an A rank. Are young people nowadays all this fierce? It hurts like hell. Luo Yin clutched his face, staggering as he stood up. That strike nearly cost him half his life, but it wasn't enough to render him incapable of fighting. However, compared to the physical pain, Luo Yin's inner turmoil was even more intense. How is this possible? How could I lose to him? I absolutely cannot accept this. Lin Yi. Luo Yin raised his head, a terrifying purple light flashing in his eyes, and then he burst into maniacal laughter. Huh? I will show you what the true power of the Thunder God is. He let go of his hand, and blood streamed down his struck left cheek, making him look exceptionally ferocious. At the same time, purple lightning crackled and sparked in his hands. Not good. Hua Qinyu's pupils suddenly contracted, his previous calm demeanor replaced with panic. He shouted in alarm. Lin Yi, dodge quickly. Before the roar faded, he had already transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing rapidly toward Lin Yi. What? At this moment, Lin Yi had yet to realize the danger before him, merely staring blankly in Hua Qinyu's direction. And at this moment, Luo Yin's charge was complete. Above training ground number 5, thunderclouds gathered wildly, blotting out the sky and sun. Within the clouds, purple lightning flickered intermittently. In Luo Yin's palm, domineering lightning imbued with destructive power condensed into a sphere, completely enveloping his fists. Purple. Thunder. Fist. Huh. Accompanied by a cold murmur, Luo Yin's eyes flickered with a frenzied purple light. His thunder-infused fists, moving at nearly the speed of light, pierced through the air and charged toward Lin Yi. At this moment, Hua Qinyu's figure was already within reach. Just one step faster, and he could save Lin Yi before the thunderous fist struck. But just then, a figure wrapped in lightning blocked Hua Qinyu's path. It was none other than the silent Lu Jin. Hua Qinyu focused all his attention on Lin Yi, completely unprepared for Lu Jin's sudden move. What surprised him even more was that Lu Jin not only blocked, but directly launched an attack. A dense purple light flashed across Hua Qinyu's chest and exploded with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, the entire field trembled. Rumble. Hua Qinyu's body was violently blasted away under the fierce power of the thunder. At the same time, not far away, Luo Yin's thunder fists also landed squarely on Lin Yi's chest. Zzz. Ah! The moment Lin Yi turned his head, purple lightning enveloped his entire body. He let out a piercing scream and was then sent flying backward by the immense force. Bang! Bang! Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi's bodies almost simultaneously fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yi lay on the ground, his entire body emitting a scorched smell, and his handsome face bore blackened marks. On the other side, Hua Qinyu's chest clothing had been blasted to pieces, revealing a shocking bloodstain on his fair skin. He lay on his back, eyes closed, his breathing weak. The sudden turn of events within mere seconds caused an uproar throughout the audience. The speed of the lightning was extreme. The entire process happened so quickly that even the referee, Luo Wuyo, didn't have time to react. You all. Luo In, Lu Jin, do you know what you're doing? Luo Wuyo erupted in fury. In the blink of an eye, they had blatantly broken the rules, using elemental power to seriously injure two students. How was he supposed to explain this? Unexpectedly, Luo In completely ignored his questioning and instead turned his gaze toward the audience on the Fire Academy's side, laughing wildly. Huh? Now you all know who the true king is, don't you? Fire could never surpass lightning. Lu Jin also paid no attention to the referee. He walked step by step toward Hua Qinyu, looking down at him from above. In a cold and indifferent tone, he said, "Classmate Hua Qinyu, in competitions between students, outsiders, are strictly forbidden to interfere. You too. Are you even listening to me? Your actions are a serious violation of school rules." Seeing himself being ignored, Luo Wuyo was so furious that his entire body trembled. Luo Wuyo was completely ignored. His face darkened, and a powerful aura was instantly released. So what? Luo In, however, seemed unfazed and laughed even more arrogantly. I'm an S-class student. Would the school really punish me for two irrelevant people? You. Luo Wuyo was momentarily at a loss for words. The surrounding students from class Yenshin erupted into an uproar. What the hell? Using elemental power in martial arts class is a serious violation. How are the class monitor and Hua Qinyu? Will they be okay? Damn it. Are the people from the Raijin class sir losers or what? Losing is losing. How could they resort to such despicable means? The students of the Flame God class were all furious, glaring at Lu Jin and Luo In with eyes that seemed ready to tear them apart. The Raijin class students were not to be outdone and immediately started hurling insults back. The tension between the two sides escalated rapidly, and the scene was on the verge of devolving into an all-out brawl. Just as Luo Wuyo felt a splitting headache coming on, in a corner that everyone had overlooked, where Hua Qinyu had fallen, a red figure slowly stood up. Hua Qinyu looked down at the bloodstain on his chest, extended a bloodstained finger, and licked it. His eyes, with blood-red pupils, turned an unprecedented shade of crimson, as if condensed from real blood, exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura. He raised his face, and that handsome visage was no longer as calm as still water. Instead, it was replaced by a sinister aura, as if a monster had broken free from its cage. A faint crimson spark ignited on his chest, and in an instant, it erupted into roaring flames, completely engulfing his body. At this moment, he seemed like an ancient fire god descending upon the world. His eyes widened, and within them, it seemed as though demons were howling. The corners of his mouth curled into an extremely wicked smile. Heh, hee, ha ha ha. Lightning? Ha 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 ha. I finally understand. So, the most proper way to use elements is to kill. This icy voice was like a piercing cold wind sweeping through, silencing the entire training ground in an instant. All eyes turned toward Hua Qinyu. The students of the Thunder God class had complex and peculiar expressions, while those from the Fire God class were filled with surprise and shock. Lu Jin frowned slightly. He could feel Hua Qinyu's aura intensifying rapidly. Even the surrounding temperature was noticeably rising. His entire presence underwent a dramatic transformation. Yet his gaze remained cold as he stared directly at Hua Qinyu and said icily, "Hua Qinyu, this is someone else's battle. Bystanders are not allowed to interfere. It's the school's rule. I must stop you." Ha ha, ha ha. Hua Qinyu suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice filled with madness and frenzy, contempt and mockery. "Stop me." He chuckled softly, the crimson flames around him dancing wildly. The space rippled violently, and his figure vanished into thin air. Everyone was stunned. Where is he? Why is he gone? Everyone looked around in confusion, searching for his whereabouts. Look quickly. Over by Lu Jin, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. Everyone immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice, and in the next second, they all froze in place. The faces of the Thunder God class trainees turned pale in an instant, completely drained of color. From a distance, Luo Yin felt a chill run from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. In front of Lu Jin, the figure of Hua Qinyu had appeared at some unknown moment. His blood-red pupils burned with crimson flames, and though his body did not seem particularly strong, it exuded an overwhelming aura of fear and dominance. One of his hands was tightly gripping Lu Jin's neck, his 5 fingers like claws mercilessly digging into his throat. With a slight lift of his arm, he effortlessly hoisted this student, who represented the strongest combat power of the Thunder Academy, into the air. Ugh! Lu Jin's eyes widened as his hands desperately clutched at Hua Qianyu's arm, the purple lightning in his palms still crackling wildly. Yet no matter how violent the lightning was, it could not shake Hua Qianyu's arm in the slightest. The purple glow in Lu Jin's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer as he stared at the sinister face so close to his own, his pupils contracting in sheer terror. Hua Qianyu smirked wickedly, allowing the purple lightning to crackle and spark on his arm, yet he felt not the slightest pain or discomfort. Han Qianyu, let go of him. Luo Yin roared with anger from the depths of his heart. Han Qianyu, don't act impulsively. Hurting a classmate is a serious offense. The school can expel you directly. Don't ruin your future over this. Luo Wuyo's heart pounded uncontrollably. As the situation escalated to this point, he couldn't shirk responsibility and could only hope this farce would end quickly. However, he overlooked the most crucial point. Reputation? Punishment? Future? These things meant absolutely nothing to Han Qianyu at this moment. Han Qianyu turned a deaf ear to the voices around him. He glanced at Lin Yi, who was still lying on the ground, unable to get up. His fingers unconsciously tightened again, and a more ruthless smile appeared on his face. Is all your confidence derived from your lightning? He asked softly, staring at the pale-faced Lu Jin. He then lowered his head to glance at the wound on his chest that was about to heal, his gaze gradually turning manic. A crimson flame ignited in the palm of his hand, slowly creeping toward Lu Jin's neck. You are... Lu Jin's agonized screams echoed across the training ground, the harrowing sound making it unimaginable what kind of pain he was enduring. I suddenly thought of something interesting that I must verify myself. Which one of us, your lightning or my fire, can inflict greater pain? I've already experienced the power of your lightning firsthand. Hua Qianyu cast a glance at his own chest, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing even wider. He glanced at the bloodstain on his chest, and his blood-red eyes instantly dimmed. He sneered and said, If you like fire so much, let me give you a first-hand experience, S-class student Lu Jin. No. Oh. Lu Jin's screams seemed so insignificant amidst Hua Qianyu's icy words. Scarlet flames coiled around Lu Jin's neck, silently devouring his skin. More terrifying than the physical pain was the imminent threat of death. The mental torment completely broke him, his soul trembling in utter despair. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and an overwhelming, terrifying pressure enveloped Hua Qianyu's heart, causing the already oppressive atmosphere to instantly solidify. Hua Qianyu frowned deeply, just about to search for the source of this aura, when a massive stone wall suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him, separating him from Lu Jin. He instinctively withdrew his arm as the flying debris began to wrap around it. The moment the restraint disappeared, Lu Jin collapsed to the ground. His neck was scorched red, emitting a burnt smell. He gasped heavily, and a trace of color finally returned to his pale face. At the same time, a burly figure appeared between the two of them. With his back to Lu Jin, he stared coldly at Hua Qianyu. The newcomer was none other than their mentor, Luo Wuyo. Have you had enough of this nonsense? His voice was deep and resonant, clearly showing his genuine anger. Luo Yin, Lu Jin, Hua Qianyu. The three of you openly violated school rules by using elemental power during my class, severely disrupting classroom order. According to regulations, you will be handed over to the school's enforcement office for punishment. Do you have any objections? Luo Wuyo swept a stern gaze over them, displaying the authority of a mentor for the first time. Get lost. Hua Qianyu coldly spat out 2 words, never once looking directly at Luo Wuyo. Luo Wuyo's expression froze, his gaze flickering unpredictably. Get lost. Are you talking to me? Whoever blocks my path, I will speak of them. There was not a trace of emotion on Hua Qianyu's face. Luo Wuyo's chest heaved violently as he struggled to suppress his anger, attempting to persuade. Hua Qianyu, Lu Jin hurt you, and you hurt him too. You're even now. Do me a favor and let this end here. Heh, hara. Hua Qianyu suddenly burst into laughter, her voice filled with icy mockery. Favor? What do you think you are, to even deserve to talk about favors with me? As a mentor, you can't even protect your own students. A useless person like you. Do you think you're worthy of my favor? That's right. I hurt him, and it should be written off. But what about Linny? He's still unconscious. How should this debt be settled? Hua Qinyu pressed forward step by step, her words as cold as ice. Now you know how to act? What were you doing earlier? Don't tell me it was sudden. If a mentor can't even keep up with a student's reaction, then they should resign early and stop embarrassing themselves here. Get out of my way. Luo Wuyo was momentarily speechless, being publicly reprimanded by a freshman. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. Hua Qianyu, your talent is good, and your strength is indeed surprising. But you're far too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you properly what it means to respect your elders. He waved his hand grandly, and the earth elements in the air quickly gathered in his palm. A long spear made of rock instantly took shape. Luo Wuyo held the spear, twirled it in the air with a flourish, his expression cold and arrogant. Hua Qianyu, stop now. Luo Wuyo did not attack immediately, but issued a final ultimatum. If you don't back off, I'll cripple you first. On Hua Qianyu's chest, a crimson flame magic array suddenly blossomed. The moment the array flickered, the elemental fire within him fully awakened, rampaging like a fire god descending. His silver hair shot upward, and his pupils burned with hellish flames. Intense fire danced wildly around him. The blinding flames fiercely reflected in everyone's eyes. The heat wave stirred up by the flames blew at Luo Wuyo's robes. He squinted his eyes, his gaze flickering intensely. There was surprise, there was admiration, but not a trace of fear. He sighed helplessly, and the spear in his hand suddenly stirred up a cloud of dust. Hua Qianyu, why must you do this again? At your age, you're simply no match for my. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision was suddenly engulfed by a blaze of fire. Hua Qianyu's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The next second, his flame-wreathed fingers had already seized the rock spear as hard as steel. The deep crimson flames surged, mercilessly crushing the spear into fragments. Although his temperament had drastically changed, appearing arrogant, Hua Qianyu had not lost his composure. Luo Wuyo was a school mentor, and no matter how weak his strength might seem, his level was at least above 20. Meanwhile, Hua Qianyu was only at level 12. Facing such a significant level gap, a head-on clash would yield no advantage. Moreover, the opponent could manipulate elements so effortlessly, with a proficiency far beyond that of a novice like him. His only advantage was the formidable physique and close combat abilities of his vampire lineage. Even if it's a teacher, it doesn't mean they can't be defeated. Luo Wuyo's earth elemental power was far stronger in defense than in attack. He had to break through his defense at all costs, even if there was only one chance. Just one chance, and he could instantly seize the upper hand. With this thought, Hua Qianyu gathered all his fire elemental power into his fist and struck straight at Luo Wuyo's unguarded chest. Before Luo Wuyo could finish his sentence, the spear he had just formed shattered into fragments, and Hua Qianyu's fiery iron fist was already inches away. His eyelid twitched slightly, but he did not panic. Instead, he calmly raised his hand, and a layer of solid rock armor instantly covered his chest. With a deafening boom, the flaming fist struck the rocky armor, producing a deafening boom as a powerful shockwave instantly swept through the surroundings. After the thunderous sound, Luo Wuyo's body remained completely still, while Hua Qianyu's fist seemed frozen against the rocky armor. Stop it! Luo Wuyo's gaze returned to calm as he gave a faint smile. If we keep fighting, the result will be the same. Hua Qianyu was equally composed. He slowly raised his head, and his once dim pupils gradually filled with bloodshot veins, exuding a chilling, killing intent that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. Boom! With a cold whisper, the high-density fire element in Hua Qianyu's palm suddenly detonated. Rumble! The uncontrollable fiery energy exploded violently right in front of Luo Wuyo's chest. Snap! The indestructible rock armor shattered in response. Luo Wuyo's pupils instantly dilated, but Hua Qinyu gave him no chance to catch his breath. That self-injured, blood-soaked palm had already furiously struck forward. Amid the earth-shaking roar, Luo Wuyo let out a muffled groan as his body rapidly retreated, his feet carving out marks over 10 meters long on the grass. His breath was somewhat uneven, but he remained completely unscathed. The sturdy rock armor, at the cost of shattering, had shielded him from the majority of the damage. Hua Qinyu exhaled deeply, his body once again shooting forward explosively. But this time, his target was no longer Luo Wuyo, but Luo Yin, the one who had injured Lin Yi in the distance. No matter what, this person must pay the price. Luo Yin. Collapsing to the ground, Lu Jin endured the searing pain in his neck and let out a hoarse roar. He channeled the last remnants of his thunder power into his legs. Zzz. Lightning flickered as Lu Jin's figure teleported rapidly through space, charging fiercely toward Hua Qinyu's back. But just as he lunged forward, a hand engulfed in purple-black flames struck down toward him. A pitch-black figure accompanied by a disdainful murmur coldly said, "Get back." Lu Jin's face changed drastically as he forcibly twisted his body, but his chest was still lightly touched by the burning flame-covered palm. Boom. It was as if he had fallen into a dark inferno. Lu Jin's body was instantly blasted away, drawing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The clothes on his chest were completely burned away, revealing his muscular body, now bearing a bloody gash identical to the wound he had inflicted on Hua Qinyu earlier. He painfully steadied his body, looked up at the pitch-black figure ahead, and froze completely. It was an ordinary yet cold face, stiff and lifeless. Dressed in black, his outstretched hands burned with hellish black flames. Who are you?" Lu Jin's voice trembled. He could never have imagined that such a powerful student was hidden among this group. Moreover, those black flames clearly indicated that this seemingly inconspicuous person was from the Fire Academy. Lu Jin felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, his heart filled with frustration. An S-class dual-star lightning user? Now it seemed like this had become the greatest disgrace and joke of the Lightning Academy. The figure in black ignored him, stepping forward to stand in front of Lu Jin, looking down at him with cold and indifferent eyes, just as Lu Jin had looked down on Hua Qinyu earlier. This person was none other than Qinyu, the third A-level ability user in class Yin Shun, apart from Lin Yi and Kai Kuan. He did not strike again, merely letting out a cold laugh. "Classmate Lu Jin, didn't you say before that in competitions between others, outsiders, are strictly forbidden to interfere?" In the silent training ground, everyone stood frozen in place, as if their souls had been drained. Their gazes trembled, their hearts pounded wildly. Apart from Luo Wuyo, no one else dared to step forward to intervene, nor did anyone have the ability to do so. However, their shock was far from over. Hua Qinyu had already walked up to Luo Yin. The scarlet flame in his hand, after breaking through Luo Wuyo's defense, had become extremely weak. The fire element within him was almost completely depleted, and the remaining bit of power could only barely release a small wisp of flame. But even such a faint wisp of flame terrified Luo Yin to the core. His legs went weak, and he staggered backward, his eyes filled with boundless fear. A clump of raised grass tripped him, causing him to collapse heavily onto the ground. Even so, his legs still frantically kicked at the earth, desperately trying to move his body backward. Afraid, Hua Qinyu stepped forward slowly, her gaze cold and her smile chilling. Beside him, Lin Yi lay quietly on the ground, his handsome face covered with black scorch marks. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and his breathing was somewhat irregular, but fortunately, he didn't seem to be in mortal danger. The physical constitution of those with abilities far surpasses that of ordinary people, and given that the two were not vastly different in level, Luo Yin's attack was not fatal. But Hua Qinyu would never let him off because of this. He could disregard anyone, even his own parents. But Lin Yi was the only pure land in his hollow soul. No one is allowed to violate it. Hua Qinyu crouched down, his bloodstained hand grabbing Luo Yin's face. Let me burn this face of yours black as well. Ha! His voice was icy, like the whisper of a demon. Buzz. Crimson flames ignited in response, mercilessly consuming Luo Yin's face. Ah! Ugh! Luo Yin's piercing scream echoed throughout the training ground. The harrowing scream tore through the air, and the pain in that sound was enough to move even the most cold-hearted person. What kind of terrifying torment had a young man, just coming of age, endured? Even battle-hardened soldiers witnessing this scene would likely gasp in shock. The chaotic lightning on his body could not suppress the scorching flames, nor could it break free from Hua Qianyu's grip. With a deafening boom, a massive boulder appeared out of thin air, forcefully striking Hua Qianyu's arm and abruptly interrupting the deadly flames. Mentor Luo Wuyo finally arrived, but he was still a step too late. Luo Yin's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. His once handsome face was now completely disfigured, covered in festering black spots. With the last shred of consciousness, he let out a hoarse cry. "Uncle, save me, save me." The entire number 5 training ground fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Every trainee present had their nerves stretched taut with fear. Everything was out of control. First, Luo Yin and Lu Jin violated the rules by using the power of thunder, injuring Lin Yi. Then, Hua Qianyu unleashed overwhelming strength, knocking Lu Jin to the ground and even directly repelling Mentor Luo Wuyo. After that, Qianyu suddenly appeared and humiliated Lu Jin in the same manner. And now, Hua Qianyu had mercilessly destroyed Luo Yin's face. Crazy, everyone felt that this world had gone mad. A perfectly normal martial arts class had unexpectedly turned into a chaotic life-and-death battle of elemental forces. And the source of it all began the moment Luo Yin injured Lin Yi with lightning. From that point on, the atmosphere at the scene had spiraled completely out of control. Hua Qianyu. Luo Wuyo gritted his teeth as he spat out these 3 words. He helped the limp Luo Yin up from the ground, his face twitching uncontrollably with anger. "You are utterly unreasonable." In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such an audacious student. This young man possesses an almost demonic talent and strength, yet he happens to have a rebellious nature, with a reckless and unrestrained personality that is difficult to control. If someone like this were to grow up, would they be a blessing or a curse for the nation? Hua Qianyu ignored him, turned directly around, squatted beside Lin Yi, gently placed his fingers on Lin Yi's wrist, and carefully felt his pulse. The pulse was steady, seemingly without major issues. However, the elemental injuries on Lin Yi's face, who knows when they would heal? Hua Qianyu lowered his head, his expression unreadable. Everyone present had their eyes fixed on him, their gazes filled with awe and fear. In this brief moment, Hua Qianyu's image in their minds had been completely overturned. A genius? The school heartthrob? No, he was clearly a devil who acted on his whims without any regard for consequences. Even his classmates now looked at him with a trace of fear in their eyes. At that moment, a blood-red lightning bolt suddenly flashed across the center of the training field without warning. The lightning dissipated, and the figure of Principal Zhang Junlong transitioned from illusion to reality, slowly appearing. His face was icy cold, and his sharp gaze swept over everyone present. He saw Lu Jin with blood staining his chest, Luo Yin whose face was unrecognizable, and Lin Yi who was unconscious. Finally, his gaze rested on Hua Qianyu. Principal Zhang. Luo Wuyo seemed to have grasped a lifeline, and the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled. "Master!" From afar, Lu Jin also roared, and Chunyu beside him couldn't help but sneer even more. The appearance of Zhang Junlong finally brought a backbone to the chaotic situation. Luo Wuyo immediately stepped forward and urgently reported, "Principal, Hua Qianyu, Lu Jin, Luo Yin, and Chunyu violated the rules by using elemental power during class. Among them, Hua Qianyu's actions were the most egregious, causing serious injuries to Lu Jin and Luo Yin. Please punish him severely." Lu Jin, his eyes filled with fury, gritted his teeth and added, "Master, my junior brother's face was ruined by him. You absolutely cannot let him off lightly." Faced with their accusations, Zhang Junlong remained silent. He simply looked quietly at Hua Qianyu. who did not shy away and met his gaze directly. The two had met just a few days ago, but as their eyes met now, the admiration and joy of their first encounter were nowhere to be found. Why? Zhang Junlong finally spoke, his voice calm, but his brows furrowed deeply in confusion. In his impression, Hua Qianyu was a quiet, steady, and well-behaved student. How could he have acted so ruthlessly? He shouldn't have hurt Lin Yi. Hua Qianyu's response was equally calm, her peripheral vision sweeping over Luo Yin. Who was the first to use elemental power? Zhang Junlong asked again, his face betraying no emotion. It was Luo Yin. Luo Wuyo's voice was noticeably guilty. After a long silence, Zhang Junlong finally gave the order. Luo Wuyo. Here, take Lin Yi, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin to the Light Academy for treatment. Find Dean Shengqi and have him personally attend to them. Tell him I owe him a favor. Understood. Luo Wuyo immediately called a few students to help carry the injured and prepared to leave. Hua Qianyu. Zhang Junlong's gaze shifted back. Come with me. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly. He handed the unconscious Lin Yi to a female classmate, gave a few instructions, and then quietly followed Zhang Junlong's footsteps. Moments later, inside the principal's office, Zhang Junlong casually sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Hua Qianyu stood quietly in front of him, the eerie aura that seemed out of place for his age becoming even more pronounced in the silent room. His expression returned to its usual calm, once again transforming into the handsome man everyone knew. The rage on the road had already dissipated along with the silence in his heart. He knew he had been influenced by the 7 deadly sins. But this time, he didn't dislike that negative emotion. On the contrary, he felt that the anger had come at just the right moment. Even without it, he wouldn't have let those people go. The wrath of the 7 deadly sins merely erased the last trace of guilt in his heart completely. The wound on his chest had healed, and apart from the emptiness caused by the depletion of fire elements, his spirit was better than ever. Even he hadn't noticed that, unknowingly, he was becoming increasingly reliant on the power of this body. Sit down. Zhang Junlong smiled faintly, giving Hua Qianyu a kind look. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask as she sat down, "Aren't you going to punish me?" Punishment. Zhang Junlong chuckled, his gaze profound. If it were someone else who did what you did today, I would have slapped them to death without hesitation. He let out a long sigh. But unfortunately, it's you. You're the treasure I worked so hard to find, and I really can't bear to hit or scold you. I can only let my 2 disciples suffer the grievance. Then why did you call me here? What's the matter? Hua Qianyu asked directly. Inviting you over for tea and a chat. Is that not okay? You brat, you're not big, but your temper sure is. Zhang Junlong rolled his eyes in annoyance. Look at what you've done. Just a fight, that's all, but you went overboard. My 2 precious disciples were almost crippled by you. Hua Qianyu's gaze turned cold as he said bluntly, I have my principles. Even if it happens again, Luo Yin must pay the price. Oh, Zhang Junlong wasn't angry. Instead, he seemed a bit surprised. So, you're saying you only intended to deal with that punk Luo Yin from the start? That's right. Hua Qianyu nodded and sneered. As for those who tried to stop me, they brought it upon themselves. Ha! Zhang Junlong suddenly burst into laughter and said with satisfaction, Very good. I knew you weren't causing trouble for your own sake. But that Luo Yin kid does need to be taught a lesson. If he doesn't taste the harshness of society, he'll really think no one can deal with him. But Zhang Junlong's large face suddenly leaned closer, asking meaningfully, That Lin Yi kid holds quite a weight in your heart, huh? He actually made a lazy guy like you step in for him. Hua Qianyu's expression froze for a moment before he slowly said, You wouldn't understand. Anyone who wants to deal with me can go ahead. But if they target him, he let out a cold snort, his gaze instantly turning icy. Then they'd better be ready to face my wrath. Zhang Junlong was stunned for a moment, then relaxed and laughed heartily again. Ha! Very good. Very good. Loyal and righteous. I admire you more and more. Hua Qianyu lifted his face and said calmly, Principal Zhang, did you call me here today just to say this? Zhang Junlong put away his smile and squinted, saying, You really can't be fooled, kid. Here's the thing. After observing the martial arts classes of all the new students today, The school administration has found that some students' combat skills have already met the standards and no longer need basic training. And among them, your training ground number 5 is the most outrageous. As he said this, Zhang Junlong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A proper martial arts class was turned into a military drill by them. This year's freshmen are insanely fierce. The school's intention was originally to have you guys undergo special training in elemental combat techniques to accelerate your cultivation progress. But unfortunately, none of that has anything to do with you anymore. What do you mean? Hua Qianyu frowned. Zhang Junlong stood up, hands clasped behind his back. There's a simple task that happens to be available. Normally, first-year students in their first semester wouldn't be eligible to take it. But this time, because of the terrible impact caused by your actions, the school has decided to use this task as your punishment. The time is set for 1 week from now. Punishment. Hua Qianyu was a bit surprised. What task? Zhang Junlong smiled mysteriously. Recently, mysterious elemental fluctuations have been detected in the outskirts of our city. There might be some treasure or exotic beast appearing there, and the school wants to send you to investigate. Suburbs. Hua Qianyu's heart sank. If I remember correctly, there are no troops stationed there, and there should be ability beasts, right? Ability beasts are magical creatures born after the global mutation. The only difference between them and ability users is that most of them originate from mutated wild animals. These basics are recorded in the ability ring, and Hua Qianyu has recently learned a bit about them. You're absolutely right. Zhang Junlong curled his lips. Since it's a punishment, of course, you'll have to endure some hardship. Did you think the world of ability users is that easy to navigate? Then, he changed his tone and said confidently, but don't worry, the ability beasts in that area aren't very strong. If you can master combat techniques within a week, you'll definitely be fine. Battle technique? Hua Qianyu was very puzzled. Zhang Junlong smiled faintly without saying a word. He slowly took out a small purple gold card from the drawer. The card was crystal clear, like a piece of crystal. He placed the card on the table, pushed it in front of Hua Qianyu, and explained with a smile, "This is a battle technique card. Each card contains a stored battle technique, and its content can only be deciphered using a psychic ring. Moreover, each card can only be deciphered once and becomes useless afterward. This is also to prevent the widespread leakage of battle techniques." Hua Qianyu picked up the card, fiddling with it carefully in her hand, and couldn't help but ask, "So, does that mean this battle technique card can only be used by me?" "Exactly." Zhang Junlong nodded, his expression serious. Zhang Junlong's expression grew stern as he fixed his gaze on Hua Qianyu and said word by word, "Hua Qianyu, listen carefully. This card is no ordinary combat skill card. It is a purple gold card. The combat skills recorded on a purple gold card are extremely rare, and they can be considered strategic resources of our nation." He paused, his tone becoming even more solemn. "This was personally prepared for you by the principal, who entrusted me to hand it over to you. You absolutely cannot waste this opportunity." "Then I must thank the principal," Hua Qianyu said without hesitation. He understood that combat skills were something every ability user had to engage with. Although he often appeared nonchalant, it was under one condition. He had to first master what needed to be learned. Only then could he slack off with confidence and peace of mind. "Good." Zhang Junlong nodded in satisfaction and reminded him again, "Your ability ring will provide specific training methods. With your talent, I shouldn't need to say much more." He then changed the subject. "By the way, all 5 of you will participate in this operation, including Lin Yi, Lu Jin, Luo Yin, and Chen Yu. After all, you all broke the rules." "Lin Yi." Hua Qianyu frowned slightly. With his current physical condition, can he participate in the operation a week from now? Hua Qianyu knew better than anyone how powerful the elemental thunder was. That strike was enough to knock Lin Yi unconscious on the spot. It was by no means a minor injury. "Haha." Zhang Junlong laughed heartily, his tone relaxed. "Don't worry, I had Luo Wuyo take them to the Light Institute for treatment. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be fully recovered by now." "So soon?" A trace of surprise flashed across Hua Qianyu's face. "Of course." Zhang Junlong shot him a sidelong glance and said, half comforting and half boasting, I even sacrificed a personal favor to get the dean of the Light Institute to personally intervene. Healing them was just a matter of minutes, wasn't it? As he spoke, a hint of pain suddenly appeared on his face. Damn it, that old scoundrel Xingqi will definitely take this opportunity to rip me off. It's all because of you little brats. Is light element superpower really that miraculous? Hua Qinyu found it somewhat hard to believe. If such severe injuries could be healed instantly, it seemed that superpowers were not as useless as he had imagined. Don't underestimate supernatural abilities. Zhang Juanlong's expression instantly turned serious, and his gaze deepened. You are just beginning to step into the world of superhumans, so you can't feel much yet. But as you grow, you will understand just how important powerful strength truly is. He continued earnestly, study hard. Your future self will thank you for the effort you're putting in now. As I said, the world of superhumans is not as simple as you think. It's best to put away your disdain. I understand. Hua Qinyu stood up and asked in a cold voice, Principal Zhang, is there anything else? That's all. Just don't forget to practice your combat techniques. Although I said the mission isn't dangerous, the stronger you are, the more at ease I'll feel. Zhang Junlong couldn't help but remind him again. It was no wonder he was being so nagging. Hua Qinyu, standing before him, was not only a treasure he had personally recruited, but had also caught the attention of the principal. The fact that he had obtained the purple gold combat technique card already spoke volumes. In the future, Jiangxing Superhuman University might very well revolve around Hua Qinyu as its core. All right, I'll try the combat techniques today. As for the mission you mentioned, I'll make sure to complete it smoothly. Hua Qinyu remained calm and composed, his indifferent demeanor forming an extremely stark contrast to his frenzied state on the training ground. For a moment, Zhang Junlong even felt as if these two versions of Hua Qinyu were entirely different people. But he couldn't tell which one was the real him. He let out a soft sigh. Zhang Juanlong's expression shifted as he took out a crimson battle technique card from the drawer. This card records a fire element battle technique, which I prepared for Lin Yi. It's the most suitable for him at this stage. Take it and hand it to him. Zhang Junlong pushed the battle technique card in front of Hua Qinyu and continued. In the past, battle technique cards were only distributed to freshmen who successfully completed the final assessment. But your situation is special, so the school is making an exception for you this time. Additionally, if you successfully complete your mission, the school will have extra rewards for you. Hua Qinyu silently put away the card, then suddenly frowned and asked, Luo Yin's Purple Thunder Fist, does that count as a battle technique too? Of course, Zhang Junlong admitted frankly, smiling as he said. After all, I'm his mentor, giving him a little gift upon meeting. That's normal, right? What, are you jealous? Want to become my apprentice too? Although we're not from the same department, in terms of reputation, I'm still quite well known in the school. Oh, Hua Qinyu's expression remained indifferent as he gave a faint smile. Then you, as a mentor, are really stingy. The power of that Purple Thunder Fist is pretty mediocre. As soon as he finished speaking, without caring about Zhang Juanlong's reaction, Hua Qinyu leisurely walked out of the office. Shortly after, a thunderous roar erupted from the office. Hua Qinyu, you little brat. On the way back to the dormitory, Hua Qinyu walked while unable to resist taking out the purple gold card, gently swiping it above the ability ring. As a blue light screen quietly emerged, the detailed content of the combat technique slowly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Purple gold combat technique card detected, decoding in progress. Ding! Decoding successful. The combat technique content is as follows. Purple gold combat technique. Scorching Moon Trace, a combat technique symbolizing destruction and slaughter in ancient records, classified under the fire element, unusable by non-fire ability users. The manifestation of Scorching Moon Trace is an energy attack formed by the gathering of fire elements, which can also be used in conjunction with weapons. The specific cultivation method is as follows. Hua Qinyu skimmed through it briefly and, in a short time, grasped the key to mastering this combat technique. To perfectly execute a combat technique, the key lies in continuously releasing fire elements while condensing them into a specific form in a precise manner. This process demands an extremely high level of control over one's own elemental abilities. However, for some reason, Hua Qinyu felt that this was effortless for him. Just the aspect of condensation alone posed no challenge at all, given his absolute mastery over flames. The crimson flame rose he had instantly conjured in the morning was the best proof of this, demonstrating that Hua Qinyu's control had already reached an extraordinary level. As for whether the concentration of fire elements within him was sufficient to support the release of the combat technique, that would require personal experimentation to confirm. Scorching Moon Trace? Hua Qinyu murmured the name softly, a trace of doubt surfacing in his heart. Is this really a purple-gold level combat technique? He lowered his head to look at the purple-gold combat technique card in his hand, its glow already significantly dimmed. Hua Qinyu gently clenched his palm, and the card instantly disintegrated into fine dust, slipping through his fingers. Task for a week later? And that so-called world of the superhumans, he murmured softly, a strange light flickering in his blood-red eyes. Let me witness it firsthand. Returning to the dormitory, as soon as Hua Qinyu stepped through the door, Linny greeted him with a worried expression. Qinyu, how did it go? Did Principal Zhang reprimand you? Did he punish you? It's fine. Hua Qinyu smiled and lifted his head, his gaze falling on Lin Yi's face. That face was smooth and clean, without a single scar left behind. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Despite having anticipated it, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. The healing effects of light elements were truly miraculous. Looks like your injuries are completely healed. Hua Qinyu smiled sincerely, his mood lightening considerably. Don't worry about me. Lin Yi's tone was extremely anxious. Qinyu, just tell me, did Principal Zhang punish you? As soon as he woke up, he learned the whole story from his classmates. Knowing that Hua Qinyu had openly defied the teacher and even seriously injured 2 students for his sake, he felt both touched and worried. He was well aware that the rules of the Ability Academy were sacred and inviolable, and violators would face severe punishment. Moreover, the injured were the personal disciples of Principal Zhang Junlong. In his view, Hua Qinyu being punished was a foregone conclusion. If the punishment was severe, he wouldn't mind sharing the burden with Hua Qinyu. Don't worry, it's really nothing. Hua Qinyu chuckled softly, giving Lin Yi a reassuring look. Principal Zhang didn't punish me. He just talked to me about some things related to us. What things? Lin Yi was instantly stunned and asked instinctively. Basically, our martial arts skills have already met the standard, so we don't need to attend martial arts classes anymore, Hua Qinyu replied. Also, we're to carry out a mission in a week. Lin Yi's expression became even more stunned as he asked. No martial arts class, but we have to carry out a mission? What mission? Just the 2 of us. Apparently, there have been inexplicable elemental reactions in the suburbs, and we're being sent to investigate, Hua Qinyu explained without holding back. Besides us, there's Chunyu, Lu Jin, and Lu Oyin. Everyone who violated the rules by using their abilities today has to participate. He paused and added, the principal said this is a punishment, but I don't think it is. It actually sounds pretty interesting. The suburbs. Lin Yi's face changed, and he exclaimed in shock. Qinyu, the suburbs. There seem to be ability beasts there. Could this mission be too dangerous for us? Exactly. That's why the time is set for a week later, Hua Qinyu said as he took off his tattered jacket, casually tossed it into the trash can, and changed into his own clothes. He then slumped into a chair, leaning back as he said, Principal Zhang wants each of us to learn a combat skill within this week. Learn combat skills. Lin Yi's gaze was blank, confused. Aren't combat skills supposed to be rewards for the final assessment? Why are we learning them so early? Hua Qinyu raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Lin Yi snapped out of it and explained, didn't I mention it before? My dad is also an ability user. I heard a lot of things from him. I see. Hua Qinyu suddenly understood, then took out the combat skill card Zhang Junlong had prepared for Lin Yi. The crystalline red card looked incredibly fiery. This is a combat skill card, Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. Hua Qinyu said indifferently, it seems you understand, so I won't bother explaining. This is prepared for you by the principal, who said it's currently the most suitable combat skill for you. Make sure to master it within this week. As he spoke, he handed the card to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took it absent-mindedly and suddenly said with some confusion, Qinyu, this is so strange. The school is actually breaking the rules like this. Isn't this perfectly normal? They're sending us on a mission, so of course, they need to give us the ability to protect ourselves. It's just a combat skill, nothing strange about it. Hua Qianyu smiled casually, not finding anything unusual. No, that's not right. Lin Yi shook his head gravely and said slowly, allowing us, as freshmen, to go out and carry out a mission is already an unprecedented exception. You have to know, even experienced senior students find it very difficult to get such an opportunity. On top of that, the school has also made an exception by issuing us combat skill cards. Lin Yi furrowed his brows tightly and said with absolute certainty, there must be some special reason behind this. Hua Qinyu also frowned and asked in return, so according to you, the so-called punishment is just a pretense, and the school's real purpose is to have us carry out this mission? Very likely, yes. Lin Yi nodded vigorously, but the confusion on his face deepened. But why us? There are plenty of seniors stronger than us. How could such a task fall to us? Lin Yi's question was exactly what Hua Qinyu couldn't figure out. He calmed down and carefully recalled everything that had happened today. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. He knew very well that the school was full of surveillance, and an important place like training ground number 5 was no exception. Every corner, every blind spot, was under watchful eyes. Zhang Junlong himself had said that he observed all the freshmen's martial arts classes. Doesn't that amount to admitting that their every move was under the school's surveillance? So here's the question. With such a big commotion at training ground number 5, why did he wait until it was almost over to show up? With his strength, if he had acted immediately, there would have been no chance for him to seriously injure Luo Yin and the others. Could it be that all of this was tacitly approved by the school? Hua Qianyu's gaze fell to the ground, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He muttered to himself, for the sake of observation, they would even risk students getting seriously injured. What exactly does the school want to see? Or rather, were Luo Yin and Lu Jin merely pawns being used from the very beginning? Moreover, judging from Zhang Juanlong's attitude afterward, he didn't seem to care at all that students were injured. After all, they were strangers to each other, and the inexplicable hostility from Luo Yin and Lu Jin was truly too strange. This matter is a bit strange. Normally, when classmates meet for the first time, even if they don't get along, it wouldn't escalate to a life-or-death situation, nor would someone inexplicably hate a stranger to the core. That kind of scenario where a villain deliberately stirs up trouble and ends up being humiliated by the protagonist only happens in novels. If such a thing were to occur in reality, it would be illogical unless there was some hidden reason behind it. Do you think this might be a test arranged by the school? Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his expression brightening. Hua Qinyu looked up upon hearing this, slightly furrowing his brows, waiting for him to continue. The academy might want to gauge the abilities of us freshmen, but among the newcomers, there are bound to be people like you. Lin Yi ventured cautiously. Me? Hua Qinyu pointed at himself, somewhat surprised. Yes, Lin Yi turned his head and grinned. Someone like you, who never easily reveals their true strength. Hua Qianyu's gaze instantly darkened. Lin Yi's speculation seemed highly plausible. Lin Yi didn't notice the change in his expression and continued analyzing. Think about it. If it weren't for today's incident, who would have known that Chun Yu, also an A level, actually has the ability to go head-to-head with Lu Jin, an S level? What do you think? Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered again, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Indeed, if not for this conflict, Chun Yu wouldn't have exposed his strength to help them. And he himself had unknowingly revealed too much, such as his control over flames and his physical fitness far beyond the average person. Zhang Junlong, who was lurking behind the scenes, must have seen it all clearly. The only question was whether his astonishing self-healing ability had been discovered. Hua Qianyu's eyes gradually dimmed. He suddenly felt that his impulsiveness this time might have been a bit reckless. After all, exposing his vampiric traits in front of a group of ability users was extremely dangerous. Moreover, he had no idea how vampires were treated in this country. It seems, I'll have to be more cautious in the future, Hua Qianyu murmured softly. The old-timers led by Zhang Junlong were far too cunning and calculating. What did you say? Lin Yi turned his head, not catching his muttered words. Nothing. Hua Qianyu shook his head and changed the subject. Forget it. Stop guessing. Let's just go with the flow. Come on, let's head out for a bit. It's already late at night. Instead of resting, where are we going? Lenny blinked, looking puzzled. Hua Qinyu stood up, exhaled deeply, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. To find a place to practice combat techniques. We can't exactly train in the dorm, can we? We'd end up tearing the place apart. Right now? Is it really that urgent? Lenny couldn't help but ask. What else? Hua Qinyu tilted his head. The best time to train is at night. I don't want to openly let others see how hard I work. Come on, let's go. With that, Hua Qinyu walked out at a leisurely pace. Lenny froze for a moment, then quickly jogged to catch up, shouting, Qinyu, wait for me. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing Ability University, on the top floor of the central main building, Zhang Junlong and Jun Shun sat facing each other. Mr. Jun, the matter has been handled as per your instructions, Zhang Junlong reported solemnly. Jun Shun stroked his beard and asked with his eyes closed. Did Hua Qinyu ask anything? Like why they were sent to carry out that task? No. Zhang Junlong's expression turned serious as he answered firmly. Although Hua Qinyu is incredibly gifted, he still lacks experience and hasn't been exposed to abilities for long. Naturally, he wouldn't notice anything unusual. Then I can rest assured. I don't want this matter to create a rift between him and the school. Jun Shun sighed lightly, picked up his teacup, and said calmly, however, that child seems to be approaching perfection in every aspect. His skills are comparable to a martial arts grandmaster, and he possesses considerable elemental control. If he can properly hone his combat techniques, there probably wouldn't be many peers who could rival him. Perfect, Zhang Junlong scoffed and retorted. That kid is good at everything, except his personality is too extreme. This time, to test his strength, I deliberately sent my 2 disciples to clash with him, and they almost ended up crippled. With such a personality, if he truly steps into the world of abilities in the future, he might face obstacles everywhere. Ha! Jun Shin suddenly burst into laughter after hearing this, his tone filled with certainty. Junlong, if it were someone else with such a personality, they would indeed struggle in the world of abilities as you said. But if it's that kid Hua Qinyu, the ones who should be worried aren't him, but his opponents. With his ruthless nature combined with his strength, anything or anyone that tries to obstruct him will likely be crushed directly. Zhang Junlong's heart trembled violently, and he asked, What do you mean? Jun Shun took a sip of tea and smiled mysteriously. To make a name for oneself in the world of abilities, the biggest taboo is being ruled by emotions. But Hua Qinyu, I've seen it clearly. He's a child who almost has no emotions. None of the people he's interacted with so far have truly entered his heart, except for that boy named Lin Yi. Perhaps in this world, Lin Yi is the only one who could become his weakness. And precisely because of that, his weakness is almost non-existent. As he spoke, Jun Shin set down his teacup, his gaze suddenly becoming profound. Junlong, I think you understand what this means. Hua Qinyu is an ability user whose talent and strength have reached the pinnacle, and who has almost no weaknesses. One day in the future, the structure of the ability world will change because of him. What we need to do now is to focus all of the school's top resources and spare no effort in cultivating him. Among the 4 prestigious schools, our Jiangxing Ability University has always been at the bottom. The schools in the imperial capital, Magic City, and Beiliang produce geniuses of Hua Qinyu's caliber every year. Now it's finally our turn. This year, in the 4 Academy Friendship Tournament, Jiangxing must win at least once. Zhang Junlong remained silent, his gaze shifting between seriousness and excitement. He tentatively looked at Jun Shun and cautiously asked, So, you're saying Hua Qinyu truly has the potential to change our embarrassing position at the bottom of the friendship tournament? It's not just potential, the chances are very high. I have absolute confidence in him. Jun Shun nodded solemnly and slowly. Zhang Junlong crossed his hands under his chin, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Elder Jun, there's actually something I've always been curious about. Could you help me figure it out? Speak, Jun Shun replied straightforwardly. A trace of struggle flashed across Zhang Junlong's face. He hesitated before saying, It's like this. Earlier, we saw on the surveillance footage that Hua Qinyu's chest was struck by Lu Jin's lightning, and he bled a lot. But when he came to my office, there wasn't a single wound on his chest, not even a trace of injury. Only his clothes still had bloodstains on them. What are you trying to say? Jun Qin's expression remained unchanged as he coldly retorted. Zhang Juanlong's voice was somewhat stiff, not quite understanding Jun Qin's meaning. What I mean is, given his age and level, his body's recovery speed shouldn't be this fast. Isn't this a bit strange? Jun Qin's face turned completely cold. He slammed the teacup in his hand heavily onto the table, the sudden action startling Zhang Junlong into a shiver. Humph. Jun Qin snorted coldly and warned. Junlong, don't ever bring this up again. Hua Qinyu has many secrets. If it's not something you should know, don't inquire. Yes, I understand. Zhang Junlong hurriedly agreed, afraid of further upsetting Jun Qin. Go ahead. Report to me immediately if there's any situation with Hua Qinyu. Jun Qin waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Zhang Junlong lowered his head and silently retreated. Only Jun Qin remained in the office. He suddenly opened his eyes and murmured softly, what he's cultivating is the 9 spirits forbidden codex. No matter how unreasonable something may seem to happen to him, it all makes sense. After all, this is classified information. Even I don't fully understand it. The night sky was exceptionally cold and clear, with a solitary bright moon hanging above, accompanied by only a few scattered stars, evoking an indescribable ethereal feeling. Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi walked side by side along the academy's path. It must be said, the night view of Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities was indeed beautiful. The evening breeze brushed against their cheeks, bringing an inexplicable chill even in summer. From the trees and bushes on both sides of the road, the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. The hazy moonlight fell on Hua Qinyu's face, adding a touch of sanctity to his demeanor. Where are we going? Linny asked, his voice breaking the silence. The tranquil surroundings had calmed his heart considerably. To the training ground, Hua Qinyu replied softly. If nothing unexpected happens, practicing combat techniques might cause intense energy fluctuations. It's best not to disturb others. All right, Linny agreed. Have you deciphered your combat skill card? Hua Qinyu turned her head and asked again. Not yet. Linny shook his head and said with a smile. Perfect timing. I'll decipher it now. As soon as he finished speaking, the red combat skill card had already appeared between Lin Yi's fingers. He smiled faintly and gently swiped the card over the ability ring. A blue light screen unfolded before the two of them. Ding. Battle skill card detected. Decoding in progress. Ding. Decoding successful. The battle skill content is as follows. Battle skill. 100 blazing returns, an advanced ordinary battle skill recorded in ancient Chinese texts, classified under the fire element category, unusable by non-fire ability users. 100 blazing returns involves compressing fire elements into a high-density energy attack with immense power, but the energy form is extremely unstable. The specific cultivation method is as follows. 100 blazing returns. Lin Yi softly recited once, then looked at Hua Qinyu. Seems pretty good. Hua Qinyu nodded firmly, but her gaze remained fixed on the light screen. Lin Yi's light screen did not display the words purple gold, but the phrase ordinary advanced combat technique caught his attention, which was completely different from his own. He remembered that his burning moon without trace had been interpreted as combat technique of destruction and slaughter at the time. This made him curious about how the levels of combat techniques were classified. The two walked while pondering, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of training ground number 5. On the central lawn, traces of previous battles could still be seen, yet to be repaired. Hua Qinyu looked up and saw that the green field was unusually quiet and empty, with not a single figure in sight. Bathed in moonlight, the two slowly stepped forward. Lin Yi reached out his hand and gently pushed the iron gate in front of him. Creak. With a soft sound, the iron gate was easily pushed open. The two walked to the center of the training field, and Hua Qinyu slightly raised his head. Under the moonlight, his face was more serene than ever. It seemed that at night, his spirit was far more vigorous than during the day, his entire body brimming with unspent energy. He stretched lazily and unconsciously murmured, "The night really is captivating." Captivating? I feel more like it's chilly, Lin Yi retorted mercilessly, then added. Besides, practicing fire element combat techniques under the moonlight. Are you serious? I feel like the effect won't be great. He raised his head, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. A ripple stirred in his blood-red eyes. So what? The moonlight is just the shadow of the sun. In the end, there's no real difference. He raised his hand, half covering his face, and continued. Besides, with our current strength, the power of our skills is almost impossible to be affected by this light. On the contrary, this kind of light is just right. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to refute. Hua Qianyu's words always seemed to carry a strange kind of logic. You go south, I'll go north. Let's keep some distance between us and leave the middle open to avoid the two energies interfering with each other. Hua Qianyu stopped mid-sentence. A scene from his own cultivation flashed through his mind. Fire elements would always surge toward him madly from all directions. If that really happened, it would definitely severely affect Lin Yi's cultivation. Forget it. Hua Qianyu shook her head helplessly, then turned to Lin Yi and said, You can train here. I'll go to training ground number 1. Why? Lin Yi frowned, clearly puzzled. Training grounds number 1 and number 5 were the farthest apart. Hua Qianyu explained calmly. We're both fire element users. Training different combat techniques in the same place might deplete the fire elements here, increasing the risk of failure. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Qianyu turned and walked away, waving her hand behind her back at Lin Yi. Focus on your training. I'll come find you when I'm done. Looking for me? Lin Yi looked at his back, a bit surprised. You mean you'll master it faster than me? Hua Qianyu didn't answer, but his silence said it all. All right. Lin Yi not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed excitedly. Just wait, Qianyu. Who ends up looking for whom is still uncertain. Feeling exhilarated, he immediately sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. He thoroughly enjoyed and cherished this feeling of competing with Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu quickly arrived at training ground number 1, which was identical to training ground number 5. He walked to the center of the field, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The combat technique mantra that he had memorized at a glance instantly surfaced in his mind. Hua Qianyu mobilized his mental energy, and as his consciousness lightly brushed over the mantra, a strong sense of shock surged through his heart. In his understanding, fire element combat techniques should be scorching, filled with the domineering and fierce nature of flames. However, this combat technique, named Burning Moon Without a Trace, carried none of that feeling. On the contrary, it was exceptionally tranquil, yet within that tranquility, it contained an ancient aura that made him feel as though his insignificant consciousness was facing a primordial monarch, evoking a desire to submit. Hua Qianyu felt a bit dizzy, and his body swayed slightly. Just this initial comprehension had already consumed a large amount of his mental energy. He steadied his mind, sat upright again, and focused all his concentration on understanding the mantra. Moonblaze Without Trace. This was the first combat skill Hua Qianyu practiced after becoming an ability user. However, he was still too naive to understand what these 4 words would truly mean in the future. At the same moment, outside Hua Qianyu's house, a woman dressed in black stood quietly. Her mysterious face was concealed by black sunglasses and a mask. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded down to her waist, and she held a black box in her hands. Ding dong. The woman pressed the doorbell, but after waiting for a long time, no one came to open the door. She seemed to have lost her patience, took off her black gloves, revealing an exceptionally beautiful hand. Her index finger gently pressed on the fingerprint lock on the door. Click. The door opened. The woman stepped into a pitch-black room, clearly aware that no one was inside. So, the young master isn't here. The woman's voice carried a hint of disappointment. She did not turn on the light, yet she moved skillfully in the darkness as if it were daytime. She quickly reached the living room and gently placed the black box in her hand on the table. After finishing all this, she did not linger and immediately retreated, softly closing the door behind her. However, she did not leave right away, but stood staring at the door for a very long time. In the end, she still did nothing more. She turned lightly, and her figure quickly disappeared into the vast night. In the training ground, Hua Qianyu kept his eyes tightly shut. As time passed, His mind gradually entered a wondrous state during the prolonged process of comprehension. Within his chest, the red glow of the nine-spirit wheel would always light up at critical moments. In his spiritual world, the originally slow-progressing, burning moon without trace technique suddenly began to operate at a bizarrely high speed on its own, no longer requiring his cautious guidance. Crimson fire elements surged violently throughout his body. At this moment, his level 12 energy intensity erupted unreservedly in all directions. Flames roared, stirring up turbulent waves of heat, and in the darkness of the night, the glow within the training ground appeared exceptionally dazzling. Above Hua Qianyu's head, a faint moonlight shadow slowly emerged. The moonlight was pure and sacred, as if it embodied all the tranquility and harmony of the world. A few seconds later, the moonlight shadow gradually became clearer. A streak of crimson firelight ignited at the base of the moonlight shadow, then slowly spread upward bit by bit. Under the cover of the crimson flames, the moonlight shadow was slowly transforming into a blood-red hue. That trace of sanctity and serenity instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by an eerie and chilling aura of murderous intent. Burning moon. In a very short time, the pure white moonlight completely vanished, leaving only the blood-red full moon composed of flames, quietly hanging above Hua Qianyu's head. No trace. At the same time, the nine-spirit disc on his chest emitted an even more dazzling glow. A powerful force of attraction, like a ravenous beast, madly pulled all the fire elements in the space into Hua Qianyu's body. Arg! Hua Qianyu suddenly threw his head back, his opened eyes shooting out two blinding beams of fire. In the training ground, an unknown crimson mist had spread at some point, completely engulfing his figure. Only the flame above his head, like a mirror, remained clearly visible, radiating dazzling brilliance. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted. The highly concentrated fire energy formed a storm, with Hua Qianyu at its center, churning the surrounding red mist and surging outward. His silver hair danced wildly in the storm, and his clothes flapped violently in the wind. Even the grass beneath his feet was uprooted by the immense energy. Yet, standing at the eye of the storm, Hua Qianyu remained as motionless as a rock. As the crimson mist gradually dissipated, Hua Qianyu's figure reappeared. His once pale face was now flushed bright red, like a demon returning from hell. Burning moon. No trace. He endured the excruciating pain tearing through his body and mustered all his strength to force these words out from his slightly parted lips. Clang. The mirror made of flames above his head suddenly developed a crack. Crack, 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 crack. Immediately afterward, the crack spread across the entire mirror surface like a flood breaching a dam, shattering with a thunderous crash. The shattered flame energy did not dissipate, but instead converged wildly behind Hua Qianyu in another form. Duh, duh, duh. Amid the chaotic blaze, a sound resembling human footsteps slowly echoed. In the place where the fiery mirror shattered, a human silhouette radiating dazzling white light gradually emerged. His long hair flowed freely, and though his face was somewhat indistinct, it exuded an extraordinary refinement. A gentle smile graced his face, emanating an air of nobility and elegance. Yet, in stark contrast to his demeanor, his slightly opened eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light. This silhouette bore an identical appearance to Hua Qianyu, but the aura it exuded was like that of an ancient deity overlooking all living beings. Zheng. The phantom appeared for just a fleeting moment before transforming into a beam of light and merging into Hua Qianyu's body. In an instant, Hua Qianyu's aura underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His silver hair began to grow rapidly, soon cascading down to his waist. An unparalleled and terrifying momentum gathered within him. Unable to suppress the surge of emotion in his heart, he instinctively took a step forward and miraculously stepped into the air, standing firmly and proudly suspended in midair. Ping, 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 ping. As the energy surged wildly, the 8 cameras aimed at the center of the training ground simultaneously exploded. The surrounding stone platforms, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, shattered instantly. In that moment, the small space was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. However, such overwhelming power also meant that energy was rapidly depleting. This force was clearly unsustainable for long. In less than 5 seconds, the fire elements within Hua Qinyu were almost completely exhausted, and the battle technique known as Burning Moon Trace disintegrated just as quickly. In an instant, the elemental storm that had been stirring the winds and clouds a second ago completely vanished without any transition, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Hua Qinyu's silver hair returned to its original state, and his body, using the last bit of remaining strength, hovered in the air for a few seconds before plummeting rapidly. Bang! With a loud crash, he landed heavily on the ground, hitting his back. Hua Qinyu's face was deathly pale, and the fire element within him had completely dried up. This time, he didn't even have the strength to release a trace of flame. The consumption and power of the move, Burning Moon Without Trace, had completely exceeded his expectations. No one knew how much time had passed, but Hua Qinyu's face finally regained a hint of color, though it was still frighteningly pale. He wobbled as he tried to stand up, but his remaining strength was far from enough to support him. He could only kneel on one knee, half squatting on the ground. Thud! He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. This attempt had caused severe damage to his internal organs, far worse than any injury he had suffered before. Phew, this move is truly life-threateningly domineering. Hua Qinyu exhaled deeply, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and murmured softly to himself, "But, as expected of me, I barely managed to pull it off." Hua Qinyu maintained a half-squatting posture, remaining motionless for a long time. While waiting for his injuries to heal, he silently replenished the nearly depleted fire element within his body. Ever since obtaining the Nine-Spirit Wheel, he had gone from initial rejection to gradually relying on it, and had long since come to accept its existence with composure. This was not only because it perfectly suppressed the bloodthirsty impulses within him, but more importantly, it continuously amplified the fire element in his body every single moment. In less than 15 minutes, a small portion of the fire element within Hua Qinyu's body had been restored, and the sense of weakness gradually faded. Moreover, the internal injuries in his body were healing at an astonishing speed, far faster than ever before. This means that Hua Qinyu's vampire physique is not fixed and unchanging, but rather continuously strengthens as his power increases. Of course, all of this is perfectly reasonable. Although vampires are defined as an independent race, they are ultimately transformed from humans, essentially akin to superhumans with special powers. Since vampires are a type of superhuman, their abilities naturally do not become fixed at the moment of their initial awakening. Like all superhumans who focus on physical enhancement, their ability levels can also be improved through proper training. However, in the case of the unique exception that is Hua Qinyu, both his elemental abilities and physical strength are not calculated separately, but are entirely correlated with his own level. Simply put, his level 12 ability not only determines the strength of his elemental powers, but also dictates the strength of his physical body. This also means that even with the same intensity and mode of training, the benefits Hua Qinyu gains are more than double those of ordinary people. Therefore, the further he progresses, the greater the gap between him and his peers will become. Hua Qinyu propped himself up and stood. Though not fully recovered, he could already walk a few steps without issue. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The combat technique was indeed powerful, but using it once almost left him unable to stand. What use would that be in actual combat? If the strike failed to take down the opponent, he'd be the one waiting for death next. Looking at it this way, that principal he'd never met really seemed to have set him up. If only I could learn Lin Yi's move as well, Hua Qinyu muttered, stroking his chin as the thought suddenly popped into his mind. He raised his hand to check the time and was instantly stunned. Had 2 hours already passed since he arrived at training ground number 1? 2 hours. Lin Yi is probably still not done. Perfect, I'll go take a look at him. Who knows, maybe just by watching, I'll learn something. Hua Qinyu's lips curved into a smile as he took somewhat unsteady steps and turned to leave. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, a piercing chill suddenly swept in from his left side. This was not a natural cold, but a strong elemental fluctuation. Hua Qinyu frowned, and the fire element within his body was instantly activated, automatically resisting the icy chill. Who could it be at this late hour? He muttered to himself, inexplicably turning around and walking toward the source of the chill. Following the aura, Hua Qianyu arrived at a lake. Moonlight spilled across the water's surface, shimmering with rippling light in the night. The lake water was crystal clear, and even the small fish swimming at the bottom could be seen distinctly. Using the faint moonlight, he directed his gaze toward the source of the energy sensed by his spiritual power. He saw that a small section of the lake's surface had already frozen into ice, and a slender figure was standing steadily on the ice. Though it was only a silhouette, it was clear that it was a woman. The aura she exuded even firmly overshadowed Lin Yi, almost on par with his own. And that figure had long golden hair that remained dazzling even in the night. Mu Huanling. It was actually the girl he had once helped on a whim. Thinking back now, Hua Qinyu still found it strange how he had done something so out of character at the time. He never expected that the seemingly delicate and fragile girl was hiding such terrifying strength. In that case, wasn't his initial help completely unnecessary? Hua Qinyu took a deep look and prepared to leave quietly. He had no intention of exposing himself. But things didn't go as planned. As soon as he moved, 3 sharp crystallized spikes pierced through the air, heading straight for his face. The air emitted a piercing, tearing sound, but the ice spikes melted into mist the instant they reached him, consumed by a silent blaze of crimson flames. Cold water droplets splashed onto her face, instantly dispelling the last trace of slackness in Hua Qianyu's heart. Who is it? A woman's voice, as cool and clear as ice crystals falling into water, rang out. Mu Huanling slowly turned around, revealing her exquisitely stunning face. This was the second time Hua Qianyu had seen her full appearance clearly, but her gaze momentarily froze. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because of her aura at this moment. If Mu Huanling's first impression was dreamy and gentle, now she exuded an icy coldness and aloofness that seemed to pierce the soul. Her eyes, clear as ice diamonds, seemed to warn everyone, strangers, keep away. Hua Qianyu felt a momentary suffocation. This earth-shattering transformation sent a jolt through his heart, and his instincts even detected a trace of danger. He had no doubt that if he lacked sufficient ability, the outcome of approaching her would be a death with no burial place. Hua Qianyu maintained a calm exterior and slowly took a few steps forward, letting his face be illuminated by the moonlight. So it was you. Mu Huanling saw Hua Qianyu's signature silver hair and handsome face, and was evidently a bit stunned, recalling the scene of their first meeting. Why are you here so late? Her voice was cold, the kind of chill that came from deep within, without the slightest attempt to conceal it. Just passing by, Hua Qianyu replied indifferently. Passing by. Mu Huanling's gaze carried suspicion as she stared directly into his eyes. So late at night, instead of resting, you just happened to pass by here? It has nothing to do with you. Hua Qianyu responded calmly. The girl before him was completely different from the one he remembered. Mu Huanling nodded and didn't press further, instead changing the subject. I heard. You single-handedly took on the entire Thunder Academy during the day? Even the S-ranked Lu Jin wasn't your match. Impressive. She sized him up and continued. I didn't expect a small place like Jiangxing to produce someone as talented as you. Although I felt you were extraordinary the first time I met you, your strength has far exceeded my expectations. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and countered leisurely. I didn't expect it either. I thought you were a delicate girl, but seeing you again today, you're unexpectedly cold and possess such strong abilities. What's more surprising is how ungrateful you are to someone who once helped you. Giggle, giggle. Mu Huanling suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, her tone turning playful and coquettish. A delicate girl is more likely to stir a boy's protective instincts. Isn't that right, Qianyu Gij? This sudden soft and sweet voice made Hua Qianyu's body stiffen, and he frowned imperceptibly. As for the help you mentioned, Qianyu Gij, just. Even if you don't help me, that senior can't do anything to me. Mu Huanling blinked innocently, her voice still as tender and sweet as ever. Hua Qianyu didn't know how to respond for a moment. He didn't want to get entangled any further, so he directly said, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he turned around to leave. All he wanted now was to quickly get away from this place of trouble and sever ties with this dangerous woman. Huh, wait a moment, Hua Qinyu. Mu Huanling suddenly dropped her pitiful demeanor, replacing it with a bone-chilling coldness. Hua Qinyu stopped in his tracks. Mu Huanling saw this, took a few steps forward, closing the distance between her and Hua Qinyu, and said with a hint of implication, "To be honest, I really admire your strength. Your power is very useful, and it might even help me achieve a certain goal. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. I'll give you appropriate compensation, whether it's money or something else. I'll do my best to satisfy you." Not interested. Hua Qinyu refused without even thinking. This had nothing to do with him. So why did Mu Huanling think she could demand his help with such confidence? Oh, Mu Huanling's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't get angry. She didn't seem the least bit anxious. "No problem. I have plenty of time. I hope my sincerity can move you." As soon as the words were spoken, Mu Huanling stepped back a few paces, once again creating some distance between herself and Hua Qinyu. At some point, a test tube-like container had appeared in her hand, filled with a jade-green liquid. "Brother Qinyu, you seem a bit weak. This is an energy recovery potion. It can help you heal faster." Mu Huanling's voice was languid, tinged with a hint of allure, enough to make any man blush and his heart race. However, Hua Qinyu neither turned around nor reached out to take it, and his expression remained completely unchanged. "Keep that kind of thing for yourself." He coldly threw out this remark, completely ignoring Mu Huanling's reaction, and strode away, his figure growing more distant. Mu Huanling watched Hua Qinyu's departing figure, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a mysterious and enigmatic smile. On the way to training ground number 5, Hua Qinyu's mind kept replaying the conversation with Mu Huanling. This woman was truly terrifying, full of schemes, yet she pretended to be gentle, noble, and approachable in front of others. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. This saying is certainly not unfounded. At least today, Hua Qinyu deeply understood it. However, Hua Qinyu's blood-red eyes flickered. He didn't miss the detail in Mu Huanling's words. She said the small Jiangxing? It seems she's not a local, but an S-class ice ability user from elsewhere. It's really strange. Why would such a genius come here? In training ground number 5, Lin Yi was still practicing. He was in a state of enlightenment and didn't even notice Hua Qinyu's arrival. Golden flames formed 2 identically sized fireballs in his palm. Lin Yi repeatedly attempted to bring his hands closer, seemingly trying to merge the 2 fireballs into one. Hua Qinyu stood quietly not far away, watching. Judging by Lin Yi's current movements, it was likely that he had just memorized the technique's method. In other words, Hua Qinyu had not yet missed the initial training phase of the 100 Strikes Return to Origin technique. Under such circumstances, he might gain some insights through observation and even manage to replicate it perfectly. With this thought in mind, Hua Qinyu quietly leaned against the railing behind him, raised his hands, and assumed the same posture in front of his chest. While observing Lin Yi, he imitated the process of releasing fireballs and attempted to merge them, relying on his almost abnormal sensitivity to fire elements. Hua Qinyu's eyes could even discern the flow of fire elements within Lin Yi's body. That unique aura belonging to the fire element was vividly outlined in his mental world, perfectly tracing the path of the combat technique's operation. He was not directly practicing the technique according to its principles, but was indirectly learning by using Lin Yi as a medium. Therefore, whether the medium operated correctly largely determined whether Hua Qinyu's attempt would succeed. In other words, if Lin Yi made a mistake, Hua Qinyu would definitely suffer backlash due to the incorrect operational route. This was essentially a gamble, and perhaps Hua Qinyu shouldn't have taken such a risk. However, he had great confidence in Lin Yi and firmly believed nothing unexpected would happen. Thus, Hua Qinyu completely relaxed his body, allowing the fire elements within him to flow in an orderly manner along the route that emerged in his mind. After a long time, Lin Yi let out a thunderous roar. 100. Fierce. Return. Origin. The fireball between his palms suddenly merged, instantly releasing a terrifying aura like a raging storm. The golden flames roared like a fierce wind, causing the surrounding space to ripple incessantly. The air was violently displaced by the golden flames, creating a brief vacuum-like area around Lin Yi. He pressed his palms together, slowly and rhythmically pushing forward. Behind him, the shadow of a scroll inscribed with strange runes flickered briefly, carrying an ancient and timeless aura. Boom! The fireball, compressed from golden flames, shot forward. The grandstand made of special materials directly ahead instantly caved in, countless cracks spreading outward, and debris flying everywhere. In an instant, the entire training ground number 5 began to shake violently, kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the sky. Under Lin Yi's strike, the already unrepaired number 5 training ground became even more dilapidated. Finally, I did it. Lin Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead, panting heavily, but his face revealed an incomparably joyful smile. I finally managed to execute the 100 strikes return to origin. Half hidden amidst the dust and rubble, Hua Qinyu paused his actions. He succeeded. Just a moment ago, the flames between his hands had already reached the brink of eruption. But he stopped in time, merely to avoid causing greater destruction. This did not signify failure. On the contrary, this attempt was immensely successful. Hua Qinyu smiled faintly. This attempt held extraordinary significance for him. He understood that the government strictly controlled these powerful abilities, known as combat techniques, for the safety of the entire nation. Rarity increases value. If such power could be obtained freely, the economy and order of society would be completely destroyed. More importantly, if these techniques and combat skills were to fall into the hands of criminals or terrorist organizations, they would completely lose control over this world of superpowers. This is not an unfounded worry. In some countries, unchecked freedom has led to a constant stream of superpowered terrorist incidents. In others, government authority has been undermined, with powerful groups of superpowered individuals taking control, reducing the government to a puppet. Only here can ordinary people's lives remain peaceful and stable since the global upheaval began. By using combat technique cards as a medium and distributing them as rewards, risks can be mitigated while effectively selecting talent. However, Hua Qinyu thought to himself that perhaps in the near future, these limitations would no longer matter to him, because his eyes could see through the essence of all combat techniques and replicate them perfectly. The dust gradually settled, and Lin Yi stared in astonishment as Hua Qinyu, with a smile on his face, walked toward him step by step. Qinyu, Lin Yi was startled, a trace of disappointment flashing through his heart. You've already mastered it? He had thought his speed was fast enough, but in the end, he still couldn't match Hua Qinyu. Yes, I've mastered it, though I got a bit injured. Hua Qinyu nodded and said with a smile. It seems things are going smoothly on your end as well. Injured? Lin Yi was shocked and immediately stepped forward, asking worriedly, did you push yourself too hard and suffer backlash from the combat technique? Yes, I was a bit too hasty in training to beat you. Hua Qinyu deliberately followed his words. But it's fine. It's just some disruption in my energy and blood flow. I'll be fine after a short rest. He didn't want to discourage Lin Yi. He had always noticed his friend's efforts. Although there was a gap in their talents, Lin Yi always gave his all to keep up with him, never slacking. Hua Qinyu knew that if Lin Yi faced Mu Huanling, he would most likely lose. If given the chance, he would do everything he could to help Lin Yi overcome the limitations of his talent. As long as you're okay. Lin Yi patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the training ground, now resembling a ruin, he sighed. You must have seen it too. 100 Strikes Return to Origin is a purely energy-based attack, immensely powerful but extremely unstable. Training ground number 5 is destroyed like this. I wonder if we'll have to pay for the damages. It's fine. The situation at training ground number 1 is about the same. I'll handle it. It's just 2 training grounds, not worth much, Hua Qinyu said nonchalantly. Training ground number 1 is destroyed too. Lin Yi was initially shocked, then suddenly realized. Qinyu, do you think there's a possibility that we were never supposed to practice this combat technique in the training grounds? Very likely, Hua Qinyu replied earnestly. Ordinary training grounds simply cannot withstand the energy of combat techniques. Without special facilities, the school would have to spend a fortune just on reconstruction. But Principal Zhang didn't say, so I don't know either. Hua Qianyu spread her hands helplessly. Lin Yi was speechless. By the way, Hua Qianyu suddenly asked, her expression serious. At your peak, how many times could the elemental reserves in your body allow you to perform 100 strikes return to origin consecutively? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately sensed the fire element within his body and confidently replied, about 3 times. I still have 70% of the fire element left in my body. 3 times. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered, the corners of her mouth curved into a slight arc, and she softly uttered an inexplicable phrase. That's enough. In Vice Principal Zhang Juanlong's office, he was lying on a small bed, snoring soundly. As the vice principal of the school, he had to be ready at all times to rush to any incident site immediately. Being a bachelor with no attachments, he spent most of the year sleeping in his office. Tonight, he had stayed behind because of overtime work. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door abruptly woke Zhang Junlong, who had just fallen asleep. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and shouted angrily, "Who is it? In the middle of the night. Can't people get some sleep?" Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, 2 training grounds have exploded. A man's voice came from outside the door, filled with apology and urgency. What? Zhang Juanlong's drowsiness instantly vanished without a trace. He quickly threw on his clothes, not even bothering to put on shoes, and rushed to the door in a panic. As soon as the door opened, the staff member reporting the situation appeared unusually nervous. Zhang Junlong grabbed him by the shoulders and asked in a deep voice, "What did you just say? 2 training grounds exploded? What on earth happened?" His strength was somewhat out of control. The staff member winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he said, "The surveillance footage shows. It's 2 trainees in the training ground, practicing combat techniques. Ugh." Zhang Juanlong's brows furrowed tightly, and he finally let go of his hand. The staff member leaned against the control panel, gasping for air, feeling as though both his arms had gone numb. Zhang Juanlong's taut nerves finally relaxed. Fortunately, it wasn't some desperate criminal. He steadied himself and asked, "Which trainee is practicing combat techniques? Don't they know the rules?" "It seems to be a first-year student." The staff member lowered his head and answered cautiously. "First year." Zhang Junlong was momentarily stunned. Then a gleam flashed in his eyes as he said urgently, "Quick, show me the surveillance footage. It has already been prepared for you, from training grounds 1 and 5 respectively." The staff member spoke while respectfully handing over 2 chips. Zhang Junlong took the chips and waved his hand. "You can go back and rest. This matter isn't your fault." His tone shifted, becoming stern. "Also, delete the original records of these 2 surveillance clips. Remember, absolute confidentiality. If this leaks out, you'll be the first one I come after." "Yes." The man responded as if granted amnesty, bowed, and quickly turned to leave. As the office door closed, Zhang Junlong held the chip in his hand, his heart pounding wildly with excitement. First year, could it be Hua Qingyu? But he did not let the excitement cloud his judgment. Instead, he calmly dialed a phone number. "Hello, Vice Principal. Is there something you need?" A voice came from the other end of the line. "Right now, immediately, find someone to repair training grounds number 1 and number 5. Zhang Juanlong's tone brooked no argument. No matter how severe the damage is, they must be restored to their original state before opening tomorrow morning. No one can notice anything amiss. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before a hesitant voice spoke. "Principal Zhang, this might be." "This is a directive, not a discussion." Zhang Juanlong's voice grew colder. "I said at all costs. You just need to get it done." "All right." The person on the other end ultimately conceded. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Junlong walked to his desk and sat down. With a mix of excitement and complex emotions, he swiped one of the chips across the ability ring on his wrist. A clear light screen appeared, and the surveillance footage of training ground number 1 was fully displayed before his eyes. The moment Hua Qianyu's figure appeared, it instantly captured all of Zhang Juanlong's attention. His gaze burned intensely, and even his breathing followed the rhythm of the scene, becoming alternately rapid and stagnant. He saw Hua Qianyu sitting quietly in the center of the training ground, surrounded by crimson flames that enveloped his entire body, radiating dazzling brilliance that illuminated the pitch-black night sky. What shocked him even more was that the surrounding fire elements seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging madly toward Hua Qianyu's body. Even through the screen, he could almost feel the terrifying energy on the verge of overflowing. Under Zhang Juanlong's stunned gaze, a clear moon-like shadow suddenly appeared above Hua Qianyu's head. The moon shadow first solidified, then shattered with a loud crash. Immediately after, a figure of a man, glowing pure white, slowly emerged from the shattered flames. At the moment that figure fully appeared, even though it was only through the image, Zhang Juanlong's spirit still felt a terrifying pressure from the ancient wilderness. Burning moon. No trace. As Hua Qianyu's weak voice fell, the dazzling white phantom instantly merged into his body. Immediately afterward, several crisp sounds of glass shattering were heard, and the image suddenly plunged into darkness. The footage ends here. All 8 surveillance cameras were destroyed, and the subsequent events were naturally not recorded. Zhang Juanlong's body leaned heavily against the back of the chair, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with shock. Although he hadn't witnessed the final power of the combat technique firsthand, just the process of its release was enough to stir his emotions. He now somewhat understood why that young man named Junshin would speak so highly of the proud Hua Qianyu. 2 hours, using a mere 12th level source energy, to master a combat technique of the purple gold level. Such talent truly justified his pride. Zhang Juanlong took a deep breath, picked up the teacup, and took a sip, trying to calm the waves in his heart. Then, he placed the second chip onto the ability ring. The screen lit up again, this time showing training ground number 5. Lin Yi was practicing in the center of the field, while Hua Qianyu simply stood quietly on the side, watching. Zhang Juanlong's eyes were fixed on Hua Qianyu. Seeing that he made no move, Zhang Juanlong felt the footage was of little value and, after just a few seconds, directly turned off the screen. He casually crushed the second chip into fragments, leaving only the first one that recorded Hua Qianyu's cultivation process. However, he was unaware that the surveillance in training ground number 5 was completely intact and had perfectly recorded every detail of Hua Qianyu's barehanded practice of 100 strikes return to origin, without the use of a combat skill card. His casual action not only caused him to miss an even more astonishing secret, but also inadvertently saved Hua Qianyu from a tremendous trouble. The entire day had been overwhelming for Hua Qianyu. Morning cultivation, martial arts class in the afternoon, and exhausting himself in the evening practicing combat skills. Even with the resilient physique of the Bloodline clan, he felt utterly drained. When he and Lin Yi returned to the dormitory, the first thing they did was sleep. The two of them collapsed onto their beds and fell asleep instantly. Forget about taking a shower. They didn't even bother with dinner. Even Hua Qianyu, who was usually meticulous about cleanliness, merely changed his clothes in a hurry and was sound asleep within seconds. Anyway, there's no need to attend martial arts classes anymore. Skipping tomorrow morning's cultivation class doesn't matter much, does it? He understood that cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation, and one must keep a long-term perspective. Besides, tonight he not only mastered Scorching Moon without a trace, but also exceeded expectations with 100 strikes returned to origin. He was already quite satisfied. As for other troublesome matters, he'd deal with them after waking up. He would make plans after waking up. In his sleep, the nine-spirit wheel on Hua Qianyu's chest began to spin on its own. The intense battles during the day, coupled with the sharp increase in fire element concentration while practicing combat techniques, had unknowingly pushed his source energy to its bottleneck. The wheel greedily absorbed the fire elements in the air, and finally, as if breaking through an invisible dam, Hua Qianyu's level quietly advanced, steadily reaching level 13. All of this happened while he was asleep, completely unaware. He slept deeply, as if the world had turned upside down, and didn't open his eyes until 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Sitting up and stretching lazily, his mind felt clear and refreshed, with an unusual sense of vitality. For the first time in his life, he realized how delightful it was to sleep in. He looked up and saw that Lin Yi was still sound asleep, completely wrapped up in the blanket, even covering his head. "Lin Yi," Hua Qianyu called out, casually smoothing his messy silver hair. A reluctant muffled groan came from under the blanket. Lin Yi turned over and then fell silent again. It was no wonder he could sleep so soundly. The two of them had only returned to the dormitory at almost 3 in the morning, and the fatigue hadn't fully worn off yet. Hua Qinyu didn't disturb him further. Just then, the ability ring on his wrist flashed briefly, followed by 2 consecutive voice messages. The first message was from Feng Meifei, her voice carrying that kind of exasperation of hating iron for not becoming steel. Hua Qinyu, you've got some nerve, huh? Skipping class on just the second day? Even if something came up, you should have asked me for leave, right? Don't do this again next time. Hua Qinyu was already used to such scolding and casually replied, got it. The second message, however, surprised him a bit. It was from Principal Zhang Junlong, whom he had just met yesterday. Qinyu, kid, come to my office with Lin Yi after you wake up. I have something to tell you both. Hua Qinyu's heart skipped a beat, and he muttered softly. Probably last night's incident got discovered. Most likely they're going to make us pay. He couldn't have imagined that. After just their second meeting, he had already labeled this principal as stingy in his mind. Lin Yi, get up. Hua Qinyu raised his voice. Lin Yi rolled back and forth on the bed several times before reluctantly sitting up, rubbing his eyes and mumbling. What's wrong, Qinyu? Didn't we agree not to go to class today? It's already afternoon, Hua Qinyu said calmly. Lin Yi yawned. It's already afternoon, huh? Then there's even less to do. Anyway, we don't have martial arts class, so let's just keep sleeping. Hua Qinyu shook his head helplessly, got out of bed first, and said softly, you don't usually sleep this much. Hurry up and get up. Zhang Junlong is looking for us. As he spoke, he walked toward the bathroom and added through the door, wake yourself up first. Also, I'm a bit hungry. Remember to order some takeout. There should be options available on campus. Got it, got it. Lin Yi replied perfunctorily, then lay back down, quickly operated his phone for a moment, and once again buried his head under the blanket. Half an hour later, under Hua Qinyu's firm measures, Lin Yi finally got himself ready. The takeout he ordered had just arrived as well. The two sat across from each other at the table, with a delicate spread of 4 dishes and 1 soup in front of them, the aroma filling the air. Both seemed as if they hadn't eaten in days, frantically shoveling food into their mouths. Why is Principal Zhang looking for us? Lin Yi asked while eating. No idea, Hua Qinyu replied, his mouth stuffed with food, speaking indistinctly. Probably about yesterday's incident. The training ground was destroyed to such an extent, and after so much time, someone was bound to notice. However, Hua Qinyu wasn't too concerned about this issue at the moment. What puzzled him more was why, after eating for so long, he still felt so hungry. His appetite was usually small, and this had never happened before. Maybe it was due to the excessive physical exertion yesterday, or perhaps, sigh, it's the first time I've damaged public property since growing up. I wonder how much I'll have to pay. Lin Yi's complaint interrupted Hua Qinyu's thoughts. He looked up and said with a smile, You're worried about that? Of course I am. My dad's money doesn't grow on trees. It's one thing to spend recklessly sometimes, but yesterday was just too impulsive. It wasn't worth it. Lin Yi said with a pained expression. This mess was caused by me, so I'll take full responsibility. That way, your dad won't blame you. Hua Qinyu smiled casually, secretly relieved to finally have a use for the long string of numbers in his bank account. Hee, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Lin Yi chuckled, knowing that Hua Qinyu was not short of money. 20 minutes later, the dishes on the table were completely devoured. Not even a single grain of rice was left. Most of it was eaten by Hua Qinyu alone. Strangely enough, he still didn't feel full. With his sharp mind, he quickly realized that none of this was a coincidence. The most likely explanation was gluttony from the 7 deadly sins. Reflecting on his previous experiences, Hua Qinyu had clearly noticed that the appearance of these sins was not random, but triggered by specific causes. For instance, the first appearance of pride was due to Lin Yi's excessive concern, which made him feel irritated. Although he understood that Lin Yi meant well, once that feeling of being provoked emerged, it was uncontrollable. Similarly, when he unintentionally helped Mu Huanling later and even made those frivolous gestures, it could entirely be seen as lust induced by external circumstances. As for the subsequent wrath, it was triggered by the sight of Lin Yi getting injured, which caused him to lose his rationality in an instant. And now, This insatiable hunger is precisely the sign that gluttony is beginning to manifest. The hunger caused by skipping dinner last night was now infinitely magnified by the power of the 7 deadly sins. He finally understood that this power was merely an amplifier, magnifying the desires already within him. As long as the trigger wasn't nearby, it couldn't stir up any trouble. He also realized that when he saw Mu Huanling for the second time, he felt no emotional ripple. This meant that the impulse of the same original sin would not reappear within a short period. Although he didn't know how long the interval would be, at least for now, he was safe. Just as Hua Qianyu was sorting out his thoughts, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Dong! He instinctively clutched his chest, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. Lin Yi immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed forward in a panic to support him. Qianyu, what's wrong with you? Hungry. I'm so hungry. Hua Qianyu clutched tightly at the fabric over his chest, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with pleading. Lin Yi, give me your backpack. Lin Yi didn't have time to think deeply, because Hua Qianyu's expression at this moment was truly terrifying. In those pupils burned a desire he had never seen before. He quickly handed over his backpack as fast as he could. Hua Qianyu snatched it away and tore open the zipper with almost savage force. The backpack was stuffed with bread and sandwiches, all snacks Lin Yi habitually carried with him. With a ripping sound, the packaging was brutally torn apart. Hua Qianyu grabbed a sandwich and stuffed it into his mouth, not even bothering to chew. In a frenzy of devouring, 2 fist-sized sandwiches disappeared within seconds. He hadn't even caught his breath before grabbing another piece of bread and shoving it into his mouth, his throat frantically bobbing up and down as he swallowed. Lin Yi was completely stunned, standing frozen in place. After coming to his senses, he quickly stepped over to Hua Qianyu's side, patting his back while saying, Qianyu, you need to eat slower or you'll choke. It's fine. I'm just too hungry. Hua Qianyu's mouth was stuffed with food, his voice muffled, but his hands showed no signs of stopping. No, you have to eat slower. This is too hard on your stomach. Lin Yi panicked and tried to reach out to stop him, but even with all his strength, he couldn't budge Hua Qianyu in the slightest. He could only watch helplessly as the near-mad devouring continued. With no other choice, Lin Yi poured a cup of tea and handed it over, urging, Qianyu, have some water first. You're really going to choke to death like this. Hua Qianyu did not answer, merely took the teacup and gulped it down, then continued to bury her head in eating voraciously. Qianyu, are you really that hungry? Didn't we just eat? Lin Yi's voice was filled with tension and confusion. Eating is a good thing, but this kind of binge eating is practically destroying her body. Yes, so hungry. In no time, an entire backpack full of food was devoured by Hua Qianyu like a whirlwind, and the whole process took less than 15 minutes. Qianyu, have you had enough to eat? Lin Yi asked cautiously, his tone full of uncertainty. Watching the snacks that were originally meant to satisfy cravings disappear like that, he felt not only shocked, but also deeply uneasy. He even suspected that Hua Qianyu might have been possessed by some ravenous monster. Hua Qianyu kept her head down, panting heavily, and did not respond immediately. If you're still hungry, I can go buy you some more, Lin Yi asked nervously. Who? Hua Qianyu slowly exhaled and said hoarsely, No need, I'm full. Speaking, he took another sip of tea to soothe his stinging throat. His grip on the teacup tightened, and the blood-red glow deep within his pupils grew even more intense. On the way to Zhang Juanlong's office, Lin Yi finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Qianyu, don't you think you've been acting really strange lately? He looked at his friend's profile with concern. Ever since you awakened your abilities, a lot of strange things have been happening to you. Hua Qianyu remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Should he directly tell Lin Yi that he was burdened with the curse of the 7 deadly sins? That would be too abrupt. As for the matter of the 9-spirit wheel, even he only had a vague understanding of it. How could he explain it to someone else? I don't know. After a long silence, Hua Qianyu could only squeeze out these 3 words. It's not unusual for personality changes to occur after awakening abilities, but Qianyu, your changes are too erratic. I'm really worried about you. Lin Yi's tone was full of sincerity. I can't control it yet. Hua Qianyu's voice was soft, carrying a trace of sorrow that was hard for others to detect. But don't worry, one day, I will become a complete Hua Qianyu, not a broken person. Lin turned his head and looked into his eyes seriously. No matter what happens, don't bear it alone. You still have me. He paused, then added with a hint of pride. If it weren't for me, your 3 years of high school wouldn't have gone so smoothly. That's true. Hua Qianyu did not refute, but instead teased. Do you need me to pay you some compensation to settle it? No, no, no. Lin quickly waved his hand and said righteously, that won't do. I just enjoy the feeling of you owing me a favor. Haha. Hua Qianyu chuckled lightly, and Lin withdrew his gaze. The two stopped talking and tacitly walked toward the office. When they pushed the door open, they happened to see Zhang Junlong standing by the window. As soon as they entered, Zhang Junlong smiled and waved at them. Chen Yu, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin were also present. At the moment when Hua Qianyu and Lin entered, the 3 pairs of eyes instantly focused on them. Chen Yu remained as calm as ever, but Lu Jin and Luo Yin's faces were filled with fear. Especially Luo Yin, who almost completely shrank behind Lu Jin, not even daring to meet Hua Qianyu's gaze. Hua Qianyu merely glanced at them indifferently, without saying a word. He noticed that Luo Yin's face, which he had injured, had completely healed. You've arrived? Zhang Junlong smiled with relief. Principal Zhang, did you call us here because of… Lin was about to ask if it was about the destruction of the training ground last night, but Zhang Junlong interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Zhang Junlong also gave him a look, signaling him not to continue. This strange gesture left Lin puzzled, and Hua Qianyu's eyes subtly shifted. Today, I've gathered you all here not only to once again confirm the details of this mission, but, more importantly, to have you make a choice. A choice? Hua Qianyu looked puzzled, waiting for Zhang Junlong's explanation. The 5 of you have already mastered the combat techniques. The remaining days cannot be wasted, so I plan to have you learn something new. What? Before Zhang Junlong could finish speaking, Luo Yin pointed at Hua Qianyu and Lin in shock and exclaimed, They've already mastered it? They mastered combat skills from scratch in just one night? You have to know, he and Lu Jin only managed to learn it at this point because Zhang Junlong gave them private lessons in advance. Hua Qianyu being S-class with high talent is understandable. But A-class Lin and Chen Yu, are they also such geniuses? In fact, Hua Qianyu was equally shocked internally. He looked at the always enigmatic Chen Yu and was momentarily lost in thought. When did he master it? What's with the fuss, Luo Yin? Keep it together. Zhang Junlong glared fiercely at Luo Yin, then cleared his throat and continued. In addition to using elemental powers, most ability users also choose a weapon to specialize in, such as knives, swords, axes, and the like. Mastering a weapon skill will give you an unparalleled advantage in the future. Today, your task is to choose a weapon that might accompany you for a lifetime. Zhang Junlong's words fell, and the air instantly became quiet. No one raised any questions. Hua Qianyu pondered for a moment and asked sharply, does it have to be cold weapons? What's the problem with using firearms or other hot weapons? Zhang Junlong smiled mysteriously, as if he had anticipated the question. He calmly took out a black pistol from the drawer and tossed it to Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu reached out and caught it steadily, looking at Zhang Junlong with a puzzled expression. Zhang Junlong smiled faintly, adopting the demeanor of a worldly master, and said, Come, Hua Qianyu, shoot me in the head. Are you sure? Hua Qianyu tilted his head slightly. This was the first time he had heard such a request. Of course, do you really think you can hurt? Bang! Before Zhang Junlong could finish his smug words, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and a bullet mercilessly shot toward his head. The unexpected sound of the gun startled everyone. Sizzle! Just as the bullet was about to hit, a blood-red lightning flashed in front of Zhang Junlong, instantly turning the bullet into ashes in midair. Zhang Junlong's eyelid twitched, and he glared at Hua Qianyu with lingering fear, complaining, You brat, at least let me finish my sentence. If something went wrong, you'd be responsible for a life. Hua Qianyu shrugged and said calmly, Whether as a principal or a mentor, your strength should withstand the test. So there's no need for me to hold back. Zhang Junlong was momentarily at a loss for words. So, Hua Qinyu lowered her head, stroking the cold surface of the gun, and asked, "Is it because firearms are ineffective against those with abilities?" "That's not the main reason." Zhang Junlong shook his head and explained, "In fact, any ordinary weapon has minimal effect on those with abilities. To make weapons more lethal, the best method is to imbue them with elemental power." "Elemental power?" Hua Qinyu murmured softly, her hand gripping the gun as she began to attempt infusing it with fire elements. However, as soon as the flames appeared, the sturdy gun body melted rapidly, like wax. Hua Qinyu's pupils contracted slightly, and she instantly understood. "So that's how it is." "Heh, heh. You see, ordinary metal simply can't withstand the power of the elements," Zhang Junlong said with a smile as he looked at the metallic liquid in Hua Qinyu's palm. "That's why weapons truly usable by ability users must be made from special rare materials. These materials are not only rare, but also extremely difficult to mine. If they were used to manufacture firearms, just think about it. The ammunition consumed in a single mission would be an astonishing amount. Using such precious materials to make disposable bullets, do you think that's realistic?" Hua Qinyu fell into deep thought. Indeed, if calculated this way, the cost would be unimaginably high. "Is it just a matter of raw materials?" Hua Qinyu asked again. "Not just that," Zhang Junlong continued. "Most firearms are designed for long-range attacks. But for those with supernatural abilities, long-range attacks are the easiest to deal with. Especially for some powerful ability users, their mere aura can prevent bullets from getting close, just like what I did earlier." As Zhang Junlong spoke, he stood up, walked over to Hua Qinyu, and patted him on the shoulder. "But cold weapons are different. All right, here is the revised audio script for you. These weapons, while conserving your energy, are also the most lethal tools, perfectly suited for you, the ability users." Zhang Junlong's voice echoed through the training ground. Did everyone understand? Hua Qinyu nodded. He immediately grasped Zhang Junlong's meaning. He had once thought that with the emergence of abilities, traditional technology would gradually be phased out. Now it seemed that technology hadn't stopped evolving. It just appeared less necessary in the face of abilities. "All right, I've explained everything clearly." Zhang Junlong's gaze swept over everyone present. "Now, it's your turn to choose." The group looked at each other, uncertain for a moment about what decision to make. "Qinyu, what do you want to choose?" Lin Yi leaned close to Hua Qinyu and asked in a low voice. "I haven't decided yet. Nothing particularly interests me," Hua Qinyu replied softly. Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. "I want to choose a sword, not one of those heavy broadswords, but the kind called a tang sword, straight and cool. What do you think? Sounds good, but..." Hua Qinyu frowned, not understanding why Lin Yi was making his decision based solely on appearance. "Why don't you choose a sword, a longsword?" Lin Yi interrupted him, seriously suggesting. "In my heart, a longsword is just as cool as a tang saber. Whether it's strong or not doesn't matter at all. For guys like us, who are both skilled and handsome, the style has to be on point." Hua Qinyu was momentarily speechless. This reason was indeed very Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi's words did make him realize something. The strength of a weapon ultimately depends on the person using it. "All right, I'll go with your suggestion and choose a sword." Hua Qinyu agreed decisively. Letting Lin Yi make the decision for him wasn't a bad idea. It saved him the trouble of thinking. After their brief exchange, Zhang Junlong spoke again. "So, have you all made up your minds?" "Principal, I've made up my mind. I choose the tang sword." Lin Yi was the first to raise his hand, then pointed to Hua Qinyu. "Qinyu chooses the sword." Zhang Junlong nodded and turned his gaze to Lu Jin and the other two. "What about you?" "Master, I wish to learn the spear," Lu Jin replied respectfully. "Master, can I use weapons like tiger teeth or claws?" Lu Oyin scratched his head awkwardly. Zhang Junlong glanced at him, sighed, but his tone carried a hint of indulgence. "You always pick the least presentable things. There's a dual-purpose one with teeth and claws, so I'll leave it for you." "Hee hee. Thank you, Master." Lu Oyin was instantly overjoyed. "Then I'll choose daggers, preferably dual daggers," Qinyu said in his usual indifferent tone. "Are you sure?" Zhang Junlong's expression turned serious as he advised. "Daggers are an extremely specialized weapon. Unless you're focused on assassination, it's hard to unleash their full potential. If you don't use them well, you'll suffer greatly on the battlefield. I've decided I'll use the dagger. Chen Yu's tone grew heavier, his eyes full of determination. In that case, follow me, Zhang Junlong said, his expression becoming solemn. He turned around and gently clapped his hands. Accompanied by a slight and continuous vibration, a small door slowly emerged on the wall in front of him. It was clearly a secret room. This is one of the school's 2 armories, and I am responsible for guarding it, Zhang Junlong explained as he led the way inside. The other is personally overseen by the old principal. Although the rarity of the weapons in the 2 armories differs, the ones here are sufficient for your current needs. Hua Qianyu and the others immediately followed. As soon as they stepped through the door, the interior was dimly lit, but Hua Qianyu, relying on her excellent night vision, walked quite steadily. After walking a dozen steps, soft lights began to appear ahead, and everyone's vision gradually became clearer. Hua Qianyu surveyed the surroundings and discovered that this was an almost perfectly cubic space, with its length, width, and height nearly identical. However, what first caught their attention was not the weapons, but the neatly arranged clusters of light emitting various colors on the 4 walls. What are these clusters of light? Lenny couldn't help but ask curiously. A special device used to store spiritual weapons. The weapons you need are inside, Zhang Junlong replied calmly. Spiritual weapons? Hua Qinyu softly repeated the term, as it was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. Spiritual weapons is the general term for the weapons used by ability users, Zhang Junlong patiently explained. Hua Qinyu nodded, then suddenly asked, Principal Zhang, I've always been curious. Things like cultivation techniques, combat skills, and spiritual weapons, don't they have classification levels? Zhang Junlong stopped in his tracks, turned around, and squinted at him. This question is hard to define. In my opinion, there are indeed differences in strength, but if you want to classify them into absolute levels, that's absolutely impossible. How so? Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow. For example, with the same combat technique, how likely is it that the power you unleash is exactly the same as someone else's? Zhang Junlong countered, then continued. The combat technique itself may have strengths and weaknesses, but its ultimate power depends on the user. For a strong individual standing at the pinnacle of the world, even the simplest lightning attack would feel to you like a world-destroying ultimate move. What do you think? The same principle applies to cultivation methods and spirit weapons. Even if there are differences between them, it ultimately depends on the user's ability. For a strong individual, any combat technique is an ultimate move. Any cultivation method is a sacred text, and any spirit weapon is a divine artifact. So, classifying them into levels is inherently a very foolish act. Indeed, people have done this in the past, but there are always those who can break the norm and create miracles with ordinary things. Over time, no one cared about it anymore. Zhang Junlong spoke as he turned to face everyone, his voice becoming exceptionally solemn. In this world, the only meaningful classification of levels is your own realm and strength. All other external things are merely extensions of your power. You only need to focus on cultivating and growing steadily. In time, you will naturally understand what I mean. As soon as Zhang Junlong finished speaking, a sudden flash of insight struck Hua Qianyu's mind. The confusion he had about the difference between the purple-gold battle technique and ordinary advanced battle techniques seemed to become a bit clearer. The power of Burning Moon Without Trace is so strong essentially because it consumes all of his fire source energy. As for 100 strikes returning to origin, the reason it is much weaker is simply because it requires less source energy to activate. Energy is conserved. The more consumed, the greater the power. This makes complete sense. So, following this line of thought, if the same amount of source energy were used to perform 100 strikes returning to origin, would its destructive power really differ so greatly from Burning Moon Without Trace? If the term purple gold is not just an empty shell, then there would certainly be a difference, but it would definitely be significantly reduced. Hua Qianyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As the fog in his heart cleared, his understanding of supernatural abilities reached a new level. I understand now. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, Hua Qianyu said sincerely. Zhang Junlong nodded in satisfaction for the first time and said with a smile, Luoyin, you only have one weapon, so there's no need to choose. But the rest of you still have the right to choose. Zhang Junlong spoke while reaching out to grab at the void. A black ball of light instantly appeared in his palm, which he casually tossed to Luoyin. The tiger fangs you wanted, and of course, the tiger claws as well, Zhang Junlong said with a faint smile. Once you have them, infuse them with your original thunder power and imbue them with your unique elemental force. That way, they'll be easier to use. Luoyin looked at the black ball of light in his hands. As he gently pinched it with his fingers, they miraculously passed right through. A few seconds later, the ball of light disappeared, and a pair of jet black, gleaming tiger fangs appeared in Luoyin's hands. Luoyin smiled excitedly, a flash of lightning in his hand, and a purple lightning mark immediately imprinted on the black tiger teeth. Zheng, with a sharp, light sound, 4 pairs of slender black claws quickly popped out from the 4 protruding points on the tiger paw, looking exceptionally imposing. The sizzling sound of electric currents echoed, and between each claw, lightning was clearly visible, flickering. That's so cool, Luoyin shouted excitedly, starting to fiddle with his new weapon, unable to put it down, his face full of pride. Lin Yi grew anxious and quickly asked, Principal Zhang, the Tang sword. Where is my Tang sword? There aren't many Tang swords. In this secret room, there are only 4. The ceremonial sword, the barrier sword, the horizontal sword, and the Mo sword. Go ahead and choose one yourself. Zhang Junlong pointed to one of the walls, and Lin Yi immediately darted over. Hua Qinyu, there are the most swords. The half wall to your right is full of them. You should find one that satisfies you. Lu Jin, there are also a few good guns, located at the very top of the wall directly in front of you. As for daggers, they're relatively niche. Zhang Junlong hesitated briefly and looked at Qinyu. There are quite a few single-edged ones, but the double-edged pair you want is unique and might not suit your taste. Would you like to consider something else? Double-edged ones? I'll take a look anyway. Qinyu replied indifferently. Seeing his insistence, Zhang Junlong had no choice but to grab another black light orb from the void and hand it to him. Qinyu reached into the light orb with both hands, and as the black light dissipated, a pair of purple-black daggers appeared in his hands. The daggers emitted an unusually sinister aura, which matched his own temperament perfectly. Qinyu smiled with satisfaction, clearly showing he liked it very much. Zhang Junlong also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Principal. Qinyu bowed, and the black-purple flames instantly swirled around the dagger in his hand, making him look like a messenger from hell. At this moment, the other 3 were carefully selecting. Compared to Lin Yi and Lu Jin, Hua Qinyu had the most choices. On the wall in front of him, various clusters of light were dazzlingly abundant, so many that they made him feel overwhelmed. Each cluster of light emitted a unique aura, and Hua Qianyu's gaze slowly swept across them, carefully selecting based on his intuition. On the other side, Lin Yi quickly made a decision. There were only 4 Tang swords, and he unhesitatingly chose the one with the most stylish appearance. A golden orb of light slowly floated into his hand. Lin Yi grinned and crushed it with one hand. Clang! The orb shattered with a sound, and a white hilt fell into Lin Yi's right hand. At the same time, a similarly white scabbard slowly appeared before him. Clang! The scabbard was pulled open, emitting a crisp friction sound, and the blade of the Tang sword came straight into his view. The blade was entirely silver white, and as Lin Yi infused it with golden flames, golden rune markings gradually appeared on the silver-white blade, adding an extra layer of mystery to the already extraordinary Tang sword. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with amazement, and his heart was filled with unprecedented excitement. He loved it so much. This was the weapon he had dreamed of. At the same time, Lu Jin had also chosen his spear. Soon, among the 5, only Hua Qinyu had yet to make a choice. Hua Qinyu stood quietly, his constantly scanning gaze finally settling on a dark orb tinged with a crimson blood-like glow. He smiled faintly and slowly extended his arm. However, at that moment, the dark orb with a crimson hue seemed to be drawn by some force and unexpectedly flew toward Hua Qianyu's palm on its own. Ding! The light orb gently touched his fingertips. Hua Qianyu's fingers made contact with the object, and it instantly shattered with a sound. A dazzling red light illuminated the entire secret chamber in an instant. As the red light faded, a uniquely shaped longsword fell into Hua Qianyu's hand. The blade was black and red, with chaotic crimson patterns scattered across the black surface. At the tip of the sword, a faint black-red glow shimmered. The sword was very long. When stood upright, the hilt almost reached Hua Qianyu's chin, far longer than most blades. The black hilt was neither too thick nor too thin, and Hua Qianyu gripped it with one hand, finding the feel surprisingly comfortable. The blade's width was uniform, extending in extremely smooth lines to the tip, where it finally converged into a sharp point imbued with a blood-red glow. Judging solely by its appearance, it is much longer than an average sword, yet not at all heavy. On the contrary, it is exceptionally light and agile, with a razor-sharp tip exuding penetrating power. The entire sword gives off an aura of blood-soaked carnage and terrifying menace. The moment it appears, the air seems to be filled with the scent of blood. Hua Qianyu tightly grips the hilt, his arm whirling through the air, creating streaks of blood-red sword flowers. With a hum, crimson flames silently ignite along the blade, making the menacing blood patterns appear even more vivid and scarlet. Hua Qianyu smiles faintly and raises the sword horizontally in front of his chest. His gaze falls on the junction between the hilt and the blade, the widest part of the entire sword. At its very center is embedded a dark red gemstone, its surface uneven, faintly resembling the gaping maw of a dragon's head. Under the light, it appears crystalline and translucent. Hua Qianyu stares intently for a few seconds. Suddenly, with a swish, his arm swings out sharply, and the long sword slashes straight to the right along with his right arm. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp sword hum. The blood-red tip of the sword, perfectly aligned, pointed directly at Zhang Junlong's throat, stopping just 2 centimeters away. Gulp! Zhang Junlong swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. Hua Qianyu's sudden strike made his entire body go cold. But as the principal, he couldn't lose face in front of a few students. Forcing himself to stay composed, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently pinched the tip of the sword, and moved it away from his face. He calmly said, "Ahem, Hua Qianyu, the sword you chose is really quite long. You should know, the position where Zhang Junlong stood was definitely more than 2 meters away from Hua Qianyu. But Hua Qianyu's single arm reach combined with the length of this sword almost took his life from such a distance." Hua Qianyu smiled, calmly withdrew the long sword, and said with a smile, "This sword feels very comfortable to use." Zhang Junlong was speechless for a moment. In this kid's mind, he, the principal, probably had no authority at all. Not only that, regardless of age or gender, Hua Qianyu always seemed to face others with an attitude of equality or even superiority. "Wow!" Lenny excitedly shouted as he looked up. He quickly walked to Hua Qianyu's side, examining and stroking the sword in his hand, as if he had seen some rare treasure. "So cool. It's even cooler than my Tang's sword. This design, these colors, it's absolutely perfect for you, Qianyu. As I expected, red and black really suit you best." Lin Yi rattled on excitedly, seemingly more thrilled than Hua Qianyu himself. "Not bad." Hua Qianyu chuckled softly, then frowned slightly. "It's just, carrying it around is a bit inconvenient." The sword had no sheath, and its blade was extremely long. Carrying it around would greatly hinder mobility, and Hua Qianyu happened to be someone who disliked carrying too many things. "You don't need to worry about that," Zhang Junlong stepped forward and confidently explained. "Unlike other weapons, spirit weapons can be stored in the ability ring." "Self-contained space?" Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up. He was about to speak, but Lin Yi interrupted him, asking, "So advanced? Is it technology or? What do you think?" Zhang Junlong deliberately kept them guessing, teasing their curiosity. "It's a spatial ability user," Hua Qianyu said confidently, staring directly into Zhang Junlong's eyes. "Am I right?" "You guessed it right." Zhang Junlong gave him an approving look and said, "As you know, if an ability ring is lost, replacing it is very troublesome. Not just because it symbolizes identity, but also because it requires an attached space, which, at present, only spatial ability users can achieve. He continued to explain, spatial ability users are extremely rare. The Space Academy at our school doesn't even have enough new students each year to form a single class. However, their abilities are highly sought after, making them very popular among ability users. I never thought such a small ability ring could hide so many functions. I really envy spatial ability users. Having their own space is just too convenient, Lin Yi said with a hint of envy. Every element has its own advantages. There's no need to be envious, Zhang Junlong said meaningfully. In this world, there probably isn't anyone so perfect that they have no weaknesses. All right, hurry up and name it. All right, assign a number. You guys are quite lucky to be able to use the abilities of a spatial power user. As for the others, I'm afraid they'll never experience the scorching heat of flames or the fierce power of lightning in their lifetime. As soon as Zhang Junlong finished speaking, Lin Yi lowered his head in thought. Shortly after, he looked up and said with a smile, "My Tang sword. Let's call it Bai Li. The blade is white, the fire is golden." "Qinyu, what do you think?" Hua Qinyu simply replied indifferently, "It's good. Then my tiger tooth will be called Thunder Abyss." Luo Yin swung his fists adorned with tiger teeth in the air, exuding an aura of dominance. "As for my spear, I'll call it Heaven's Might." Lu Jin's gaze was fixed steadily on the spear's tip as he spoke. Both Lu Jin and Luo Yin's naming choices unabashedly reflected their reverence for the power of lightning, a detail that Zhang Junlong found quite satisfying. "Shadow Reaper," Chun Yu said succinctly, his eyes never leaving the black twin blades in his hands. At the very moment the naming was completed, the blue light on the ability rings on their wrists flashed, and the weapons of the four vanished into thin air. At the same time, they all felt a peculiar connection with their weapons, as if with just a single thought, they could summon them instantly. Lin Yi noticed that Hua Qinyu hadn't made a move for a while, so he took the initiative to suggest, "Qinyu, would you like me to help you name your sword?" Hua Qinyu shook her head and said calmly, "No need. I've already decided." "What is it called?" Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with anticipation. "Nine-Spirit Blood Flame." Hua Qinyu's blood-red eyes shimmered as she slowly uttered the four words. Nine spirits is both the source of his supreme power and the nightmare that haunts him throughout his life. Blood is the root of the conflict between his spirit and body, and it also symbolizes the crimson color of this sword. As for yin, it refers both to the dragon head-shaped exquisite jade at the connection between the hilt and the blade, and to the perfection of the sword, like a flawless gem. From the moment he first laid eyes on it, this name was firmly decided in Hua Qinyu's heart. This time, he needed no one's advice. Tisk, cultured people really are different. Even naming something, they make it so incomprehensible, Lin Yi said with a hint of jealousy. But he had to admit, Hua Qinyu's naming sense did sound far more sophisticated than theirs. Hua Qinyu ignored him. With a flash of light from the ability ring on his wrist, the Nine Spirits Blood Yin sword was returned to its own space. He thought to himself, spatial abilities are truly amazing. He wondered when he would be able to master this most mysterious power. All right, since the weapons are chosen, next stop, I'll take you to see the training grounds for combat techniques and spirit weapons. That way, some people won't get bored and cause me trouble again. Zhang Junlong clapped his hands, his gaze casually sweeping over Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi. The meaning in his words was clear. He was reprimanding them for their previous reckless behavior, which had left him with a mess to clean up. The Battle Martial Institute is a special facility at Jiangxing Ability University dedicated to the cultivation of combat techniques and spirit weapons. It is located at the far eastern edge of the campus, in a rather remote area, which explains why Hua Qinyu and the others had no idea such a place existed before. Following Zhang Junlong to the entrance of the Battle Martial Institute, Hua Qinyu had just stepped inside when she immediately felt the elemental energy in the air surge dramatically. The concentration was nearly 10 times that of the outside. The difference was so stark that even without Hua Qinyu's keen perception, the others quickly noticed it as well, their faces showing expressions of astonishment. "Principal Zhang, the elemental energy here is so dense," Lin Yi exclaimed in amazement. As soon as he stepped in, the fire elements in the air rushed eagerly into his body, making him feel refreshed and invigorated. Zhang Junlong smiled proudly. Of course, the entire area of the Battle Martial Institute is equipped with an elemental absorption array specially developed by our university. This device is a fusion of ability and technology, and it is highly effective at gathering elemental energy. Considering that cultivating combat techniques requires an immense amount of elemental energy, we built this array here. This is the first unique feature of the Battle Martial Institute. The elemental power within Jiangxing Ability University is already denser than outside, but the elemental power in this place is so thick it seems almost liquid. Hua Qianyu's entire meridians opened up simultaneously, and as the nine-spirit wheel within him began to rotate, his body greedily absorbed the surrounding fire elements. Walking into the Battle Martial Academy, what came into view were independent and enclosed compartments. Each compartment was as large as 2 classrooms, with walls and floors as white and smooth as jade, faintly emanating elemental fluctuations. The second special feature of the Battle Martial Academy lies in these walls, floors, and ceilings, Zhang Junlong explained. They are made of special materials, a combination of elements and technology. Unlike ordinary training grounds, you don't have to worry about damaging the facilities here. No matter how much destruction is caused, they will automatically restore to their original state. So amazing. Everyone was secretly astonished, not expecting that this academy alone would have so many unheard of high-tech innovations. Hua Qianyu silently lowered his head, gazing at the floor beneath him. Each tile of the floor shimmered with an almost sacred elemental fluctuation. If his guess was correct, the walls of these compartments were imbued with light elements, which was likely the secret behind their self-repairing ability. However, he felt that relying solely on light elements could never achieve such a level of sophistication. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he determine whether this so-called cutting-edge technology and special materials were truly as miraculous as the legends claimed. Hua Qianyu spread his right hand, and a crimson flame burst forth from his palm, condensing into a blurred sword shadow. The flame transitioned from ethereal to solid, and the form of the nine-spirit blood flame sword gradually emerged. The black blade accentuated the blood-red glow at the tip of the sword, making it exceptionally striking. Within that glow, there was a faint trace of danger. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, raising his arm high, the sword tip pointing directly at the ceiling. His movements were swift and decisive, as his arm swung downward sharply. The nine-spirit blood flame sword followed, slashing straight down and carving a crimson blood moon-like arc in the air. Swish! Although the sword was long, it was exceptionally light. As it swung at high speed, it brought forth a gale-like whistling of the air. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the sword's trajectory. In the next moment, a heavy gust of sword wind rushed toward them. Zhang Junlong merely smiled faintly, showing no intention of stopping Hua Qianyu. This strike, though lacking the overwhelming momentum of a mountain-crushing force, carried an exceptionally intense sharpness and bloodthirsty aura within its swordsmanship. Even Lin Yi and the others standing behind Hua Qianyu could clearly feel the threat of death emanating from it. The long sword seemed to tear through space, causing the surrounding airflow to tremble. In almost an instant, the tip of the dueling blood flame sword slammed heavily onto the floor of the compartment. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed within the compartment. The ground, claimed to be made of special materials, instantly shattered at the moment the sword tip touched it, and a crack rapidly extended several meters forward. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The menacing crack began to slowly self-repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, the ground was completely restored, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Hua Qianyu remained silent for a long time, watching the crack disappear and the ground return to its smooth state. He shook his head, and as he turned away, the blood-red glow in his eyes had already faded. In front of him, Lin Yi and the others all showed expressions of astonishment, except for Zhang Junlong, whose demeanor remained exceptionally calm, as if everything was under his control. "What do you think?" Zhang Junlong turned his head and asked. "Very good," Hua Qianyu replied, as the nine-spirit blood flame sword silently disappeared from his hand. "An excellent place for cultivation." "Heh." Zhang Junlong chuckled lightly and reminded them, there are still 4 days left. You can familiarize yourselves with your spirit weapons, practice combat techniques, do whatever you want, according to your own ideas. Speaking, his gaze swept across the 5 compartments lined up ahead, and he said slowly, from training room number 1 to number 5, I have already ordered them to be cleared out. For the next few days, no other trainees will use them. Each of you will have one room, without interfering with each other. Do not cause any more trouble for me. He stared at Hua Qianyu and the other 4, his tone full of warning. Understood. The 5 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Zhang Junlong turned around, pulled out a cigarette from who knows where, held it between his fingers, and placed it in his mouth. He leaned slightly toward Lin Yi. Light it. Lin Yi froze for a few seconds before belatedly extending his hand. A small golden flame ignited at his fingertip, instantly lighting the cigarette. Zhang Junlong took a deep drag, closed his eyes, and a contented smile appeared on his face. After spending time with this group of trainees, he had already figured out their personalities. Among the 3 fire element ability users, only Lin Yi had the gentlest temperament and was most likely to give him this favor. Who? Zhang Junlong gently exhaled a puff of white smoke and continued. As for how to use your respective spirit weapons, the basic cultivation methods are all in the ability rings. Check them yourselves. Time is short, so I hope you can master them quickly. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Additionally, although the school has made an exception this time to provide you with combat techniques and spirit weapons, in the future, these things will need to be exchanged with your merits. There's no such thing as a free lunch. In this world, everything must be fought for with your own hands. Zhang Junlong's speech was impassioned, but Hua Qianyu's attention was completely elsewhere. The pungent smell of cigarette smoke wafted into his nostrils, causing a wave of physical discomfort. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, instinctively holding his breath, and said with some dissatisfaction, Principal Zhang, isn't smoking prohibited in the school? Since childhood, he had inexplicably disliked the smell of smoke. Humph. Zhang Junlong glanced at him indifferently and snorted disdainfully. That's a ban for you all. I'm the principal, after all. Why should you care whether I smoke or not? Principal Zhang, smoking is harmful to your health. Aren't you afraid of getting lung cancer? Lin Yi pinched his nose and advised. Lung cancer? Zhang Junlong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Huh. As an ability user, I'm not even afraid of death. So what does mere lung cancer matter? Kid, you're an ability user yourself now. So why are you still looking at things from an ordinary person's perspective? You've got a lot to learn. Just don't end up dying one day because your health is too poor. Lin Yi muttered softly with his head lowered. Zhang Junlong's ears perked up, and he instantly glared coldly. What did you say? Nothing. Lin Yi quickly scratched his head and said with an awkward smile. Lin Yi, let's go. Hua Qianyu shot a cold glance at Zhang Junlong, then turned and walked straight toward the door. We're not training anymore, Lin Yi hurriedly asked, but his body honestly quickened its pace to follow. Hua Qianyu put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, Let's eat first. This isn't urgent. After all, the power within him known as gluttony had already begun to stir restlessly. When Lin Yi mentioned eating, Hua Qianyu immediately recalled Hua Qianyu's terrifying appearance when he was hungry. Even thinking about it now sent chills down his spine. Watching Hua Qianyu's departing figure, Zhang Junlong slowly extinguished his cigarette and exhaled a faint puff of smoke. He thought to himself, this kid is truly composed, never showing his emotions. Faced with such childish provocation from him, Hua Qianyu had chosen to completely ignore it. Getting him to lose his composure was truly harder than reaching the heavens. A trace of blood-colored lightning flickered at Zhang Junlong's fingertips, and the cigarette but instantly turned to ash. In the following 4 days, Hua Qianyu and his 4 teammates hardly stepped out of the Battle Martial Academy. Apart from the most basic daily routines, all their time was spent practicing their respective spirit weapons. In this modern era dominated by technology, although supernatural abilities have awakened, the use of cold weapons remains a significant challenge for these newcomers. Their only reference is the basic methods recorded in the ability rings. Even with their exceptional talents, it is difficult to grasp the essence in a short period. Relatively speaking, Luo Yin's Tiger Fang and Chun Yu's twin blades are easier to handle. Their attack range is very short, and their power depends more on the user's close combat skills. However, Hua Qinyu's longsword, Lin Yi's Tang Dao, and Lu Jin's spear are a completely different matter. Their unique forms and attack ranges inherently require more advanced techniques to master. As a result, the challenges faced by the three of them are even greater. Hua Qinyu's Nine-Spirit Blood Flame sword is not a grand and imposing heavy sword. Wielding it does not require overwhelming force to sweep through armies, but relies on countless variations in technique and the sharpness of the blade itself. During these 4 days, Hua Qinyu swung it every moment without the slightest slack. From initial unfamiliarity to later effortless mastery, horizontal slashes, diagonal chops, upward thrusts, straight stabs. Within less than 2 days, Hua Qinyu had practiced the basic sword techniques in the ability ring to perfection, even forming muscle memory. In the following 2 days, he simply went to Lin Yi's cubicle, and the two directly sparred using their respective spirit weapons. While familiarizing himself with his longsword, Hua Qinyu occasionally guided Lin Yi. The techniques for using a Tang saber and a longsword are largely similar, and under his guidance, Lin Yi's progress was equally rapid. The basic grasp, originally planned by Zhang Junlong, was forcibly elevated by the two to basic mastery, even surpassing expectations in proficiency. Meanwhile, within Jiangqing Ability University, an undercurrent began to stir. Hua Qinyu's name quickly spread throughout the entire school after the news of him single-handedly sweeping through the entire Thunder Institute became known, gradually attracting the attention of senior students. The Thunder Institute producing champions has always been an unchanging rule at Jiangqing University of supernatural abilities. However, the Thunder Institute students, hailed as the freshman twin stars, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Hua Qinyu from the Fire Institute. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the 9 institutes. Many who had never met Hua Qinyu in person had already taken note of him in their hearts. Those senior girls who had once boldly confessed their admiration for his looks on the confession wall surprisingly deleted all their posts, falling silent. Especially after hearing about the miserable state of Lu Jin and Luo Yin, the senior students were not only shocked, but also increasingly curious and skeptical about Hua Qinyu's strength. After all, rumors are just rumors. The true extent of Hua Qinyu's abilities remains to be personally verified by these so-called senior students. 4 days later, the special training ended, and the week-long campus lockdown was finally lifted. After discussing with Lin Yi, Hua Qinyu decided to go home once before carrying out the mission. While Lin Yi went home to see his parents, Hua Qinyu could finally enjoy a rare moment of peace. He pushed open the door of the villa, and everything inside was just as it had been a week ago, quiet and cold, yet inexplicably comforting. He walked slowly to the living room and lay quietly on the sofa. The soft sensation against his back seemed to instantly dissolve all the fatigue of the past week. After a long time, he suddenly felt a bit thirsty and got up to fetch something to drink from the refrigerator. Just as he was about to take a step, a rectangular black box on the coffee table caught his attention. He wondered to himself, "What is this? Could someone have been here?" He frowned and shifted his gaze to a small note beside the box. Hua Qinyu slowly picked up the note, and the elegant, slender handwriting on it was unmistakably from a woman. It read, "Young master, this is an early birthday gift prepared for you by the boss. I hope you like it." Early. Hua Qinyu frowned and instinctively glanced at today's date. September 23rd, which happened to be his birthday. It seemed the person who delivered the gift had already been here, but since he was at school, they had just missed each other. Heh. Hua Qinyu let out a cold laugh. A crimson flame flickered in his hand, and the note instantly turned to ashes. He then prepared to open the black box. Underneath the black box, Hua Qinyu suddenly noticed another neatly wrapped envelope. His gaze sharpened as he slowly opened the envelope. A sheet of letter paper unfolded in his hand. The paper was filled with writing, the handwriting fresh and elegant, yet strong and powerful. Hua Qinyu's eyes flickered slightly. He was very familiar with this handwriting. It was from the hand of his father, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Qinyu, it's been 3 years. How have you been?" After reading just the first sentence, Hua Qianyu's hand holding the letter paper involuntarily tightened. His long calm heart was instantly stirred into a stormy sea. His hand trembled slightly, leaving a few creases on the paper. He quickly and carefully loosened his grip, then gently smoothed out the letter. Happy birthday. Although this blessing might be a bit early, before you know it, you're already 19. Time flies, doesn't it? Dad knows very well that you are a strong-willed child who would never admit defeat or compromise to anything. And precisely because of this, you haven't reached out to me all these years. Hua Qianyu closed his eyes, a heavy and oppressive feeling surging in his heart. He took a long time before opening his eyes again. I know, Dad owes you too much over the years. I haven't been like other fathers, accompanying you as you grew up, nor have I fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. But now, in this world, there are too many things beyond one's control. Dad has things he must accomplish. I don't ask for your understanding, nor do I have the right to demand it. Dad only hopes that you can live the life you want. I heard that you are now a remarkably gifted ability user. As expected of my son, you have always been the most outstanding among your peers since you were young. Dad is sorry for you and can only make it up to you in this way. I know this might seem insignificant to you, but it's the only thing Dad can do for you. Hua Qianyu was slightly dazed. I was originally a bit worried about your future, but now it seems that you have some good friends by your side. That makes me very relieved. You are not alone, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Even though Dad is not by your side, I will never let you suffer the slightest grievance. The world of ability users is very dangerous. No matter what path you choose in the future, follow your heart. As for the consequences, Dad will bear them for you. Qianyu, do you see that black box? It's a gift your father prepared for you. Although I know you don't like celebrating birthdays, the sense of ceremony shouldn't be missing. This gift is a bit special, but it's the most suitable for you. I believe you'll like it. Qianyu, your world is too monotonous. But your life, your bloodline, destined your existence to be extraordinary, and it shouldn't remain in this dull and tedious life. Your father hopes you can gradually bring color to it, even if it's the crimson of blood. After reading the letter, Hua Qianyu's eyes grew slightly moist, but only for a fleeting moment. When he looked up again at the black box, his gaze had already returned to its usual coldness. He did not treat this letter the same way he burned the note. Instead, he carefully folded the letter and placed it back into the envelope. With a flash of blue light from the ability ring, the envelope disappeared, stored away in his personal space. Such a small task was already second nature to him. He sat back on the sofa and slowly moved the black long box in front of him. The moment the box was opened, a blood-red light, as if capable of devouring the heavens and the sun, instantly filled the entire living room. The blinding light caused Hua Qianyu to lose his sight in an instant. Yet his heart remained as calm as still water. The sudden darkness did not bring him the slightest trace of panic. In this state of heightened mental focus, his other senses became sharper than ever before. A strange scent surged wildly into his nostrils. Hua Qianyu felt a suffocating sensation, an extremely intense smell of blood that surged straight into his mind, bringing an indescribable and terrifying dizziness. His brows furrowed tightly as he unconsciously raised his hand to press against his forehead, his body instinctively swaying slightly before leaning backward. Stimulated by the scent of blood, the long-suppressed bloodthirsty impulse within him began to show signs of resurgence. Hua Qianyu clenched his teeth tightly, exerting all his strength to suppress his body's instincts. The crimson glow came quickly and faded just as fast. Hua Qianyu's eyes soon regained clarity. As his gaze shifted downward, Hua Qianyu froze. What appeared before him was a scythe. A scythe that looked rather ordinary. The scythe was entirely pitch black, with both the blade and the handle in black. Its size was no different from an ordinary scythe. At most, it could be considered a finely crafted farming tool. Hua Qianyu frowned deeply and murmured to himself, "A scythe? Was this the so-called special gift?" He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With his father's wealth, it shouldn't have been something so ordinary. Subconsciously, he had already assumed the box would contain a priceless treasure. But just a mere scythe. Suddenly, a faint and obscure flash of blood-red light flickered in his eyes. Hua Qianyu's expression changed slightly, as if he had realized something. He lowered his head in thought, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. A special gift? Well, indeed, compared to those vulgar riches, this gift is certainly special. It seems it's worth looking forward to. Hua Qianyu slowly and deliberately reached his hand into the black box. The moment he grasped the scythe, a piercing chill seeped through his palm, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. That icy sensation seemed as though it intended to freeze his very soul. Hua Qianyu's expression turned grim, and every hair on his body stood on end. His instincts were frantically warning him. This scythe was extremely dangerous. His face changed repeatedly, and his right hand suddenly loosened, intending to throw away this ominous object. But just as the scythe left his hand, a sudden change occurred. A pitch-black metal chain shot out of the top of the scythe's handle out of nowhere. With a sharp tip, it pierced toward the center of Hua Qianyu's palm like lightning. It all happened so fast that Hua Qianyu had no time to react. Swish! The metal chain pierced through his palm without any resistance, leaving a gaping, bloody hole, and quickly burrowed along his arm, heading deep into his body. Ah! In the silent living room, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted. Hua Qianyu's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his entire right arm raised in a bizarre posture as black chains continuously drilled into the bloody hole in his palm. Ah! Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, Hua Qianyu shut his eyes tightly. His delicate face turned as pale as paper, filled with a despair akin to impending death. It was the first time he had felt the agony of his body being pierced. Why? Why did this scythe suddenly attack him? The pain and dizziness struck at the last shred of his consciousness, leaving his mind blank. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the speed of the moving chain slowed down. Unknowingly, the pitch-black chain began to change. A faint red appeared, then quickly deepened into a shocking crimson. Starting from Hua Qianyu's palm, the crimson color spread continuously, extending all the way to the other end connected to the scythe. It seemed as if the scythe was absorbing his blood to nourish itself. And indeed, that was the case. Hua Qianyu clearly felt the blood in his body being greedily extracted. But strangely, the chains that had penetrated his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation. They were melting bit by bit, merging with his blood, and soon disappeared without a trace, not even leaving the slightest discomfort. As the last segment of the chain sank into his palm, the scythe's handle finally returned to his grasp. At the moment the scythe fell into his hand, the handle suddenly extended, its end striking heavily against the ground. The blade made a sharp clang and stopped just above Hua Qianyu's head. Hua Qianyu raised his head in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. This scythe, just the handle alone, was almost as tall as he was, and the crescent moon-like blade, gleaming with a sharp, cold light, was half the length of the handle. This was a world apart from its originally unremarkable appearance. Hua Qianyu silently gazed at the giant scythe in his hands. At this moment, he finally understood what kind of birthday gift his father had given him. Hua Qianyu's lips parted slightly as he murmured to himself, "Spirit weapon. Moreover, this power far surpasses the 9-spirit blood flame sword. No, these two aren't even on the same level." He instinctively checked the wound on his palm, and sure enough, it had completely healed. The weakness from excessive blood loss had also vanished with the integration of the chains. With a thought, a cluster of crimson flames ignited in his palm. The burning flames seemed to awaken the scythe. The black coating on its surface began to peel off piece by piece, revealing its true form, a weapon radiating a silvery white glow, with countless intricate and mysterious patterns carved into the handle and blade, both ornate and fiercely aggressive. Hua Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to retract it into his ability ring, the scythe acted first, erupting in a dazzling blood-red light and vanishing instantly from his palm. He raised his hand in astonishment, only to see that at some point, a mark had appeared on his palm, a miniature scythe pattern. At the same time, a hoarse and resonant voice slowly echoed in his mind. "Return to the blood scythe of Purgatory, Guayu blood scythe." Hua Qianyu murmured the name softly, his gaze fixed intently on the mark in his palm. He could feel that between himself and this blood scythe, an inseparable bond rooted in bloodline had been established. With just a single thought, the Guayu blood scythe could instantly appear. However, he couldn't understand why his father would give him such a weapon. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Hua Qianyu instinctively clenched his right hand, hiding the mark in his palm, before getting up and walking toward the door. Qianyu, are you home? Lin Yi's voice came from outside the door, sounding excited and cheerful. Hua Qianyu paused for a moment, but eventually opened the door. Lin Yi's smiling face appeared before him. What are you here for? Hua Qianyu was somewhat surprised. Lin Yi didn't say a word. He turned around, brought the large and small bags he had been hiding behind him to the front, then bypassed Hua Qianyu and walked straight into the house, completely ignoring the expression on his face. Qianyu narrowed his eyes, silently closed the door, and followed with calm steps. In the living room, Lin Yi was busying himself. He cleared all the clutter off the long table, skillfully spread out a large sheet of aluminum foil, and then opened the various bags he had brought one by one. Barbecue, seafood, fried chicken, snacks. The enticing aroma instantly filled the air, and soon, the entire table was piled high with delicious food. Hey, are you moving into my house to throw a party? Qianyu leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed in front of her chest, looking at Lin Yi's back as she asked in a calm tone. Don't say it like that. Lin Yi didn't turn around, carefully placing the last bottle of drink. Only after confirming everything was neatly arranged did he slowly turn around. Holding a small cake, he walked up to Qianyu and said with a smile, "It's your birthday today. I can't believe you even forgot your own birthday." Lin Yi let out a long sigh and remarked, "You don't have many friends either. Over the past 3 years, haven't we always celebrated your birthday together? Including today, this makes it the 4th year." Qianyu gazed at him for a long time before finally uttering 2 words, "Thank you." "It's nothing. Why be so formal with me?" Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. "Tomorrow marks our first mission in life. Before that, we should take some time to relax." Qianyu nodded, her voice cool. Zhang Junlong said this mission is very simple, but I have a feeling it won't go so smoothly. If possible, stop. Lin Yi immediately interrupted him, pulled him to sit on the sofa together, and said with a grin, "No talking about tasks today. It's rare to celebrate a birthday. Enjoying good food and drinks is the most important thing, right?" Speaking, Lin Yi placed the candles on the cake. The cake was only 6 inches, but for the 2 of them who didn't particularly like sweets, it was more than enough. Buying a bigger one would just be a waste. 2 candles, one shaped as the number 1 and the other as 9. Today was Hua Qianyu's 19th birthday. A golden flame ignited at Lin Yi's fingertips, instantly lighting the candle wicks. The smile on his face was impossible to hide, not just because it was Qianyu's birthday, but also because, compared to last year, their circumstances had changed drastically. In the past, Lin Yi would have needed a lighter to light the candles, but now, the fire element obeyed his control as if it were a part of his own body. "Qianyu, it's just the 2 of us, so let's skip the birthday song. Make a wish and blow out the candles," Lin Yi said, already impatiently picking up the knife to cut the cake. "I don't really have any wishes." Chiba shook his head but obediently closed his eyes. "However, since it's my birthday, then, I hope there won't be so many troublesome things in the future." He silently recited his wish in his heart, opened his eyes, and gave a gentle blow. An awkward scene unfolded. The golden flame merely flickered but showed no sign of going out. Both of them froze, and an eerie silence filled the air. "Ah, sorry, my mistake." Lin Yi shook his head awkwardly, muttering softly, "If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to show off. I'll put the fire away right now." "Wait." Qianyu spoke coldly. "If you put the fire away, won't the wish I just made be invalid?" "Well." Cold sweat began to form on Lin Yi's forehead. Qianyu glanced at him and said decisively, "I'll do it myself. It's just a small flame anyway." Speaking, he raised his hand, and the 9-spirit disc on his chest began to rotate, frantically mobilizing the fire elements. In the next second, the golden flame on the candle dissipated under his palm, reverting back into pure energy. After finishing all this, Qianyu's tense expression finally eased considerably. Lin Yi was initially stunned, then burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Huh? What are you laughing at?" Qianyu asked angrily. "Nothing. Haha. I just feel that this year's birthday is particularly interesting, Huh. Lin Yi restrained his laughter, removed the candles, cut 2 small pieces of cake, and handed one to Qianyu. Here, have some cake. Qianyu took it and tried to bite with a fork. The unexpectedly sweet taste made him take another bite. By the way, Lin Yi shifted the topic back. No matter what, there are 3 other people involved in this mission. Qianyu is fine, since he's a classmate. But Lu Jin and Luo Yin. He paused halfway through his sentence and casually opened 2 bottles of cocktails. They might fear you, but they definitely don't respect you. Trying to coexist peacefully with them. I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. After speaking, Lin Yi took a small sip and carefully observed Qianyu's expression. Heh. Qianyu sneered coldly, picking up a bottle and casually swirling his wrist. Whether they fear me or not, or whether they respect me or not, as long as they don't get in my way, whatever they want to do has nothing to do with me. His voice was cool and leisurely, and then he took a big gulp. The faint aroma of alcohol and fruit juice made his eyes light up. He looked directly at Lin Yi and confidently said, "Besides, when have I ever needed their help to accomplish something? They're just a few burdens. The farther away from us, the better." Oh. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly as he pressed further. Then if they encounter danger, does it have nothing to do with you? After all, we're still schoolmates. After a long silence, Qianyu shook his head and softly said, on a nearly deserted highway, a black sedan was speeding along. On both sides of the road, tall and straight trees were neatly lined up, but the farther it drove, the more desolate and silent the surroundings became. Unlike 100 years ago, today's Earth is not safe everywhere. In these remote areas, powerful and unknown mutated creatures often lurk, and humans rarely venture there voluntarily. Inside the car, Lu Jin focused intently on driving, not daring to relax even slightly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luo Yin wore a smug expression, occasionally turning back to cast provocative glances at the 3 people in the back seat. Hey, you 3 elites of the Flame God Squad can't even manage to produce a single driver's license? That's hilarious. Luo Yin's tone was filled with unabashed mockery, but no one in the back seat responded. Hua Qinyu quietly leaned against the left car window, resting his face on one hand, his gaze completely captivated by the scenery outside. A gentle breeze blew in through the slightly lowered window, stirring his dazzling silver hair. Beside him, Lin Yi was idly playing on his phone, while Qinyu, on the far right, leaned back with his eyes closed, resting. Faced with Luo Yin's provocation, the 3 of them seemed to have agreed in advance, simultaneously closing their eyes and expressing their disregard with the most complete silence. The mission undertaken by the 5 of them this time was assigned by Principal Zhang Junlong to head to the ungoverned area on the outskirts of Jiangxing and investigate a mysterious energy fluctuation. The so-called ungoverned area meant there were no government troops stationed there, and they were highly likely to encounter wild mutated beasts. Therefore, they had to remain vigilant at all times. Hey, have you 3 gone mute? We're teammates now, at least say something. Will it kill you? Completely ignored, Luo Yin finally shouted in exasperation. Shut up. Hua Qinyu slowly turned her head, her icy gaze stabbing at him like a knife. You'd better stay quiet until we reach our destination. You. Luo Yin gritted his teeth in anger, but intimidated by Hua Qinyu's strength, he ultimately dared not say more and could only turn away in frustration. Haha. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed, trying to smooth things over. Luo Yin, we're all just barely adults. It's normal not to have a driver's license. Besides, don't you also not have one? What's there to be so proud of? Humph. Luo Yin pouted in dissatisfaction. All right, everyone, say less. Qinyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly leaned forward and spoke in his usual stiff tone. We've already entered the outskirts. It's best not to chat at this time. If we attract a powerful mutated beast, with our strength, we won't be able to handle it. Oh. Qinyu's words immediately piqued Hua Qinyu's interest. He turned his head and asked, You seem to know a lot about mutated beasts. Qinyu's gaze swept across Hua Qinyu's face, and he said softly, Not bad. I know a bit more than you all. Let's hear it, Hua Qinyu said with a faint smile. Qinyu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Mutated beasts, like us ability users, have the same level classifications, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with every 10 levels constituting a tier. For example, our ability strength is only in the teens, which is merely Tier 1, not even close to the threshold of Tier 2. However, it is said that in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, the highest level of mutated beasts ever encountered was Tier 3. If Tier 1 individuals like us were to face a Tier 3 beast, there would be no way out but death. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the car showed expressions of shock. Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, didn't Principal Zhang say this mission was absolutely safe? Why didn't he tell us about such important information? That's just common sense. Besides, even if he told us, it would only increase our panic. If I were him, I wouldn't say anything either, Qinyu calmly analyzed. Hua Qinyu, however, remained composed. Don't worry, Zhang Junlong wouldn't dare send us to our deaths like this. I guess he must have arranged for someone to protect us in secret. Exactly, my master is not the kind of person who shirks responsibility. Luo Yin immediately raised his eyebrows and chimed in. And Hua Qinyu, you're not allowed to call my master by his full name. Heh. Hua Qinyu chuckled softly, too lazy to pay attention to Luo Yin, and continued to ask Qinyu, what about above the 9th tier? Are there no stronger ability users? Qinyu was taken aback by the question and said somewhat uncertainly, there should not be, right? At least in the 100 years since the mutation began, there has never been any mention of someone surpassing the 9th tier. I see. Hua Qinyu nodded, roughly forming an understanding in his mind. Although his strength far exceeded that of his peers, he indeed knew very little about many common concepts in the world of abilities. The so-called tier classifications were something he was hearing about for the first time today. But, does tier classification necessarily represent everything? Is it truly impossible for a first-tier ability user to defeat a beast above the 2nd tier? Countless questions swirled in his mind as Hua Qinyu quietly closed his eyes. Information obtained from others could only serve as a reference. All the answers would ultimately need to be discovered by himself. After an unknown amount of time, the car that had been speeding along suddenly slowed down. Apart from Lu Jin, who was focused on driving, the other four gradually woke up from their drowsy state. What's going on? Are we there yet? Linny asked, yawning as he opened his sleepy eyes. No, Lu Jin said to Luo Yin beside him. It seems like the car is out of gas. Luo Yin, there's spare fuel in the trunk. Go and refill it. Got it. Luo Yin replied weakly and pushed the car door open. Luo Yin rubbed his eyes, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. As soon as he got out of the car, a piercingly cold wind made him shiver, instantly waking him up a bit. He looked up and saw that the sky had already darkened. Evening had arrived. Strange, Luo Yin muttered softly, shrinking his neck. It's clearly summer, so why is it so cold? He didn't think much of it, only wanting to finish his task quickly and get back into the car. He found the gasoline in the trunk and deftly poured every drop into the fuel tank. Once done, he tossed the empty can back into the trunk and closed it gently. Phew! Luo Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite sweating, his body felt waves of coldness. This strange sensation of being both cold and hot was truly eerie. In the car, Hua Qinyu, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. His blood-red pupils glimmered as he spoke in a deep voice. Something's wrong. There are suddenly a lot of unfamiliar energy fluctuations around us. Lin Yi and Chun Yu's expressions simultaneously turned serious. Lu Jin's expression changed, and he hurriedly rolled down the car window, shouting to Luo Yin behind the car. Luo Yin, get in the car quickly. What? Luo Yin was still a bit confused. But before he could react, a sharp sound of wind cutting through the air came. Screech. A cyan blade of light spun rapidly, hurtling toward Luo Yin's back. Puffed. Dark red blood spurted from Luo Yin's left shoulder. Ah! Luo Yin screamed in pain, instinctively covering the wound as he turned to look in the direction the attack had come from. Awoo! Before Luo Yin could see the assailant clearly, a piercing yet powerful wolf howl suddenly echoed from the woods beside the highway. Immediately after, a massive cyan shadow leaped out, charging straight at Luo Yin. The cyan figure moved as swiftly as a gale, reaching Luo Yin in an instant. A claw glowing with a cyan light slashed toward his head like lightning. Luoyin barely managed to steady himself in the fierce wind. In a brief moment, he summoned the thunder nether tiger Fong, and the power of lightning instantly surrounded his claws as he charged toward the cyan light claw. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The cyan figure flipped several times in the air, while Luoyin was blasted back over 10 meters before he could regain his footing. When he looked up again and saw the full appearance of the cyan figure, his face was instantly filled with extreme terror and disbelief. The cyan figure stood 3 meters tall, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Its claws were as hard as steel hooks, and its entire body was covered in pale green fur, exuding a terrifying aura like a raging storm. "What is this?" Luoyin almost cried out in shock. Having grown up in a greenhouse, it was his first time seeing such a terrifying beast. No, a monster. His hands were trembling, unsure whether it was due to the violent collision just now or the extreme fear in his heart. Even though he held the Thunder Tiger Fong and was an exceptional S-class powerhouse, when truly facing a legendary supernatural beast, his heart could not remain calm. Whoa! The blue shadow did not continue to attack, but instead let out another wolf howl filled with intimidation. The ground trembled in response, and one blue shadow after another surged from all directions, encircling them completely. The 4 people in the car naturally noticed the massive commotion. "It's wind wolves," Chinyu said in a deep voice. Through the car window, he had already identified the origin of these mutant beasts. Extremely fast, slightly weaker in attack power, they are first-tier wind element mutant beasts. But wind wolves are pack animals, and their large numbers make them very difficult to deal with. Chinyu remained calm and methodical as he explained, then turned his gaze to Hua Chinyu. "What should we do? What else can we do? Get Luoyin in the car quickly. We have to leave immediately." Lu Jin interrupted him emotionally. Fighting head-on with a group of mutant beasts is not a wise choice. Hua Chinyu did not respond immediately. He stared at the growing pack of wind wolves outside the car, their blood-red eyes drawing closer and closer. His gaze flickered, as if he had made up his mind. Then, he did something utterly insane. He opened the car door. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the others, Hua Chinyu calmly stepped out of the car. He spread his right hand and spoke in an even tone. "Get out of the car. There are too many wind wolves, and they're incredibly fast. We can't escape. Staying in the car now will only make us sitting ducks, and that would be truly foolish." "What do you mean?" Chinyu asked in confusion. Hua Chinyu smiled faintly. The 9-spirit blood flames sword in his right hand materialized from nothing, accompanied by a glow of intertwined red and black. He sneered coldly. "Kill them! Kill them!" Lu Jin repeated softly, then exclaimed in shock, "Are you crazy? Just the 5 of us." At a glance, there were at least 30 wind wolves surrounding them. On average, each person would have to deal with more than 6. Saying to kill them, how could this be anything but madness? "Do you have a better idea?" Hua Qinyu's fingers slowly slid down the blade of the dueling blood flame sword as she lazily said, "If it weren't for your master's so-called mission, tricking me into coming to this godforsaken place, none of this would have happened. Besides, the one in danger now is your junior brother." Hua Qinyu turned her face slightly, casting a faint sidelong glance at Lu Jin and murmured, "He's not my responsibility." Qinyu nodded in agreement. "He's right. Hiding in the car will only get us wiped out in one go. It's better to take the initiative and strike. Fight to the death, then." Lenny grinned excitedly and said, "I was just worried about not having monsters to test my strength. This is exactly what I wanted. Count me in. If they dare block our way, we'll make sure they never return." The words of the 3 dispelled Lu Jin's last bit of hesitation. He gritted his teeth and compromised. "All right, but let me make it clear. I will only be responsible for ensuring the safety of myself and Luoyin. You all need to be extra careful." Hua Qinyu took a leisurely step forward and sneered coldly. "No need to trouble yourself, Lu Jin." Luoyin scanned the surroundings vigilantly. These entirely green monsters seemed to have a decent level of intelligence. After experiencing one direct confrontation, they no longer charged recklessly but instead acted like hunters, gradually tightening their encirclement and closing in on them. "Luoyin, are you okay?" A slightly worried voice came from behind. It was Lu Jin who had rushed over. His brows were tightly furrowed as he nervously stared at the wound on Luo Yin's left shoulder. Hearing the voice, Luo Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he stubbornly replied, "Boss, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury, just a bit of blood loss." "My goodness, your shoulder has been clawed open so badly." Lin Yi was somewhat shocked and softly reminded, "Xinyu, we absolutely can't let ourselves get caught. Imagine how painful that would be." Hua Qinyu glanced briefly and said casually, "It should be fine. The bone isn't damaged. With your strength, you should be able to heal it. But this blood..." When mentioning the word blood, Hua Qinyu's expression suddenly turned a bit peculiar. He paused and said, "Luo Yin, go back to the car and rest. Find a way to stop the bleeding. We'll handle things here." "Why? Why should I listen to you?" Luo Yin asked rebelliously. "Do as he says." Lu Jin abandoned his usual gentleness and reprimanded, "Get back to the car and treat your wounds. We can manage without you here." "Big brother, Luo Yin stepped forward, wanting to say more. "Be good." Lu Jin patted his uninjured shoulder and softened his tone. "It hurts, doesn't it? If you don't stop the bleeding, you'll die. Don't let a moment of stubbornness lead to a greater cost, understand?" Although Luo Yin was unwilling, he understood the importance of the situation and stopped resisting, obediently returning to the car. After he left, Hua Qinyu and the other three simultaneously turned around, each facing a different direction in perfect coordination. One person per side. Finish this quickly, and don't let them get close to Luo Yin, understood? Hua Qinyu spoke calmly, exuding a strong sense of leadership. "Understood." Lin Yi trembled with excitement as Bai Li's Tang's sword appeared in his left hand. He gripped the hilt with his right hand and gently pulled it out. A soft clang echoed, and the dazzling white blade was unsheathed. A golden flame, unique to Lin Yi, instantly ignited on the blade. "Today, I'll use the blood of these beasts to christen my Bai Li." Lin Yi took a deep breath, leapt into the air, and swung the burning Bai Li toward a wind wolf. The golden flame traced the blade's path, carving a crimson gold arc in midair. However, accompanied by several crisp cracking sounds, a massive wolf claw blocked Bai Li's blade. A layer of emerald green wind barrier appeared on the surface of the claw, perfectly intercepting the blade. The downward slashing flame froze in place, failing to inflict even the slightest damage. Lin Yi's pupils instantly dilated. On the other side, Lu Jin flipped his palm, and the Heaven's Might spear, surrounded by thunder, appeared in his hand. The spear pointed straight to the sky, with purple lightning coiling around it, resembling a thunder dragon bearing its fangs. He leapt up, not attacking the front of the wind wolf like Lin Yi, but instead soaring over its head and thrusting the spear directly at the wind wolf's back. Clang! A loud metallic clash resounded. Although the spear tip successfully struck the wind wolf's back, the sensation transmitted to Lu Jin's hand was not the smoothness of piercing flesh and blood, but rather the hardness of striking solid rock. Roar! The two wind wolves roared simultaneously, and in an instant, a fierce wind erupted. Lin Yi and Lu Jin, who were facing them head-on, were blown away and retreated to a distant spot in a sorry state. "Damn it!" Lin Yi panted slightly and said angrily, "Their movements are too fast. There's absolutely no chance to break through their defenses." Lu Jin, also gasping for breath, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. And their backs. I used all my strength with added lightning power, yet I still couldn't break through." Xinyu, who had yet to make a move, nodded and warned, "The wind wolves are extremely agile, and a frontal assault will most likely be blocked by them. Moreover, their backs are the strongest defensive part of their bodies. Ordinary attacks are completely ineffective, so..." Xinyu paused slightly, and black flames rose from his outstretched hands as the shadow shard twin blades emerged from the dark fire. The demonic flames burned, black mist swirled, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, Xinyu was already in front of a wind wolf. Slash! The shadow shard twin blades pierced into the wind wolf's eyes with lightning speed, and black flames mercilessly spread to its eyeballs along the blades. A woo! The struck wind wolf immediately let out a painful howl, no longer the majestic wolf cry from before, but a weak and terrifying wail. Under the devouring black flames, the wind wolf's life force quickly faded, and it crashed heavily onto the ground. Chunyu landed steadily, gently wiped the green blood off his dual blades, and then said, "To kill them, you must use a technique faster than theirs, and also." Boom! Before Qinyu's words had fully landed, another wind wolf collapsed heavily in Hua Qinyu's direction. Unlike the one whose eyes had been pierced, this wind wolf's death was even more tragic. Its entire neck had been ruthlessly severed by the dueling blood flame sword. Hua Qinyu sheathed her sword and continued Chunyu's unfinished sentence, and aimed directly for their most vulnerable spots. For example, the eyes or the neck. Green blood droplets slid down the blade of the dueling blood flame sword, instantly evaporated by crimson flames. Hua Qinyu stood proudly, giving Chunyu a slight smile. Chunyu froze for half a second, then nodded approvingly. "That's right, exactly like that." Whoa! In less than 10 seconds, 2 companions had died tragically in succession. The remaining 30 wind wolves raised their heads and howled in unison. Their ghostly green pupils locked onto Hua Qinyu, and the aura emanating from their bodies became even more frenzied than before. Every roar exuded a suffocating ferocity. 4 wind wolves roared simultaneously, leaping from 4 directions. Their claws, sharp as steel hooks and carrying razor-like wind blades, mercilessly struck toward the 4 individuals. "Watch out!" Hua Qinyu's brows furrowed as he leapt into the air. Even though the wind wolf stood 3 meters tall, he effortlessly jumped to a height level with its gaze. On the 9-spirit blood flame sword, crimson flames burned ever more fiercely. This time, Hua Qinyu's gaze was no longer fixed on the wind wolf's neck, but focused on its hardest back. The hand rises, the sword falls. Hua Qinyu lightly tapped the 9-spirit blood flame sword, sending it straight downward. A hint of an extremely human-like mockery and disdain appeared on the wind wolf's face. In its eyes, Hua Qinyu's sword movement was absurdly slow, so it didn't even bother to make any defense. It's as if it wasn't necessary at all. However, a sudden twist of events. Hua Qinyu's figure flickered like a phantom, flipping once in midair, and with all her might, she kicked at the already released dueling blood flame sword. Swish! The falling speed of the dueling blood flame sword suddenly surged, its blade slicing through the air, even leaving behind streaks of afterimages. Snap! The back of the wind wolf, reputed to be the hardest and most impenetrable, was effortlessly pierced by the 9-spirit blood flame sword, the process smooth and effortless. Whimper! The wind wolf let out a dying whimper, its ghostly green pupils quickly turning gray and lifeless as its last breath faded away. Hua Qinyu withdrew the 9-spirit blood flame sword, landing steadily on the ground, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of her lips. An impenetrable fortress of a back? Nothing more than this. On the other side, Lin Yi and Lu Jin quickly mastered the technique with the demonstration from Hua Qinyu and Chunyu. With their already strong abilities, the 2 wind wolves that pounced on them quickly met their demise. Chunyu's movements were even more swift and decisive, almost resolving the battle simultaneously with Hua Qinyu, his expression remaining calm throughout. If Hua Qinyu relied on her astonishing talent, then Chunyu was entirely driven by the experience of countless battles. The instant death of their 4 companions made the already cunning wind wolf pack hesitant to continue. They stared intently at the 4 people before them, but their steps began to slowly retreat. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Lin Yi sneered, raising his Bai Li Tang blade to give chase, but was stopped by Hua Qinyu raising her hand. "Qinyu." Lin Yi looked at him in confusion. "No need to fight to the death," Hua Qinyu said calmly. "They're retreating because they know they're no match for us. If we push too hard, they'll inevitably launch a desperate counterattack." Lin Yi clenched his fists and said with determination, "So what if they counterattack? This is a great opportunity for training." Hua Qinyu still shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. "They're indeed no match for us, but our source energy isn't infinite. If we waste all our strength on them, then in our exhausted state, we will turn from hunters into prey." He slowly turned around and gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "I never thought possessing supernatural abilities was some great blessing, nor do I believe hunting exotic beasts is a fun game. Linny, stop fooling around with the idea of being a hero. The stakes of this game are our lives. Lin Yi's eyes trembled intensely, as if he suddenly came to his senses. I understand now, Qian Yu. Sorry, I got carried away. It's all right. For your first time entering the world of supernatural abilities, you've already done far better than most people. I just hope you'll always prioritize life above all else, Hua Qianyu said with a gentle smile. Chen Yu glanced at Hua Qianyu in surprise, his gaze carrying a hint of admiration. He nodded and added, Hua Qianyu is right. When acting in the field, conserving physical strength must always come first. We've already wasted quite a bit of time. Let's hurry and move on. Everyone nodded and was about to turn back to the car when a deafeningly loud wolf howl rang out again. A woo! Everyone whipped around and discovered that the Wind Wolf pack, which had already retreated, was once again advancing. This time, however, their formation was completely different. All the Wind Wolves moved toward the center, deliberately leaving a wide path, as if welcoming a king. Hua Qinyu frowned deeply, his eyes fixed intently on the empty road. Is something coming? He murmured softly, his expression growing extremely grave. Sure enough, a giant monster 4 meters tall slowly emerged, surrounded by a pack of wolves. It looked like an enlarged version of a wind wolf, but its cyan fur was even darker and more mysterious. Its eyes were blood red, and its claws were nearly twice the size of an ordinary wind wolf's, with blood-colored light gathering at the tips. On its forehead, a faint gray-white crescent moon mark flickered in and out of view, and the terrifying aura it exuded pressed all the wind wolves to the ground. Songfeng, Wolf King, Chun Yu exclaimed in shock, his pupils, fixed on the terrifying monster, trembling uncontrollably. After a moment of blankness, Chun Yu almost instinctively turned and ran, shouting with all his might, "Run! It's the Songfeng Wolf King." Judging by this aura, it might already be close to Tier 2. Lu Jin, after a brief stupor, was jolted awake by the roar, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Chen Yu snapped back to his senses and rushed toward the car in a panic. Linny grabbed Hua Qianyu's wrist. "Qianyu, let's go quickly." But Hua Qianyu gently broke free. "It's useless." He stood calmly in place, watching as the Songfeng Wolf King opened its bloody maw, revealing its sharp fangs. Chen Yu and Lu Jin fled back to the car one after the other. Lu Jin got into the driver's seat, glanced at Luo Yin, who was sitting beside him with his eyes closed, healing his wounds, and without hesitation turned the key to start the car. "What are you doing?" Chen Yu had just caught his breath when he saw Lu Jin's actions and immediately frowned, questioning him. Lu Jin released the handbrake and, without turning his head, spat out a single word: "Escape." "Are you crazy?" Chen Yu roared. "What about Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi?" Lu Jin's voice was as cold as ice. "You know the speed of the Songfeng Wolf King. If no one stays outside to hold it off, none of us will escape. I'm only responsible for ensuring my and Luo Yin's safety. If you have any objections, get out of the car now. No one will stop you." "You." Chen Yu pointed at Lu Jin in anger, his finger trembling, but in the end, it dropped powerlessly. He had nothing to say. Seeing that he remained silent, Lu Jin slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the car shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. The loud roar of an engine reached Lin Yi's ears. He turned around and saw Lu Jin's car speeding away in the distance. "Damn it, those ungrateful scoundrels." Lin Yi cursed, grabbing Hua Qianyu's wrist once again, his voice almost breaking from urgency. "We have to chase them, hurry." But no matter how hard he tried, Hua Qianyu stood rooted to the spot, completely motionless. "Qianyu, what on earth are you doing? Let's go." Lin Yi was practically shouting at the top of his lungs. Facing a near second-tier Wolf King, it's impossible for all of us to escape. Hua Qianyu finally spoke, stepping forward as the nine-spirit blood flame sword in his hand scraped a long trail of sparks across the ground. Lu Jin's plan is really cunning. As long as we hold off that Songfeng Wolf King here, they can escape safely. Even in the face of despair, Hua Qianyu's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. "Qianyu, could it be that you intend to?" Lin Yi's face turned deathly pale, his outstretched hand frozen in midair. Crimson flames ignited all over Hua Qianyu's body, then converged entirely into the nine-spirit blood flame, sword in his hand. His lips moved slightly, his voice as light as the wind. Just said not to waste source energy, and now I'm slapping my own face. His voice suddenly turned cold, his gaze becoming bloodthirsty and terrifying. Lu Jin, treating me as a stepping stone. Let's see if you can afford the price for that. Before the words had fully fallen, he abruptly raised his head, his blood-red pupils locking onto the Tsongfing Wolf King that was looking down at him. A cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. Burning moon trace. Slash. Above Hua Qianyu's head, a crimson blood moon's phantom quietly emerged. In an instant, all the fire elements in the air surged madly toward him, converging into the nine-spirit blood flame, sword in his hand. This move, Scorching Moon without a trace, was the first time he had unleashed it without reservation in actual combat. The terrifying fiery energy gathered and compressed on the blade, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth at any moment. But just as Hua Qianyu was about to strike with this sword, the Tsongfing Wolf King, which had been lying in wait, moved. Its massive body suddenly leaped into the air. A gray-white crescent-shaped phantom flashed across the sky. The Tsongfing Wolf King passed through the phantom, and the green glow enveloping its body completely faded, concentrating all its energy into its steel-like claws. Its blood-red pupils flashed with a brilliant green light, and its wind-blade-wrapped claws moved so fast they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye, striking directly. Hua Qianyu's face darkened. He hadn't expected the Tsongfing Wolf King to launch an attack first, nor had he anticipated it could gather such immense power in such a short time. But Burning Moon without trace had already been unleashed. The long sword swung out, leaving no possibility of retreat. In a flash, Hua Qianyu flipped his wrist, changing the original downward slash into an upward strike. The violent flaming sword energy surged upward against the wolf's claw. Yet at the very moment he changed his move, Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted. He realized that the Wolf King's sharp claws were not aimed at him, but had shifted slightly to the right. Its target was Lin Yi, who stood defenseless behind him. What a cunning beast! Hua Qianyu's gaze turned icy, and the speed of her sword dance instantly surged. The flaming sword energy of the nine-spirit blood flame sword fiercely struck the iron claws of the Tsongfing Wolf King. Bang! With a deafening roar, the sword energy collided violently with the iron claws, stirring up a tempestuous wave of air. The massive body of the Tsongfing Wolf King was directly sent flying, tumbling several times in the air before barely coming to a stop. When it steadied itself, for the first time, a look of astonishment appeared in its majestic blood-red eyes, which quickly turned into even more frenzied rage. Hua Qianyu gave it no chance to catch its breath. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, his entire body shot forward once again. The dueling blood flame sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. As he charged to within less than a meter of the Azure Wind Wolf King, he suddenly slashed across. Awoo! The Azure Wind Wolf King howled furiously at the sky, its fierce gaze locking onto Hua Qianyu. Its claws stomped heavily on the ground, and a layer of cyan storm barrier instantly enveloped its body. Boom! The nine-spirit blood flame sword struck heavily against the barrier, causing waves of energy to ripple across its surface. Despite the turbulence, not a single crack appeared. The blade was firmly embedded in the barrier, unable to advance even an inch further. Hua Qianyu was pinned in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Waves of shock surged in his heart. Was this the power of someone nearing the second tier? Even he had never imagined a battle could be this difficult. This Azure Wind Wolf King was on an entirely different level compared to ordinary wind wolves. As the last trace of flame dissipated from his sword, the fire element within his body was completely exhausted. At the same time, the Azure Wind Wolf King finally lowered its defenses. It stepped wearily on the ground and unleashed two wind blades from its sides, clearly using the last of its strength. Hua Qianyu easily deflected the incoming wind blades with his sword, but he too lacked the energy to launch another attack. However, a crazed smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he burst into laughter. Ha! What an impressive Azure Wind Wolf King! Truly worthy of a cultivation nearing the second tier. But alas, today, the one who will die is you. His arm dropped, retracting the long sword, and his blood-red pupils locked onto the Wolf King as his voice turned deep. Because I am not fighting alone. As soon as the words fell, a long sword wrapped in golden flames descended from the sky, the raging fire heavily striking the massive body of the Tsongfeng Wolf King. The fiery energy instantly spiraled out of control and exploded, causing the Tsongfeng Wolf King to let out a piercing wail of despair. Its enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a half-meter-deep crater in the ground. Its back was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, exposing stark white bones and shattered organs. Clearly, it wouldn't survive. Only when the Wolf King's final convulsions ceased did the remaining wolves awaken as if from a dream, scattering in terror. Without their leader, they had lost their backbone, and fleeing was their only chance of survival. Baile Guthuan. Hua Qinyu softly murmured the name of the technique, gazing into the distance. Lin Yi slowly landed, sheathing his blade, and was waving excitedly at him. Qinyu, how was that teamwork? Lin Yi shouted loudly. Hua Qinyu gave a faint smile, crouching down weakly as he replied. It was just in time. He felt completely drained, the sensation identical to the first time he practiced cultivation. Haha, that's all thanks to you for wearing it down so much. Otherwise, my sneak attack might not have worked. Lin Yi quickly ran over to help Hua Qinyu up. In truth, Lin Yi's own strength was nearly depleted as well, but compared to the completely exhausted Hua Qinyu, he was in much better shape. What do we do now? Lin Yi took out a bottle of water and handed it over. That guy Lu Jin drove off on his own. Should we go after them or act on our own? Lin Yi was filled with anger at Lu Jin's bridge-burning behavior, but for now, he was more concerned about their next move. Hua Qinyu took a sip of water and asked, how far is it to the target location? Lin Yi glanced at the ability ring on his hand and replied, less than 3 kilometers. Less than 3 kilometers? That means the mysterious energy reaction is very close to here. Hua Qinyu stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, Lin Yi, check if there's a place nearby where we can rest. Lin Yi immediately started searching on his phone and quickly found a result. Yes, there's a hotel about 900 meters away. Very well. Hua Qinyu nodded and sneered. We'll go to the inn to recover our strength first, then investigate. As for Lu Jin and the others, from the moment he abandoned us, he has had nothing to do with us anymore. Half an hour later, after Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi had long since left and the forest had returned to silence, a masked figure in a black robe appeared out of thin air beside the corpse of the Azure Wind Wolf King. He crouched down, pressed his fingers against the Wolf King's abdomen, and then astonishingly inserted his entire hand inside, extracting a jade-green crystal. He slowly stood up, examining the crystal in his hand, and murmured to himself, not close to Tier 2, but a genuine Tier 2. Hua Qinyu? Heh, what an interesting child. He paused again, his tone turning icy. But as for that child named Lu Jin, abandoning his companions in a moment of crisis for selfish gain, it seems he can be crossed off that list. As the words fell, his palms suddenly clenched tightly, and the green crystal instantly turned to powder, slipping through his fingers. A gust of wind swept up sand and stones, and when the dust settled, the figure in the black robe had already vanished without a trace. By the time Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi found the inn, the sky had already darkened. They booked 2 rooms but did not rest immediately. The journey from the city to this place, coupled with the fierce battle against the wolf pack, had left them utterly exhausted. However, compared to their physical fatigue, the emptiness of their inner strength was even more pronounced. To avoid affecting their upcoming actions, they needed to recover their strength as quickly as possible. Hua Qinyu sat cross-legged on the bed, hands clasped together, guiding the fire elements from the world around him into his body. His face flushed slightly due to the rapid gathering of energy. Under the combined effect of his cultivation technique and the mysterious wheel, the meridians throughout his body, like dried-up riverbeds, welcomed a nourishing rain, greedily absorbing the fire elements and quickly regaining vitality. 2 hours later, Hua Qinyu's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The flush on his face had faded, and his breathing had returned to a steady rhythm. He had finally returned to his peak state. Hua Qinyu exhaled a breath of impure air, his body's energy fully restored. This time, the recovery speed was significantly faster than the last. He stepped out of the guest room and glanced at the room next door. Lin Yi's door was still tightly shut. It seemed he had gained a slight advantage in terms of recovery speed. He went downstairs to the front desk, gently knocked on the counter, and said to a middle-aged man who was yawning, "Boss, could you prepare some food?" Hearing there was business, the man's drowsiness instantly vanished. He quickly rubbed his hands together and greeted him with a smile. Of course, of course. Young man, let me take you to a private room." Hua Qianyu nodded and added, "I have another friend. When he wakes up, just let him come over directly." "All right, no problem." The owner agreed readily and then asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Just bring a few signature dishes, enough for 2 people." "Got it. I'll have the kitchen prepare them right away." The owner's attitude was very respectful. He had been running the restaurant for decades and had seen all kinds of people. The young man before him had an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not an ordinary person. Treating him well could only be beneficial. Hua Qianyu noticed the friendly look in the boss's eyes and casually asked, "I happen to have something I want to ask you." The boss immediately perked up, patting his chest and assuring, "Feel free to ask. As long as I know the answer, I'll tell you everything." Hua Qianyu poured himself a cup of tea and smiled faintly. "Has anything unusual happened around here recently?" He picked up the teacup and took a sip. This inn was very close to his destination, so perhaps the boss really knew something. The boss's expression changed instantly. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Young master, you wouldn't happen to be an ability user, would you?" Hua Qianyu's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and the tea inside rippled in circles. He looked up and asked meaningfully, "Boss, what do you mean by that?" "Oh no, don't misunderstand." The boss quickly waved his hand to explain. "It's just that recently, many teams composed of ability users and martial artists have come here. Seeing how young you are, with such an outstanding demeanor, and daring to come to a place like this alone, you must be a highly talented ability user." Hua Qianyu showed no interest in this flattery. He put down the teacup and asked directly, "What are they doing here?" The boss bent even lower, almost leaning toward Hua Qianyu, and lowered his voice further. 2 kilometers east of here, there's a cave. Inside the cave, there's a fountain of immortality, famous for its red water. It was originally just a tourist attraction. But just recently, the water of the immortal spring suddenly started boiling, its temperature soaring to 1300 degrees, like lava. So many people speculate that some treasure might have appeared in the spring. So, it attracted so many fearless people, all wanting a share. Hua Qianyu took over the conversation, shaking his head with a hint of pity. "Exactly." The boss nodded, admiringly saying, "Young master is indeed clever. But if you are here for this reason, I advise you not to go." "Why?" Hua Qianyu frowned. The boss sighed and straightened up. After the mutation of the immortal spring, it was quickly occupied by a peak second-tier mutant beast. That beast seems to be trying to use the energy of the spring water to break through to the 3rd tier in one go. These days, most of the adventurers who come here, whether they are warriors or ability users, have ended up as its meal. Young master, you are still young and a 1-in-a-million genius with boundless potential. Please think it over carefully. Thank you for the warning, boss. I will consider it, Hua Qianyu said gratefully. What kind of mutant beast are you talking about? A ghost-faced fire jiao. The boss replied truthfully, his face full of worry. A fire attribute mutant beast, naturally bloodthirsty and extremely ferocious. Even when it was only at the 2nd tier, it was already the overlord of this area. If it really breaks through to the 3rd tier. Sigh. I'm afraid I won't even be able to keep this shop open. Ghost-faced fire jiao, a jiao dragon? Hua Qianyu furrowed her brows and murmured to herself. Any exotic beast associated with the word dragon was definitely not simple. It seemed she couldn't afford to be careless. Thank you, boss, I understand. No matter what, this person had indeed provided quite a bit of useful information. The boss quickly waved his hand. No need to thank me. Talented young people like you are the hope of our country. Recently, too many young people like you have entered the undying spring and never come out again. It's such a pity. At that moment, the boss's phone rang. He glanced at it and hurriedly said, Young master, the dishes you ordered are ready. I'll bring them over right away. The boss turned around and walked out of the private room. As he passed the front desk, he happened to run into Lin Yi, who had just finished his cultivation. He politely pointed in a direction and said, "This way, sir. Your friend is waiting for you in that private room." Lin Yi looked in the direction he pointed, nodded politely, and walked toward the private room. As soon as he entered, he saw Hua Qinyu looking at him with a smile. "How's your recovery?" Lin Yi smiled and sat down beside Hua Qinyu without hesitation, then asked, "You were so weak just now, but now you've recovered in the blink of an eye? Should I say, as expected of you? My body is somewhat special, with a strong sensitivity to elements, so I recover a bit faster." Hua Qinyu's response was somewhat vague. Lin Yi didn't press further. He picked up the kettle on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. At that moment, the owner and a waiter came in carrying dishes. They silently arranged the food on the table and then quietly left. However, just before leaving the private room, the owner gave Hua Qinyu a deliberate glance and reminded him once again, "Young master, remember what I said, and be careful." Hua Qinyu nodded, tore open the chopstick wrapper, and picked up a bite of the nearest homestyle dish. Although the flavor was simple, it was surprisingly good. After the boss left, Lin Yi looked at Hua Qinyu with a puzzled expression. "Qinyu, what does the boss mean by that? Our destination is called the Undying Spring. It said that there's a ghost-faced fire jiao there that's about to break through to the third tier. Extremely dangerous," Hua Qinyu explained succinctly. Third tier. Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. They had barely survived facing the second-tier Azure Wind Wolf King, let alone a third-tier mutant beast. He cautiously asked, "So, are we still going?" "Of course we are." Hua Qinyu swallowed a mouthful of food and calmly said, "The fact that the ghost-faced fire jiao chose the Undying Spring to break through indicates that there must be treasures there. This is both a task assigned by Zhang Junlong and something that satisfies my curiosity, killing two birds with one stone. As for safety, you don't need to worry." He was well aware that Zhang Junlong wouldn't let the two of them act alone. There were bound to be experts secretly protecting them, more than capable of handling a third-tier mutant beast. Lin Yi's expression improved slightly, but then he seemed to remember something, and his voice unconsciously weakened. "By the way, Chen Yu and the others are probably already at the Undying Spring. A third-tier mutant beast. Chen Yu, do you think we should?" Hua Qinyu raised her hand to interrupt him, her tone devoid of any emotion. "I've said it before, they have nothing to do with us. We have no obligation to care about their life or death. Let's eat. Once we're full, we'll set off." Lin Yi opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, silently picking up his chopsticks. Meanwhile, deep within the dark and profound Dragon Phoenix cave, several beams of flashlight pierced through the silence, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. It was none other than Lu Jin and his group, who had narrowly escaped. This should be the Dragon Phoenix cave they mentioned. Legend has it that the Undying Spring lies deep within the cave, Lu Jin said as he scanned the damp rock walls with his flashlight, the echoes lingering in the cave for a long time. "Big brother, are we really not waiting for Hua Qinyu and the others?" Lu Oyin asked worriedly. "If Master finds out, we'll definitely be punished." The wound on his shoulder had already healed. For an Esper, such an injury was nothing. Lu Jin shook his head and said helplessly, "Given the situation at the time, even if we had stayed, we wouldn't have been able to help. A near second-tier Songfeng Wolf King is simply not something we can handle." "Heh, what a nice excuse." Chen Yu's icy voice sounded nearby, full of sarcasm. "A near second-tier Wolf King is dangerous, so you ran away. But now, knowing there's a ghost-faced fire jiao advancing to the third tier here, why are you?" Lu Jin, charging in without hesitation. He stared at Lu Jin intently. "Is it because you can't beat it, or are you afraid Hua Qinyu will steal the spotlight? You better pray the two of them are fine, or if the Academy investigates, can you bear the consequences?" Lu Jin was silent for a few seconds before forcing himself to say, "Think whatever you want. Whatever punishment the Academy gives, I'll take it alone." "Ha ha ha." Chen Yu suddenly burst into laughter, his voice full of mockery. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Jin's face darkened. "I'm laughing at your scheming, and even more at your ignorance." Chen Yu took a step closer and said coldly, Do you think that just because you're an S-class genius, the Academy won't do anything to you no matter what colossal mistake you make? Let me tell you, there are plenty of geniuses in this world. The Academy needs geniuses, but it will never invest in a selfish, cowardly person like you who stands by and does nothing to help. To put it bluntly, Lu Jin, based on what you've done today, why should the Academy waste its precious resources on you? Qin Yu's words pierced Lu Jin's heart like a knife. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, and roared furiously. What right do you have to judge me? If you're so capable, why didn't you get out of the car to save people earlier? Didn't you run away with us? In the end, how are you any different from me? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned but quickly laughed again, his smile carrying an inexplicable meaning. Lu Jin, you underestimate Hua Qinyu too much, and you underestimate how much the Academy values S-level students. Guess what? If Hua Qinyu is still alive, how do you think he would view you? After all, at that moment, the only person who could drive the car away was you. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lu Jin from head to toe. He thought of Hua Qinyu's personality and methods, and a chill ran down his spine. But he still forced himself to say, how he views me is his business. Anyway, our relationship can't get much worse. Enough. Both of you stop arguing. Luo Yin spoke up in time, interrupting the escalating quarrel between the two. The most important thing right now is, are we really going in? That's a second-tier peak ghost-faced fire dragon. Luo Yin stopped in his tracks, his voice filled with uncontrollable fear. The experience of being severely injured by a mutant beast had left a deep scar in his heart. Lu Jin also stopped, calmly analyzing. The further we go, the hotter the air gets. This means we're getting closer to the undying spring. Doesn't that also mean we're getting closer to that ghost-faced fire dragon? Luo Yin's face turned pale with fright, his voice trembling. That's right. Lu Jin nodded affirmatively. This task is too dangerous. Let's go back. Luo Yin almost pleaded. Let's return and explain everything to Master properly. He will understand. Lu Jin shook his head and closed his eyes, as if organizing his thoughts. Based on the information we've gathered along the way, this fire dragon only goes out to hunt after midnight. At other times, it stays in the immortal spring, fully focused on breaking through to the third tier. At this moment, it's most likely not there, making this the best opportunity for us to approach the immortal spring. He opened his eyes, his gaze burning as he looked at Luo Yin, speaking earnestly. Luo Yin, if we can make a discovery this time, Master will definitely be very pleased. We have to take this chance. Luo Yin's face was full of struggle. Since leaving the school, much of his former arrogance and pride had been worn away, and his inner fear had made him hesitant and timid. On the other hand, the usually composed Lu Jin seemed unusually eager for success this time, as if their true selves were gradually being revealed through this mission. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly spoke in a low voice, his expression becoming serious. He slightly turned his face, his ears twitching, as if he were carefully listening to something. This strange action drew the attention of the other two. Lu Jin frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Yu's face darkened, and he slowly said, "Ahead, there's the sound of fighting." On the other side, Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi, having eaten and drunk their fill and stocked up on provisions in their storage rings, continued their journey without delay. With their speed, they quickly reached the entrance of the Dragon Phoenix Cave, the legendary location of the Immortal Spring, in less than 2 kilometers. As soon as they arrived at the cave entrance, the two were startled by the sight of a mountain of white bones, which were clearly identifiable as human remains. "Qin Yu, why do I feel a chill down my spine?" Lin Yi nervously swallowed, staring at the pitch-black cave ahead, not daring to take another step forward. Judging by the scene, who knows how many people had lost their lives here in pursuit of the so-called Immortal Spring. With a flash of light, Hua Qinyu took out a flashlight he had prepared in advance from his storage ring. Pressing the switch, he said calmly, "Let's go. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be inside as well." After speaking, Hua Qinyu stepped into the cave. It was very dark inside, but under the flashlight's beam, he could barely make out the path beneath his feet. He had expected the cave to be cold and damp, but to his surprise, the air was filled with a peculiar warmth. even causing the nine-spirit wheel within him to start spinning autonomously. Linny followed him in and exclaimed in surprise, "Chinyu, this cave is actually warmer than outside. It's unbelievable. It must be related to the undying spring," Hua Chinyu explained. The boss mentioned that the temperature of the undying spring reaches nearly 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit, comparable to lava, and naturally contains an extremely rich concentration of fire elements. No wonder that ghost-faced fire dragon chose this place to break through. This environment is practically tailor-made for it, Lin Yi remarked in awe. That's right, and not just that. Hua Qinyu's gaze grew profound. Ever since coming here, I've had a feeling that ahead lies something I know, something we need. That feeling stemmed from the trembling of the nine-spirit wheel. The two slowly ventured deeper, the cave eerily quiet. The further they went, the higher the surrounding temperature rose, yet there was no trace of any sign of life. Suddenly, Hua Qinyu stopped in her tracks, her brows slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked in confusion. He looked straight ahead, his voice calm, yet certain. "Blood. I smell the scent of blood." "Blood." Lin Yi listened and took a deep sniff. "I don't smell anything at all. It can't be wrong," Hua Qinyu said with absolute certainty. "And this smell of blood, it's very fresh." His innate talent made him extremely sensitive to blood, a skill that had once troubled him greatly, but was now proving useful. Lin Yi's face showed a look of shock, and even his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. "It seems there are people ahead, and they're fighting," Hua Qinyu analyzed, unable to resist muttering to himself. "I just don't know if it's people against people, or people against beasts. In any case, we must be extremely cautious from now on." The two held their breath and moved forward carefully. Not far ahead, a faint glimmer of light caught Hua Qinyu's eye, and the path ahead gradually became more open. Hua Qinyu quietly approached the source of the light and soon reached the end of the passage. Everything in the deepest part of the Dragon Phoenix cave unfolded before his eyes. A spring interwoven with crimson and golden hues appeared before their eyes. Even from dozens of meters away, Hua Qinyu could still feel the immense energy contained within it. That was the undying spring. However, what truly caught his attention was not this legendary spring, but the three young men beside it, their clothes tattered and bodies covered in blood. They were Lu Jin, Luo Yin, and Shunyu. At this moment, they were surrounded by a group of unfamiliar ability users dressed in black and masked, their bodies riddled with wounds. The black bat mark on the back of one man's hand made Hua Qinyu's gaze sharpen. A long-buried memory surged into his mind in an instant. His expression changed drastically as he blurted out, "They're from Nightfall." Before the voice had faded, Lu Jin in the distance wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze meeting Hua Qinyu's indifferent eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, Hua Qinyu." This exclamation instantly froze the already tense atmosphere. All the men in black turned their gazes toward Hua Qinyu, like searchlights locking onto a target. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and the air was so quiet that one could hear a heartbeat. "What an idiot," Hua Qinyu cursed inwardly, but outwardly he remained calm and composed, walking forward unhurriedly. He had intended to observe the situation first and then come up with a plan, but Lu Jin's outburst had completely exposed him. Was this guy doing it on purpose, or was it just an accident? "Lu Jin, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lin Yi exploded on the spot, cursing angrily. He was already fuming because Lu Jin had abandoned him earlier, and now, before he could even figure out the situation, they were directly exposed to the enemy. He even began to suspect that this guy might be an undercover agent sent by the other side. Lu Jin's mouth twitched slightly. He was purely too shocked just now and didn't think much about it. Who knew it would backfire? "Hey, over there." A masked man in black raised his knife and pointed at Hua Qinyu. "Are you with them?" "No," Lin Yi immediately denied. "Yes," Luo Yin affirmed. Two completely opposite answers left the man in black stunned on the spot. After coming to his senses, he roared viciously, "Are you messing with me? Is it or not?" The two of them snorted coldly at the same time, turned their heads in unison, and ignored him completely. "Are you people from Nightfall?" Hua Qinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, not answering the other party's question, but instead asking directly. Hearing this, The man in black immediately swayed his head smugly. Not bad, kid. We disguised ourselves so well, and you still managed to figure it out. Another idiot has come. Hua Qianyu sneered inwardly, but mockingly said aloud, I thought Nightfall was some impressive organization, but it turns out to be nothing more than a ragtag group. What did you say? How dare you look down on Nightfall? The voice of the man in black instantly turned icy, and a murderous aura spread in all directions. An organization that opposes the government and engages in banditry, now even trying to gang up on 3 children. Calling you a ragtag group, am I wrong? Hua Qianyu's voice was not loud, but every word struck a nerve. I suppose you didn't come here with good intentions, did you? Ha! The leader of the men in black suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his face full of disdain as he said, Trying to provoke us? Kid, you know you can't beat us, so you're trying to trick us into a one-on-one fight? I won't fall for that. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of morbid delight. But your words just now weren't an insult to me. They were a compliment. Hearing them makes me feel utterly delighted. Ha! The men in black behind him burst into laughter as well, their eyes filled with contempt, as if they were watching a group of clowns. Each of my 50-plus men here is a superhuman. The leader of the men in black raised the large blade in his hand, his wrist turning lightly as the blade's edge flashed coldly in the dim light. However you want to die, we can make it happen. So, are you ready to meet your end? Hua Qianyu said nothing, simply gazing calmly ahead. Yet, he felt a bit puzzled in his heart. At this point, why had the person secretly protecting him still not appeared? He slowly raised his head, secretly channeling his source energy, and sent his voice out. Senior, though I don't know who you are, given the current situation, are you still not planning to show yourself? The sound echoed in the cave, but there was no response. Hua Qianyu closed her eyes in disbelief. Could it be? There was no senior at all? This completely went against Zhang Juanlong's usual style. Ha! The leader of the black-clad men laughed heartily, staring mockingly at Hua Qianyu. Senior? Ha ha! Let me tell you, this time, the higher-ups of Nightfall are personally overseeing the operation. The leader of the Jiangxing branch, one of the 4 Night Kings, the Wen Xin Night King. He emphasized his words, speaking slowly and deliberately. That is a genuine king-level ability user. Can the senior you mentioned handle that? King-level ability user, a 5th-tier powerhouse. Hua Qianyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and waves finally rippled through her previously calm eyes. At the same time, high above the Dragon Phoenix cave, a middle-aged man with an exceptionally handsome appearance stood in mid-air, dressed in black armor. His hands were clasped behind his back, and every gesture exuded an air of nobility. Opposite him stood a mysterious figure cloaked in a black robe. The person's face was concealed by a mask, and no trace of aura emanated from their body, as if they had merged seamlessly with the night sky. The two simply stared at each other across the distance, the air subtly flowing between them, forming a peculiar balance. Who would have thought, after all these years, that I, a junior, would still have the honor of meeting the legendary Wind Eclipse King? Truly, I am overwhelmed. The man in black armor slightly bowed, breaking the silence first. Feng Shuanya King is joking. I have long withdrawn from worldly affairs. The figure in the black robe responded faintly in a hoarse voice. But you, your grace remains as vibrant as ever. Oh, Feng Shuanya King was slightly taken aback, then smiled warmly and said, Since the esteemed Wind Eclipse King has long retired, may I ask what brings you to the Dragon Phoenix Cave today? Ha! The Wind Erosion King laughed heartily towards the sky, his hoarse laughter carrying an unparalleled majestic aura. He slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing an aged yet still sharp and spirited visage. This man was none other than the principal of Jiangxing Ability University, Junshun. My students are out training, so naturally, I must ensure their safety, Junshun said calmly, his voice exuding an undeniable authority. But you, Feng Shuanya King, what brings you to such a godforsaken place? The Wind Erosion King jests. Feng Shuanya King quickly forced a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. I came here, of course, for the legendary Fountain of Immortality. But I didn't expect to stumble upon an unexpected surprise. Junshin raised an eyebrow, pretending to be interested. Oh, What unexpected gain? Feng Shuanya Wang spread his hands, looking as if it were only natural. Of course, it's your precious students. If they've caught your eye, they must be extraordinarily gifted prodigies, right? His tone shifted, and his gentle expression instantly turned ferocious, his voice growing cold. Tell me, if I were to make sure they all die here, wouldn't that be a devastating blow to Jiangxing? Feng Xian, since when did you have that kind of ability? A trace of dangerous light flashed in Jun Chen's clouded eyes. In an instant, a terrifying storm began to swirl rapidly around him as its center. Strangely, however, Feng Shuanya Wang, who was also at the eye of the storm, remained completely unaffected, as if none of it concerned him. Feng Shuanya Wang took a leisurely step forward, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. Leaning close to Jun Chen's ear, he whispered softly, "Because I can stop you, and your students will be facing the Nightfall Legion, composed entirely of late-stage first-tier experts." Before the voice had faded, the air suddenly exploded. A tremendous force violently blasted Feng Shuanya Wang away. However, there was not a trace of anger on his face. Instead, there was a calmness that suggested everything was under his control. With a graceful flip in midair, he lightly tapped the air with the tip of his foot, and his body transformed into a black shadow, diving once again toward Jun Chun. On the other side, after a brief moment of distraction, Hua Qianyu's gaze turned cold and calm once more, and the nine-spirit blood flame sword reappeared in his right hand. Ridiculous. Against the likes of you, it makes no difference how many come. Hua Qianyu's lips parted slightly, and crimson flames instantly ignited on the blade. What did this kid say? Facing death, yet still so stubborn. Has he gone mad? Huh. Ugh. A man in black mocked loudly, but before his laughter could fade, Hua Qianyu's figure had already appeared before him like a phantom. With a flash of red light, the nine-spirit blood flame soared swiftly and cleanly sliced across his throat. Squelch! Blood gushed out wildly, and the man in black only managed to let out a short, miserable cry before collapsing straight to the ground, dead in an instant. The remaining men in black all widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at each other, their gazes filled with terror. The leader of the men in black stared at Hua Qianyu with his eyes bulging, his voice trembling. Ew. You're at the second tier? No, your aura clearly indicates the first tier. So why is your speed so fast? Where does a dying man get so much nonsense? Hua Qianyu sneered cruelly, her figure disappearing once again. In an instant, she appeared before the leader, her long sword carrying the aura of death as it slashed down fiercely. Clang! A loud crash. The leader hastily raised his broadsword in panic, barely blocking the fatal strike. Using the immense recoil, he retreated rapidly to create some distance. Everyone attacked together. The leader of the black-clad men, clearly at a disadvantage, shouted furiously in frustration. In an instant, all the black-clad men surged like a tide toward Hua Qianyu's direction. At this moment, Lin Yi summoned his white Li Tang Dao and charged into the fray without a moment's hesitation. He knew that although Hua Qianyu was powerful, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. He had to share the burden, at the very least ensuring that Hua Qianyu wouldn't be attacked from all sides. Lu Jin, Chen Yu, and Luo Yin exchanged glances, seeing determination reflected in each other's eyes. Despite their injuries, they too joined the battle. This was their first true team collaboration since they began undertaking missions outside. The five of them stood back-to-back in perfect harmony, forming a temporary combat fortress as they faced the encircling Night Legion. Hua Qianyu's swordsmanship had long reached a state of perfection. With every strike of the dueling blood flame sword, a life was taken, each blow a fatal one. Lin Yi wielded his white Li Tang Dao with sweeping, powerful movements. Though not every strike was lethal, each left a shocking wound on the enemy. Despite their injuries, Chen Yu, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin, as top students of Jiangxing Academy of Supernatural Abilities, held their own against these ruthless assassins, fighting back blow for blow. Whether it was the confrontation between the two kings inside the cave or the desperate battle of the students outside, the situation was becoming increasingly intense. Poof! One of the men in black was pierced through the chest by Lu Jin's Tianwei spear. With a flick of Lu Jin's arm, The corpse was casually thrown out, landing squarely in the undying spring behind them. Gurgle, gurgle. The originally calm surface of the water suddenly began to bubble violently. Immediately after, a pair of lantern-sized, blood-red eyes slowly emerged from beneath the water. Those eyes coldly scanned everyone on the shore, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. However, amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed the deadly danger approaching. As time passed, the offensive of the Night Legion grew even fiercer, and the defensive range of the 5 people was continuously compressed. In terms of individual combat skills, none of these black-clad figures could match them, but the opponents were genuine late-stage first-tier experts, and they had the advantage of numbers. Although Hua Qinyu spoke lightly, dealing with the situation was far from as simple as it seemed. Humph! Hua Qinyu let out a cold snort, and the 9-spirit blood flame sword in her hand suddenly swung forward. At the moment the sword left her hand, its slender blade abruptly expanded into a fiery sword aura twice its width, sweeping forward like a massive wave of flames toward the Night Legion ahead. Ah! Crimson flames, like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage, charged viciously at the enemies with bloodthirsty fangs. Amid a series of piercing, agonized screams, 4 men in black were simultaneously blasted away. Each of them bore a gruesome wound on their abdomen, blood gushing out as the exposed flesh turned charred and emitted a burnt stench. The 4 lay on the ground, writhing in pain, clearly beyond saving. Shadows of people writhed and twisted all over the ground, but their struggles grew weaker and weaker until only faint wails echoed through the cavern. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Hua Qianyu's sword strike just now was like a deity descending to earth, reversing the tide of the battlefield in an instant. Boss, that guy, is he really a tier 1? I can't see through his strength at all. A member of the Nightfall organization widened his eyes, his voice full of disbelief. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Their gazes toward Hua Qinyu were filled with doubt and shock. Even Lin Yi, who knew him best, was no exception. Everyone present was a tier 1 ability user. Although their strengths varied, they were well aware of the upper limits of power at this level. The boundaries between tiers were clear. Within the same major rank, it might be possible to challenge someone of a higher level. For instance, if an 11th level ability user fought against a 13th level one, a mere 2-level difference could result in a closely matched battle. This was because everyone's talents and abilities were different, and the higher a person's talent, the greater the level gap they could overcome. However, even for the most top-tier S-class genius, wanting to tie with an opponent more than 5 levels above them is already a pipe dream. Let alone a situation like this, where not only were they injured, but 4 of them were severely wounded in just 1 move. The leader of Nightfall stared intently at Hua Qinyu, his mind in turmoil. This kid's aura is clearly only at level 13, yet he managed to severely injure 4 of my level 16 subordinates in a single move. This is simply unbelievable. Just as he was about to raise his hand to signal his subordinates not to act rashly, a deafening beast roar suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Roar! Everyone hurriedly turned around, and the next second, the sound of gasps echoed throughout the cave. Hua Qinyu also turned around. With just 1 glance, his usually calm and composed face was instantly filled with horror, his eyes brimming with undisguisable shock. He saw a dragon. A crimson flood dragon. A crimson dragon, stretching over 100 meters long, soared into the sky from the undying spring deep within the cavern, coiling above everyone's heads. Its crimson scales shimmered with a molten glow, as if scorching lava flowed across its surface. Its face bore no resemblance to the sacred dragons of myth. Instead, it looked more like a fiend from hell, ferocious and terrifying. Its massive eyes, resembling red lanterns, glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. The moment it appeared, an overwhelming pressure as heavy as 1,000 mountains suddenly descended, making it almost impossible for anyone to breathe. What is this? Lin Yi's voice began to tremble, the sheer terror causing him to nearly forget how to breathe. Ghost-faced Fire Jiao. Hua Qinyu forcibly suppressed the storm of emotions within, murmuring the name under his breath as his mind raced. This aura. It's definitely a tier 3 mutant beast. With my current strength, there's no way I can defeat it. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but panic at this moment. He instinctively tightened his grip on the nine-spirit blood flame sword in his hand, and the fire elements in his body were uncontrollably mobilized. Roar! The ghost-faced fire dragon let out another furious roar, and the heavy sound waves caused everyone's ears to buzz. It suddenly twisted its massive body, its enormous tail sweeping across in a straight line with a piercing whistle that tore through the air. Even more terrifying was its astonishing speed, which was no less than that of the previous Azure Wind Wolf King despite its enormous size. Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted sharply, and in his vision, the movements of the ghost-faced fire dragon seemed to slow down frame by frame. But its movements were simply too fast, so fast that even though he could see them clearly, his body couldn't react in time to make any effective evasive maneuvers. He could only shout with all his might, "Retreat quickly!" Before the words had even finished, he grabbed Lin Yi's arm and abruptly retreated backward. Lu Jin, Chen Yu, and Luo Yin were very close to Hua Qianyu and clearly heard his urgent warning. Almost instinctively, they retreated backward at the fastest speed. Ah! A series of piercing screams rang out. Among the members of the Nightfall organization, those black-clad figures who failed to react in time were instantly struck by the massive dragon tail. The sound of bones shattering was distinctly audible under the heavy impact. Dozens of figures were swept into the air with the swing of the dragon's tail, and ultimately, without exception, they were thrown into the undying spring. That was close. Hua Qianyu gasped heavily, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Just a little more. He had never imagined that one day he would be so close to death. Lin Yi and the other three were equally shaken, their hands trembling, lips quivering, their entire bodies uncontrollably shivering. In the face of absolute terror, they were utterly dazed, unable to react in any way. In contrast, the members of the Nightfall organization could only be described as miserable. Out of a team of over 50 people, apart from the small group that Hua Qianyu had dealt with earlier, the majority of the remaining members were completely wiped out in that deadly sweep. Only a few of the stronger men in black barely managed to evade the strike, but they were still gravely injured by the fierce shockwave from the dragon's tail sweep. Damn it! One of the men in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice filled with despair and sorrow. Lord Night King, what exactly is he doing? Are we really going to die here today? His lament received no response. What answered him was another furious roar from the ghost-faced fire dragon. It twisted its body once more, and the same sweeping attack came at them again, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Not good, Hua Qianyu exclaimed in shock. Then, with a determined look in her eyes, the nine-spirit blood flame sword in her hand erupted with an unprecedented dazzling brilliance. At the same time, outside the Dragon Phoenix Cave, the violent commotion of the undying spring naturally could not escape the detection of a king-level ability user. The powerful aura belonging to a third-tier ability beast made Jun Chen's heart sink, and his breathing grew increasingly restless. Feng Xian, I don't have time to waste with you. Jun Chen shouted impatiently. The ghost-faced fire Jiao has already emerged, and neither my students nor your subordinates can handle it. Get out of my way. As his words fell, the storm around him instantly subsided, and his entire figure transformed into a streak of light, bypassing Feng Xian Night King and speeding rapidly toward the direction of the Dragon Phoenix Cave. Bang! With a loud crash, Jun Chen's body was overturned by an invisible force and slammed heavily back to where he started. King of Corroding Winds, did you ask for my permission before trying to pass me? Feng Xian Night King's voice was unhurried, tinged with a hint of mockery. Jun Chen's face darkened, and he growled, Feng Xian, didn't you hear me? The ghost-faced fire Jiao is out of control. If this continues, my students and your subordinates will all die. Ha! Feng Xian, the Night King, burst into laughter and said indifferently, my subordinates? If they die, so be it. Being buried alongside your students is an honor for them. Ha! He added disdainfully, they're nothing but a bunch of useless first-tier trash. I can have as many of them as I want. Jun Chen's voice grew even lower, carrying suppressed fury. Feng Xian, Do you really think you can stop me? Oh, Feng Xian, the Night King, curled his lips into a mocking smile. Senior, isn't the result already obvious? You're old, you can't defeat me. His words carried not a shred of respect anymore. Humph. Jun Chun sneered in anger. When I made my name, you were still struggling in some corner. I've only been retired for a few years, and now there are truly people who have forgotten their place. Before the words had even finished, what Junshin held in his hand turned out to be a staff resembling a withered tree branch. It appeared utterly ordinary, yet the moment it emerged, the surrounding violent air currents seemed to be frozen in time, instantly coming to a halt. The previously relaxed Feng Shuanya King suddenly had a drastic change in expression. This is the wind-eroding staff, he stammered, his face visibly filled with terror and panic. Eroding dragon. Absolute wind dance. Jun Chun let out a deep, resonant roar, and the withered wooden staff in his hand whipped up a tornado 100 meters wide. A giant dragon formed of gray whirlwind roared out from the storm, accompanied by the sound of dragon cries, opening its massive jaws and charging straight at Feng Xian Night King. Caught in panic, Feng Xian Night King barely managed to conjure a wind barrier, but such a hasty defense could hardly withstand this thunderous strike. The barrier was instantly covered in web-like cracks. You're a half-emperor? Feng Xian Night King struggled to squeeze out a few words, his face turning as pale as paper. Ping! The wind barrier, as fragile as paper, was instantly pierced by the storm dragon and struck heavily against the chest of the Wind Xian Night King. Rumble! The Wind Xian Night King felt as if struck by lightning. His handsome face contorted in pain, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out. His body, like a deflated balloon, plummeted straight downward. Bang! A massive hole was smashed into the top of the Dragon Phoenix cave, and the Wind Xian Night King fell heavily, disappearing into the darkness like a withered leaf. Jun Chun restrained his aura, and the cane in his hand disappeared accordingly. He looked down at the bottomless pit below and said arrogantly, "Decades of my cultivation. How could someone like you possibly shake it?" Meanwhile, deep within the cave, another deadly battle had reached its most critical moment. As the massive tail of the ghost-faced fire dragon swept across once again, Hua Qianyu's heart pounded uncontrollably. The group was being forced to the edge of the cave, pressed tightly against the wall, with absolutely nowhere to hide. If this strike landed, everyone present would perish. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Hua Qianyu's eyes. He suddenly leaped forward, actively charging toward the mountain-crumbling, earth-shattering tail of the flood dragon. The nine-spirit blood flame, sword in his hand, erupted with a dazzling red-black light. Hua Qianyu drained the last trace of source energy within him, forcibly activating the strongest form of scorching moon without trace. Amid the chaotic flames, a radiant white figure with flowing long hair flashed by, instantly merging with Hua Qianyu. His silver hair grew rapidly, extending all the way to his waist, creating a bizarre and intense contrast between the sacred aura and his blood-red pupils. An overwhelming aura far surpassing anything before erupted from his body. Yet even so, he still appeared insignificantly small compared to the third-tier ghost-faced fire flood dragon before him. Hua Qianyu stepped into the void. Entering the burning moon trace state, he gained the brief flight ability that only king-level powerhouses could possess. He raised the nine-spirit blood flame, sword high, and slashed heavily forward. Rumble! The clash between the sword's edge and the serpent's tail stirred up a terrifying vortex of energy. But this balance lasted less than 3 seconds. The burning moon trace was instantly broken, and the thick serpent's tail struck Hua Qianyu squarely. Splurt! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The ribs in his chest instantly fractured, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered into pieces by the immense force. Even though he exerted all his strength, his power was still as insignificant as an ant trying to shake a tree in front of the ghost-faced fire flood dragon, utterly powerless. Hua Qianyu slowly closed her eyes, her body rolling through the air with the swing of the dragon's tail, like a helpless withered leaf, frail and despairing. Qianyu. Lin Yi let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes vacant as he stared upward, recklessly running toward the direction where Hua Qianyu was falling, watching helplessly as his best brother got injured to protect him, while he could do nothing. The pain brought by this sense of powerlessness made his tears flow uncontrollably. He hated it, hated himself for having ambitions as high as the sky, but being weaker than anyone else. If only he had the strength of Hua Qianyu, then it wouldn't have. But in reality, there is no if. Lin Yi's footsteps came to a halt. He gazed ahead as blood and tears mixed, sliding down his face and staining his once handsome features. In the air, the falling Hua Qianyu seemed to hear Lin Yi's cry, but at this moment, he had already lost all his strength. His entire body ached unbearably, and even moving a single finger had become a luxury. Am I going to die? A bitter smile of desolation rose in Hua Qianyu's heart. He had just begun to experience the life of an ordinary person, and in this world, there were still people he deeply cared about. When death truly descended, his heart was no longer as calm as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with a deep, unwilling attachment. Roar! The ghost-faced fire dragon let out another deafening roar, its massive tail whipping fiercely and hurling Hua Qianyu's body high into the air. The direction he was flung toward was precisely the undying spring, which resembled the entrance to hell. A temperature of 1300 degrees was enough to burn his body to the point where not even ashes remained, leaving no trace of his corpse. After completing all this, the ghost-faced fire dragon swung its tail again, this time targeting Lin Yi and the others, who were already powerless to resist. Lin Yi stared blankly at Hua Qianyu's body as it continued to fall, his eyes already consumed by a blood-red hue. Even as the monstrous creature approached him directly, he remained unresponsive. Hua Qianyu's consciousness began to dissipate, and the intense pain in her body suddenly vanished, leaving only the sensation of weightlessness as she continued to fall. He used the last of his remaining mental strength to probe into the distance, sensing the giant tail of the ghost-faced fire jiao sweeping toward Lin Yi. Yet Lin Yi seemed to have given up, showing no intention of dodging. Hua Qianyu did not open his eyes, merely mustering all his strength to turn his right hand. In his palm, a delicate scythe mark quietly appeared. Return, hell, blood, scythe. From Hua Qianyu's blood-stained lips came a faint murmur so soft that even the wind could not catch it. As if responding to its master's call, a sudden silver light illuminated his palm. A silver scythe appeared out of thin air, its sharp blade instantly slicing through his hand, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. Blood surged out of his body, swirling around the weapon known as the infernal blood scythe, before slowly coalescing into a silver-white chain. One end of the chain tightly wrapped around the scythe, while the other was connected to Hua Qianyu's bloodstream through his palm. With a single thought, the infernal blood scythe whirled out like a boomerang, appearing almost instantly in front of Lin Yi before slashing fiercely at the tail of the ghost-faced fire jiao. Screech! A sharp, teeth-gritting tearing sound echoed. The dragon's scales, as hard as rock and impervious even to the nine-spirit blood flame sword, were forcibly ripped open by the infernal blood scythe, leaving a half-meter-long bloody gash. Roar! The ghost-faced fire jiao let out a painful howl, its injured tail retracting rapidly as its massive body retreated. Clearly, this sudden strike had inflicted significant damage. But that was all. As Hua Qianyu's blood rapidly drained away, the infernal blood scythe no longer had the strength to launch a second attack. The silver chains frantically contracted, pulling the scythe swiftly back into Hua Qianyu's hand, then transforming into specks of silver light and disappearing into his palm. Hua Qianyu's last bit of strength dissipated along with it. He just felt so tired, so very tired, an unprecedented sense of exhaustion sweeping over him. He only wanted to close his eyes and sink into a deep, deep sleep. Plop! His frail body plunged into the undying spring, creating only a tiny, insignificant crimson splash, sending out ripples so faint they were almost invisible. In that instant, Lin Yi's pupils turned ashen gray. The moment Hua Qianyu fell into the water, his world suddenly lost all its color. Qianyu. He let out a faint murmur and ran forward in a panic, only to be firmly grabbed from behind by Qianyu. Are you crazy? There's a ghost-faced fire Jiao ahead. Chen Yu shouted sternly. Chen Yu. Chen Yu. Lin Yi seemed to have lost his soul, struggling desperately to break free from Chen Yu's grip. Hua Chen Yu went through so much to save you, and now you want to throw your life away like this? Chen Yu held Lin Yi tightly, persuading him word by word. Hearing this sentence, Lin Yi's gaze wavered for a moment, and his struggling strength instinctively paused. Chen Yu closed his eyes and said in a heavy voice, Lin Yi, don't let his efforts go to waste. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain, okay? I want to kill it. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse like a broken drum, and his gaze was darker than ever before. We're simply no match for it. Chen Yu moved his lips and spoke the harsh reality. That's still better than waiting to die. Lin Yi roared hoarsely. We're going to die sooner or later anyway, so why not take a chance? If we had all acted together back then, maybe. By the end, his voice even carried a hint of choking. Chen Yu's gaze darkened, and Lu Jin and Luo Yin beside him also lowered their heads. Facing such a life-and-death situation for the first time, they had long been scared out of their wits, let alone rushing forward to help. It was only at this moment that they truly realized just how vast the gap was between themselves and Hua Qinyu. Roar! Another furious roar echoed as the ghost-faced fire Jiao clearly recovered from its pain. This time, it no longer attacked with its tail, but opened its blood-red maw and charged directly at the group. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. With Hua Qinyu gone, they had no chance of survival. Fight it to the death. Lin Yi let out a blood-choked growl, gripping the white glass sword in his hand tightly, his gaze more resolute than ever. At this critical moment, a thunderous crash suddenly erupted from above the Dragon Phoenix cave. As rocks shattered continuously, a black figure descended from the sky, plummeting straight down. The figure landed right in front of the ghost-faced fire Jiao. It was none other than Feng Xian, the Night King. Lord Night King. The leader of the men in black clutched his chest, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. At this moment, Feng Xian, the Night King, could no longer be described as merely miserable. His entire suit of armor was shattered, not a single piece intact. His medium-length black hair was in complete disarray, and his breath was so faint it seemed as though it could extinguish at any moment. This sudden turn of events caused the ghost-faced fire Jiao's charge to freeze in place. Enraged, it spat a massive fireball toward Feng Xian, the Night King. The fireball landed precisely on him, then suddenly exploded, unleashing immense energy that stirred up a storm of flying sand and dust. As the dust gradually settled, under the terrified gaze of the ghost-faced fire Jiao, a green barrier slowly faded away. Beneath the barrier, Feng Xian Night King remained completely unharmed. Jun Chun, that old guy, I am no match for him. Feng Xian Night King's face darkened as he spoke slowly. But you, a mere third-tier mutant beast, dare to act recklessly in my presence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Xian Night King's eyes narrowed, emitting a hellish killing intent. He stood up, gazing coldly at the ghost-faced fire Jiao, whose size dwarfed his own countless times, and spoke in an icy tone that seemed to squeeze through his teeth. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. The Wind Xian Night King raised a finger and gently made a slicing motion toward the distant ghost-faced fire Jiao. An invisible blade flashed by, blood spurted skyward, and the massive body of the ghost-faced fire Jiao was directly severed in half. The Wind Xian Night King remained expressionless, his finger casually making another slicing motion. With a tearing sound, the severed body of the ghost-faced fire Jiao was cut into 4 pieces in midair, its blood gushing like a fountain and transforming into a rain of blood that scattered across the sky. Throughout the entire process, the arrogant beast of supernatural power didn't even manage to let out a single scream. Lin Yi, Chen Yu, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin were dumbfounded. The ghost-faced fire Jiao, which had been so domineering just moments ago, had met such a tragic end in the blink of an eye. Shocked, they felt a deep fear of the strength of the man before them. Did you all see that? This is the power of me, Night King of the Night Curtain. Feng Xian, the Night King, laughed arrogantly. You little brats, why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy already? Night Curtain. The young men stiffly turned their heads, their hearts sinking once again after just having been relieved. At that moment, an aged yet powerful voice rang out. A defeated foe dares to show off only in front of low-level mutant beasts. Before the voice faded, a figure descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Lin Yi and the others. The newcomer was none other than Junchen. He looked at the students with concern. "Children, are you all right?" "We're fine." Everyone shook their heads, looking at the elderly man in front of them with curiosity. "May we ask who you are?" Although the old man had a kind and gentle appearance, the aura emanating from him was unfathomable, even more powerful than that of the man in black armor. "I am Jun Shun, the principal of Jiangxing Ability University." Jun Shun smiled, his cloudy gaze sweeping over the four of them, but he did not see Hua Qianyu's figure. He couldn't help but ask, "Where is Hua Qianyu? Why isn't he with you?" Hearing this name, the four of them lowered their heads in unison, their faces filled with pain and unwillingness. Jun Chen's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He hurriedly pressed, "What exactly happened?" "Qianyu, to save us." He was struck by the ghost-faced fire Jiao and fell into the undying spring. Lin Yi's voice was filled with despair. "What did you say?" Jun Shun instantly erupted in fury, a violent aura suddenly bursting from his body, forcing Lin Yi and the others back more than 10 meters. "Ha!" Feng Xian, the Night King, suddenly burst into laughter. Despite enduring his injuries, he mocked gleefully. "Jun Shun, it seems your precious student is missing one, and it appears to be the one you value the most." Jun Shin's withered hand slowly clenched, his anger nearly consuming his reason. "Feng Xian, I haven't had the urge to kill in many years, but today, you might have to stay here forever." "Kill me?" "Ha ha!" Feng Xian, the Night King, laughed so hard he bent over, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. He took a step forward and sneered. "Old man, you are indeed strong. I didn't expect you to have 1 foot in the Imperial realm at your age. But it's just 1 foot after all. What do you have to kill me?" Jun Shin summoned the wind-eroding staff once again and responded coldly, "With this staff in my hand." Feng Shuanyawang glanced at it disdainfully. Unlike his earlier panic, he now appeared unusually composed. "The wind-eroding staff? Haha, I've heard. Its special ability can't be used repeatedly in a short time, right?" He feigned surprise, covering his mouth. "Old man, you wouldn't be trying to scare me, would you?" "Too much nonsense." Jun Shin couldn't be bothered to argue further. The wind-eroding staff spun lightly around his wrist, and a storm no weaker than the previous tornado appeared once more. A massive gray dragon formed of raging winds emerged from the storm, opening its jaws wide as it charged fiercely at Feng Shuanyawang. King Feng Xianye's face showed no trace of panic, and a strange glimmer flashed in his eyes. A dark crystal appeared out of thin air in his hand, and as his palm tightened, the crystal instantly shattered. Amidst the swirling black mist, a dark shadow appeared before King Feng Xianyi. It was a massive humanoid figure, and with its arrival, the light in the entire cave dimmed instantly, and the warm air was replaced by a piercing chill. The shadow slowly raised its hand and effortlessly grabbed the charging storm dragon. Its enormous palm tightened its 5 fingers, crushing the storm dragon like a stone into fragments. Jun Chen's face suddenly darkened. When he looked forward again, the dark shadow had already vanished, transforming into a dense black mist that quickly enveloped the entire space, blocking everyone's view. When the black mist dissipated, Feng Xian Night King had already vanished without a trace. Only his extremely infuriating voice drifted from all directions. "Oh dear, Principal Jun Chen really has quite the skill. If it weren't for the life-saving crystal personally bestowed upon me by the Grand Master, I might have actually been caught by you today." The voice was filled with the joy of narrowly escaping death, echoing for a long time in the empty cave. "However, I suffered heavy losses today and even used up a life-saving talisman." Feng Xian Night King's voice was full of venomous mockery. "As compensation, old man, I'll be taking one of your precious students with me." "Ah." His laughter echoed through the night sky, carrying an ominous prophecy. "The eternal night is coming. Darkness will descend. When I return, It will be the day the world is reshaped. Ha ha ha. As the final maniacal laugh faded, the aura of Fengxian Night King completely disappeared. Jun Shen clenched his fists in anger, watching helplessly as the enemy slipped away right under his nose. An unprecedented sense of humiliation instantly filled his chest, but reality left him no time to dwell on it. Fengxian Night King's last words made his heart sink abruptly. Before he could turn around, he heard Luo Yin behind him shouting in despair, "Where's Lu Jin? Where did Lu Jin go?" Principal, Lu Jin was taken by him. Jun Shen suddenly turned around, only to see 3 panicked students remaining. The one taken by Fengxian, the Night King, was shockingly another S-class student. Lu Jin. Poof. Jun Shen felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. In extreme anger and grief, he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Anger, frustration, heartbreak, chaotic emotions engulfed him like a whirlpool. He felt the world spinning, his body swaying, almost unable to stand. PR. Principal. Lin Yi hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Though his own heart was equally fragile, he could only force himself to stay strong. Back to school. Jun Shen's voice was aged and hoarse, with an unprecedented gloom flickering in his clouded eyes. Nightfall. Fengxian. He roared with all his strength, enunciating each word. "I will never rest until one of us is dead." Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, inside a towering skyscraper that pierced the clouds, a middle-aged man with short silver hair was sitting at his desk, holding a cup of coffee in his left hand while his right hand moved swiftly over the mouse, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. Knock, knock. The knocking was very soft. The man didn't even lift his head and responded casually, "Come in." A woman dressed in black entered, her steps seeming somewhat hurried. "Have you found the results of the investigation?" The man took a sip of coffee and asked slowly. "I have, sir. But there's a more urgent matter that needs to be reported to you," the woman said anxiously. "What is it?" The man's brow slightly furrowed as he finally set down his coffee cup. The woman hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, "Young Master Qianyu was injured by a third-tier ghost-faced fire jiao while carrying out a school mission and fell into the Undying Spring. It's said that the Undying Spring is formed entirely of condensed fire elements, with a temperature as high as 1,300 degrees Celsius." The man's hand holding the mouse suddenly trembled, and a cold aura emanated from him. "The Undying Spring? 1,300 degrees? Are you saying that my son is dead?" The woman lowered her head, remaining silent for a long time before speaking with difficulty. "Although the young master possesses noble bloodline, his strength is only at the first tier. That kind of temperature, I'm afraid." She didn't continue, but her meaning was already unmistakably clear. "The Undying Spring." The man murmured the name softly, yet his face showed no trace of panic. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm. He restrained his aura and said in a peculiar tone, "First, tell me about the other matter I asked you to investigate." The woman raised her head in surprise, but still answered truthfully, "Sir, it has been confirmed. The young master is able to wield elemental power because he has fused with the legendary treasure, the Nine-Spirit Wheel." The Nine-Spirit Wheel. A glint flashed in the man's eyes, as if he had unraveled a mystery. He murmured to himself, "So that's it. It seems the Fire Spirit Pearl has returned to its place." "Sir, what did you say?" The man's voice was too soft, and the woman didn't catch it. "Nothing." The man waved his hand and said indifferently, "You may leave. Qianyu is fine. Just focus on completing our plan." Although the woman was full of doubts, she did not ask further and simply inquired, "Sir, the young master had an incident. Jiangcheng Ability University bears some responsibility, and the Nightfall organization is also implicated. Should we?" "No need." The man shook his head and said coldly, "Jiangcheng University is, after all, Qianyu's alma mater. As for Nightfall, they themselves are not frightening, but the forces behind them are difficult to deal with. If we go too far, it will be counterproductive. For now, we just need to focus on executing the plan." He paused and continued, "I originally planned to bring him over, but now it seems unnecessary. He can live well over there. Withdraw the people monitoring him, and for the time being, do not disturb his life anymore." "Yes." The woman nodded and respectfully withdrew. The man turned his chair, facing the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, overlooking the city below. 9-spirit wheel, fire spirit orb. He murmured softly. A fountain of immortality formed by fire elements. How could it possibly harm him? Jiangqing University of Supernatural Abilities, Principal's Office. Junshin sat dejectedly in the main seat, his eyes tightly shut. In front of him, Zhang Juanlong's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, his eyes flickering with an uncertain light. Clearly, he already knew the entire course of events. Damn nightfall, Zhang Junlong growled viciously. They made Jiangqing University lose 2 S-class students in one go. One day, I'll uproot them completely. The anger in his heart was no less than that of Jun Chun. Hua Qinyu was a peerless genius he had personally recruited. Lu Jin was his most prized disciple. Losing either one of them would feel like a knife cutting through his heart, let alone losing both at the same time. 2 S-level students. Such a loss was enough to cause an uproar across the entire supernatural university community. If this matter got out, he would feel utterly humiliated. However, in front of Jun Chun, he dared not express these thoughts too clearly. He knew the principal was currently in a fit of rage, and if by any chance, Jun Chun used all his strength and hoarsely whispered, "Junlong." His voice was extremely weak, devoid of its usual authority. Zhang Junlong immediately stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Principal, please speak. Do not announce to the public for now that 2 S-class ability users are missing." Junshin struggled to open his eyes, revealing a pair of hollow pupils. "This will affect the school's reputation. Remember, it must be kept confidential." "Understood. I will inform Lin Yi and the others. Please rest assured." Zhang Junlong promptly agreed. Moreover, Junshin's voice grew increasingly somber. "With the loss of Hua Qinyu and Lu Jin, our school's strength in this year's Academy Friendship Tournament will undoubtedly take a significant hit. The competition only allows first-year students to participate, but compared to the freshmen from the other 3 academies, the ones we have left are far inferior." Zhang Juanlong's heart stirred, and he tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting?" Junshin's aged eyes narrowed slightly, and he said slowly, word by word, "Activate this year's elemental infusion." As soon as the words fell, a blue chip appeared out of thin air in his withered hand. He gently placed the chip on the table and slowly pushed it toward Zhang Junlong. "This is the list. Each academy gets 1 slot. The Fire Academy's situation is special, and without an S rank to oversee it, they are granted 2 slots. A total of 10. Get it done quickly." "Yes, I'll arrange it immediately," Zhang Junlong responded, accepting the order. "Wait." Junshin suddenly called out to him. On that aged face, a trace of ruthlessness completely at odds with his usual demeanor appeared, his voice as cold as a blade. "Junlong, mobilize all the resources the school can muster and search the entire city for any trace of Nightfall." He spoke each word as if squeezing it out through clenched teeth. "I want them to pay for blood with blood." Zhang Juanlong's body, which was just about to turn, suddenly froze. He clearly heard undisguised killing intent in the voice. This was the first time he had seen Junshin reveal such an expression. He secretly took a cold breath, not daring to show the slightest defiance, and immediately responded, "Yes, I will definitely get it done." Sigh. Junshin let out a long sigh. After the overwhelming anger subsided, all that remained was an irreparable sense of guilt and self-reproach. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Phoenix Cave, in the undying spring, Hua Qinyu's body was quietly floating at the center of the crimson spring water. His eyes were tightly shut, clearly still in a state of unconsciousness. Threads of golden light, like gentle warm currents, continuously flowed into his body, coursing through every corner of him. The bloodline of the vampire clan within him was silently taking effect, tirelessly repairing those fatal wounds even while he remained unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Qinyu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat dazed as he looked around in confusion. Everything around him was crimson red, and his body floated in the spring water, as if immersed in an endless sea of fire. "Where is this? Didn't I already die?" he murmured in confusion, raising his hand to clench his fist. The tangible sensation in his palm made him chuckle softly. So this is what the world after death is like. Warm and cozy. He had thought it would be a colder, more terrifying place. Just as he was feeling bewildered, a voice seemingly from ancient times slowly echoed, carrying an undeniable authority amidst its calmness. You have finally awakened. Hua Qianyu immediately looked in the direction of the voice, but saw nothing. Yet, he remained completely unperturbed. After all, in his view, there was no ending more terrifying than death. Who are you? He raised his head and asked calmly. In an instant, within this crimson world, a pair of enormous crimson gold eyes suddenly lit up. With just one glance, Hua Qianyu felt a sacred and scorching presence piercing straight into his soul. Immediately, a mass of crimson gold flames blazed up, and a giant bird with a peculiar appearance slowly emerged from the fire. It had the head of a rooster, the chin of a swallow, the neck of a snake, the back of a turtle, and the tail of a fish, its entire body covered in magnificent crimson feathers. Although it had the form of a bird, its crimson gold eyes revealed an intelligence far beyond that of humans. No, it was divinity. Hua Qianyu's eyes widened involuntarily. This appearance was strikingly similar to the mythical phoenix of ancient legends. He composed himself and chuckled wryly, saying, I never thought I'd see the legendary phoenix after my death. So, does this mean this must be heaven? The phoenix is an auspicious divine bird. It could never possibly reside in hell. Death? No, you are not dead. The golden eyes flickered slightly, and the majestic voice echoed once more. This is the interior of the undying spring. The crimson scenes you see around you are all the spring water of the undying spring. Hua Qianyu was slightly stunned, her not yet fully awake mind struggling to believe what she was hearing. She murmured to herself, I'm beneath the undying spring? Impossible. How could I withstand a temperature of 1,300 degrees? And how could I breathe underwater? Sounds incredible, doesn't it? The phoenix's phantom seemed to see through his thoughts and patiently explained. At first, I was also curious as to why such a weak human could remain unharmed in this undying spring. Until later, I sensed the aura of the fire spirit pearl on you. Fire spirit pearl. Hua Qianyu softly repeated the unfamiliar term, his voice filled with astonishment and doubt. What is that? A trace of doubt also flickered in the golden eyes as the phoenix's phantom asked in return, You don't know? Fire spirit orb. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, his mind racing. He immediately thought of the 9 mysterious petal marks on his chest, one of which was bright red, while the other 8 were all gray. His mind flashed back to the scene when he first saw the 9-spirit wheel. He clearly remembered that above the wheel, there were exactly 9 grooves, no more, no less. Connecting all these clues, Hua Qianyu suddenly realized a shocking possibility. The 9-spirit wheel might not be the ultimate treasure at all. It was merely a container. A container designed to hold items like the fire spirit orb. And he himself was another container. A container meant to hold the 9-spirit wheel. Feather's furrowed brows relaxed. Everything that had happened while he was unconscious was now finally clear. The fire spirit pearl had returned to its place. It must have been the work of Gu Lao. The fog that had been troubling him was finally beginning to lift. You seem to have remembered something? The phantom of the phoenix gently flapped its wings, its golden eyes gazing down at Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu raised his head and asked, This fire spirit pearl, what exactly is it? Since ancient times, there have been 9 great spirit pearls in Huaxia, symbolizing the ultimate elemental forces. The phoenix's voice carried a trace of ancient solemnity. Each spirit pearl corresponds to an element and is a supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Whoever masters one of them becomes the ruler of that era. You possess the fire spirit pearl, which allows your body to largely resist flames. Therefore, although this undying spring is pure fire element, it cannot harm you, unless someone uses battle techniques to attack you. The phoenix patiently explained, its golden flame-burning eyes never leaving Hua Qianyu's body. As for why you can breathe and speak here, it's because I set up an energy barrier to isolate the spring water. Ancient times. 9 spirit pearls. Elemental immunity. Every word the phoenix said struck Hua Qianyu's heart like a heavy hammer, completely contradicting the common knowledge he was familiar with. Wait, Hua Qinyu interrupted it. What do you mean by ancient times? Elemental power only appeared 100 years ago. A brief 100-year history of the development of supernatural abilities. How could there suddenly be an ancient era? 100 years ago, Phoenix's voice first carried doubt, then turned to understanding. The supernatural explosion 100 years ago wasn't the beginning, it was a revival. Do you understand what that means? Hua Qinyu's heart trembled violently. Not the beginning, but a revival? His mind surged with waves of shock. Could it be that humans had possessed supernatural abilities long ago? You are not mistaken. The origin of supernatural abilities dates back to 100,000 years ago. At that time, supernatural abilities were called inner power, and those who possessed them were referred to as cultivators. 100,000 years. Hua Qinyu murmured in a daze. That number had already surpassed his understanding. Since then, supernatural abilities have continued to evolve, with each era producing countless powerful individuals, each generation stronger than the last. Blue Star even became the dominant force in this star region for a time. Speaking of its former glory, Phoenix's voice grew exalted, and her golden eyes shone brilliantly. However, as the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. Blue Star's power became so immense that it threatened other civilizations. 5,000 years ago, a dark force from beyond the star domain made its move. Everything about supernatural powers on Blue Star was completely sealed away. Including myself, all gods and divine beasts were either killed or sealed. From that moment, Blue Star entered a 5,000-year-long dark era. 5,000 years ago, Hua Qinyu murmured, isn't that precisely the beginning of recorded history in our Huaxia civilization? That's right. The myths you have recorded now actually originate from the hands of those true great beings back then. However, history is no longer complete history, and myths are not entirely fictional myths. Hua Qinyu nodded, half understanding. The phantom of the phoenix let out a long sigh, its voice filled with endless desolation. Alas, in just 5,000 years, our 100,000-year glory has declined to this extent. The current blue star, in the vast universe, is as weak as a speck of dust. Fortunately, the seal is gradually being lifted, and humanity is not entirely without hope. Hua Qinyu remained silent. These ancient secrets were indeed shocking, but for him, surviving and finding a way to leave this place were the most important matters at hand. He composed himself and respectfully clasped his fists toward the phantom of the phoenix, saying, Senior, what you have said, I cannot fully comprehend. I only wish to know if I still have a chance to leave here. Of course you can. The phoenix's golden eyes shifted slightly. However, after waiting so long for a human bearing the fire spirit pearl, I am eager to pass on my power to you. But, its voice paused. In your bloodline, besides the aura of the Huaxia human race, there is another, extremely evil power. This prevents you from inheriting my pure and holy phoenix power. Hua Qinyu's lips moved slightly. He knew that the evil power the phoenix mentioned was the bloodline of the vampire clan within him. He just hadn't expected that this legendary ancient divine beast would actually want to pass its power to him. But why didn't it rely on its own strength to restore that glorious era, instead of seeking someone to inherit it? Hua Qinyu's doubts were all seen by the phoenix. Its gaze dimmed, and its voice carried a trace of sorrow. I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, after 5,000 years of being sealed, my physical body has long been destroyed. What you see now is merely the soul I condensed using the power of nirvana. Rather than being forever trapped in this fountain of immortality, I would rather contribute my strength to the descendants of Huaxia. Cultivation techniques, battle skills, divine weapons. The ancient gods left behind countless treasures, but all I have left is this phoenix blood and phoenix soul. So that's how it is. Hua Qinyu murmured softly, a bold idea suddenly emerging in her mind. She blurted out, Senior, although I cannot inherit your power, I have a friend who definitely can. If you trust me, I promise to ensure your legacy shines brightly once more. The person she referred to was Lenny, the young man who worked harder than anyone else, unfortunately, lacked top-tier elemental talent. If he could obtain the power of the Phoenix divine beast, perhaps everything could change. The phantom of the phoenix froze, the flames in its golden eyes flickering wildly, its voice tinged with a trace of excitement. You, are you really willing to help me? Of course. Hua Qianyu smiled gently. You once safeguarded the peace of this land. Besides, what you're doing is also for the future of all of us. I have no reason to refuse. Of course, he had an even more important reason, hidden deep in his heart. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Since you are willing to help, I will not treat you unfairly. The phoenix's voice was full of approval. Human, tell me your name. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and calmly replied, My name is Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu, very well. If you are willing to help me pass on the phoenix's divine power, I can grant you an equally powerful divine beast inheritance. Moreover, this power aligns perfectly with the unique aura you possess. Hua Qianyu immediately shook his head and said with a smile, Your agreement to pass on the phoenix's divine power is already a tremendous blessing. I dare not hope for anything more. A trace of surprise flashed in the phoenix's golden pupils as it asked in confusion, Receiving the legacy of the gods is a gift every talented person dreams of. You, why do you have no interest at all? Even when you first heard about my phoenix legacy, what you thought of wasn't yourself, but your friend. Hua Qianyu, you are the most desireless person I have ever met. Hua Qianyu smiled and said earnestly, You're joking. It's not that I lack desire. It's just that you've already mentioned the power of the phoenix isn't suitable for me. Moreover, compared to me, he is the one who can truly unleash the full potential of this power. For you to give such high praise, it seems your friend is indeed exceptional. In that case, my bloodline will not be severed. The phoenix's shadow suddenly laughed. Forget it. Since I've spoken, I won't take it back. Both you and your friend will receive the inheritance of the ancient divine beast. As soon as the words fell, golden flames surged skyward around the phoenix's shadow. Accompanied by a resonant phoenix cry, a blood-red orb of light slowly floated out from the golden flames. The moment this sphere of light appeared, the sacred atmosphere of the entire space instantly turned eerie. A chilling scent of blood spread in all directions, and the surrounding air seemed to drop by several degrees. Hua Qianyu's gaze was firmly drawn in, his eyes fixed on the blood-red sphere of light, from which an incredibly dense aura of blood emanated. His body, under the lure of this blood aura, began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a kind of longing he had never experienced before, one that arose from the depths of his soul. This is the source blood and dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon, the phoenix's shadow said calmly, but these words stirred up a storm in Hua Qianyu's heart. The blood-red light cluster, under the guidance of the phoenix's power, slowly floated to his front. Ancient blood dragon. Hua Qianyu stared intently at the light cluster, murmuring to herself. The golden pupils flickered slightly, and the phoenix's shadow seemed to be lost in memory. The ancient blood dragon was the ruler of the dragon race during the primordial era. It was bloodthirsty and murderous by nature, bringing immense disaster to the world, and for a long time, it plunged this land into ruin and desolation. Eventually, it was hunted down and destroyed by its kin and the gods in a joint effort. But its physical body is indestructible, and its soul is immortal. Even if only a drop of source blood and the dragon's soul remain, it can be reborn from that. Therefore, after it was defeated, its source blood and dragon soul have been suppressed by me. Even so, I still have to admit that the ancient blood dragon was the most extraordinary emperor in the history of the dragon race. After it, no dragon emperor has ever emerged to rival it. Hua Qianyu listened in shock and admiration, saying, To be able to suppress the source blood and dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon, your strength is truly unfathomable. In terms of pure strength, I am not its match. But as a fellow divine beast, merely suppressing its source blood and dragon soul is much easier. The phoenix's phantom first chuckled, then said with relief, To refine the power of the ancient blood dragon, the compatibility of bloodlines is the primary condition. In other words, one must possess a unique and powerful bloodline like yours. But in that era, among all the gods, aside from those deeply sinful fallen deities, it was nearly impossible to find a suitable inheritor. Yet how could the gods allow the power of the Blood Dragon Emperor to fall into the hands of such wicked beings? Therefore, they specifically entrusted me to suppress it with the sacred attribute of the phoenix flame. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, I have encountered a human descendant with such a high degree of compatibility with it today. I even suspect that you might be a descendant of some ancient sinful god. At this point, the golden pupils of the phoenix's phantom once again locked on Hua Qianyu's eyes, only to find that those deep, blood-colored eyes were pure and untainted, without the slightest impurity. It immediately denied. However, there isn't the slightest trace of sinful aura on you. So I believe that the inheritance of the ancient blood dragon belongs to you. This can also be considered an explanation to the ancient dragon clan. Hua Qianyu did not speak, but waves of intense longing surged uncontrollably from her bloodline. I am willing to accept the inheritance. Almost involuntarily, Hua Qianyu's response followed the truest thoughts in her heart. Very well. The phoenix's phantom let out a satisfied hum. She greatly appreciated Hua Qianyu's decisive personality. Communicating with someone like this was unexpectedly effortless. The fire in the golden pupils suddenly became solemn, and the voice of the phoenix's shadow turned serious. Hua Qianyu, sit cross-legged, focus your mind, and eliminate all distractions. Fusing with the source blood will feel as if your body is being torn apart. Fusing with the dragon soul will further subject your spiritual world to endless resentment. I will protect you, but you must endure it. I understand. Hua Qianyu replied briefly, his expression becoming extremely grave. As soon as the words fell, the blood-red light instantly moved, landing squarely on his forehead and directly burrowing into the center of his brows. The source blood and dragon soul of the blood dragon entered his body simultaneously. In just an instant, Hua Qianyu felt as if his blood was about to boil, and deep within his spirit, it was as though thousands of ants were frantically tearing at him. Ugh! Aya! Hua Qianyu let out a painful roar. His body and soul were simultaneously subjected to the oppressive might of the ancient divine beast. This pain was countless times more intense than any trial he had endured before, completely on a different level. The source blood of the blood dragon coursed through his meridians, beginning to flow throughout his entire body. Wherever it passed, the mortal flesh was destroyed and then reborn. Accompanying this process was an increasingly intense pain. Blood and sweat seeped simultaneously from Hua Qianyu's pores, quickly soaking his clothes, as a putrid aura of decay spread around him. No one knew how much time had passed, but the excruciating pain in his body gradually transformed into a tingling sensation. Hua Qianyu's contorted expression slowly relaxed, and he began to calm his mind, refining the power of the ancient blood dragon. A golden barrier formed by the power of the phoenix emerged, completely enveloping Hua Qianyu's body. This barrier isolated him from the outside world, ensuring that his cultivation would not be disturbed in any way. At that moment, within the crimson space, a pair of enormous blood-red eyes appeared without warning, piercing through the phoenix barrier. Those eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, fixed intently on the phoenix's phantom at the center of the barrier. Phoenix, how dare you pass my source blood dragon soul to a mere human? Blood Dragon Emperor, I lifted your seal and even found such a perfectly compatible inheritor for you. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also dare to use this accusatory tone. The Phoenix Phantom responded with a light laugh. The Blood Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort, his tone chilling. Phoenix, you truly have some nerve. Lifting my seal, aren't you afraid that I might seize the opportunity to be reborn? The golden pupils flickered slightly, and the Phoenix's shadow said with a hint of mockery, if you still had that ability, I wouldn't have so easily lifted your seal. Even with my nirvana divine power, I can barely restore your soul. In this world now, it can no longer bear the existence of ancient gods. Humph. The Blood Dragon Emperor snorted coldly without refuting, clearly acknowledging the truth in the Phoenix's words. But for a mere human to inherit my power, isn't that far too inadequate? The Phoenix's shadow smiled faintly. This human may be weak, but he has exceptional talent and also bears the Fire Spirit Pearl. Someone recognized by the elemental spirit pearls could hardly be an ordinary person. Given time, he is bound to become a dominant force. Seeing those blood-red eyes waver slightly, the phoenix's phantom pressed on. Moreover, you were once the dragon emperor of this land. No matter how defiant or unruly you are, this identity is something you can never deny. The glory of 100,000 years has long passed, and now we are powerless to turn things around. At the very least, leave a glimmer of hope for this world. The phoenix's righteous words were met only with a mocking cold laugh. The blood dragon emperor said with pity, "What you mean is, I should place my hope in a mere mortal. After all these years, you, the divine beast phoenix, are still so naive, as foolish as ever. Your compassion truly disgusts me." The ethereal phoenix shadow showed no anger. Its holy eyes remained calm, merely asking faintly, "Blood dragon emperor, you have lived a life of wanton freedom, but have you ever done anything worthy of the title emperor? Your descendants, those dragon sons and grandsons, though none have ever matched you as a dragon emperor, every single one of them, without exception, has been a wise and virtuous ruler. Now, as the end times approach, when future generations speak of you, blood dragon emperor, they see nothing but a figure of monstrous sins and unforgivable evil. Yet, the glory of the dragon race ultimately originated with you, and this fact can never be erased. So, can you, for the sake of your descendants, stake the dignity of the dragon emperor and become, in the truest sense, the first dragon emperor?" A long silence. The blood dragon emperor remained silent, and the pair of blood-red eyes in midair flickered continuously, with a faint, almost imperceptible ripple in the scarlet glow. "Phoenix, remember this. No one can command this emperor. Everything this emperor does is for this emperor alone." A long time later, the majestic and prolonged voice of the blood dragon emperor resounded once more. It was still cold, but slightly less harsh. In midair, the blood-red eyes that had been staring at the phoenix's phantom slowly disappeared, returning to Hua Qianyu's spiritual world. Weak body, weak soul, such a fragile human, yet the only vessel capable of containing this emperor. In Hua Qianyu's spiritual world, a majestic voice of an emperor slowly echoed. But this very body possesses a bloodline that this emperor admires. However, why does this bloodline contain some impure elements? The voice of the blood dragon emperor first sounded puzzled, then turned disdainful and scornful. Arrogance, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, the 7 deadly sins, such base evils. Are they even worthy to coexist with this emperor? Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted, and a blood-red dragon's soul surged forth from Hua Qianyu's spiritual sea, spreading to envelop his entire body. This emperor is the greatest sin in this world. This emperor is also the ultimate. What utter depravity! A voice filled with slaughter and fear, as if emanating from the depths of hell, carried an infinite majesty, blood, death, fear. Under the gaze of my dragon's head, all evil is under my control. The 7 deadly sins? Ha! They are only fit to serve as nourishment for my dragon's soul. As soon as the words fell, 7 black spheres of light, connected to Hua Qianyu's aura, shattered in response, transforming into insignificant specks of light that humbly adhered to the newly born dragon's soul. Everything settled. The blood dragon's soul quickly withdrew, hiding in the deepest part of Hua Qianyu's mental sea. The mental sea, which had been turbulent and restless just a moment ago, instantly returned to calm. Immediately after, a resounding voice from ancient times echoed throughout the cave, a voice that seemed capable of making souls tremble and bloodlines submit. "I am the first dragon emperor of Huaxia, Emperor Jiuju. Today, in the name of the dragon emperor, I bestow upon you dragon blood and pass on to you the dragon soul." The supreme majesty of the dragon emperor dissipated in just an instant, yet it caused the phoenix's shadow in the cave to shake violently. The golden pupils of the phoenix dimmed slightly. The soul of this majestic divine beast was shaken under the overwhelming dragon's might, even showing faint signs of submission. "Primordial Dragon Emperor, after your legacy is complete, it will be my turn." The voice of the phoenix's shadow was no longer calm. Instead, it became high-pitched, filled with indescribable excitement and reverence. At this moment, the souls of the two supreme divine beasts of China resonated intensely due to their shared belief. The fusion of the blood dragon's primordial blood continued. During this process, Hua Qianyu's energy level did not increase, but his meridians, bones, and flesh were undergoing a transformative sublimation. His meridians were expanded to twice their original size, and the fire elements that had once filled his entire body now barely occupied half the space. Moreover, this transformation was far from over. The nourishment of dragon blood caused his already dense energy to be further compressed and purified. Ultimately, the energy that had previously filled his entire body now only occupied a quarter of his current physical capacity. This meant that, without any change in his ability level, Hua Qianyu's energy capacity had been significantly enhanced. When he unleashed his strongest killing move at full power again, he would no longer have to worry about exhausting all his strength. The energy void triggered the automatic operation of the nine-spirit wheel within his body. Immersed in the fountain of immortality formed by this high-density fire element, Hua Qianyu had no need to worry about energy depletion. Under the guidance of the nine-spirit wheel, an endless stream of elemental power surged madly into his body, and the surging energy was immediately refined and compressed under the nourishment of dragon blood, ultimately forming a strange balance. Hua Qianyu's aura also gradually rose within this balance. No one knew how much time had passed when Hua Qianyu's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. A flash of blood-red light flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "You've finally awakened, Hua Qianyu. You have been cultivating for a full 27 days. At the same time, those crimson gold eyes lit up once more, and the phantom of a phoenix appeared out of thin air, speaking slowly. Hua Qianyu was not surprised. Although he was in deep meditation, his body senses could still clearly perceive the passage of time. "Thank you, Senior, for protecting me." Hua Qianyu first expressed his gratitude, then slowly stood up. The prolonged sitting had made his muscles and bones stiff, and as he stood up, his entire body emitted a series of crisp, cracking sounds. His clothes had long been soaked with blood and sweat, clinging tightly to his skin, making him feel very uncomfortable. But the joy of physical transformation was enough to overshadow all of this. Therefore, even for someone with a slight obsession with cleanliness, the stains covering his body seemed hardly worth mentioning. This time, the dragon blood refinement brought the greatest change to his appearance. Hua Qianyu's features were already excessively handsome, coupled with his fair skin, always giving the impression of a delicate and refined young man. If his skin had previously been a lifeless pale white, now it carried a touch of healthy rosiness, as tender and smooth as a baby's, seemingly ready to yield water with a gentle pinch. One might have expected the refinement of dragon blood to imbue him with a hint of masculinity, but instead, it added an extra touch of elegance, giving him an aura of harmlessness. Only those blood-red eyes, as flawless and crystalline as rubies, appeared even deeper and purer than before. Your appearance and aura have changed significantly, but the benefits should go far beyond that. The source blood of the primordial dragon emperor brings immeasurable advantages to a mortal body like yours. The golden eyes of the phoenix's shadow swept over Hua Qianyu's entire body as it spoke with an air of authority. Feeling this body that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Hua Qianyu merely smiled faintly. "Senior, you are right. I can feel that the strength of my body has undergone an earth-shattering transformation." As he spoke, Hua Qianyu summoned his nine-spirit blood flame sword and, with its sharp tip, lightly drew it across his left arm. If it were the former him, with the sharpness of this sword, even the slightest touch would have left a noticeable wound. But now, his arm bore only a barely discernible white mark. Not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even the slightest sensation of pain. The Dragon Emperor's primal blood, though it didn't directly elevate his energy level, had forged for him a physique as formidable as that of a true dragon. Not bad. The tone of the phoenix's shadow became gratified, offering praise without reservation. With your current body, even if that ghost-faced fire serpent strikes you head-on again, it won't cause fatal damage. Senior, so you knew all along? Hua Qianyu asked with some surprise. Of course. The phoenix chuckled lightly. That ghost-faced fire Jiao has been seeking a breakthrough in my undying spring all this time. How could I not know? The one who caused you to fall into the undying spring. Who else could it be but it? The phoenix's phantom chuckled softly and began to explain. That ghost-faced fire Jiao wants to rely on the divine beast aura in the undying spring to transform into a dragon. But alas, a Jiao is still a Jiao, not a dragon. Its bloodline is too impure, destined never to become a true dragon. As for you now, even though you still can't defeat a third-tier mutant beast, at least you can escape safely from its grasp. Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. No one understood the changes in his body better than he did. Back then, when the ghost-faced fire Jiao lashed out with its tail, it nearly shattered all the ribs in his chest. But now, if a strike of the same force were to hit him again, Hua Qianyu was confident that he could withstand it with his robust physique alone, without even needing to defend. Unfortunately, my source power hasn't improved. Hua Qianyu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. His source power level was still stuck at level 13. He had thought that refining dragon blood would at least bring some improvement, but it seemed he had been too greedy. The blood and soul of a divine beast will only strengthen your body and spirit. The phoenix's phantom cast him a faint glance. This is just the foundation, to enable you to withstand greater power. Hua Qianyu, one must learn to be content. I understand, Hua Qianyu smiled. It's just that now my physical strength far exceeds my source power. This imbalance feels a bit strange. When your source power improves, this strange feeling will naturally disappear. There's no need to rush, the phoenix's phantom casually reminded him. As soon as the words fell, another ball of crimson gold light floated out from the phoenix's flames. It carefully delivered it to Hua Qianyu and solemnly said, "This is my phoenix source blood and phoenix soul. Now, I entrust them to you." Hua Qianyu extended both hands, cautiously holding the light sphere, bringing it closer for a careful examination. A wave of scorching yet sacred energy rushed toward him. This was his first impression. "Senior, how does your source blood and phoenix soul differ from the ancient blood dragons?" Hua Qianyu asked curiously. Let's start with the bloodline. The blood of the ancient blood dragon primarily strengthens the physical body. That kind of enhancement is subtle and gradual. Over time, your body could even rival that of a true ancient dragon. As for my source blood, while it also strengthens the body, it focuses more on granting you the phoenix's power of regeneration. The phoenix's phantom paused for a moment, looked at Hua Qianyu, and said, "Self-healing ability. You should be familiar with it. I've observed that you already possess a strong self-healing ability, which should be your innate bloodline talent. My phoenix source blood has a function somewhat similar to this talent of yours. Self-healing." Hua Qianyu murmured softly. This ability was all too familiar to him. In battle, that miraculous mechanism of repairing the body at any moment was incredibly useful. He couldn't help but think, if Linny could also have this ability, it would be much safer in the future. As for the phoenix soul, the phoenix's phantom continued. It is similar to the dragon soul in that it can grant you immense spiritual power. The soul of a divine beast represents the highest level of spiritual power in this world. When facing spiritual power weaker than yours, you can exert absolute suppression, leaving the opponent completely unable to resist. The phoenix's tone was rather proud, but also very honest. But to be honest, the dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon is somewhat stronger than my phoenix soul. Hua Qianyu nodded knowingly and expressed her gratitude once again. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. I am deeply grateful. Keep my legacy safe, and don't forget the promise you made to me. The phoenix lineage must not end with me." The phoenix's phantom reminded solemnly. Hua Qianyu placed the light orb into the storage space of her ability ring and replied with equal seriousness, "Rest assured, Senior. I will keep my word and fulfill it." "Good." A trace of satisfaction appeared in the golden eyes of the phoenix's phantom. It said, "You fell into the undying spring, were unconscious for 3 days, and then spent 27 days refining dragon blood. Altogether, a full month has passed. It's time for you to leave." "Has it been a month already?" Hua Qianyu's eyebrows twitched slightly. "It's been so long. I wonder what has happened outside. How is Linny? Has he safely returned to school?" Thinking of this, Hua Qianyu suddenly felt an urgent desire to go home and quickly asked, "Senior, how can I get out?" The phoenix's phantom lightly flapped its wings and chuckled. "Since you've absorbed the dragon soul, your mental strength must have improved significantly. Why not use this power to find the exit of the barrier yourself?" Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up. This suggestion was exactly to his liking. It was indeed a good opportunity to test his current mental strength. No sooner said than done. With a single thought, Hua Qianyu conjured a pair of blood-red eyes in midair. They were the eyes of the ancient blood dragon, crimson like fresh blood, eerie and enchanting. The blood dragon's eyes slowly rotated, capturing every detail of the surroundings and transmitting them clearly to Hua Qianyu's mind through his mental power. Hua Qianyu closed his own eyes, yet everything around him became even clearer. This sensation, it was as if he were directly viewing the world with his soul, far more vivid than seeing with his eyes. It took only a very short time for the blood-red dragon eyes to find the weak point of this phoenix barrier, right above his head. Hua Qianyu gave a faint smile and was about to withdraw the dragon's soul, but his casually sweeping mental power suddenly touched an extremely cold aura. Gulp, gulp, thud. Hua Qianyu's heart began to pound wildly, and the nine-spirit wheel in his chest, dormant for so long, suddenly started to tremble violently. That stirring sensation struck him repeatedly, as if directly hammering at his soul. Hua Qianyu stiffly lowered his head. Beneath him, the crimson spring seemed as though some peerless treasure was about to emerge, exuding a fatal allure that pulled his body downward incessantly. A peculiar expression flickered in the golden eyes of the phoenix's phantom. It gazed at Hua Qianyu, its look becoming profoundly meaningful. The phantom of the phoenix gazed at Hua Qianyu, whose expression seemed as if he were possessed, without uttering a word to stop him. However, a peculiar glimmer flashed through its golden eyes. There was clearly nothing in front of Hua Qianyu, yet in his pupils, an icy blue light was constantly reflected. That light seemed to emanate directly from the depths of his soul. He could sense a presence that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Could it be? Could it really be? His breathing began to quicken, and his body uncontrollably started to descend slowly, moving purposefully toward the source of that icy aura. Soon, he reached the edge of the phoenix barrier. When he extended his right hand, his palm was immediately blocked by an invisible force, and a golden barrier inscribed with mysterious divine patterns appeared before him. "Senior," Hua Qianyu's voice was hoarse, carrying a desperate, suppressed longing. "Could you open this barrier?" The golden eyes of the phoenix's phantom became sharper, its tone carrying a warning. "Hua Qianyu, this undying spring is composed of two extreme types of spring water. Above where you are now is pure fire elemental energy. You are fortunate enough to survive here because you possess the fire spirit orb." It paused for a moment and continued. "But beneath this crimson spring lies a highly dense water elemental energy body, and it's not ordinary water. It's ice with an even more extreme attribute. With your current strength, if you come into contact with it, you will die instantly." The phoenix's phantom voice softened slightly. "Although I don't know what you're trying to do, I can guess. Below the cold spring lies the legendary water spirit orb. Judging by your appearance, it seems the elemental spirit orb within you has sensed it." "Water spirit orb," Hua Qianyu murmured in a daze. "It really is the water spirit orb." Seeing his despondent appearance, the phoenix's phantom sternly reminded him once again. Each elemental spirit orb contains the most extreme elemental power in the world. Being able to control even one of them already makes you a one-in-a-million genius. But in the past 100,000 years, only those with the nine-spirit divine veins have been able to simultaneously control multiple elemental spirit orbs. However, the nine-spirit divine veins have not appeared for 50,000 years and are nearly extinct. Hua Qianyu, since you have already mastered the fire spirit orb, it is impossible for you to simultaneously control the water spirit orb. If you force it, the only outcome will be your body exploding and your death." Hua Qianyu seemed not to hear, his gaze resolute as he looked ahead and asked in return, "Senior, what if? What if I am the exception?" The phoenix's phantom narrowed its golden eyes slightly, then let out a mocking laugh. "Are you trying to say that you possess the nine-spirit divine veins?" Impossible. I have already examined your body, and there is absolutely no. The phoenix's voice abruptly stopped. Its golden eyes suddenly fixed intently on Hua Qianyu's chest. There, at some unknown moment, a faint glow of 9 different elements began to emanate. This is the 9-spirit divine vein? The phoenix's shadow exclaimed in shock, but immediately denied it. No, that's not right. This isn't a divine vein, it's an artifact. What exactly is this thing? It carries an aura similar to the 9-spirit divine vein. Yet I have never seen it before. Senior, it's called the 9-spirit wheel. It's a container that can hold spirit beads, Hua Qianyu explained calmly, touching her chest. The flames in the phoenix shadow's eyes flickered violently, still filled with astonishment. The 9-spirit wheel? Capable of holding spirit beads? Hua Qianyu, where did you obtain this thing? A long time ago, an elder from Huaxia gave it to me and told me to merge with it, Hua Qianyu said softly. But at that time, I didn't know its purpose, nor did I know there was a fire spirit pearl inside my body. Recalling past experiences, Hua Qianyu felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. He thought that all these arrangements seemed to be predestined. So that's how it is. The voice of the phoenix's shadow calmed down, carrying a hint of relief. It seems this 9-spirit wheel might be a divine artifact forged by later generations of humans using special materials. Accommodating spirit pearls? Haha, how interesting. Materials capable of accommodating elemental spirit pearls were unheard of, even for a being with 10,000 years of experience like it. Fine, since you can accommodate the elemental spirit orb, this water spirit orb is your opportunity. I will open the barrier for you, but whether you can obtain it depends on your own ability. As soon as the words fell, the circular barrier engraved with divine patterns in front of Hua Qianyu dissipated into smoke with the phoenix's will. In just an instant, a piercing cold swept over, causing Hua Qianyu, who was in the scorching red spring, to involuntarily shiver. So cold, he exclaimed instinctively. This was the first time he had felt such bone-chilling cold since awakening his fire elemental ability. However, the aura of the water spirit pearl was right in front of him. How could he possibly give up? Fire elements instantly enveloped his entire body, dispelling the surrounding chill. Hua Qianyu hesitated no longer, took a deep breath, held it, and leapt into the barrier. The world suddenly turned into an expanse of icy blue. Hua Qianyu's small figure plunged into the spring water surrounded by cold air, and the firelight emanating from his body instantly dimmed. In this space where fire elements were almost non-existent, his body became the sole source of that faint firelight. Hua Qianyu struggled to open his eyes and could vaguely see a hazy blue light. That light seemed to be within reach, yet also impossibly distant. He could only keep swimming downward, continuously approaching that dreamlike blue glow. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. The blue light remained distant, but Hua Qianyu's held breath had already run out. His vision suddenly went dark, and he immediately directed a portion of fire elements to form a barrier around his head, isolating the spring water and creating a small space where he could breathe. Hua Qianyu quickly adjusted his breathing. Once his breath stabilized again, he resolutely continued diving toward the bottomless ice-blue abyss. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Hua Qianyu's body kept sinking, yet that dreamlike blue light remained far out of reach. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch that unattainable hope. At this moment, the fire elemental power within his body was nearly exhausted, and the protective source energy used to resist the cold was growing weaker and weaker. His body was almost numb from the freezing cold, and his brain was reeling from extreme hypoxia. He was already approaching the limits of what his body could endure. If not for the prior refinement of the Dragon Emperor's source blood, he might have been swallowed by this icy spring 10 minutes ago. However, the body reshaped by that source blood had granted him astonishing endurance against extreme cold. Even so, Hua Qianyu's eyelids were so heavy that they were half open and half closed. The bone-chilling cold had turned his once rosy lips a purplish black, and his eyes were constantly enduring a stabbing pain. Just as he was on the brink of despair, about to give up, an ice-blue orb suddenly pierced through the layers of darkness, silently appearing before him, quietly hovering in front of his chest. Hua Qianyu used the last ounce of his strength, squinting with one eye to examine the round orb. It was as crystal clear as a gemstone, exuding a quiet and icy aura, like an ice lotus blooming in the darkness. The moment it approached Hua Qianyu's chest, the nine-spirit wheel within him seemed to awaken from its slumber, suddenly erupting with an incredibly dazzling blue light. The light completely enveloped the orb, forcing Hua Qianyu to shut his eyes tightly. Under the illumination of the blue light, the ice-blue orb transformed into countless points of light, slowly drifting toward Hua Qianyu's chest. These points of light seemed to be guided, obediently attaching themselves to one of the 8 gray petals on his chest, swiftly dyeing it ice blue. With a soft hum, the flame shield surrounding Hua Qianyu instantly vanished, replaced by a layer of gentle blue light. He slowly opened his eyes, and the piercing cold and suffocating sensation were swept away, replaced by a peculiar warmth enveloping his entire body. At this moment, this deadly cold spring felt as comfortable and natural as air to him, filled with an indescribable sense of ease. At the same time, a brand new icy blue elemental aura surged into his meridians. The fire elemental power that had originally occupied all his meridians was frantically compressed. Ultimately, 2 streams of source power, one red and one blue, became distinctly separated within his body, each flowing on its own. The aura around Hua Qianyu also began to soar at an astonishing and irrational speed. Level 14, Level 15, Level 18, Level 20. With a bang, it felt as though something inside the body had shattered. Accompanied by this strange sound, the bottleneck that symbolized the first major milestone for the gifted broke apart in response. This meant that Hua Qianyu's power had reached an entirely new level, Tier 2. He didn't know when he had raised his hands, but he simply stared blankly at his palms, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Meanwhile, Jiangqing's Supernatural Ability University. In a single private room in the girls' dormitory building, a woman was quietly sitting in front of the dressing table. She was wearing a casual silk nightgown, her dazzling golden hair cascading like a waterfall down to her hips. Just her back view alone was enough to spark imagination. She was Mu Huanling. She quietly gazed at herself in the mirror, lost in thought. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and at some point, a figure of a woman in black appeared behind Mu Huanling. The woman knelt on one knee, her head deeply lowered, seemingly not daring to look directly at the noble figure in front of her. "Miss, just now, I sensed the aura of the water spirit pearl." Mu Huanling did not turn around. She only paused slightly with the small hand that was playing with her hair and asked in a cold, eerie voice, "Oh, have you pinpointed its exact location?" Her voice, like the aura she exuded, carried a soul-piercing chill. Reporting to Miss, the aura of the water spirit pearl came and went quickly. I was unable to lock onto its exact location, but I am certain that it is in Jiangcheng, the woman in black reported. Mu Huanling was silent for a few seconds, then coldly rebuked. "Useless. You couldn't find anything, and you still have the nerve to come back and report?" The woman in black was momentarily at a loss for words, but dared not retort. "Forget it." Mu Huanling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she casually offered some comfort. "The water spirit pearl is, after all, a treasure of heaven and earth. If it were so easy to find, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." The woman in black finally felt relieved. She raised her head slightly and respectfully said, "Miss, I have already investigated the matter you instructed last time." "Let's hear it," Mu Huanling said with a faint smile. Han Xinyu was not on a special mission for the Execution Academy as the rumors claimed, but rather, she accidentally lost her life during the last trip to the Undying Spring. As for Lu Jin, he was abducted by the Night King of the Nightfall organization. The school's current explanation is merely a stalling tactic by those old folks to preserve their reputation. Han Xinyu is dead. A hint of surprise flickered in Mu Huanling's voice. Then, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, and with a touch of regret, she said, "What a pity. An S-level talent, and so beautiful too. To die just like that, what a waste. But perhaps it's for the best. One less obstacle for the future. You may leave now. Find a way to let the rumors about Han Xinyu and Lu Jin accidentally spread. I want to see what interesting things might happen next." Within the undying spring, Han Xinyu had already emerged from the icy spring and returned to the crimson spring where the phoenix's phantom resided. You actually succeeded. The phoenix's ethereal figure gazed at him with golden eyes, and your source power has already broken through to the second tier. Hua Qianyu's body involuntarily revealed a look of astonishment. That's right. Hua Qianyu nodded with a smile. He extended his hands forward, his left hand holding a rising crimson flame, and his right hand a flowing tranquil cold water. Two completely opposite forces coexisted perfectly in his hands. Now, I can simultaneously control two elements without any conflict. The golden eyes of the phoenix's phantom were filled with amazement. Truly worthy of being the elemental spirit pearl. No, even with the spirit pearl, no one else could possibly achieve this. Your body possesses astonishing adaptability. Hua Qianyu withdrew his power, lowered his hands, and said with a calm smile, "Thank you, Senior, for making this possible. These past days, I have gained far too much. Dragon blood and soul, phoenix blood and soul, and the water spirit pearl. Any one of these treasures would be enough to cause a bloody storm in the outside world, yet now they all belong to him alone. All right, all of this is what you deserve. It's getting late. You should leave now." The phoenix's phantom smiled faintly, and a golden flame beam shot out from its eyes, landing on the barrier above. A golden phoenix magic array appeared, spinning rapidly before gradually fading away. The exit of the barrier was fully revealed before Hua Qianyu. It was a curtain of flames, and as long as he passed through it, he would once again see the light of day. However, his steps remained fixed in place, not leaving immediately. He simply stood quietly with his back to the phoenix's shadow. After a long silence, the phoenix's shadow finally spoke again, "Hua Qianyu." Hua Qianyu turned around. The phoenix met his gaze and, with a complex emotion, said, "Could you perform a kneeling salute for me?" Hua Qianyu's face remained calm, with only a slight raise of his brow. Without much hesitation, he slowly bent down, adopting an unprecedented posture, and knelt on one knee. This scene left the phoenix's phantom utterly surprised. Its golden eyes trembled violently, asking in a mix of excitement and confusion, "You? Why would you kneel? Why not kneel?" Hua Qianyu calmly countered. The phoenix's phantom voice carried a trace of trembling. "I have existed for 100,000 years and have seen countless young people like you, gifted and extraordinary. Each of them was proud and arrogant, always boasting phrases like, 'A man's knees are as precious as gold. He kneels neither to heaven nor earth, only to parents and mentors, to flaunt their laughable sense of pride. But you are entirely different." Hua Qianyu said indifferently, "That phrase is nothing more than an excuse used by the weak to protect their fragile self-esteem. In the presence of someone as powerful as you, they are as insignificant as ants. What dignity could they possibly have?" He stood up and continued, "Moreover, this kneeling of mine is not for heaven and earth, nor for my parents. It is solely because you have granted me a rebirth, saved my friends, and are the deity who has safeguarded this land for 100,000 years. To exchange a gesture of kneeling for such immense grace, I am willing." After speaking, Hua Qianyu bowed deeply once again to the phoenix's shadow. "Senior, it is an honor to meet you. Until we meet again." Before his words had fully faded, a flash of crimson fire appeared, and his figure slowly vanished within the flames. The phantom of the phoenix remained in place, the restless flames around her revealing the deep turmoil within her heart. "Ha! Hua Qianyu, you are the most interesting human I have ever met." The phoenix's laughter echoed through the vast space. 5,000 years. With this kneel of yours, you have finally helped me rediscover my former self, the phoenix god revered by all living beings. The voice gradually grew somber, leaving behind only endless desolation and loneliness. Inside the dragon phoenix cave, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the undying spring, and a vortex quickly formed. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a crimson figure leapt out of the vortex and landed steadily on the ground. The flames dissipated, revealing Hua Qianyu's slightly frail figure. He glanced around, the traces of the battle from a month ago still clearly visible. On the shore of the undying spring, for decayed dragon corpses emitted an indescribable stench. Hua Qinyu frowned slightly, held his breath, and softly said, "This is the resting place of the senior. I cannot let you disturb its peace." As soon as he finished speaking, a cluster of crimson flames flicked from his fingertips, landing on the corpses and instantly igniting into a raging fire. Within seconds, the decayed remains were burned to charcoal. Immediately after, he lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, a streak of blue light glowing at his toe. Intense frost spread out in an instant, completely covering the charcoal. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the ice, along with the coke inside, shattered into powder and scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. After finishing all this, Hua Qinyu finally looked down at himself. His clothes were already tattered and soaked with stains. Frowning, he extended his palm, and a cool stream of water gushed out from his palm, cascading down from the top of his head, instantly washing away all the grime from his body. The elemental power within his body moved with his thoughts, instantly evaporating the water on his skin. "So dirty, so hungry," Hua Qinyu murmured softly. "I need to find a place to settle down first. A month without eating or bathing. If it weren't for the source energy sustaining his life, any ordinary person would have long perished." He took a black cloak from his ability ring, draped it over himself to cover the filth, and stepped out of the cave. Not long after, Jiangqing Ability University. In front of the school gate, a silver-haired boy wearing the Fire Academy uniform walked in slowly. It was Hua Qinyu. He had thoroughly cleaned himself at the inn and changed into a brand new uniform that had been stored in his ability ring. Then, he devoured an entire table of food like a whirlwind, making up for a month of hunger. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he couldn't wait to rush back to the school. Looking at the long-missed campus, Hua Qinyu felt as if a lifetime had passed. Because he was wearing a uniform, the guard at the gate cast him a puzzled look but did not stop him. Hua Qinyu smoothly returned to the campus. Walking along the familiar path, he was contemplating whether to first find Zhang Junlong to let him know he was safe. After all, everyone now thought he was already dead. "Hey, have you heard? The Fire Academy and the Wind Academy are at it again." Ahead, a few trainees were gathered, discussing something. One of them spoke mysteriously. "That S-rank trainee from Wind Class 1 is deliberately causing trouble for the class leader of Flame Class 1 again." "Again? Why are they always clashing these past few days?" another person asked, puzzled. "Isn't it because of the recent rumors? Haven't you heard? The S-rank trainee Hua Qinyu from the Fire Academy and the S-rank trainee Lu Jin from the Thunder Academy. Their absences aren't due to any special missions." "What? Then where did they go?" "I heard one died during the mission, and the other was captured by the Nightfall organization." "That's serious, isn't it? The Thunder Academy is still okay. At least they have an S-rank Luo Yin holding the fort. But the Fire Academy, without a leader, they somehow got 2 slots for elemental infusion, which of course caused dissatisfaction among others. What's more, Lin Yi even got a spot to represent the school in the 4 Academies Friendship Tournament." "That's true. Lin Yi is indeed strong and a good class leader, but he's only an A rank and no match for those from the Wind Academy. Sigh, what a pity. If Hua Qinyu were still here, the Fire Academy wouldn't have fallen to this state." "Where are they? Let's go check on them." Training ground number 3. Following behind, Hua Qinyu listened to these discussions. Her originally joyful blood-red eyes gradually dimmed, becoming dark and profound. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, looking into the distance. Training ground number 3. At this moment, training ground number 3, which was supposed to be a place for freshmen to undergo martial arts training, was unusually quiet. There were only about a dozen people in the venue, but the aura emanating from each of them far surpassed that of ordinary trainees. In the center of the training ground, 2 groups stood in stark opposition, their faces full of hostility, and the air was so heavy it seemed to have solidified. "Lin Yi, give up your spot in the 4 Academies Friendship Tournament, and I'll let you go." A black-haired, green-eyed trainee in a light green uniform stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone unbearably arrogant. Standing before him was none other than the class leader of Flame God Class 1, Lin Yi. Compared to the sunny and cheerful demeanor of a month ago, Lin Yi's face was now gloomy, his eyes lifeless. He pulled out a stiff, cold smile. Liang Wenjie, what do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to boss me around? The trainee named Liang Wenjie shook his head disdainfully and mocked. Lin Yi, stop struggling. Hua Qianyu is already dead, and the Flame God class no longer has an S level. As for you, a mere A level, you are simply unqualified to represent Flame God in battle. Lin Yi's expression remained icy, but his gaze flickered slightly upon hearing the name Hua Qianyu. He fearlessly raised his head, and the white Li Tang blade materialized in his hand. You want the spot? Lin Yi laughed deeply, his gaze toward Liang Wenjie suddenly turning somewhat ferocious. Defeat me? I'll surrender willingly. Liang Wenjie was startled by Lin Yi's imposing manner, then became somewhat embarrassed and angry. You know very well that the Academy forbids private fights. Are you trying to use this method to make me back off? No problem. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences, Lin Yi said coldly. Bring it on. Or are you afraid? You, as an S-class ability user, Liang Wenjie had never been looked at with such disdainful eyes before. He opened his right hand, and a crescent-shaped curved blade quietly appeared. Lin Yi, I originally intended to persuade you kindly, but you are truly insensible. Although we both underwent elemental infusion, my source power has already broken through to level 24, while you are barely at level 20, right? No matter how strong your aura is, in the face of the absolute gap in talent and level, what do you have to defeat me? At that moment, behind Lin Yi, Chun Yu and Luo Yin simultaneously stepped forward, coming to his side, their faces filled with anger and fighting spirit. Liang Wenjie, you're going too far, Chun Yu said coldly. Liang Wenjie, who do you think you are? Do you think Jiangxing Ability University belongs to your family? Luo Yin also snorted coldly, his fists rubbing together as lightning began to swirl around them. Even when facing 3 people at once, Liang Wenjie showed no fear. Instead, he became even more mocking. I'm going too far? Chun Yu, you're just an A rank who got lucky with an elemental infusion opportunity, and now you really think you're somebody. And you, Luo Yin, without your big brother Lu Jin, what is your Thunder Academy worth? Still dare to call yourself a king? Utterly ridiculous. Luo Yin laughed out loud in anger, his words tinged with a cruel amusement. You've got some nerve. Today, I'll show you the true power of thunder and make you understand that my Thunder Academy is not a place where just any riffraff can come and cause trouble. This scene was fully taken in by the spectators nearby. Mu Huanling crossed her arms over her chest, watching the spectacle before her with great interest. How amusing. I wonder which side will win, she murmured softly to herself. Beside her, a man with golden hair and golden eyes was staring intently at her profile, his gaze filled with undisguised admiration. Hearing the words of his beloved, he turned slightly and sneered. They're nothing but a bunch of savages. A refined girl like you wouldn't even deign to associate with them. Mu Huanling ignored him, her gaze still fixed ahead, with that signature gentle and friendly smile on her face. Creak. In the empty training ground, the sound of the iron door being pushed open was particularly jarring, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Liang Wenjie turned around abruptly and shouted fiercely, Hey, who are you? Don't you know this place is off limits to outsiders? The newcomer said nothing, lowered their head, and walked in unhurriedly. Lin Yi followed Liang Wenjie's gaze and looked over. With just one glance, his lifeless eyes began to tremble violently. Clang! The white Li Tang sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. His lowered arm began to tremble uncontrollably. Chun Yu and Luo Yin also saw the newcomer. They exchanged glances repeatedly, both seeing an undeniable shock in each other's eyes. In the corner, Mu Huanling's smile froze for a brief moment, but quickly returned to normal. She curled her lips and murmured softly, It's him? The blond man first glanced at Mu Huanling, then followed her gaze. When he saw the newcomer's appearance clearly, a trace of vigilance flashed across his expression. Talking to you, are you deaf? Liang Wenjie frowned and snapped impatiently. Hua Qianyu finally stopped walking. He raised his head, his dim, blood-colored eyes fixed firmly on Liang Wenjie's face, filled with domineering contempt. Was it you who said I was dead? His voice was indifferent and hoarse, and just by standing there, He was like a heavy mountain, suffocating everyone around him. You are? Hua Qian. Liang Wenjia's voice began to tremble. Although it was his first time meeting this person, the other's gaze brought a fear that seemed to arise from the depths of his soul. The word feather had not yet been spoken when Hua Qianyu's figure instantly appeared in front of Liang Wenjia. He casually raised his hand, placed it on Liang Wenjia's shoulder, and then pressed down lightly. Boom! It was as if a tremendous weight had descended upon him. Despite being an S-level second-tier ability user, Liang Wenjia was instantly forced to his knees by this terrifying force. Ah! Liang Wenjia let out a miserable scream as his knees slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the hard surface to crack into a web of fractures. The fabric of his pants at his knees had already torn, and blood slowly seeped out. Hua Qianyu gently withdrew his hand, lowered his gaze, and looked down at Liang Wenjia, who was kneeling before him, with a cold smile. Now, speak to me while kneeling. Training ground number 3 fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hua Qianyu. Watching his proud and upright figure, their expressions varied. Qianyu. Lin Yi murmured in disbelief, blinking to confirm that what he saw was not an illusion. Apart from Lin Yi, the most shocked were Chun Yu and Luo Yin. They had once witnessed Hua Qianyu falling into the immortal spring, and now he not only returned unscathed, but his strength had become even more unfathomable. They couldn't imagine what Hua Qianyu had experienced in this short month. Liang Wenjia, who was kneeling on the ground, wanted to stand up, but his kneecap had been shattered by the heavy blow earlier. The intense pain made it impossible for him to support his body. He could only struggle to half-squat, glaring venomously upward at Hua Qianyu. You are Hua Qianyu? Liang Wenjia's voice was somewhat dry, and the arrogance he had displayed earlier had completely vanished. His body trembled. Since enrolling, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly defeated by a peer. That's right. Hua Qianyu lowered his eyes, as if looking at a jumping clown. You were looking for our class monitor, for something? No problem. Liang Wenjia quickly shook his head, forcing a laugh as he explained. It's just that the friendship tournament among the 4 academies is approaching. I heard Brother Hua was on a special mission and missed the elemental infusion, so I felt that the Fire Academy's current strength might not be suitable to represent the school in the competition. That's why I specifically came to ask Lin Yi to give up the spot, also to preserve the school's and the Fire Academy's reputation. As he spoke, he shifted his tone and continued. But now that Brother Hua has returned, and with such formidable strength, it's only natural for the Fire Academy's spot to be taken over by you. No one would have any objections. This matter was my mistake, and I asked for Brother Hua's forgiveness. Liang Wenjia's attitude was extremely humble. Though he was reckless, he wasn't foolish. Earlier, Hua Qianyu had completely subdued him with sheer physical strength, without even using source power. In just one encounter, he clearly recognized the insurmountable gap between them, so he decisively chose to back down. Forgiveness. Hua Qianyu repeated playfully, a cold and disdainful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You're absolutely right. Now, this spot, Fire Academy indeed has the qualifications to claim it. But, his gaze darkened as he lifted his foot and gently kicked Liang Wenjia's chin. Bang! With a dull thud, Liang Wenjia fell backward. That kick seemed light and effortless, yet it carried astonishing force. Liang Wenjia was sent flying over 3 meters before crashing to the ground. When he landed, his eyes had already rolled back, and he convulsed in a daze. I'm quite interested in that spot in the Wind Academy of yours now, Hua Qianyu said with a low chuckle. In his fury, his strikes showed no trace of mercy. The so-called conscience was something dispensable to him. At that moment, an overly gentle voice rang out. Classmate, you're being too harsh. From beside Mu Huanling, the golden-haired, golden-eyed student slowly stepped forward. As he spoke, he walked straight toward the unconscious Liang Wenjia. He crouched down, placing his palm over Liang Wenjia's chest. A warm golden light radiated from his palm. A light element ability user? Hua Qianyu watched the newcomer impassively, neither stopping him nor responding. After a dozen seconds, Liang Wenjia's chaotic breathing gradually steadied. The shattered bones in his knee quickly healed, and the scraped skin regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hua Qianyu cast a sidelong glance at the man. His face was gentle and handsome, always adorned with a faint, elusive smile. He appeared approachable, yet exuded an unmistakable arrogance. It felt as though he was judging mortals with the demeanor of a deity. Unfortunately, this was precisely the type of person Hua Qianyu despised the most. "Who are you?" Hua Qianyu asked in a deep voice. The man did not look up, still wearing a broad smile, as he helped Liang Wenjie up. Only then did he speak slowly. "My name is Lin Shengxian, from the Light Academy. You're Hua Qianyu from the Fire Academy, right? I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Seeing you today, you're indeed as arrogant as the rumors say." Lin Shengxian chuckled lightly, stood up casually, and continued with a hint of meaning. "However, Hua Qianyu, it's best not to use your brute strength on your classmates." "Huh?" Hua Qianyu sneered disdainfully, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "Are you trying to teach me how to act?" Lin Shengxian shook his head and said leisurely, "Of course not. It's just that, as a light-type ability user, I can't help but intervene whenever I see a classmate injured. So, Hua Qianyu, don't make things difficult for me." He looked directly into Hua Qianyu's eyes without a trace of fear, his face always carrying a calm and carefree smile. Hua Qianyu's expression darkened, but then he suddenly smiled strangely. He looked Lin Shengxian up and down, his delicate skin and tender flesh, and asked with a meaningful tone, "I just thought of something interesting. An S-class light ability user, do you think they can heal themselves?" He paused for a moment and pressed further. "Lin Shengxian, have you ever tried?" This question made Lin Shengxian frown, and his smile faded. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "No. What do you mean by that?" Hearing this response, the smile on Hua Qianyu's face deepened. He stepped forward with his left foot, and in the next instant, his figure eerily appeared right in front of Lin Shengxian. "The idea is, why don't we conduct an experiment?" As the cold words fell, Hua Qianyu raised her palm and struck forward at a pace, neither too fast nor too slow. Lin Xingxuan's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Hua Qianyu to suddenly make a move against him. It seemed he had forgotten that Hua Qianyu's only reputation in this school was her unrestrained madness. A layer of golden light instantly condensed in front of Lin Xingxian. With a solemn expression, he shouted in a low voice, "Holy light shield!" Bang! Hua Qianyu's palm slammed fiercely against the light shield, producing a loud boom. His body was also jolted to a halt by the immense recoil. "An impressive experiment," Lin Shengxian said with an intrigued smile. "But Hua Qianyu, can you really hurt me?" "Good question." Hua Qianyu spat out 3 words, his voice icy, carrying a penetrating, soul-stirring power. A small cluster of crimson flames suddenly ignited on his still outstretched palm. Immediately after, as his 5 fingers clenched, the flames were violently compressed. Boom! The flames exploded with a thunderous roar under the extreme compression. The previously indestructible light shield was instantly blasted open with a fist-sized hole. The shockwave from the explosion pushed Lin Xingxuan's body far backward. Just as he steadied himself and looked up, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because Hua Qianyu's figure had already closed in on him, shadowing his every move. "Before standing up for someone else, have you ever thought about whether you can bear the cost?" Hua Qianyu murmured coldly, her palm slicing through layers of air and striking heavily against Lin Xingxuan's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Lin Shengxian spat out a mouthful of blood, but the light elements surging around him absorbed most of the damage, preventing him from collapsing in disgrace. Lin Xingxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed bitterly, his voice cold and desolate. "Heh, standing up for justice, do I need to consider the cost?" Hua Qianyu showed not the slightest trace of emotion, her tone hollow and merciless. "Justice? You truly are pitifully naive." For someone so naive as to be foolish, Hua Qianyu no longer deemed it worth taking action. She slowly turned around and once again walked up to Liang Wenjie. This movement instantly terrified Liang Wenjie, causing him to shut his eyes in panic. Hua Qianyu did not make things difficult for him any further. She simply lowered her head and commanded in an indisputable tone, "Give up your spot." But, Brother Hua." Liang Wenjie forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "You only need 1 spot for yourself. Even if I give up mine, Is there really someone more suitable than me? From Hua Qinyu to Brother Hua. In less than half an hour, the change in how he addressed her was enough to prove the terrifying shadow Hua Qinyu had left in his heart. Of course there is, Hua Qinyu said coldly. I think Lin Yi is very suitable, much more suitable than you. He is much more suitable than you. Hua Qinyu's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi, standing behind, trembled violently. His already despondent gaze became even more hollow and confused. Brother Hua, are you joking? Liang Wenjie struggled, unable to accept this reality. Lin Yi, he's not even close to being my match. Hua Qinyu slowly raised his hand, making a grasping motion in midair, recreating the gesture he had used earlier to completely suppress Liang Wenjie. He chuckled faintly, his eyes full of disdain. You misunderstood. What I said earlier was a notification, not a question. He paused for a moment and said word by word. I didn't ask for your opinion, and you have no right to refute. This deeply humiliating remark was like a needle, instantly piercing through Liang Wenjie's last shred of reason. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and roared in a frenzy. Hua Qianyu, you've gone too far. Do you really think I don't dare to make a move? Hatred and anger completely consumed him. Liang Wenjie raised the crescent-shaped blade and, with all his strength, slashed fiercely at Hua Qianyu's face. However, Hua Qianyu did not dodge. That curved blade also failed to make him bleed on the spot, because at some point, a towering figure had appeared between the two. That person merely extended 2 fingers and firmly caught the forceful blade. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Junlong. Seeing who it was, Hua Qinyu feigned surprise and said, Principal Zhang, I thought you wouldn't be coming today. Zhang Junlong had just withdrawn his hand when he heard Hua Qianyu's sarcastic remark. The veins on his forehead twitched, and he couldn't help but have his mouth twitch as well. This kid, still pretending here? Ahem. Zhang Junlong cleared his throat, assumed a dignified posture, and asked in a deep voice, Why were you fighting privately in the training field? Report to the principal. Liang Wenjie immediately rushed to complain. I didn't fight back at all from start to finish. It was entirely Hua Qinyu bullying me unilaterally. Principal, I was just trying to help Liang Wenjie heal his injuries, but I didn't expect to be attacked by Hua Qinyu as well. Lin Xingxian quickly added fuel to the fire. Hua Qinyu said nothing, merely giving Zhang Junlong a look that said, You handle it yourself. Zhang Junlong's face darkened further. He cleared his throat symbolically once more and slowly said, well, I more or less understand the situation. Let's just treat this as a minor squabble between classmates and leave it at that. No one is allowed to bring it up again in the future. He turned to Liang Wenjie and Lin Xingxian, waving his hand impatiently. You two, go find the dean of the Light Academy for treatment and tell them to put the expenses on my tab. All right, everyone, disperse. Zhang Junlong's attitude left everyone present dumbfounded. Anyone with eyes could see that this wasn't handling the situation. It was blatant favoritism. What the hell do you mean by a minor issue? Can't you see my leg bone is fractured? Liang Wenjie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Are school leaders nowadays all this irresponsible? Well, principal. Lin Xingxian still wanted to say a few more words. Zhang Junlong immediately raised his hand to interrupt him. What principal? I've already said this matter ends here. You, kid, why are you so disobedient? As he spoke, he kept frantically winking at Lin Xingxian, signaling him to stop talking. Lin Xingxian opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, forced to silently endure his frustration. At this moment, Hua Qinyu suddenly spoke up. Principal Zhang, there's something I'd like to ask you. The moment he heard Hua Qinyu asking a question, Zhang Junlong's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. He even responded with a hint of flattery. Qinyu, feel free to say whatever's on your mind. This school is your home, and we, the leaders, are your guardians. There's no need to hold back. Speak freely and boldly. The school will definitely take your opinions into full consideration. Liang Wenjie. Lin Xingxian. How can this principal have 2 faces? I just want to ask, what are the requirements for qualifying to compete in the 4 Academies Friendship Tournament? Hua Qinyu turned her head, her gaze sharp. Zhang Junlong put away his smile and pondered seriously, saying, "There aren't any specific requirements. There are 9 spots for competitors, and whoever is strongest gets to go. But as a tradition, each academy usually reserves 1 spot." Tradition? Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up. So that means this condition isn't mandatory. Ultimately, it's all about strength, right? Zhang Junlong nodded and said with a smile, "You could understand it that way." "All right then." Hua Qianyu's tone suddenly shifted, becoming firm and unquestionable. "Each academy will select 1 alternate candidate. A month from now, a tournament will be held. These alternate candidates will step into the ring and face challenges from all the students in the school. The ultimate winner will earn the qualification to compete." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. This meant that the previously predetermined spots would no longer exist, and anyone would have the chance to compete for it based on their strength. Zhang Junlong frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What's the point of doing this?" In his view, those predetermined candidates were all S-class geniuses who had undergone elemental infusion, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. He didn't believe any other students had a chance of winning. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and said, "Since these 9 spots represent the academy in the competition, naturally, the strongest students should be chosen. For such an important contest, deciding so hastily seems a bit too casual." He paused, then looked at Zhang Junlong with a meaningful gaze and said slowly, "After all, no one knows whether some people are merely a facade. And no one knows whether there might be a true tiger hidden among the other students in our academy." After hearing this, Zhang Junlong nodded thoughtfully. "What you said makes a lot of sense. Simply deciding internally is indeed unfair. In that case, the school will consider adopting your suggestion." Not considering it, Hua Qianyu immediately interrupted him, her deep, blood-red eyes staring straight into Zhang Junlong's. She reminded him, "Principal Zhang, no one knows better than you how unsatisfactory our school's performance has been in recent years. This selection method, which only looks at talent levels without assessing actual combat ability, should have been changed long ago. This outdated selection method does indeed need to be eliminated." Zhang Junlong remained silent for a long time, his eyes flickering as if weighing something. Finally, he raised his head and slowly said, "All right, I understand. I will report this matter to the principal. You may all disperse now." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red lightning bolt flashed, and Zhang Junlong's figure vanished into thin air. After he left, Hua Qianyu ignored the varied gazes around her, walked straight up to Lin Yi, and said with a smile, "Lin Yi, come with me." With that, she turned and walked calmly out of the training ground. Although Lin Yi was full of confusion, due to their years of tacit understanding, he did not immediately ask questions. He simply suppressed his inner excitement and doubts and quietly followed. After the two left, the remaining people exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Liang Wenjia stared intently at Hua Qianyu's departing figure, his eyes filled with resentment. He sneered in a low voice, "Do you think this will make Lin Yi surpass me? 1 month. Even if I gave you 2 months, what difference would it make?" Lin Xingxian, on the other hand, walked up to Mu Huanling again, looking slightly embarrassed as he said, "Classmate Mu, you saw it too. Hua Qianyu is nothing more than an uncouth madman, a brute." Mu Huanling's cold eyes turned to him, and the corners of her mouth curved into a playful smile. "But isn't it true that you have no way to deal with this brute either?" Lin Shengxian froze in place, not moving even after Mu Huanling's figure disappeared into the distance. Through gritted teeth, he forced out 3 words, "Hua Qian, you." Then, filled with rage, he also left. Hua Qianyu walked along the road at an unhurried pace, but his heart was already racing with impatience. He was eager to help Lin emerge with the power of the phoenix. The reason he made that suggestion to Zhang Junlong was not on a whim. He knew that his return would inevitably affect Lin Yi's chances of securing a spot in the competition. Given Lin Yi's competitive nature, if he truly gave up his spot to him, he wouldn't say anything, but he would undoubtedly feel disappointed inside. Therefore, proving himself through strength was the best solution. As long as Lin Yi could merge with the power of the Phoenix Beast, not to mention Liang Wenjia, even Lin Xingxian or any other predetermined S-class expert would be no match for him. The reason for setting the time to 1 month later was that when he initially fused with the source blood dragon soul of the blood dragon emperor, it took him a full 27 days. He thought that since it was also the power of a divine beast, the time required to refine the phoenix inheritance should be about the same. 1 month was the perfect buffer period, enough for Lin Yi to complete his transformation. Qinyu. Lin Yi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He looked at Hua Qinyu's profile and softly asked, "That day, I saw with my own eyes that you fell into the undying spring." Why? His words trailed off hesitantly, as if unsure how to phrase the rest. Why am I still alive, right? Hua Qinyu smiled faintly. I'll explain that later. For now, there's something more important to do. We need to go to a certain place first. What place? Linny couldn't help but ask. Hua Qinyu's gaze turned to the east, and she slowly uttered 3 words. Battle Martial Academy. Hua Qinyu said that. In the principal's office, Junshin listened intently to Zhang Juanlong's report without missing a single word. When he heard that not only had Hua Qinyu returned unharmed, but she had also attained second-tier strength, even someone as experienced as him couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. Unlike Zhang Junlong, Junshun was present at the scene at the time. With his spiritual power as a king-level expert, he could clearly sense the terrifying temperature of over 1,000 degrees at the Immortal Spring. How could a first-level ability user possibly survive in such a place? If Zhang Junlong hadn't placed the surveillance footage from the training ground in front of him, he would never have believed it. But this absurd fact was right before his eyes. Hua Qinyu not only returned, but also possessed the strength to suppress an S-level second-tier ability user like Liang Wenjia with one hand. Junshun could only accept this reality. Moreover, Hua Qinyu's return brought some relief to his long-standing guilt, and for the entire Jiangxing Ability University, it was an immensely good thing. That's right. Hua Qinyu means that a tournament must be held in a month to redetermine the qualification spots based on strength, Zhang Junlong said truthfully. Junshin only pondered for a moment before decisively speaking. Then do as he says. He's right. The previous selection rules were indeed too hasty. Since we're changing them, why not make the change thorough? I think so too, Zhang Junlong answered seriously. Junshin nodded and instinctively asked, what about Hua Qinyu? Where is he now? And why didn't you bring him to see me? He was eager to know what Hua Qinyu had experienced after falling into the Immortal Spring. Zhang Junlong looked troubled and said somewhat guiltily, You know, Hua Qinyu has a very strong personality, not as easy to manage as the other trainees. With a hint of resentment, he added, Just look, as soon as he got back, he immediately provoked 2 S-level trainees. Honestly, if it weren't for his top-tier talent and strength, I'd really want to teach him a lesson. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Jun Chen's voice, though aged, carried an undeniable authority, and his narrowed eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Zhang Junlong shuddered inwardly, immediately plastering a fawning smile on his face. Oh dear, look at my mouth. Just joking, just joking. Only then did Jun Shun withdraw his imposing aura, but the warning in his gaze remained undiminished. When Hua Qinyu has time, bring him to see me. I have some questions for him. Yes. Zhang Junlong gritted his teeth, feeling utterly unwilling in his heart, but could only agree verbally. By the way, Jun Shin shifted the topic. How's the investigation on that organization called Nightfall going? As soon as the matter was brought up, Zhang Juanlong's expression immediately turned serious. We have already gathered some clues, and I believe we will soon be able to pinpoint their whereabouts. Then assign more personnel to investigate. Jun Chen's voice was as cold as ice. I've said it before, they must pay for their blood debts. Although the person was rescued this time, this account is far from settled. If they dare to target my students, they must face the consequences. He spoke each word deliberately, his aged face filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, in a desolate corner on the outskirts of Jiangxing, a perpetual eerie mist shrouded the land. The dim light and the chilling air created an unsettling atmosphere. No one would have guessed that beneath this lifeless terrain lay a massive underground prison. In the silent prison, only the monotonous sound of footsteps echoed. A man clad in black armor was walking unhurriedly toward one of the cells. He was Feng Xuanya, the Night King. He stared coldly at the ragged figure in the cell, looking like a beggar. Kid, have you still not figured it out? Are you still unwilling to submit? The figure slowly raised his head, revealing a face that still carried a hint of youthfulness. It was Lu Jin. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and though his voice was weak, it was filled with disdain. I submit to you. Keep dreaming. For a moment, a flicker of emotion appeared on the eternally icy face of Feng Shuanya, the Night King. A whole month had passed, and this kid had neither eaten nor drunk, enduring inhuman torture, yet his willpower remained so unyielding. To be honest, at your age, I've never seen an ability user with a tougher spirit than yours, Feng Shuanya praised without hesitation, though his words carried a cruel undertone. But the tougher the spirit, the more I want to personally break it. His tone shifted, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc. But after all, you are an S-class. It would be such a waste if I couldn't use you. From today onward, you will no longer be yourself. I will make full use of your talents and groom you to become the next Night King under the Nightfall. You, what do you mean? Lu Jin asked hoarsely, his voice strained. Feng Xian, the Night King, let out a sinister laugh and gently raised his hand with a wave. Someone, erase his memory. A masked figure dressed in black stepped out from behind Feng Xian, holding a black box in his hands. What did you say? Erase my memory. Lu Jin's icy gaze was instantly replaced by panic. He gripped the iron bars of the cell tightly with both hands, shaking them desperately. Feng Shuanya, the Night King, ignored him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He extended his hand, and the man in black immediately presented a black box with reverence. Feng Shuanya's fingers brushed over the lid, and a faint flow of wind elemental power surged instantly. With a click, the tightly sealed black box opened in response. A swirl of black mist surged out, and a glossy, pitch-black bead floated up on its own. It then transformed into a streak of light, shooting like lightning into the center of Lu Jin's forehead. Arg! A sharp pain struck, as if a cold steel needle had pierced through his soul. Lu Jin instinctively let out a groan of agony. The mass of black mist instantly invaded his thunder-filled mental world. Countless bolts of lightning frantically attacked the black mist, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, only to be devoured one by the mist. You arg! Lu Jin was about to curse, but a searing pain, like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing deep into his soul, erupted. He could clearly feel the thunderous power he had always prided himself on being rapidly eroded and assimilated by an unfamiliar force. You bastard arg! A piercing, blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the dungeon. Lu Jin's face turned deathly pale from the excruciating pain, and blood continuously gushed from the corners of his mouth, his nostrils, and his ears. In this situation, you can still manage to curse out loud. A trace of surprise flashed in Feng Shuanya King's eyes, but his tone grew more playful and mocking. Rest assured, even if your soul disappears, I will make good use of this body of yours. Stop struggling and go in peace. Ah! Lu Jin collapsed painfully to the ground, his entire body convulsing violently, his face twisted beyond recognition. His consciousness gradually blurred, and his mental strength was rapidly being assimilated by the black mist. He knew he had endured a month of torment without ever yielding to this demon. But once his memories were erased, he would become a puppet, a walking corpse at the mercy of others. I, Lu Jin, would rather die humbly. But I will never become a soulless puppet. This faint yet resolute thought flashed through his mind. In the next second, dazzling purple lightning suddenly lit up the dark prison. Using the last ounce of his strength, Lu Jin gathered the thunder and struck fiercely toward the top of his own head. However, his palm was firmly blocked an inch away from his head by a cyan wind wall that appeared out of thin air. The expression of Feng Shuanya, the Night King, remained unchanged as he casually curled his finger. Instantly, Lu Jin's arms were bound as if by invisible shackles, rendering him completely immobile. An invisible force manipulated his body, causing him to involuntarily move backward. Why struggle any further? As long as you become the Night King of my Nightfall, everything you desire in this world, I can give to you. Why do you young people insist on mingling with those sanctimonious hypocrites, huh? The voice of Feng Shuanya Wang floated lightly in Lu Jin's mind. The dense black mist had already permeated his entire spiritual world. In that endless darkness, only a faint trace of purple light remained, like the final struggle in a desperate situation. No, it's not like this. I, Lu Jin, have never regretted. In the final moments of consciousness, fragments of the past flashed through his mind like a slideshow. You must be the class leader of Flame God Class 1, right? I hope we can work well together during this joint training. Lu Jin from S Class, thank you for thinking highly of me, but someone like me really isn't qualified to be the class leader. Here, Lu Jin from S Class, let me introduce you to him. His name is Lin Yi, the class leader of Flame God Class 1, a genius far more suited for this position than I am. Hello, I'm Lin Yi, the class leader of Flame God Class 1. Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Nice to meet you, Lin Yi. May I ask what your ability level is? A level. What are you doing? Run. Are you crazy? What about Hua Qinyu and Lin Yi? You know how fast the Wind Wolf King is. If no one stays outside to hold it off, none of us will make it out. Besides, I already said, I only guarantee my own safety and Luo Yin's. If you have a problem with that, get off the car now. No one's stopping you. You, Hua Qinyu, Lin Yi Qinyu. To be honest, I really hate you guys from the Fire Academy. Every single one of you is arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone else. You do whatever you please and never take anything seriously. But even so, no matter how many unpleasant encounters we've had, I'm still very grateful to have you all as opponents. Amid the chaotic memories, an exceptionally beautiful scene emerged. A faint smile appeared on Lu Jin's pale face. Luo Yin, although your strength is not weak, dealing with S-class gifted ability users is never easy. Don't let your guard down. Hee, I know. Isn't it because I have you, Grandpa Lu Jin, backing me up? All my confidence as a little brother comes from you. Luo Yin. In the next life, if I were still your big brother, would you agree? In the spiritual world, the last trace of purple light also dissipated. Lu Jin's roar ceased, and his struggle finally came to an end. His eyes were tightly shut, his head tilted back, and his hands hung limply to the ground. He just sat there motionless. Finally erased it. This kid's willpower is truly extraordinary. King Feng Shuanya snapped back to his senses, his expression involuntarily turning serious. If things had dragged on any longer, the situation might have spiraled out of his control. After a long time, under King Feng Shuanya's expectant gaze, the figure that had been as still as a statue finally moved. His fingers trembled slightly. Strands of black lightning coiled around his body. This lightning no longer carried its original ferocity and heat, but instead exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Lu Jin's head lifted slightly and slowly straightened, revealing a pair of incomparably hollow dark purple eyes, filled with a heart-wrenching confusion. Who am I? Rumble. Above Jiangxing Ability University, a clap of thunder resounded without any warning. The thunder wasn't loud, yet it inexplicably cast a heavy gloom over people's hearts. Luo Yin looked up at the sky. His irritable mood made him unconsciously stop in his tracks, as a sudden surge of inexplicable sorrow and oppression welled up in his heart. What's wrong with you? Qinyu also stopped with him and asked. Nothing. Luo Yin shook his head and said softly, I just miss my big brother a bit. I wonder how he's doing now. Is he okay? Although they were not biological brothers, they came from the same sect, and their bond was deeper than that of real brothers. After Lu Jin was taken away, Luo Yin seemed unaffected on the surface, but even he hadn't realized that his usual carefree demeanor hadn't appeared for a long time. Qinyu was slightly moved and comforted him. Don't worry. The school has been relentlessly investigating Nightfall's whereabouts without pause. I'm sure there will be results soon. Lu Jin will definitely be fine. I know. Luo Yin responded softly, his gaze once again turning to the sky. It's just that without my elder brother here, I always feel an emptiness in my heart. Especially today, it feels particularly empty, particularly stifling. Seeing the melancholy expression on Luo Yin's face, Qinyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had never seen this look on Luo Yin's face before. Qinyu, I'm leaving first. The thunder is making me a bit irritable. I want to be alone for a while. Watching Luo Yin's departing figure, Qinyu was stunned for a long time. Thunder, does it bother you? Battle Martial Academy. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi had just arrived at the entrance of the academy, but did not go in immediately. Lin Yi frowned, looking at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. "What's wrong?" Hua Qianyu asked calmly. Lin Yi shook his head and replied with a smile. "It's nothing. I just saw the thunderclouds in the sky and inexplicably thought of Lu Jin." "Oh, by the way, you probably don't know yet. Lu Jin was captured by the Night King's organization, Night Curtain, and hasn't returned yet." "Captured by Night Curtain?" Hua Qianyu repeated softly, his expression darkening. This organization called Night Curtain was one Hua Qianyu had encountered twice before. Although the individuals he met weren't particularly strong, the organization itself was terrifyingly mysterious. Forget about finding their base. Hua Qianyu didn't even know their true origins. Calculating the time, Lu Jin had been captured for almost a month. Hua Qianyu could only hope that the Nightfall organization had taken a liking to his talent. In that case, his life might not be in immediate danger. Lin Yi's voice was heavy. "The school has been investigating, but there's been no progress at all." Hua Qianyu pondered slightly and speculated. "I actually think Lu Jin's life won't be in danger for now." He paused and then voiced an even more shocking guess. "However, he might very well be forced to join Nightfall." "What did you say?" "Forced to join." Lin Yi was instantly shocked. "This is almost inevitable," Hua Qianyu said with certainty. An S-level student falling into the hands of the enemy has only two outcomes, either death or submission. Looking at Lin Yi's trembling eyes, Hua Qianyu continued to analyze. "But if I were that so-called Night King, I would definitely do everything possible to make him surrender. After all, an S-level lightning ability user would be too much of a waste to kill." As Hua Qianyu spoke, he gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "Don't overthink it. These matters are beyond our reach with our current strength. You need to become stronger to decide more things. Come, follow me." The two arrived at the inner part of the Battle Martial Academy. Hua Qianyu applied for a single-person training room at the front desk, took the key, and led Lin Yi inside. "Qianyu, what is going on? Why do you need to borrow the training room?" Lin Yi followed in, full of confusion. Hua Qianyu did not answer. He first scanned the surroundings, locking onto all the cameras in the training room. Then, with a flick of his fingers, several tiny sparks shot out, instantly destroying all the cameras. Lin Yi was stunned by his move and asked in bewilderment, "Qianyu, what are you doing? Destroying the surveillance just for training?" Although he knew Hua Qianyu disliked being watched, this action already counted as damaging public property. Hua Qianyu took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became extremely serious. He stared at Lin Yi and said word by word, "Lin Yi, from now on, every word I say to you must not be told to anyone else." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, but seeing his serious expression, he solemnly nodded. Only then did Hua Qianyu relax and slowly begin to speak. "That day when I fell into the immortal spring, actually, I didn't fall into the spring water. I fell into a golden barrier. This barrier isolated the scorching spring water of the immortal spring, allowing me to survive by sheer luck." Hua Qianyu's words were like bolts of thunder, exploding in Lin Yi's heart. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment, his mouth slightly open as if wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Hua Qianyu didn't give him a chance to ask questions and continued speaking on his own. "In that barrier, I encountered the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix. She saved me and even passed on her legacy to me. That's why I suddenly possessed the strength of the second tier without undergoing elemental infusion." To be cautious, Hua Qianyu concealed some key information, such as the elemental spirit orb and the elemental immunity it granted. But even so, these extraordinary experiences still left Lin Yi utterly dumbfounded. A trace of golden light appeared between Hua Qianyu's palms, and a sphere imbued with the sacred power of the phoenix materialized at his will, quietly floating in front of him. That light instantly captured all of Lin Yi's attention. In the midst of Lin Yi's chaotic breathing, Hua Qianyu slowly spoke. "This is the legacy of the Phoenix divine beast. Lin Yi, you will be its sole inheritor in this world." Phoenix legacy? Lin Yi's voice was as light as the wind. In that moment, he even felt as if he were dreaming. It wasn't until the golden orb, imbued with the power of the phoenix, slowly floated into his palm that his unfocused gaze finally regained clarity. In this bead lies the primordial blood and soul of the divine phoenix. It can strengthen your body and spirit, and even change your talent. Hua Qianyu's gaze lingered briefly on the golden bead. For a moment, it seemed as if the sacred phantom of the phoenix reappeared in his eyes. Pulling his thoughts back, he said softly, "Lin Yi, if you want to possess greater talent and power, then refine it. I promise, you absolutely won't regret it." Lin Yi's gaze rested on the bead in his hand, his expression still somewhat dazed. "Qianyu, do you think I am worthy of this?" Hua Qianyu was equally stunned, then smiled in confusion. "What are you talking about? Why would you not be qualified?" Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, his voice becoming ethereal. "Qianyu, among all the fire-type ability users, my talent is far from being top-notch. My strength is, at best, on par with Qianyu, but compared to you, I'm far inferior. The Phoenix Divine Beast's inheritance. Something that only exists in legends should belong to a genius like you. Me. What qualifications do I have to possess it?" Upon hearing this, the warmth on Hua Qianyu's face instantly vanished, replaced by an expressionless look that eventually turned into a dark gloom. He suddenly reached out, grabbed Lin Yi's collar, and yanked him forward, their faces almost touching. When Lin Yi had not fully reacted, Hua Qianyu's icy voice rang out. "Lin Yi, listen to me carefully. This Phoenix inheritance is something I risked my life to obtain. No matter how precious it is or to whom it belongs, I alone have the final say. As for whether you are qualified or not, it's not up to you to decide. It's up to me. If I say you are, then you are. If I say this thing is yours, then it must be yours. If it's yours, then it is yours." Hua Qianyu finally let go of her hand, her voice softening. "What's more, the power of the Phoenix Divine Beast is pure and sacred, something ordinary people can't use at all. Looking across the entire school, only you, Lin Yi, only you can wield it." Lin Yi's cultivation technique, the Burning Heaven Flame God Art, is a top-tier fire-based skill. The golden flames he cultivated perfectly complemented the aura of the Phoenix's fire. This was something Hua Qianyu understood very clearly the moment he saw the Phoenix's shadow. "Do as you see fit." Hua Qianyu left a piece of advice behind. "But I must remind you, failing to cherish the opportunity right in front of you is an extremely foolish act." With that, he turned and left without looking back. It wasn't until Hua Qianyu's presence completely disappeared outside the door that Lin Yi stiffly turned his head to look at the Phoenix inheritance in his hand, glowing with golden light. His gaze finally became resolute. He didn't know when it started, but the once passionate him had somehow become hesitant and cautious. Was it because there had always been a Hua Qianyu by his side, whose brilliance was too dazzling? What is there to hesitate about? Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly and said softly, "Qianyu, he is my best brother after all." He calmed his emotions and sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation room. Just as he formed a seal with his hands and activated his technique, the golden bead suddenly rose into the air and slowly merged into his forehead. Outside the door, Hua Qianyu, who had been sensing Lin Yi's aura, finally revealed a smile. He knew that Lin Yi was not someone who would give up easily. He didn't leave immediately, but waited until Lin Yi's aura gradually stabilized, and only then did his tense heart begin to relax. At that moment, a hurried voice came through. "Classmate, why are all the monitors in your cultivation room blacked out?" Hua Qianyu looked up and saw the front desk staff rushing over with a worried expression. "It's nothing," Hua Qianyu explained with a smile. "The source energy got a bit out of control during cultivation just now and broke the monitor. It's fine now." The visitor let out a long sigh of relief, patting their chest and saying, "Thank goodness. I thought something unexpected had happened. Please come over and register. Someone will come to repair it after you're done using it." Hua Qianyu nodded and signed his name under the monitor damage section. To him, paying a bit of money was no big deal. But just as he was about to turn around, an inexplicable surge of energy suddenly reversed through his meridians, rushing straight to his heart. Poof! Hua Qianyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart abruptly ceasing to beat under the impact of the force. He gripped the front desk with both hands, gasping heavily. "Student, are you okay?" The staff member was startled. The white paper on the desk was almost entirely stained with blood. While worried about Hua Qianyu's condition, he was also secretly distressed. What was going on? Hua Qianyu endured the intense pain. He could feel the fire and water elements within him, which had previously been clearly distinct, suddenly erupting into a terrifying clash. Heh! Hua Qianyu let out a bitter laugh, his gaze gradually becoming clear. I should have realized earlier. How could two completely opposite attributes like water and fire possibly coexist peacefully? Could it be that everything before was just a fleeting illusion? Seeing that Hua Qinyu not only didn't respond, but also stood frozen in place talking to herself, the staff member's voice grew more anxious. Student, if it's really not okay, should I call someone to take you to the hospital? No need. Hua Qinyu shook her head and said softly, please open another single cultivation room for me. The person looked utterly surprised. Student, let me give you some advice. It's best not to cultivate when you're injured. It's fine. I just made a mistake in the operation of my technique, and the source energy went into the wrong meridian. I just need to adjust it a little. Hua Qianyu clutched her chest, enduring the intense pain as she spoke. All right. The staff member had no choice but to compromise, letting out a helpless sigh. Young people these days, always eager for quick results in cultivation. The more average the talent, the more they should proceed steadily and surely. They don't even understand this principle. As he spoke, he took out another key and handed it to Hua Qianyu, not forgetting to remind him. This time, don't break the surveillance again. Hua Qianyu was already too exhausted to respond. He grabbed the key and rushed into the corresponding cultivation room at the fastest speed. As soon as he closed the door, several uncontrollable flames shot out from around him, instantly destroying the camera in the room, leaving it charred and blackened. He quickly sat cross-legged but dared not activate the fire spirit technique. The water and fire elements within his body were already in a state of imbalance, and activating the fire spirit technique at this moment would only worsen the situation. Hua Qianyu did not hesitate for a moment and immediately connected with the ability ring, opening his attribute panel. He was going to start cultivating the water spirit technique right away. With a low murmur, Hua Qianyu's mental sea instantly revealed the cultivation method for the water spirit technique. At the same time, the heart method of the fire spirit technique lit up on the other side of his mental sea. Golden and blue characters appeared on the left and right, causing his mental sea to instantly exude two completely different auras. On the left was an endless sea of fire. On the right was a bottomless ocean. His left arm was like a blazing furnace, while his right arm resembled an iceberg piercing the clouds. The surrounding air crackled as wildfire elements and water elements mixed together, mutually incompatible. However, under the guidance of his two major spiritual techniques, this chaotic energy seemed to be drawn by an invisible magnet, transforming into a torrent of energy that surged violently toward Hua Qianyu's body. The energy converged and merged within him, forming a fierce storm. The originally rampant and unruly fire and water elements in his meridians gradually calmed down under the suppression of the two spiritual techniques, each flowing quietly along their respective paths. Hua Qianyu let out a long, heavy breath. The two conflicting elements had finally settled down for the time being. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If not for cultivating the 9 spirits forbidden codex, he might have been torn apart by his own power today. The combination of the water spirit art and the water spirit pearl had shown him an almost absolute control over water elements. At that moment, a bone-chilling coldness spread from his right arm. Rolling up his sleeve, he saw that in the same position as on his left arm, a mark of an ice crystal lotus had appeared out of nowhere. However, there was not the slightest trace of surprise in Hua Qianyu's eyes, as if he was already accustomed to such occurrences. Before he could fully relax, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed directly in the depths of his mind. Boy, the taste of being devoured by your own power isn't pleasant, is it? Hua Qianyu frowned tightly. This voice seemed somewhat familiar. You've inherited this emperor's power, yet you don't know who this emperor is? Kid, you are truly arrogant, aren't you? The voice carried a trace of anger from being belittled. Hua Qianyu's expression changed, and he immediately reacted. You are the ancient blood dragon? You're in my spiritual world. Ha! That's right. It was you, kid, who refined this emperor's dragon soul. Naturally, I reside in your spiritual world. Also, you'd better address this emperor with respect as Blood Dragon Emperor. You still have consciousness. Hua Qianyu's face darkened. If a phoenix can leave behind a wisp of remnant soul, why can't this emperor? The Blood Dragon Emperor snorted disdainfully. Hua Qianyu quickly calmed down and communicated directly in his mind with pure thought. Since you still have consciousness, why did you pass the dragon soul to me? In this era, I, the emperor, can no longer be reborn. If I don't pass it on to you, should I let my dragon soul be trapped forever in that dark and desolate place? The Blood Dragon Emperor replied bitterly. Since you are the Blood Dragon Emperor, you should have the ability to seize someone else's body. Hua Qianyu's thoughts were as calm as still water. Seize a body? The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice suddenly rose, filled with deep disdain. Seize your body? Ha! Who do you think I am? I am the Proud Dragon Clan, the most powerful dragon emperor of all time. How could I stoop to seizing the body of a mere human like you? Not to mention you. Even in the primeval era, if a true ancient dragon knelt before me, begging me to seize its body, I wouldn't even spare it a glance. You think that just because you have 2 tiny spirit pearls, this emperor would be interested in your frail body? What a colossal joke. This weak body of yours can't even fully control 2 elemental forces. You're nothing but a waste. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Not only did he not get angry, but he even asked with great interest. Then, as the Blood Dragon Emperor, do you have the ability to solve this problem? Boy, are you implying that you want this emperor to help you? The Blood Dragon Emperor asked in a mocking tone, seemingly eager to see Hua Qianyu grovel. If possible, that would certainly be best. Hua Qianyu's response was neither servile nor overbearing, showing no sign of urgency. You wish. Why should I help you? The Blood Dragon Emperor made no effort to hide his hostility. Hua Qianyu rolled her eyes inwardly and responded coldly. How would I know? Just say it. Will you help or not? The spiritual world fell into a prolonged silence, and faintly, a muffled dragon's roar seemed to echo. Why aren't you saying anything? Hua Qianyu stood up and stretched her slightly stiff body. You little brat. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice finally rang out again, but it was filled with frustration and confusion. In front of the phoenix, you kept addressing her as senior with such respect. At the time, I thought you were a calm, composed, and humble young talent. But when it comes to me, why are you so cold and disrespectful? He had dominated the world his entire life. Everything under the heavens revered him. When had he ever been treated so dismissively by a junior? Hua Qianyu was momentarily speechless and responded somewhat perfunctorily. Senior Phoenix is virtuous and highly esteemed, naturally deserving of respect. As for you, from head to toe, where do you even resemble a senior? Just because he was a divine beast, did that mean he should be revered as a senior? Hua Qianyu certainly didn't think so. Do you know who I am? The Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the dragon race. At my peak, a single glance from me could reduce you to ashes, and yet you dare to show me such disrespect. Hua Qianyu directly ignored the Blood Dragon Emperor's threat and said expressionlessly, So, are you going to help me or not? If not, stop talking in my head, buzzing all day long. It's really annoying. The Blood Dragon Emperor uncharacteristically fell silent. As an emperor for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he had been so despised, and by a human so weak it couldn't get any weaker. This feeling was truly unprecedented and peculiar. Fine, the Blood Dragon Emperor finally relented. In the end, this emperor exists by relying on your body. If you end up being blown apart by your own power, wouldn't this emperor's dragon soul be doomed as well? For the sake of this emperor's own safety, I will be magnanimous and teach you a cultivation technique I once used. Although I haven't practiced it in a long time, it's more than enough to solve your current problem. The cultivation technique used by the Blood Dragon Emperor? Hua Qianyu's heart stirred, but on the surface, he remained calm and said, But I already have my own cultivation technique. If you teach me a new technique now, are you asking me to abandon my previous practice? After all, the 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex he cultivated was equally extraordinary. That Forbidden Codex gave him an indescribable sense of mystery. and unless he was forced into a dead end, he would never want to give it up. The Blood Dragon Emperor asked in a casual tone, "What technique are you practicing, kid?" Hua Qinyu hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, "The Fire Spirit Art and the Water Spirit Art." "Ah, so it's the Nine-Spirit Forbidden Tome. Not bad." The Blood Dragon Emperor sneered coldly, mercilessly exposing him. Hua Qinyu's eyes widened in shock, extremely surprised. "You know, with just you think you can deceive me?" Blood Dragon Emperor's sneer grew colder. "This kind of rhetoric might fool those idiots around you, but to think you could deceive my thousands of years of experience, truly overestimating yourself." He changed his tone and continued, "However, since you're cultivating the Nine Spirits Forbidden Tome, things become much simpler. Even if you practice my technique, there won't be any conflict." "How so?" Hua Qianyu immediately perked up. Unconsciously, he had already found a comfortable position to sit down, ready to listen attentively. Blood Dragon Emperor's voice became somewhat profound as he explained in a low tone. "The Nine Spirits Forbidden Tome isn't like other techniques that are flashy and superficial. It's very primitive and very pure. To call it one of the most powerful techniques in the world is no exaggeration. After all, that is a technique created by the ancient god of nine spirits." When mentioning this name, even the Blood Dragon Emperor's voice carried a hint of solemnity. The ancient god of nine spirits was the most mysterious deity of that time, rarely seen for years. During my travels across the land, I once had a brief encounter with him. His power was truly unfathomable. For the Blood Dragon Emperor to use the words truly unfathomable to describe someone, among all the deities of the primordial era, it could only be this ancient god of nine spirits. However, there is a prerequisite for cultivating the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex, and that is possessing the Nine Spirits' divine veins. But in this world, apart from the ancient god of nine spirits himself, no one else possesses such divine veins. Thus, even by the end of the Age of the Gods, the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex never found an inheritor. The Blood Dragon Emperor spoke, and a faint trace of dragon soul power drifted toward Hua Qianyu's chest, precisely where the nine-spirit wheel was glowing. "This little trinket on your chest does indeed grant your body abilities similar to the nine-spirit divine veins, allowing it to accommodate different spirit orbs. However, accommodating is one thing, controlling is another. Some elements are naturally incompatible, like water and fire, and some are even completely opposed, like light and darkness. Trying to control them simultaneously is not something this little thing on your chest can resolve. Fortunately, your body has an extremely high level of tolerance. If it were someone else, they would have already exploded and died." Hearing this, Hua Qianyu's expression grew increasingly grim. When he initially fused with the nine-spirit wheel, it was merely to solve the problem of his bloodthirst. He had never imagined that such a significant hidden danger lay behind it. "However, it seems like you got lucky, kid, running into me." The Blood Dragon Emperor began to gloat again. "I have a cultivation technique called the Blood Dragon Emperor Scripture. Like the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex, it was one of the most powerful techniques of that era. The power cultivated by both is equally ancient and pure, and they absolutely won't repel each other. Not only that, the Blood Dragon Emperor Scripture can also transform all the different elemental powers within your body into a unique dragon force. This dragon force is highly malleable and can, at your will, revert to any elemental power you've cultivated before. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have indeed cultivated it. In this way, the energy flowing through your meridians will be the dragon force cultivated from the Blood Dragon Emperor Scripture. And in actual combat, you can freely transform it into water, fire, or any other type of power. What's more, even if you only use the pure dragon force, its power is in no way inferior to your original elemental forces." Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up instantly. If what he said was true, then the issue of conflicting elements could truly be resolved perfectly, and it wouldn't even affect his current strength. As for the so-called dragon power, he already had a plan in mind. If he could avoid using it, he absolutely would. This unconventional power system, once exposed in China, would undoubtedly cause enormous trouble. Then what are we waiting for? Pass it to me. Perhaps because she needed something from him, Hua Qianyu's tone was no longer as cold. The blood-red eyes of the Blood Dragon Emperor lit up in Hua Qianyu's sea of consciousness, carrying a hint of teasing as he chuckled and said, "Pass it to you? Sure. But first, let me hear you call me Senior." "Senior," Hua Qianyu blurted out without even half a second of hesitation, her tone as sincere as could be. This time, it completely baffled the Blood Dragon Emperor, and the majesty in his blood-red eyes instantly dissipated by more than half. Where did that aloof attitude of this kid go just now? Do young people nowadays change their expressions this quickly? You have no principles. He spat out these words resentfully. Then, a blood-colored light orb flew out from his dragon soul and drifted toward the center of Hua Qianyu's mental sea. The light orb instantly exploded, transforming into a layer of blood-red mist, which then condensed into ancient and peculiar runes piece by piece. Hua Qianyu neither agreed nor disagreed, thinking to herself, how can this be called unprincipled? My main focus is sincerity. He immediately concentrated, quickly memorizing the blood-colored rune in his sea of consciousness. This is the Blood Dragon Emperor Manual. Once you've memorized it all, use my dragon soul to guide your first cultivation, the Blood Dragon Emperor casually reminded, not forgetting to add. This will make the initiation faster. Thank you. Hua Qianyu closed his eyes, relying on his extraordinary memory, and within just a dozen seconds, he firmly imprinted all the runes in his mind. These runes were very peculiar, neither ordinary characters nor resembling any kind of ancient script. Hua Qianyu couldn't understand a single one. However, when he tried to channel that trace of dragon soul power, these obscure and incomprehensible characters seemed to light up instantly. Though it was his first time seeing them, he immediately grasped their meaning, as if this knowledge had always been engraved deep in his memory. Dragon blood as the guide, condensed dragon energy. Dragon energy transforms into the source, thus forming dragon power. This is the general outline of the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture, which means using dragon blood as a primer to condense a strand of dragon energy, then transforming this dragon energy into a special kind of power. And this power is the unique source energy of the dragon race, commonly known as dragon force. Once the first strand of dragon force is cultivated, the rest becomes simple. He only needs to activate this strand of dragon force and circulate it within his body according to the methods of the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture, allowing it to grow continuously. During this process, the original water and fire elemental source energies in his body will be devoured and assimilated by the dragon force, ultimately merging perfectly into one. Logically speaking, this cultivation method can only be used by the dragon race, as it is impossible for other beings to possess dragon blood in their bodies. But Hua Qianyu is different. Not only does he have dragon blood, but he also possesses the most supreme bloodline of the dragon race, the Dragon Emperor source blood. This is the fundamental reason why he can cultivate the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture. Everything was ready. Guided by the dragon soul, Hua Qianyu began to awaken the dormant Dragon Emperor's source blood within his veins. Zzz. The blood seemed to boil instantly. Under the operation of the Blood Dragon Emperor technique, a portion of the source blood transformed into a blood-red mist. Immediately afterward, this mist, under his control, surged from his blood vessels into the meridians used for channeling source power. Hua Qianyu's meridians had long been filled with pure elemental source power, resembling a high-pressure energy container. When the blood-red mist surged in, it was instantly compressed and refined, transforming into a raging torrent. The first surge of dragon power formed instantly. Under the influence of this dragon power, the surrounding elemental source forces were immediately assimilated. Whether it was fire elements or water elements, they fused instantly under this domineering aura. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qianyu's face. Without the slightest pause, this tiny dragon power began to flow through his meridians, circulating throughout his body. The most critical step had been completed, and as his aura stabilized, the rest was simply a matter of time. As evening approached, the cultivation room became increasingly filled with blood-red mist. This red mist completely enveloped Hua Qianyu's body. Though it was not particularly dense, it made it impossible to see his figure clearly. In the world of superhumans, The color of source energy typically represents the element's attribute. However, there are always exceptions. Some top-tier techniques can alter the color of source energy. Therefore, superhumans with uniquely colored source energy are almost always top experts with talents no lower than grade A. For instance, Lin Yi's fire is golden, while Chun Yu's fire is black. Now, the crimson fire source energy and icy blue water source energy in Hua Qinyu's meridians have completely vanished, entirely replaced by this blood-red dragon energy. He had originally thought that when his body first came into contact with this power, it would require a long period of adaptation, just like when he initially trained in fire elements. But the result was quite the opposite. This dragon energy not only harmonized perfectly within his body, but also felt incredibly close to his bloodline, far easier to master than when he first controlled fire elements. It was as if his body had been born to carry this power. Hua Qinyu suddenly opened his eyes, a strange blood-red light flashing briefly in their depths. With a motion of his palm, the surrounding red mist converged and was entirely compressed into the center of his hand. Who would have thought, just by converting source energy into dragon energy, my level has risen by another rank? He stared at the swirling red mist in his palm, somewhat dazed. Indeed, at the very moment all elemental source energy transformed into dragon energy, he naturally broke through to level 21. This feeling was far more stable than a significant leap in levels. Haha. Kid, you must understand, within the same realm, dragons are absolutely invincible. Because dragon energy is the most domineering source energy in existence. The voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed in his mind, filled with pride. However, judging from the quality of your source energy, you might already be at the top level in the current world. The Blood Dragon Emperor said, then suddenly corrected himself. No, I should say, you were top level from the very beginning. My dragon power at most just added a finishing touch. He recalled the 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex. As a divine technique created by a supreme deity, the source energy aura cultivated from it was in no way inferior to his dragon power. Hua Qinyu did not respond. He was well aware of the transformation of his body and soul, and all of it began the moment he merged with the Blood Dragon Emperor's legacy. Blood Dragon Emperor, how should I address you? Hua Qinyu suddenly asked. Although you've helped me a lot, calling you senior just feels hard to say. He himself couldn't explain why. Clearly, in front of the phoenix, the word senior rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Yet, when facing the Blood Dragon Emperor, he just couldn't say it. Perhaps it was because the phoenix's aura was sacred, inspiring awe deep within one's soul. The Blood Dragon Emperor, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, bloody, evil, violent, as if all the most malevolent words in the world were insufficient to describe him. But the impression he gave Hua Qinyu wasn't bad. In fact, it was quite good. Although, according to the phoenix, he was a brutal and bloodthirsty dragon emperor, subconsciously, Hua Qinyu didn't dislike this kind of evil. In his view, hypocritical goodness was far more terrifying than genuine evil. The Blood Dragon Emperor let out a hearty laugh. Don't call me senior. It's too formal. I prefer a title with more grandeur. Just call me Dragon Emperor directly. He changed the subject and looked at Hua Qinyu with great interest. Speaking of which, I think I heard Feng Huang call your full name last time. Hua Qinyu, right? How about I just call you by your name from now on? Hua Qinyu smiled faintly and nodded. Dragon Emperor, as you wish. Ah, good, very good. I am extremely satisfied. The Blood Dragon Emperor laughed heartily with contentment. Qinyu, since today's training is over, why not take me outside for a stroll? Hua Qinyu pondered for a moment. Only a day had passed, and Lin Yi was still far from fully absorbing the phoenix's legacy. So he readily agreed. All right. With that, Hua Qinyu pushed the door open and walked out. Outside the door, the receptionist was waiting with a displeased expression. As soon as he saw Hua Qinyu, he immediately rushed forward and complained. Classmate, didn't I remind you? Stop breaking the cameras. His voice was full of resentment, and his gaze seemed as if he wanted to swallow Hua Qinyu alive. Sorry, how much is it? I'll compensate for it, Hua Qinyu said with a hint of apology. After all, it was indeed him who had intentionally damaged public property. The receptionist pursed his lips, his eyes filled with grievance. No need. I came to tell you that Vice Principal Zhang Junlong came looking for you earlier. He asked you to go to his office as soon as your training is over. He paused, his tone even more annoyed. As for the camera, the vice principal said you don't need to pay for it. As the person in charge of the academy's facilities, this isn't compensated. That isn't compensated either. And in the end, he has to bear all the responsibility himself. Truly unlucky. Principal's office. Hua Qianyu's gaze shifted slightly. I understand. After source energy transformed into dragon energy, Hua Qianyu's steps became exceptionally light. He walked quietly along the campus path. Not even the faintest sound of footsteps could be heard. Dragon Emperor, Hua Qianyu asked, his gaze drawn to the brilliant sunset on the horizon. To what level must one cultivate to be able to fly in the sky? The voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor immediately echoed in his mind. Flying? You can do that once you break through to the 5th tier. 5th tier? That feels so far away. Hua Qianyu sighed softly. Far away. The Blood Dragon Emperor's tone was full of confusion. With your talent, breaking through to the 5th tier won't take long at all. Hua Qianyu smiled disapprovingly. Not long? Heh, Dragon Emperor. For you, time is nothing more than a string of numbers. You are accustomed to eternity. Even 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment to you. Whether divine beasts or deities, they were originally beings that shared the lifespan of heaven and earth. If not for the end of that glorious era, they might have truly achieved immortality. You're not wrong in saying that, the Blood Dragon Emperor replied with a smile, then shifted the topic. However, we are not truly eternal. In this world, no matter how powerful a deity is, there will come a day when they fall. It's just that our era was so brilliant, yet so brief, that it made later generations believe we were eternal. He continued, moreover, when I say not long, I mean just a few short years. Perhaps 5 years, or maybe 3. You will break through the 5th tier, and perhaps even far beyond that. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered as she spoke with a hint of teasing in her tone. Oh, a few years, is that very short? The Blood Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment, his voice turning deep and solemn. Qianyu, I can sense that your life force is far more vigorous than that of ordinary people. Your lifespan is several times longer than theirs. According to the current laws of this world, the strongest beings it can accommodate are at most at the 9th tier. A 9th tier human ability user has a lifespan of about 3,000 years. And you, at just the 2nd tier, already have half of that lifespan. Hua Qianyu's steps unconsciously slowed as he began to focus his attention, listening intently to the words of the Blood Dragon Emperor. From my observation, this is primarily due to 2 reasons. First, your own bloodline. It seems not to be entirely human, containing a vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. Second, it is because of my dragon source blood. You must understand, the dragon race is the longest-lived species among all living beings. Moreover, as your strength increases, your lifespan will continue to extend, possibly even reaching the level of the ancient dragon race. So, a few short years are truly just an insignificant number in your long life. These words were filled with absolute confidence stemming from the bloodline. A trace of surprise flashed in Hua Qianyu's eyes, and then he smiled. He responded with his consciousness. Dragon Emperor, I'm really curious. At your peak, just how terrifying were you? In the spiritual world, there was first a long silence, followed by a sudden burst of wild laughter that left Hua Qianyu's mind reeling. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianyu frowned, pressed his fingers against his temples, and coldly reminded, Dragon Emperor, could your laughter be any louder? The laughter finally subsided, and the Blood Dragon Emperor suppressed his amusement, saying, Sorry, I just think you're a bit too overconfident, kid. Let me put it this way. As long as you're still on this planet, in my eyes, you're not even worth as much as an ant. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianyu was momentarily speechless. Don't. He knocked on Zhang Juanlong's office door. Come in. Zhang Juanlong's steady voice came from inside. Hua Qianyu pushed the door open and immediately saw the familiar Zhang Junlong. However, seated in the main position beside him was an unfamiliar elderly man. The aura emanating from the old man was far more powerful than that of Zhang Junlong. A heavy pressure rushed toward him, as if the air had solidified. The moment Hua Qinyu stepped into the principal's office, the warning voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed in his mind. Kid, be careful. One is at the peak of the 4th tier, and the other at the peak of the 5th tier. These two guys are not someone you can afford to provoke right now. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice sounded rather relaxed, but it was full of caution. Hua Qinyu's heart tightened, but he remained outwardly calm. He looked at one of the slightly younger men and asked, Principal Zhang, were you looking for me? Haha, Qinyu, you're here. Zhang Junlong stood up with a cheerful smile and pointed to the older man beside him, who exuded a stronger presence. It wasn't me who wanted to see you. It was our principal. Let me introduce you. This is Jun Shun, the principal of Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities. He enthusiastically waved him over. Come, have a seat. Hua Qinyu respectfully bowed slightly. Hello, principal. After speaking, he braced himself and sat down in the chair opposite the two men. The feeling was akin to sitting in a judgment seat. Jun Shin's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, sizing up Hua Qinyu from head to toe. There was surprise in his eyes, but even more so, a gratified smile. You must be Hua Qinyu. I am Jun Shun. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Jun. Old Jun. Hua Qinyu nodded. Jun Shin responded with satisfaction, then shifted the topic directly to the point. The reason I called you over this time is that I have some things I want to ask you. As he spoke, he leisurely poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Hua Qinyu. The tea's fragrance lingered, but Hua Qinyu detected a hint of something unusual. He accepted the teacup with both hands and calmly said, Principal, feel free to speak your mind. Jun Shun took a sip of tea, his gaze growing profound. During the incident with the immortal spring, I personally guarded you all. But even with meticulous planning, we were ambushed by the Night King of the Nightfall organization, causing you to fall into the immortal spring. Speaking of this, Jun Shun let out a heavy sigh. It's all my fault for being too complacent at the time, failing to end it quickly. In the end, I was one step too late. Hua Qinyu's expression remained calm, as if she were listening to someone else's story. Principal, you're being too hard on yourself. I'm back safe and sound now, aren't I? There's no need for you to blame yourself. Jun Shin set down the teacup, his tone suddenly growing heavier, like a sledgehammer striking Hua Qinyu's heart. But the problem is, I personally investigated the bottom of the spring at the time and confirmed there was no sign of life. How? Did you make it back alive? He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Not only that, but your strength has advanced to the 2nd tier. In just this short month, what exactly happened? As the words fell, the air instantly turned deathly silent. Jun Shun and Zhang Juanlong's gazes were like two sharp blades, firmly fixed on Hua Qinyu's eyes, as if trying to see right through him. Hua Qinyu, however, seemed unaffected by the pressure. He furrowed his brows just enough, speaking in a slightly puzzled tone. Actually, I'm not too sure. When I fell, I didn't directly touch the spring water. It seemed like I fell into some kind of barrier. A barrier? The two exchanged glances, seeing the same astonishment and doubt in each other's eyes. That's right. Hua Qinyu nodded and continued describing in a vague tone. It was a fiery red barrier. I fell into it and passed out due to exhaustion. When I woke up again, I was already lying on the shore. As for why I advanced to the 2nd tier, I really don't know. His expression was innocent and bewildered, as if he were the one most eager to know the answer. But someone as seasoned as Jun Shin was not so easily fooled. Jun Shin pressed further. Not too sure? Then before or after you lost consciousness, did you see anyone suspicious? Someone suspicious? Hua Qinyu appeared to be making an effort to recall, remaining silent for a long time before speaking slowly. It seems. I vaguely saw a man in black. He was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see his face clearly. A man in black? Wearing a mask? Jun Shin's expression changed several times upon hearing these words, as if he had thought of something. The scrutiny and suspicion in his eyes gradually faded away. He suddenly revealed a kind smile, as if the oppressive atmosphere from earlier had never existed. I see. I roughly understand the situation now. Qinyu, you can go back and rest for now. That's it. Hua Qinyu was stunned. He had long anticipated this confrontation and had prepared countless arguments and countermeasures in his mind. Yet the other party ended it after just 2 questions? However, this is also good, as it saves a lot of trouble. Hua Qianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively stood up. Then, Principal, Elder June, may I take my leave now? Go ahead, have a good rest. Jun Chun waved his hand, watching his departing figure with a meaningful gaze. It wasn't until Hua Qianyu's figure completely disappeared at the doorway that the smile on Jun Chen's face fully faded, his eyes turning deep as the sea. Do you think what he said is true? Zhang Junlong glanced at the data coming from the ability ring on his wrist and answered confidently. It's true. Elder Jun, the instrument shows that his heartbeat and pulse have been very steady just now, without any abnormal fluctuations. Junshin seemed unsurprised by this and said slowly, it seems that someone from the temple intervened to save him and even performed an elemental infusion to forcibly enhance his strength. The temple. Zhang Junlong gasped, both shocked and envious. This kid's luck is incredible. To encounter someone from the temple, what a rare opportunity. This indicates that he has already caught the temple's attention, Junshin said calmly. However, for now, this appears to be a good thing for us. Hua Qianyu had just stepped out of the office building and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor exploded in his mind. Kid, do you know there was something wrong with the chair you just sat on? What was wrong with it? Hua Qianyu asked casually, his mind still replaying the earlier conversation. It was equipped with a device to monitor your heartbeat and pulse. Hua Qianyu's steps suddenly halted, and her face instantly darkened. Cold sweat almost broke out from her back. There's no mistake, the Blood Dragon Emperor continued with a trace of inexplicable amusement. The moment you sat down, I felt it. I was even thinking of helping you block it out, but then I realized I might have overthought it. What do you mean? Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed tightly. Haha, it means I underestimated you, kid. The Blood Dragon Emperor's tone was full of astonishment. When you lied just now, you actually managed to keep your face from flushing, your heart steady, and even your heartbeat and pulse frequency completely unaffected. TSK, what terrifying psychological resilience. No, perhaps I should say, is this your innate talent? Hua Qianyu ignored the Blood Dragon Emperor's teasing, and the heart that had been lodged in his throat finally settled back into his chest. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. Any closer, and he would have been in real trouble. Hua Qianyu leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the tightly closed door ahead. Over the course of this long month, he had spent most of his time in utter boredom. Apart from coming here daily to check on Lin Yi's condition, he hadn't thrown himself into intense cultivation like the other students. Instead, he lived his university life in an unusually low-key manner. He specifically applied to his mentor for exemption from classes, so every day, apart from eating and drinking, he would sleep, occasionally go to the back mountain of the school to enjoy the night breeze, and live a particularly leisurely life. Most of the time, he engaged in spiritual communication with the Blood Dragon Emperor within him, which had become his sole source of enjoyment recently. The Blood Dragon Emperor, a divine beast with tens of thousands of years of experience, could casually recount past events that would captivate Hua Qianyu, sparking a rare sense of longing in him. However, he was well aware that to live an extraordinary life in this world, money was no longer the only important thing. More crucial was one's own strength. Dragon Emperor, how much longer will it take? Hua Qianyu leaned slightly forward against the wall and asked in his mind. Very soon. The cheerful voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed in his mind. Your friend's aura is very stable now, and the Phoenix's power is almost completely restrained. It should be nearing completion. After a month of coexistence, Hua Qianyu and the Blood Dragon Emperor had grown increasingly familiar with each other, and their temperaments surprisingly matched well. The initial bit of estrangement had long since vanished. That's good. Hua Qianyu chuckled softly. There was still an hour left until the scheduled arena match, so this way, Lin Yi definitely wouldn't miss it. As she was thinking, a crisp sound came from ahead, and the door of the training room slowly opened. Hua Qianyu looked up and saw a somewhat disheveled figure walking out. It was none other than Lin Yi, who had just finished his training. At this moment, his face bore a smile far more confident than at any time in the past. Qianyu. Seeing Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, and he almost rushed to him in just 2 or 3 steps. However, the smell of sweat from prolonged training, combined with the impurities expelled during the cleansing and refinement process using phoenix blood, formed a pungent odor as Lin Yi ran, causing Hua Qinyu to instinctively sidestep to avoid it. Lin Yi's bear hug instantly missed its target. Pinching his nose, Hua Qinyu said earnestly, "You'd better stay a bit farther away from me." As he spoke, he took 2 steps back before carefully examining Lin Yi. In just 1 month, Lin Yi's muscles had become more defined, making him look noticeably stronger. Even more noteworthy was that his height seemed to have increased. Previously, when the two faced each other, they were at eye level, but now Hua Qinyu's gaze had to shift slightly upward. You should know, Hua Qinyu's height of nearly 1.8 meters is decent among ordinary people, but in a school full of ability users, it's nothing remarkable. Lin Yi only then noticed the stains on his body. The odor emanating from him was so overwhelming that he almost vomited up the meal he had a month ago. "Damn, this is so filthy," Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. This kid's physique and mental strength have improved significantly, and his talent has already reached the top tier of this school. Although he's still no match for you, it's indeed a complete transformation. The voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed in Hua Qinyu's sea of consciousness. Hua Qinyu smiled faintly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi. "How does it feel?" Lin Yi snapped back to reality and exclaimed excitedly, "It feels amazing. Let me tell you, my body and mental strength now are leagues ahead of what they used to be." And also, he deliberately paused for effect, then opened his attribute panel right in front of Hua Qinyu. A blue light screen appeared directly in front of her eyes. Hua Qinyu's gaze shifted downward to the element level section. An S level mark was clearly visible. "My talent has actually risen to S level," Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. When he first saw the attribute panel, he even thought his eyesight was failing him. After repeatedly confirming it for a while, he finally managed to accept the fact. "Isn't that a good thing?" Hua Qinyu chuckled lightly. This outcome was exactly as he had hoped. Exactly. A confident gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he looked gratefully at Hua Qinyu. "Even though I'm still at level 20, if I face Liang Wenjie again, I'm 90% sure I can beat him. And it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, with just my old stubborn determination, nothing would have changed." It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hua Qinyu had changed his life. No, to be precise, he had elevated the limits of what Lin Yi could achieve. Hua Qinyu smiled without saying a word and deliberately changed the subject. "Lin Yi, today is the arena competition. You can prove your strength to everyone. Are you ready?" "Couldn't ask for more," Lin Yi said spiritedly. Gurgle. Just as Lin Yi was brimming with ambition, his stomach betrayed him with a growl. Hua Qinyu held back her laughter and reminded, "Go take a shower first and grab something to eat. After all, you haven't eaten in a long time. Don't worry, there's still time." "Aha." Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly and said somewhat sheepishly, "I got a bit carried away with cultivation. Now I suddenly feel really hungry. Want to join me?" "No need. I've already eaten," Hua Qinyu said with a smile and shook her head. "Besides, I'm one of the arena hosts, so I need to arrive early. Once you're done, just head straight to the arena. I'm really looking forward to your performance." Watching Lin Yi's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Hua Qinyu finally turned around and left the martial arts academy. At this moment, the #1 combat zone was already bustling with noise and excitement. This was one of the places where Jiangxing University of Supernatural Abilities conducted practical combat exercises. The arenas in the combat zone were different from ordinary training grounds. They also had self-repairing functions. However, this repair mechanism was somewhat different from the cultivation rooms in the martial arts academy. The damage to the arenas could not be repaired at any time. The repair mechanism would only activate uniformly after the match is concluded. In the center of the #1 combat zone, 9 arenas of the same size rose from the ground, lined up in a row. The spectator areas on both sides of the arenas were already packed with freshmen from the 9 academies, leaving no room to move. Most of them were there to compete for the precious opportunity to participate in the friendly matches. Even if their chances were slim, they still hoped to gain experience from their failures. "Huh!" With a low shout, a tall figure leaped into the air from 10 meters away from the arena. After a graceful mid-air spin, They landed steadily on the arena. It was Liang Wenjie. A faint smile hung on his face, exuding an air of arrogance as he unabashedly flaunted his strength. His display left the trainees present utterly stunned, with envious exclamations echoing one after another. My goodness, that was incredible. So this is the power of an S-class? No wonder it's Liang Wenjie. When will I ever be this strong? How can anyone compete now? With a move like that, who would dare challenge him? Listening to the praise coming from all directions, Liang Wenjie grinned with satisfaction and raised his head proudly. Idiot! Luo Yin, standing nearby, mercilessly mocked him. As a fellow S-level talent and a thunder manipulator with astonishing destructive power, Liang Wenjie's little tricks seemed no different from monkey antics in his eyes. He truly couldn't understand what there was to be so proud of. As for the other S-level students, they could only smile wryly and shake their heads. Being on the same level as such a clown was truly hard to put into words. High above, the referee Zhang Junlong kept a watchful eye on the situation in the arena, ensuring absolute fairness in every aspect. With less than a quarter of an hour before the competition began, all the pre-designated S-class espers, except for Hua Qinyu, were already waiting quietly at their respective arenas. That kid, didn't I tell him to come earlier? Where on earth is he wandering off to? Zhang Junlong frowned to himself. As luck would have it, just as the thought crossed his mind, Hua Qinyu's figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the fighting arena. Unlike Liang Wenjie's flamboyant entrance, he simply walked along the edge of the crowd, unhurriedly making his way toward the central arena. As a result, apart from Zhang Junlong and the S-class students on the stage, no one even noticed his arrival. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Hua Qinyu ascended the steps one by one, slowly making his way to the center of the arena. After a brief silence in the arena, it suddenly erupted into chaos. He is the candidate for the Fire Academy? Why have I never seen him before? Yeah, isn't Lin Yi the representative of the Fire Academy? Besides, he didn't seem to be part of the elemental endowment ceremony a month ago. What? Doesn't that mean he doesn't even have second-tier strength? How can someone with such strength be a candidate? Could it be that he got in through connections? Haha, look at the way he makes his entrance. It's worlds apart from Liang Wenjie. You can tell he's not second tier. Exactly, with that delicate skin and tender look, just a pretty boy. Doesn't seem like someone with real strength. Various discussions surged like a tide, but Hua Qinyu seemed completely unfazed. His expression remained calm as he casually took out a brand new cushion from his ability ring, laid it on the ground, and sat down just like that. His posture was lazy, looking down at the densely packed students below, showing no intention of accepting any challenges. Damn, arrogant, way too arrogant. I've never seen someone this arrogant in my life. Who sits on the ground when they're about to compete? This kid clearly doesn't take us seriously. I've decided I'm going to challenge him. Count me in. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to. Hua Qinyu's actions directly stirred up a hornet's nest, not only igniting the dissatisfaction of all the observing students, but also drawing the attention of other S-level students on the same stage. Liang Wenjie even cast an openly hostile glance, clearly displeased with his attention-seeking behavior, and snorted coldly. Tisich, just trying to show off. On another stage, Mu Huanling's beautiful eyes glanced lightly in this direction, revealing only an enigmatic smile. The myriad opinions from the outside world were automatically filtered out by Hua Qinyu. He sat with one leg resting sideways on the cushion, the other foot touching the ground, his arms supporting his body from behind, sitting in the most comfortable posture, as if forever immersed in his own world. Kid, is it really okay for you to provoke hatred like this? When the time comes, there might be plenty of people who overestimate themselves and come looking for trouble. The Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled eerily in his mind, reminding him. I just want to sit quietly for a while. Hua Qinyu replied nonchalantly. Besides, no one can step onto this arena. His gaze suddenly met a pair of bright eyes in the audience. Lin Yi's eyes carried a smile as he waved at him. Hua Qinyu returned a smile, then closed his eyes to rest. Above, Zhang Junlong was already at a loss for words. Hua Qinyu had always acted on her whims, doing whatever she pleased without regard for the occasion. Even if he wanted to intervene, he was powerless and could only turn a blind eye. He glanced at the time. It was exactly the moment the competition was set to begin. Zhang Junlong cleared his throat, and his deep, resonant source energy carried his authoritative voice to every corner of the arena. Young trainees, I am the presiding referee for this tournament, Zhang Junlong. I believe everyone is well aware of the significance of this tournament. That's right. This is to select 9 students to represent our school in the friendship tournament of the 4 academies. Originally, the participants had already been predetermined. However, after some students' suggestions and careful consideration by the school leadership, we felt this approach was somewhat inappropriate, as it deprived other students of the right to fair competition. Therefore, today, these 9 predetermined candidates will step into the ring and accept challenges from anyone in the school. As long as you can stand until the end, you will earn the qualification to represent the school in the competition. Zhang Junlong's voice was loud and powerful. He swept his gaze across the room and asked loudly, "Do you think this is fair?" Fair. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous response instantly engulfed the entire venue. In fact, most people understood that the list predetermined by the school was likely the strongest team. But the feeling of being uninformed and disrespected was what truly made them uncomfortable. What they wanted wasn't the result, but a process that showed respect. Hua Qianyu's unintentional suggestion unexpectedly gave everyone an opportunity to fight for their rights, which was exactly what they deeply desired. Zhang Junlong nodded in satisfaction and continued to announce, "The rules of the competition are simple, one-on-one challenges. No fatal moves, no taking lives. The person still standing in the ring when the countdown ends will be the ultimate winner. Now, I declare the competition officially begins." The air instantly fell silent. Although the competition had started, no one was willing to be the first to take the plunge. No one wanted to expose their strength in front of everyone. The silence was broken only when several figures simultaneously rushed out of the crowd. Their target was surprisingly unanimous. The silver-haired boy sitting on the stage, looking frail and delicate, Hua Qianyu. Haha, that silver-haired kid is mine. Trying to snatch this easy prey from me? You're still too green. Get lost, all of you. He's the prey I've set my sights on. 3 figures, each radiating red, blue, and green light respectively, charged toward the arena where Hua Qianyu stood from different directions. Judging by their auras, they had only just stepped into the first tier. With such strength, they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between Hua Qianyu's teeth. Hua Qianyu slowly opened his eyes, not even bothering to stand up. He merely extended his right hand unhurriedly, crossing his thumb and middle finger, and casually flicked forward. Boom! A terrifying wave of fiery energy erupted out of nowhere, its scorching heat seemingly capable of melting steel. In an instant, it mercilessly blew the 3 aggressive challengers away. They tumbled like kites with broken strings, crashing into the dense crowd far away, only stopping when they were blocked by layers of human walls, barely avoiding injury. In just 1 second, the 3 first-tier ability users were utterly crushed without even touching the hem of Hua Qianyu's clothes. In front of Hua Qianyu, they were as weak as 3-year-old children. The entire place fell silent. Everyone raised their heads in terror, looking at the figure still sitting cross-legged in the center of the arena. At this moment, he no longer resembled a student, but more like a demon king who had just awakened. In this suffocating silence, Hua Qianyu's lips gently parted, and his calm voice, amplified by his power, reached everyone's ears clearly. "For your own good, you'd better not step onto this arena.